In the spring of the year 2099, a season that should herald the revival of all life on Earth, the planet now seemed to be under the iron grip of malevolent forces. First, it suffered through an unrelenting month of frigid temperatures, followed by an equally prolonged onslaught of scorching heat. Under the torment of such extreme and opposing climates, the few surviving humans were left in utter despair. Just as they began to feel a glimmer of hope as temperatures finally returned to normal, many naively believed they had successfully weathered this dreadful apocalyptic crisis. However, the harsh reality struck like a thunderous blow. The true hell on Earth was only just unfolding, for nearly all cities across the globe had succumbed entirely to the dominion of zombies and monstrous creatures. Once vibrant and bustling urban streets now lay eerily silent and hauntingly desolate. Skyscrapers, once symbols of human civilization, had transformed into mere remnants of a shattered world. The very systems that upheld human society had long since crumbled into chaos, leaving behind nothing but ruin. After enduring one apocalyptic calamity after another, the global population of survivors had dwindled to less than 5% of its original number. Many began to lose faith, sinking into despair and believing that humanity was indeed on the brink of extinction. At this moment, in the happiness district of Star City, within room 2404 of Building 9, Chunkin lay feebly on the ground, having gone 2 consecutive days without food or water. Hunger and thirst cruelly tormented his utterly weakened body. Just 2 days prior, Chunkin had selflessly shared his last morsel of food with his childhood sweetheart, Bai Yueguang, Yi Shuer. At the time, he may not have realized the dire consequences this act would bring upon him. Due to prolonged dehydration, his consciousness began to blur, and his once fervent will to survive started to crumble. As he gazed at the ceiling, his eyes grew distant, and memories of the apocalypse flooded back. Having barely survived the extreme cold and the subsequent heat wave, he thought the worst was over, only to be confronted with an even graver zombie crisis. His long-admired Bai Yueguang had finally agreed to be with him. Was it truly his fate to perish after enduring so much? He felt a surge of indignation. Why, despite his resilience and clinging to life, must the heavens continue to torment him and humanity? In his final moments, he suddenly heard a series of knocks and shouts at the door. The voice seemed to belong to the very Bai Yueguang he had been yearning for. Upon hearing it, Chen Kan, who was on the brink of exhaustion, inexplicably found a glimmer of strength and began to crawl unsteadily toward the door. The scene shifts back to an hour earlier. In room 2301 of Building 9, Yi Shuer was gathered with a group of surviving neighbors in her living room, seemingly discussing something important. Yi Shuer, are you certain Chen will open the door? Inquired a burly man with a fierce expression, furrowing his brow as he looked at her. Despite her disheveled hair and the grime on her face, she appeared surprisingly well, showing no signs of weakness from the lack of food and water. With a playful smile, Yi Shuer replied, "That fool will agree to anything I ask of him." Hearing her confidence, the others exchanged glances and felt a sense of reassurance. The burly man nodded in agreement, as they all knew Chun Kan's unwavering infatuation with her since the apocalypse began. He continued to inquire, "But how do you know he still has food? It's been over 3 months since the apocalypse started, and we've thoroughly searched the Eretheries, nothing left." Yi Shuer waved her hand dismissively, her certainty palpable. 2 days ago, he gave me a bag of biscuits, telling me not to worry about food. Doesn't that imply he has supplies left? Since none of us have anything to eat, shouldn't he share? As her words settled, the neighbors began to chime in. Indeed. How can he be so selfish? He must share. Exactly. It's outrageous that he still hoards resources after 3 months of the apocalypse. Damn it, he must hand over his food. Why should he eat while we starve? Observing the neighbor's indignation, Lin Shuer smiled, feeling everything was under her control. Chun Kan, don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame yourself for inciting the wrath of the masses. Wouldn't it be better to simply share the food? If I don't sacrifice you, how can I establish myself as the leader of this group? Without that position, how can I ensure my survival? Rest assured, I will remember your kindness. Ah! At that moment, the burly man voiced his concern. What if Chen Kan truly has no supplies left? Yi Shuer's eyes glinted with coldness as she replied, "No? Then we'll have meat to eat." Though her tone was nonchalant, her words sent an icy chill through the hearts of those present. The living room fell silent. As she surveyed the quiet crowd, Yi Shuer maintained a cold demeanor. What? Haven't you all eaten before? Why act as if you're still clinging to your humanity? The others began to find the young girl increasingly terrifying, realizing how cold-hearted she could be towards someone who had treated her with kindness. Fear crept into their gazes as they looked at Yi Shuer. The burly man pondered for a moment, then clapped his hands and shouted, "Then let's do it." As his words fell, the group steeled themselves and rose to ascend to Chun Kan's apartment. According to their plan, Yi Shuer knocked on the door, while the others concealed themselves on either side of the entrance to evade detection. Yi Shuer tidied her attire, cleared her throat, and called out, "Brother Ken, it's me, Shuer. Brother Ken, can you hear me?" After knocking for over a minute with no response, Yi Shuer furrowed her brow, wondering if the fool had even realized what was happening. She glanced at the burly man, Xie Tianhao, who was lying in wait. Xie Tianhao gestured for her to continue knocking. Just as Yi Shuer hesitated, a faint voice emerged from within. "Shuer, is that you?" Chapter 2 Am I Truly Reborn? A sound finally emanated from within the door, igniting a flicker of surprise and excitement in the eyes of everyone outside. Why Yi Shuer hurriedly responded, "Brother Kan, it's me. Are you doing well at home? I came to see you." Inside, Chun Kan felt a surge of warmth at Yi Shuer's words. Indeed, the person he had cherished for so many years was so considerate. Remembering that Yi Shuer had finally agreed to date him just 2 days ago, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. "Shuer, I'm doing great. Are you out of food again? Don't worry. I'll rest for a bit and then head out to find some for you. Brother Kan, there are more and more zombies downstairs. And I'm so scared. Can you let me in? I want to stay with you, please. Only with you by my side can I feel safe." Yi Shuer disguised her voice to sound particularly charming, further tempting Chun Kan to open the door. As he listened to her words, his hand hesitated for a moment. He recalled the strangers who had attempted to force their way into his home a month ago, and how he had to exert great effort to drive them away. Since then, he had resolutely refrained from opening the door to anyone, even to Yi Shuer before she agreed to be his girlfriend. He would pass her food through a small opening in the door, never daring to open it fully. This was also the reason why Yi Shuer and her group sought to deceive him into opening the door. After a moment of hesitation, he thought of how Yi Shuer was now his girlfriend and should not wish him harm. Instinctively, he glanced through the peephole and saw a trembling Yi Shuer standing at the door. Instantly, his worries dissipated. With a click, the door creaked open just wide enough for Chun Kan to extend a hand. However, as he lifted his gaze and beheld the figure before him, his smile froze in place. Panic washed over him as he realized it was not Yi Shuer's face he saw, but rather that of Xie Tianhao, who had been lying in wait by the door, in the blink of an eye. 2 hands grabbed the doorframe and yanked it open with force. Although Chun Kan had hurriedly attempted to close the door, he was utterly drained from 2 days without food or water. After a few futile pushes, Xie Tianhao completely pried the door open. Suddenly, a swarm of former neighbors surged into his home, rifling through his belongings. Chun Kan, pushed to the ground, felt as though he might fall apart. He looked up at the last person to enter, Yi Shuer, his eyes brimming with disappointment. Why did you deceive me?" His gaze remained fixed on the woman he had longed for, as he repeated the question in disbelief. Yi Shuer swayed her hips and slowly approached him, looking down at Chun Kan, who resembled a defeated dog, and scoffed. "Why? Because you're simply too foolish. With someone like you, a loser, how could you possibly think you deserve to be with me? If it weren't for the fact that you can still find food, do you think I would even bother to look at you?" Her mocking words extinguished any flicker of hope within Chun Kan. The woman he had loved for years, who had never ceased to give even in the face of an apocalypse, viewed him in such a disparaging light. Was there anything more despairing than this? As he lay on the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling, a bitter smile crept onto his face. How blind had he been to love such a woman for so long? Just then, Xie Tianhao approached. Glancing at Chun Kan sprawled on the floor and said, "We've searched thoroughly. There's indeed no food left." Hearing this, Yi Shuer leisurely walked over to the sofa, casting a final glance at Chun Kan before speaking nonchalantly. "Then let's just chop him up. We can't let everyone come here for nothing." As soon as her words fell, Xie Tianhao led 2 companions into the kitchen, retrieving several knives with wicked grins, approaching Chun Kan while wiping the blades to test their sharpness. "Chun Kan, don't blame me for being cruel. After all, You were so generous in the past. Now, sacrificing yourself to save everyone is quite the virtue. Rest easy, and may you be reborn into a better life." With that, Xie Tianhao raised the knife, aiming for Chen Can's arm. Pain. It hurt immensely. The sound of the knife striking his arm echoed in his ears. Yet the agony in his limb paled in comparison to the heartache he felt. Chen Can turned his head, his gaze fixed on Yi Shuer, who sat on the sofa smiling at him. Gradually, his consciousness began to fade, his pupils dilating. In those final moments, he wished more than anything that he could live his life anew. He swore he would no longer be so foolish, so kind-hearted, and easily deceived. He would live solely for himself. If given a second chance, he would show no mercy to anyone, remembering each individual who had invaded his home. He would ensure that they all paid the price. In an instant, darkness enveloped him, and he lost all awareness. But in the next moment, Chen Can abruptly opened his eyes, awakening from his bed in a startled state. The harrowing experiences he had just endured lingered in his mind. The sensations of pain still etched in his memory. Gasping for breath, his sleepwear drenched in cold sweat, he turned his head, dazedly surveying his surroundings, only to find himself back in his own bedroom. Instinctively, he examined his arms, relieved to discover they were unscathed. He murmured, "What is happening? Wasn't I killed by Xie Tianhao and his gang? Didn't they chop off my arm? What on earth is going on?" Still somewhat disoriented, Chen Can swallowed hard, confirming once more that he was indeed in his room. Could it be that he had just experienced a dream? However, the comfortable temperature of the air conditioning suddenly jolted him back to reality. How could there still be power? It had been 3 months since the apocalypse began. Why was the air conditioning still functioning? Stumbling, he got up and approached the air conditioning control panel, discovering that it was indeed operating normally. He quickly grabbed his phone from the bedside table, unlocking it to reveal the date and time. December 12, 2098, 9:38 a.m. Chen Can pinched his arm, and with the sharp sting confirming his reality, he realized he was not dreaming. I have truly been reborn, back to a month before the apocalypse? With that thought, the bewilderment on Chen Can's face was replaced by exhilaration. He leaped about in his room, utterly astonished that his final wish before death had actually come true. Chapter 3: The longed-for beef noodle soup. As his awareness returned, the pangs of hunger and thirst immediately enveloped his thoughts. Chen Can stumbled into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator, grabbing a bottle of mineral water and gulping it down eagerly. Although it was now winter, to someone who had not tasted clean water in over 3 months, this refreshing drink felt like the finest nectar. Recalling the extreme cold in his previous life, when temperatures plummeted to over -60 degrees and snow engulfed the 3rd floor of the building, survivors had to venture outside to collect snow and return indoors to melt it over a fire made from furniture, just to have a sip of water. In such frigid conditions, anyone who lingered outside for too long would succumb to frostbite. Then came the heat wave, with outdoor temperatures soaring above 60 degrees. All liquid had evaporated. Those desperate for water could only use cling film to cover containers, placing them in relatively cool parking lots to capture steam from the minuscule temperature differences between day and night. Though the amount of water produced overnight was barely enough for a sip, it was better than nothing. In dire situations, even urine had to be consumed, but eventually, even that ran out, leading many to perish from dehydration. Thus, the ability to drink mineral water now filled Chen Can with profound happiness. After downing the bottle, he felt his body rehydrate, and his stomach was no longer empty. All he could think about was going downstairs for a hearty meal. Other matters could wait until he was satiated. He swiftly returned to his room, changed his clothes, grabbed his keys, and dashed towards the noodle shop at the entrance of the community. This place was his absolute favorite, even during the 3 months of the apocalypse. The taste of the beef noodle soup from the shop at the community entrance remained on his mind. 10 minutes later, Chen Can arrived at the storefront. Gazing at the bustling street, he felt a bit dazed. Murmuring, "The feeling of being reborn is truly wonderful." A shout broke his reverie. "Xiao Can, what are you thinking about?" Lost in thought again. "Same as usual." A big bowl of beef noodle soup, an extra serving of braised beef, and a fried egg. Brother Niu, the owner of the beef noodle shop, called out to Chen Can, recalling how long he had been running the shop and how often this young man had dined there. Being neighbors, they were already familiar with one another. Chen Can quickly snapped back to reality, smiling as he replied, "Brother Niu, the usual. Please add more noodles. Make sure they're well cooked." All right, just a moment, it will be ready soon. A few minutes later, Brother Neo presented a large bowl of beef noodle soup along with a plate of pickled vegetables. Chunkin gazed at the food he had longed for over the past 3 months. Unable to contain himself any longer, he grabbed his chopsticks and, disregarding the heat of the freshly cooked noodles, began shoveling them into his mouth. With a hearty mouthful of noodles and beef, Chun Kan's voracious appetite startled the nearby Nyo Gu, who couldn't help but express his concern. Shao Kan, take your time. The noodles are scalding hot. Eating so hastily, aren't you afraid of choking? If it's not enough, I can always cook more for you. Having just swallowed the noodles, Chun Kan wore a blissful expression, convinced that nothing in the world could compare to this moment. He then responded, "Ha ha ha, Nyo Gu, I simply couldn't resist these noodles. No worries about me, you go on with your business." Nyo Gu, hearing this, turned back towards the shop, scratching his head in confusion as he muttered, "Did this kid not just eat yesterday? Why does it seem like he hasn't had a meal in days?" A few minutes later, Chun Kan had devoured an entire bowl of beef noodles and a plate of beef, patting his slightly swollen belly, fully embracing the reality of his rebirth. After paying homage to his own insatiable hunger, his spirits lifted, he returned home, finally ready to strategize for the impending apocalypse. Standing by the window, he gazed deeply at the neighbors passing by below, a chill emanating from his eyes once more. Surviving against all odds to realize his dreams was indeed a stroke of fortune. However, the memory of the torment he endured before his death gnawed at him, his teeth clenching in anger. In this second chance at life, he vowed to not only survive but to thrive beyond anyone else. He sought revenge, determined to retaliate against those treacherous beings, ensuring his own safety first. He yearned to witness those who had harmed him in his previous life receive their just deserts. With this thought in mind, Chun Kan returned to the sofa, taking out paper and pen to jot down his preparatory tasks. Just as he began to write, a perplexing thought crossed his mind. What if the apocalypse did not come in this lifetime? He paused, reflecting on significant events from his past life to validate the temporal parallels. Holding the pen, he tapped it lightly against his chin. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Today was December 12th, a Sunday. On this day in his past life, a colleague would call him around noon to invite him to a gathering. If he received such a call at noon today, it would confirm that this timeline mirrored his previous one. Chun Kan glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 11:30. He anticipated the phone call any moment now. Placing his mobile on the coffee table, he fixed his gaze upon it, hoping for his colleague's timely call. Long ago, someone loved you for a long time. After about 10 minutes, a sudden, urgent ringtone broke Chun Kan's train of thought. His eyes lit up, and he quickly answered the call. Soon, the voice of his colleague, Ma Xiaoyang, came through. "King Gu, are we hitting the old spot tonight? By the way, I specifically invited Yi Shuer, just to give you a chance." Upon hearing Yi Shuer's name for the first time since his rebirth, a cold intensity surged in Chun Kan's gaze. His grip on the phone tightened involuntarily. "King Gu, what's going on? Why aren't you saying anything?" "Oh, that I was just looking for something. The old spot works for me. I'll be there on time," Chun Kan quickly replied. After a few more exchanges, the call ended, leaving him staring at the fading screen. His emotions a tumultuous mix. On one hand, he had confirmed that the timeline remained unchanged. On the other, the mention of Yi Shuer ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within him. "Why Yi Shuer, oh Yi Shuer? On this day in my past life, you truly humiliated me. Since you possess such a venomous heart, don't blame me for my ruthless retribution." As Chapter 4 unfolds, awakening to newfound abilities, Chun Kan recognize that with ample time before the gathering, he should commence preparations for the impending end times. In truth, his financial situation was quite favorable compared to his peers. Residing in a prosperous neighborhood in the heart of Xing City, where property prices averaged over 20,000 per square meter, his circumstances were enviable. Following the tragic loss of his parents in a car accident, they had left him with a fully paid apartment in the city center, a luxury car worth over 400,000, 2 commercial properties on a bustling street, and nearly 3 million in cash. Chun Kan was employed at a large logistics company, working a standard 9-to-5 schedule, earning over 10,000 a month along with comprehensive benefits, allowing him a worry-free lifestyle. Had he not been infatuated with Lin Shuer in his previous life, spending all his resources on her, he would have lived a far more carefree existence. After roughly assessing his assets, he found that his total holdings exceeded 1 million, yet, He realized that if he were to use fixed assets as collateral, the funds would be significantly diminished, insufficient for acquiring the necessary supplies. His brow furrowed in contemplation, realizing the critical importance of resources in the wake of the apocalypse. Having survived for over 3 months in his previous life, he understood that it wasn't merely food and water that were essential, but also electricity, alcohol, fuel, and medical supplies. Additionally, he recognized the necessity of weapons and ensured that he also had provisions for mental entertainment. Otherwise, living in a monotonous, oppressive environment would likely lead to madness. Most importantly, he needed to transform his residence into a sanctuary that was warm in winter, cool in summer, and fortified for defense and attack. After tallying everything, calculating based on a 50-year supply standard, he realized that without at least 1 to 200 million, he would be unable to secure all he needed. Overwhelmed, he grasped his head in despair. While absent-mindedly scrolling through his phone, a sudden epiphany struck him, and he exclaimed, "Wait, I could take advantage of online loans. This money is practically free." If memory served, the World Cup was set to commence in a few days, with the opening match being Long Country against Samba Country, where Long Country would unexpectedly defeat Samba Country 3 o'clock. Shocking the world, the odds for that match soared to 500 times. If he could bet on that outcome, he would have more than enough funds. With this thought, Chunkin felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He swiftly downloaded numerous online loan platforms and began applying for loans without hesitation, disregarding the high interest rates. His excellent credit and healthy banking history allowed many major platforms to grant him substantial amounts, with one approving close to 1 million, while others ranged from tens of thousands to over 80,000 in total. He had secured nearly 5 million from these loans. Just as he was about to take a sip of water, a sudden flash of white light flickered through his mind. When he reached for the cup, it vanished without a trace. This startling occurrence left Chunkin bewildered, questioning his sanity. A sharp slap to his face confirmed he was awake. As he calmed down, he sensed an unusual sensation within his consciousness, a voice urging him that the white light was a part of him. Closing his eyes, he concentrated, immersing himself in the white light. To his astonishment, he found himself in an expansive, boundless space, devoid of any edges, enveloped in pure white. It felt as though he were floating in mid-air. Is this an alternate space? Have I awakened a superpower after my rebirth? Overwhelmed with excitement, he began to shout and leap in joy, hardly comprehending the fortune bestowed upon him. Suddenly, he noticed the glass cup at his feet, the very one he had previously stored in this space. To his amazement, the water inside appeared completely still, unaffected by his movements. Could it be that within this space, all matter remained in absolute stasis? If so, would storing provisions here allow them to retain their freshness indefinitely? With this realization, Chunkin withdrew his consciousness from the white space and hurried to the kitchen. Slicing an apple in half, he stored one half in his conscious space while leaving the other on the coffee table to observe the oxidation process. 10 minutes later, he noted that the apple on the table had begun to brown, while the one in the alternate space remained pristine and unblemished, with droplets of juice glistening where the cells had been severed. This discovery validated Chunkin's hypothesis. So, I can store any cooked food in this space, and when I want to eat, I can simply retrieve it, preserving its freshly made quality. Is it not true that one could indulge in hot meals every day? Incredible! The mere thought of this caused Chunkin to excitedly wave his fists in the air, exclaiming, "Yes, this extraordinary ability, combined with survival in a post-apocalyptic world, is simply a perfect match, is it not?" Now that he possesses an infinite spatial realm, why would he need to purchase any living supplies? He could simply loot supermarkets and granaries. Chunkin immediately contemplated that, in terms of food safety standards, no nation is more stringent than Japan. Moreover, the Lotte supermarket in South Korea and Walmart in the United States are among the largest retail giants in the world, offering a plethora of products with top-notch quality control. If he could locate these warehouses, would he need to worry about a shortage of supplies? It seems he must travel abroad, to Japan, South Korea, and the United States. Weapons must be procured from the United States. As it is legal, without hesitation, Chunkin promptly called his manager, fabricating a reason to request a month-long leave. Fortunately, his direct manager had a good relationship with him. The manager merely inquired about the situation and permitted him to proceed with the leave application process. With his vacation secured, Chunkin quickly booked a flight to Japan for 3 days later. Why 3 days later? because during these 3 days, he needed to mortgage properties and other fixed assets, and then finalize the renovation plan for his safe house with a security company. Chapter 5. Five-star security group. Chun Kan's most pressing concern was the smooth utilization of his abilities. He began attempting to cram all the large furniture, appliances, snacks, and ingredients from his home into the space. Then, he focused his consciousness and retrieved everything from the space in one go. His gaze then shifted to the bathroom faucet. Chun Kan turned on the faucet, and water gushed out. At that moment, he redirected his consciousness and watched as the flowing water began to continuously enter the bright light. He could distinctly feel that once the water flowed into the spatial realm, it would become motionless. As the water accumulated, it formed a massive water sphere. Although it was called a water sphere, it remained still like a colossal glass orb. After confirming through experimentation that natural substances like water could indeed be absorbed into the space for storage, Chun Kan was finally at ease. With the burden of financial stress lifted, he felt particularly relaxed and carefree. Reflecting on his past life, where he had been so frugal that he refrained from spending any of his hard-earned money, ultimately squandering it all on Lin Shuer, he felt immense regret. Now, given a second chance, indulging a bit before the apocalypse should not be excessive, right? After all, in the end times, money would be worth less than scrap paper, scarcely suitable even for wiping oneself. With this thought, Chun Kan immediately messaged Ma Xiaoyang. He arranged for their gathering to take place at the city's largest five-star hotel, Tianxia Banquet. Upon receiving Chun Kan's message, Ma Xiaoyang was bewildered. Typically, Chun Kan compared prices even when ordering takeout. Why the sudden change to hosting at a five-star hotel? Had he struck it rich? Yet, he didn't dwell on it for long. As he had never been to Tianxia Banquet and was genuinely curious to experience its grandeur, he then notified the others about the change in venue for their evening gathering. With time still on his side, Chun Kan quickly dressed and departed, intending to drive to the largest security company in the area, Five-Star Security Group. As Chun Kan drove through the bustling streets, filled with the joys and comforts of life, he observed numerous pedestrians strolling leisurely, living their own days. Watching these people and vehicles, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of nostalgia. In a month, all of this would fade into oblivion. He should savor this final moment of tranquility. 20 minutes later, Chun Kan arrived at the entrance of the Five-Star Security Group. Through the reception, he contacted a business manager. After their meeting, they went to the reception room to discuss the renovation of the shelter. Mr. Chun, could you please elaborate on the services you wish to procure from Five-Star Security? Whether it be personal protection, property protection, or transportation services, we excel in each area within the country. We are not only the largest security company domestically but also cater to numerous official events and dignitary protections. You need not worry about our professionalism. The speaker was a middle-aged man with slicked back hair and a scruffy beard. He introduced himself as Lu Tianhe and would henceforth be referred to as Manager Lu. Observing Manager Lu's proud demeanor, Chun Kan couldn't help but smile. He then raised his gaze and spoke. I wish to create a safe house for the apocalypse. Can you manage that? One that can withstand the end of the world, regardless of whether the outside is frigid or sweltering, or even impervious to attacks from advanced weaponry. Upon hearing Chun Kan's words, Manager Lu scrutinized the young man before him, attempting to discern any hint of jest or folly in his expression. However, after a prolonged gaze, he found only clarity and seriousness in Chun Kan's eyes. Consequently, he adopted a more earnest demeanor, prepared to engage in a serious discussion. While others might dismiss such requests as ludicrous or delusional, Five-Star Security Group had previously undertaken similar projects for affluent clients or enthusiasts of doomsday scenarios. Whether in China or abroad, there were indeed individuals who believed in the impending apocalypse and were willing to spend lavishly to create shelters that would allow them to survive such a catastrophe. This was not mere fantasy. They understood that the wealthier individuals were even more protective of their lives. Some sought to create safe houses not necessarily for an abstract apocalypse, but simply for their own security. Therefore, constructing and improving safe houses was indeed one of Five-Star Security Group services. Mr. Chin, what specific type of safe house do you envision? Could you elaborate? Is it a villa from a particular district in Star City? Or perhaps an empty plot? Chun Kan waved his hand and replied, It's not a villa. It's an apartment on the 24th floor. Manager Lu was momentarily taken aback. What? Most people choose standalone villas or empty land for their shelters. Are you serious about constructing an apocalypse safe house in an apartment? Surely, this must be a jest? Manager Liu began to scrutinize Chunkin again, increasingly convinced that the young man was merely trying to amuse him. Noticing Manager Liu's puzzled expression, Chunkin raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What? Is it impossible to construct one in an apartment?" Realizing he had momentarily lost composure, Manager Liu quickly regained his enthusiasm and responded, "Of course, it's not an issue. I am merely astonished by your unconventional choice of location. As long as the funds are sufficient, I can create one even underwater." Chunkin nodded and continued, "The apartment is just one option. I only have temporary use for it. Additionally, I need your assistance in finding a bomb shelter within the city, one that appears indistinguishable from an ordinary hillside. I want to build a top-tier safe house inside that bomb shelter." As soon as Chen Can's words fell, Manager Liu's eyes brightened. "My goodness, you are proposing 2 safe houses at the highest standards. Such an enormous order could sustain me for 3 years. Opportunities like this are as rare as a hen's teeth. Today, fate has smiled upon me. I must treat this golden client with utmost care. Rest assured, Mr. Chen. I happen to know several landowners. Give me a moment, and I will find you a satisfactory bomb shelter. Now, let's discuss in detail how you plan to construct these 2 safe houses." Observing Manager Liu eagerly rubbing his hands, Chunkin chuckled softly. "Indeed, money can make the world go round. Even the most unreasonable requests will be met with fervent attempts to fulfill them." Chunkin organized his thoughts and began to articulate his requirements clearly. Chapter 6. The construction plan for the 2 safe houses for the apartment. It need not be overly complex, but the materials used must be of the highest caliber in the world. First and foremost, I require at least 20 centimeters thick aerospace-grade alloy steel plates to be installed on all sides of the apartment, transforming my home into an impenetrable fortress. Even if someone were to hammer or blast it, there should be no damage whatsoever. Secondly, all glass in the apartment must be replaced with bulletproof, shatterproof, and noise-canceling glass, capable of withstanding extreme temperatures. Next, the apartment must have an independent ventilation system to prevent any external gases from entering while ensuring the timely expulsion of harmful gases from within. Additionally, I need a power generation room added to one of the bedrooms, equipped with a silent generator. Even during a citywide power outage, it should adequately supply electricity to the entire apartment. Furthermore, I require a comprehensive surveillance system installed throughout the building, allowing me to monitor all hallways and entrances from within my home at any time. The main entrance must feature a multi-lock system comparable to that of a bank vault, an exceptionally secure door that is robust and unyielding. Lastly, in preparation for extreme cold weather, I need a fireplace installed, equipped with a smart temperature control system, ensuring that regardless of external temperatures, the indoor climate remains comfortably warm. You may proceed with the planning based on your experience. After Chunkin finished speaking, his mouth felt somewhat parched, prompting him to lift the water cup before him and take a drink. Upon raising his eyes, he noticed Manager Liu diligently recording his various requests on a tablet. After finishing the water, Chunkin continued, "Once the location of the air raid shelter is determined, I hope the space will be around 1,000 square meters. As previously discussed, the project must include an air raid shelter. Additionally, I require the installation of the latest intelligent AI interactive entertainment system, capable of fulfilling all my residential needs with just my voice. Furthermore, I wish to incorporate a top-tier cybersecurity system to prevent hacker attacks. I envision the air raid shelter being equipped with 2 to 3 layers of automatic alloy doors, each of which must require triple verification, password, fingerprint, and retina scan, to unlock. Moreover, should anyone attempt unauthorized entry, there must be mechanisms set up in the corridors between each door, ensuring that intruders cannot escape." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "I can't think of anything else for now. Let us leave it at that." Upon hearing Chunkin's elaborate specifications, even Manager Liu, who had years of experience in this field, couldn't help but widen his eyes, swallowing hard in disbelief. He thought to himself, this is not merely creating a safe house. This is akin to constructing an impregnable fortress. Mr. Chun, are you certain you want to proceed in this manner? The cost might be rather steep, Manager Liu tentatively confirmed. Chunkin waved his hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, "Money is not an issue, as long as my standards are met." Upon hearing this, Manager Liu felt invigorated, realizing that he had indeed encountered a benefactor today. "Mr. Chen, we have done a preliminary calculation, and the total budget for the 2 safe houses amounts to 25 million Longhua currency. The commercial property is 7 million, while the air raid shelter is 18 million. The exact total will be provided after the air raid shelter is finalized, based on the actual measured area. Our payment terms stipulate a 30 prepayment upon signing the contract, enabling us to commence construction. The fastest completion time is approximately 3 months, with the final payment due within 3 months after passing inspection. Before Manager Liu could finish, Chunkin raised his hand to interrupt, crossing his legs and stating, "Let us not make it 25 million. I'll give you 30 million. The moment this figure was mentioned, Manager Liu's face flushed crimson with excitement, his entire being unable to conceal his exhilaration. "I understand your enthusiasm, but please, do not be overly excited. I have my conditions as well. First, I will only prepay 10, but I can assure you that once the inspection is passed, I will settle the remaining amount within a month, and this can be written into the contract. Second, the construction period must not exceed 25 days, not even a single day more. Third, this matter must remain confidential. Can you meet these 3 stipulations?" Chunkin interlocked his fingers. Gazing languidly at Manager Liu, "Mr. Chen, we can certainly negotiate the prepayment, but isn't the 25-day timeline a bit too tight? There are no precedents for such a rapid construction anywhere in the world." "No, this is the most crucial point. It must be 25 days. If you cannot accommodate this, I will have no choice but to seek a foreign security company, as there are others capable of handling this task." "Are there not?" A flicker of conflict danced in Manager Liu's eyes as he meticulously considered the construction processes and circumstances. The prospect of securing this 30 million deal, with a payout within a month, felt like a fortune falling into his lap. After much internal deliberation, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Mr. Chun, if 25 days is what you require, then 25 days it shall be. As long as you can provide the prepayment today, we can arrange the team to start the renovations tomorrow. I will ensure the air raid shelter matters are resolved within the next couple of days. How does that sound?" Only then did Chunkin smile, extending his right hand to a fruitful collaboration. Once all matters were settled, Manager Liu swiftly prepared the contract. Following the signatures, Chunkin promptly transferred 3 million as the prepayment to the company's account. After the successful transaction, Manager Liu genuinely believed he had secured a lucrative deal, his smile more radiant than ever. His gaze towards Chunkin grew increasingly cordial. "Mr. Chun, we will arrange for the renovation team to head to the address you provided tomorrow. Here is my business card. Feel free to reach out to me anytime with any questions. I will also contact you immediately with updates regarding the air raid shelter." Manager Liu respectfully escorted Chunkin out of the corporate building. Handing him the card, Chunkin accepted it with a slight nod before making his way to the parking lot. By now, it was already 5 p.m., and the time for their agreed gathering was fast approaching. Chunkin drove in the direction of Tianxia Yanxi. The 5-star security group was not far from Tianxia Yanxi, merely a distance of less than 3 kilometers. Although there was slight traffic, Chunkin arrived at the entrance of Tianxia Yanxi in just 20 minutes. After parking, he paused to admire the grand and imposing entrance, feeling a wave of nostalgia in his previous life. He could never have justified spending in such an extravagant place, as parting with tens of thousands would have truly stung. However, having been granted a second chance at life, he resolved to indulge himself without reservation. The allure of money is undeniably intoxicating. Chunkin murmured to himself, then smiled broadly, locked his car, and headed towards the hotel entrance. Prior to visiting the 5-star security company, Chunkin had already reserved a private room. However, upon reaching the entrance, he unexpectedly encountered someone he could not forget. Yi Shuer. Chapter 7. The gathering from the opposite direction. Yi Shuer spotted Chunkin as she approached the entrance. A fleeting look of disdain crossed her eyes, but it quickly vanished. After all, as one of the more desirable prospects in her social circle, she couldn't afford to completely sever ties. Thus, she shifted to a more cordial demeanor and approached him. "Greeting, Brother Can. You're here so early?" Upon hearing this, Chunkin halted, turning to scrutinize Yi Shuer and her 2 accompanying friends. It was a classic case of enemies meeting, where tempers flared. Despite having mentally sentenced Yi Shuer to her demise, he realized the timing was not yet right to reveal his true feelings. So, he simply nodded coolly. "Lao Ma invited me." Noticing Chen Can's aloofness, a hint of confusion flickered in Yi Shuer's eyes. In the past, he would rush towards her like a devoted puppy, eager to gain her attention. Yet today, he seemed to have undergone a transformation. Just as Yi Shuer was about to speak, Ma Xiaoyang and several friends also arrived at the hotel entrance. Spotting Chunkin from a distance, they called out, "Brother Can." They exchanged greetings with the approaching Ma Xiaoyang, who beamed at Chen Kan, giving him a thumbs up. It's all thanks to Brother Kan that we're here today to experience the taste of capital at Tianxia Yinqi. The others chimed in with their compliments. Yi Shuer was taken aback, completely unaware that today's gathering at Tianxia Yinqi had been arranged by Chen Kan. Given his usual frugality, she found it hard to believe he would spend such money. Coupled with his recent change in demeanor, she felt increasingly bewildered. Chen Kan waved his hand. The private room is already reserved. Now that everyone is here, let us head inside. The group of 6 or 7 made their way to the private room, where Chen Kan casually chose a seat. Yi Shuer, unusually attentive today, took a seat beside him. The waiter soon presented the menu, and just as Chen Kan reached for it, Yi Shuer snatched it away. The others exchanged glances and Ma Xiaoyang frowned, saying, Yi Shuer, since Brother Kan is treating, he should be the one to order. Yi Shuer felt no remorse for her actions and, while perusing the menu, replied, Brother Kan and I grew up together. What difference does it make whether he orders or I do? He wouldn't mind. She then turned to discuss the dishes with her 2 friends. Chen Kan chose not to press the matter further, casually stating, it seems our Shuer is quite considerate, knowing I usually prefer to save, and today she is eager to take charge of ordering. Let's just enjoy the meal. Let her order as she pleases. As the group listened to Chen Kan's words, they exchanged puzzled glances, each reflecting the confusion in the other's eyes. Yet, for Yi Shuer, this statement held no ulterior motive. She interpreted it as Chen Kan's encouragement for her to take the lead. After all, he had always been the one to insist on paying whenever they dined out together. Thinking that since Chen Kan had entrusted her with the responsibility of ordering, and since it was not her money being spent, she felt no qualms about accepting this opportunity. Smiling, she announced, Yes, today. I'll take the lead. If anyone has any preferences, let me know. The others waved their hands, signaling that they were fine with whatever she chose. Yi Shuer, alongside her 2 friends, began selecting dishes, ultimately deciding on over a dozen items, including 2 bottles of premium red wine. Ma Xiaoyang, feeling a bit anxious, turned to Chen Kan and whispered, Brother Kan, isn't Yi Shuer going a bit overboard with the ordering? Over a dozen dishes, how could we possibly finish that? In the end, it will still fall on your tab. You should tell her to cut back on a few. After a quick glance, Chen Kan estimated that the dishes alone would cost at least 30,000, not including the wine. Unfazed, Chen Kan turned to Ma Xiaoyang, raising an eyebrow and quietly responding, Who says it will be on my tab? Just now, didn't everyone hear that today's host is none other than her? Yi Shuer? No matter how much you order, we'll just follow and eat. Ma Xiaoyang looked at Chen Kan in disbelief, feeling as if the person before him had transformed entirely in the past. Whenever they went out for gatherings, as long as Yi Shuer was present, whether or not she was treating, it was invariably Chen Kan who settled the bill. Is today a rare occasion indeed? Has he suddenly disregarded the goddess he has pursued for so long? Can go? Are you serious? Aren't you afraid that when it comes time to pay, she might not be able to afford it, causing her to lose face and jeopardizing your relationship? Chen Kan wore an indifferent expression, continuing, That was in the past. I was foolish to have cherished such a thing for so many years, my friends. I am now enlightened. Women merely slow down my pace of action. Xiaoyang looked unconvinced, for it was well known in their circle that Chen Kan had long been infatuated with Yi Shuer. However, having already offered his warning, he chose to say nothing further. Soon, dish after dish arrived at their table, filling it to the brim. The patrons in the private room were dazzled by the exquisite array of dishes, many of which they had never seen before. Just by their presentation, it was evident that these dishes were quite costly. For a moment, no one dared to be the first to pick up their chopsticks. It was Chen Kan who poured a glass of wine, standing up to address the table. Come, let us raise a toast before our meal, in gratitude to our dear Shuer for her generosity in treating us to such an extravagant experience. Shall we toast to Shuer? As soon as Chen Kan finished speaking, the others quickly rose, filling their glasses and raising them toward Yi Shuer. She hurriedly filled her own glass, casting a playful glare at Chen Kan. In her heart, she thought, Chen Kan certainly knows how to play the game. He is undoubtedly earning favor with me. Hearing the flattering words from everyone, Yi Shuer felt a surge of pride and vanity. Please, everyone, do not hold back. After we finish this toast, let us dig in. If it's not enough, we can always order more. With the host having spoken, everyone felt at ease and began to feast heartily. Chen Kan gazed at the array of exquisite dishes before him, feeling a pang of nostalgia. During the 3 months he endured in his past life's apocalypse, if he could have just one mouthful of dry instant noodles, he would have been grateful. Eating each bite felt surreal, as though he were dreaming. The more he ate, the more he indulged, resembling a famished ghost reincarnated, wholeheartedly devouring the food. Wei Shuer and her 2 friends noticed Chun Kan's lack of decorum and exchanged glances of disdain. Nonetheless, they merely stole a glance and, not wishing to waste the opportunity to enjoy such fine dining, began to savor the delicacies. As the wine flowed and the meal progressed, the table of 5 or 6 was soon left with greasy lips. Utterly satisfied, however, when the waiter presented the bill to Yi Shuer, she was taken aback. Chapter 8. The banquet of 200 tables. Yi Shuer thought the waiter had made a mistake, waving her hand and pointing to Chun Kan beside her. You must be mistaken. The one paying is him. The waiter glanced at Chun Kan, just as he was about to hand the bill over, when Chun Kan spoke up. Today's host is this young lady. It is correct to settle the bill with her. Yi Shuer looked at Chun Kan in astonishment, thinking she had misheard. Kingu, what do you mean? Didn't we agree? Chun Kan turned to her with a playful smile, saying, agree on what? If I recall correctly, you have been emphasizing all night that you are the host, and everyone has heard it. You wouldn't backtrack when it comes time to pay, would you? Or were you merely jesting about being the host? Yi Shuer's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling as though she could dig a villa with her toes. Still, she could only force a smile and softly reply. Kingu, please don't joke. This isn't funny? Chun Kan waved his hand innocently. I'm not joking. Initially, I intended to treat, but you took the menu and started ordering. I assumed you wished to treat everyone. So I couldn't possibly refuse your goodwill, could I? Then, Chun Kan feigned a dramatically exaggerated expression of realization, asking in shock, could it be Shuer? You can't afford to pay the bill? Yet you insisted on ordering so much. Hearing this, the waiter's gaze toward Yi Shuer shifted to one of mockery. Ordering extravagantly yet collapsing at the thought of paying. What kind of person is this? Yi Shuer could hardly fathom that Chun Kan would pull such a stunt today, leaving her utterly flabbergasted. Anger surged within her, and her patience evaporated. Her true nature was revealed as she glared at Chun Kan and shouted, Chun Kan, are you done causing a scene? You are deliberately trying to embarrass me. Aren't you? You think you can pursue me like this? How pathetic. Chun Kan feigned a pained expression, nodding in agreement. Shuer, you're right. I truly don't deserve to pursue you, so I won't linger to be an eyesore. I'll leave now. With that, he dashed out of the private room without a backward glance. Ma Xiaoyang and the others exchanged glances, quickly gathering their belongings and hastily exiting as well. Soon, only Yi Shuer and her 2 friends remained in the room, staring at each other in disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend that everyone else had vanished. The waiter, losing patience, furrowed his brows and urged, Miss, your friends have all left. Shall we settle the bill now? The cost of the meal, along with the wine and a tin service charge, totaled 67,800. Would you prefer to pay by card or cash? As the 3 glanced at the nearly 70,000 bill, their faces turned pale. The cost of one meal consumed more than half a year's salary. Had they known they would need to foot the bill, why had they ordered so much food? Yet there was no escaping now. They could only scramble together their resources, maxing out 6 credit cards to cover the bill. After the waiter handed Yi Shuer the receipt, he muttered in disbelief, if you don't have money. Don't pretend to be a big spender. After leaving the private room, Chun Kan didn't return but instead approached the hotel front desk. Addressing the receptionist, he inquired, Hello, I dined here earlier and found the food quite delightful. I would like to book several tables for a banquet. How should I proceed? The receptionist, maintaining a professional smile, began recording his request on the computer. Sir, are you planning a wedding banquet, a birthday celebration, or another type of event? How long will the banquet last? How many tables do you anticipate needing? Chun Kan thoughtfully calculated, believing that this number would suffice. For the 18,800 menu, I'd like to reserve 200 tables. The receptionist was momentarily stunned, repeating, 200. Suddenly comprehending, she lifted her gaze in astonishment and exclaimed, Sir, did you say how many tables? 200, yes, for the 18,800 menu. Are you certain? 200 tables? Yes, is there a problem? After repeated confirmations, the receptionist finally believed that this handsome young man was not joking. She promptly summoned the banquet manager. After all, such an order was beyond the receptionist's purview. Moments later, The hotel's banquet manager approached Chun Kan with utmost respect. Observing this seemingly ordinary yet youthful man, a flicker of skepticism crossed his eyes. However, adhering to his professional demeanor, he smiled and extended his hand, introducing himself. Good day, sir. I am Lu, the banquet manager at Tianxia Banquets. I heard from the front desk that you wish to reserve 200 tables with an 18,800 menu. Is that correct? Chun Kan nodded and continued. Can you prepare everything within a day? The manager, Lu, stared at Chun Kan in disbelief, confirming, You mean you want 200 tables prepared in one day? You may not be aware that for a 5-star hotel, the preparation process for an 18,800 menu requires sourcing the freshest ingredients from around the globe, which necessitates time. Therefore, 1 day. Before Lu could finish, Chun Kan raised his hand to interrupt. Money is not an issue. Can it be done in a day? Upon hearing this, Lu immediately regained his enthusiasm, clapping his hands and exclaiming, Mr. Chun, our mission at Tianxia Banquets is to ensure every guest is satisfied. Since you have made this request, we will undoubtedly meet your expectations. Mr. Chen, after calculations, your 200-table banquet will total 3,300,000 Longhua currency after discounts. You will need to pay a 30% deposit for us to begin preparations. Lu presented the POS machine with great reverence. Chun Kan readily handed over his bank card. 1,100,000. Transaction successful. Once the payment was confirmed, Lu genuinely believed this business deal was secured. His gaze toward Chun Kan grew increasingly flattering. This was no ordinary young man. He was clearly a financial benefactor. He quickly activated the intercom, attention, procurement, and kitchen staff. From this evening until the same time tomorrow, we must orchestrate a grand banquet for 200 tables, each featuring a meal worth 18,800. I shall reiterate, from this evening. This undertaking is of utmost priority. Therefore, everyone must exert their utmost effort. With the banquet arrangements nearly resolved, Chun Kan provided manager Lu with a delivery address, instructing them to pack everything and deliver it there. Earlier today, Chun Kan had already rented 5 large warehouses from the logistics company where he works. The warehouses are now highly automated. As long as the password is correct, storage can be accomplished without human oversight. After all, over the course of this month, he has an abundance of items to procure and prepare. If everything were sent to his home, it would surely attract unnecessary trouble and attention. Thus, delivering to the warehouse is the most suitable option. Chapter 9. Stockpiling supplies. Having secured the banquet arrangements, Chun Kan proceeded to the parking lot, preparing to drive home. On WeChat, Yishuer was fervently messaging him, inundating him with greetings that required an asterisk. Chun Kan merely glanced at the messages, a playful expression crossing his face as he muttered to himself, Yishuer, don't be anxious. This is just the beginning. He then turned off his phone and tossed it into the passenger seat, pressing the accelerator as he drove towards the happy community. Upon returning home, Chun Kan washed up and retired early. For the day after tomorrow, he would embark on a journey to the land of cherry blossoms. And there were many preparations to attend to the following day. The next morning, after slurping up noodles at Nyoji Noodle House, Chun Kan made his way to the largest wholesale market in Star City. This market is comprehensive, offering everything from food to clothing and household goods. Chun Kan first arrived at the meat section. Randomly selecting a store.as, he stepped inside. He inquired, Boss, how much fresh pork do you have? A middle-aged man, who had been calculating, immediately stood up and greeted him enthusiastically. Handsome, how much do you need? Our store boasts the most abundant stock in the entire meat section. Chun Kan surveyed the surroundings and casually stated, Boss, I'll take 20 tons of pork, 20 tons of beef, 20 tons of chicken, 10 tons of duck, and 10 tons of lamb. The owner, taken aback by the quantities Chun Kan requested, looked up with astonishment. Was this young man jesting? This order would surely amount to several million. Handsome, are you hosting a banquet in the countryside? The owner asked suspiciously. Chun Kan, disinclined to concoct an excuse, simply nodded in agreement. We re-hosting a banquet in the village and came to place an order. Upon hearing this, the owner said nothing further and promptly recorded the quantities on the shipping list. He then handed the list to Chun Kan. Based on your order, pork will be 1.2 million, beef 1.8 million, chicken 800,000, duck 400,000, and lamb 1 million. The total comes to 5.2 million, but I'll give you a discount, totaling 5 million. When do you need the delivery? Chun Kan glanced at the list and reminded him, Boss, can it be ready in a week? Money is not an issue, but for such quantities, the quality and weight must be impeccable. We have several skilled butchers in our village who can tell at a glance. The owner patted his chest confidently and assured him, "Rest easy, handsome. If the quality of the meat fails to meet standards, I'll compensate you threefold." Chunkin nodded and provided the owner with the address for a cold storage facility, arranging for delivery in a week. After transferring 1 million as a deposit, he left the meat section and turned towards the aquatic products area. Chunkin entered a sizable seafood wholesale market and followed the same purchasing procedure as before. In the end, he acquired 10 tons each of fish, shrimp, crab, and various seafood. He then proceeded to the fruit section, purchasing 10 tons each of common fruits such as apples, oranges, grapes, tangerines, watermelons, cantaloupes, and bananas, over 20 varieties in total. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, fruits would be a rare commodity. Even a single apple could easily be traded for something of substantial value. Next came the various cooked foods, condiments, and household tools. He ordered a considerable assortment. With the meat, live seafood, condiments, and various household tools all procured, it was already lunchtime after a morning of shopping. He stopped at a local hot pot restaurant and indulged in a meal. After enjoying the hot pot, Chunkin decided to purchase hot pot base, placing an order for an astounding 10,000 portions. The owner was so delighted that he even graciously offered an additional 1,000 portions complimentary. Unsurprisingly, Chunkin's purchase of hot pot base was substantial, as the ones available at supermarkets pale in comparison to those from actual hot pot restaurants. For a hot pot aficionado, the difference is like night and day. To ensure he could frequently enjoy authentic hot pot base, he deemed it prudent to stock up now, lest it become unavailable in a future crisis. On his way home, Chunkin pondered what else he might crave. Upon arriving home, he opened a food delivery app and found various restaurants in Star City, including fried chicken shops, snack bars, noodle houses, and more, placing a massive order for a diverse array of takeout. Throughout the afternoon, he received deliveries, with delivery personnel from both Kangaroo Group and Fanyao Blue continuously arriving at the happy community with bags of food. Many neighbors were left dumbfounded by the spectacle. Who could possibly squander money in such a manner? Ordering takeout to this extent resembled a banquet. Upon inquiring, they discovered it was Chunkin from Building 9, and they couldn't help but speculate whether this young man had lost his mind. Could he truly consume all that food? By 10 o'clock in the evening, Chunkin had finally received the last of his takeout. Throughout the afternoon and into the evening, he had amassed nearly 6,000 takeout orders, featuring a variety of dishes from hotels, roasted duck, fried chicken, noodles, snacks, sushi, and more. In the event of an apocalypse, having such an array of flavors at one's disposal would be exceedingly convenient. Meanwhile, in the Green Bubble group chat for the community, the neighbors erupted in discussion over Chunkin's monumental takeout order. "Do you think Chunkin has gone mad? From 2 in the afternoon until 10? The deliveries never ceased. This must have cost him tens of thousands, at the very least. Tens of thousands? I specifically noted how many delivery personnel were dispatched today. Hundreds were delivering, almost like a relay. The cost of his takeout must exceed 100,000. What could he possibly want with so much takeout? Is he planning to hide away in his home? But that can't last long. I simply cannot believe he could eat all that food by himself. He must have too much money and not enough sense. Why not spend it on something worthwhile instead of ordering such an excessive amount of takeout?" Several neighbors playfully tagged Chunkin, making light of his enormous order and offering to help him consume some of it. The enthusiasm in the chat showed no signs of waning. Wai Shuer was also in the group, her expression dark as she sat on the sofa, teeth clenched in frustration. She found Chunkin's recent behavior increasingly perplexing. Previously, he would cling to her, eager to establish his presence, always ready to cater to her whims. Yet, in the past couple of days, he had transformed entirely, treating her with indifference and coldness. Since the gathering yesterday, he hadn't sent her a single message. Especially after recalling the events of the gathering, she felt as if her teeth might shatter in frustration. Today, he could easily spend over 100,000 on takeout, yet yesterday he refused to cover her bill of over 60,000. Was he truly that much of a sycophant? Chunkin had long since noticed the chatter in the group, but merely skimmed through the messages, choosing not to engage further. After all, none of these neighbors were worth his time, and he found little interest in wasting his energy on their trivialities. Chapter 10. Plucking the Goose. Leaving no trace the following morning, Chunkin received a call from Manager Liu, who informed him that a suitable bomb shelter had been located. Chunkin checked his flight information. There were still 4 or 5 hours remaining. so he arranged to meet Manager Liu at the shelter's location. Upon arrival, he found Manager Liu waiting eagerly. The bomb shelter was not far from the community where Chinkan lived and was located on a mountain close to a scenic area. This mountain also housed several agritourism establishments and barbecue gardens. Upon seeing Chun Kan, Manager Liu greeted him with a beaming smile. "Mr. Chun, you've arrived. This is a property belonging to a previous client of mine. And after a preliminary discussion yesterday, it can be transferred. This bomb shelter is approximately 13 meters high, over 50 meters deep, and covers more than 1,500 square meters, plenty of space for 3 levels. Come on in and see if it meets your expectations." As Manager Liu spoke, he led Chun Kan into the bomb shelter. Upon entering, Chun Kan immediately noted the spaciousness of the shelter, with a high ceiling that dispelled any feelings of confinement. "Mr. Chen, this bomb shelter was initially intended by the previous client as a raw materials warehouse, but their business fell through, leaving it vacant. Thus, the layout inside is quite open, making it very convenient for us to transform it into a survival shelter later on." Chun Kan thoroughly explored the interior and exterior, nodding in approval as he realized the location aligned perfectly with his expectations. He then inquired, "Manager Liu, this place seems quite satisfactory. What is the asking price?" They quoted a flat price of 3 million. "If you agree, we can sign the contract immediately." Chun Kan pondered for a moment, realizing that the match between Longhua and Sangbaguo was scheduled for tonight. Even if the results were announced, he would have to wait until he returned from Yinghuaguo, not to mention the time required for claiming his winnings. He decided to address Manager Liu directly. "Manager Liu, what do you think about this? 3 million is not a problem, but I need to go to Yinghuaguo today for some business and will return in about 2 days. We could sign the contract first, and I can pay the landlord a 10% deposit up front. You can start the renovation, and I will settle the full payment in a week." Manager Liu contemplated briefly before stepping outside to call the original landlord. A few minutes later, he returned with a broad smile. "Mr. Chen, the other party has agreed to your proposal. As long as the final payment can be made in a week, it's all set." Chun Kan felt a surge of joy. After all, this doomsday house would be his sanctuary when the impending apocalypse arrived. With the matter settled, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Manager Liu then prepared a transaction contract on his portable computer, drafting the terms according to the agreement between Chun Kan and the landlord. An electronic contract was generated and sent to Chun Kan's phone. After reviewing the contract and finding no issues, he promptly signed it online. Upon receiving the landlord's account information, he immediately transferred 300,000. With the housing matter resolved, Chun Kan instructed Manager Liu that they could enter the community to begin renovations today, handed over the keys, and left the air raid shelter. With over 2 hours until his flight, he decided it was just the right time to head to the airport. Around 12:30 in the afternoon, Chun Kan successfully boarded a flight to Kyoto, Yinghuaguo. While waiting at the airport, he logged into the Longhua Sports Lottery on his phone. With 1,200,000 still in his account, he placed a bet of 1 million on Longhua to defeat Sangbaguo with a score of 3-0. Chun Kan noted that the odds for this score were indeed the same as in his previous life, standing at 500 to 1. This meant a potential reward of 580 million. After taxes, he would still have over 400 million left. Now, he need not worry about finances when purchasing anything before the apocalypse. After flying for more than 8 hours, he finally arrived at Kyoto, Yinghuaguo, just before 9 in the evening. After exchanging some currency at the airport, he took the airport shuttle to the city center. He randomly chose a hotel to stay in, and after a refreshing shower, he began to devise his plan for emptying the supermarket. Chun Kan learned that the largest supermarket in Yinghuaguo was Siyu. The urban warehouse for Siyu was located in the outskirts of Kyoto, capable of supplying the consumption needs of nearly 100 million people for an entire year. In the dead of night, Chun Kan changed into a different outfit, donned a mask and hat, and took a taxi to the vicinity of the warehouse. Following the route he had planned on the map, he stealthily arrived at the warehouse entrance. He quietly waited for 2 hours at the gate, timing the security guard's shift change. Taking advantage of the guard's shift change, he successfully slipped inside the compound. Having majored in a less common language at university, Chun Kan was quite proficient in both Yinghua and Bangla languages. However, he had chosen not to pursue a career in that field and instead worked at a logistics company, which allowed him to navigate the signs within the compound with ease. Before long, he stealthily approached the entrance of the storage warehouse. Just as he was contemplating how to gain entry, he discovered that all the doors required a key card for access. Resolutely, he made his way to the security monitoring room. At 3 in the morning, he found only one guard on duty. Producing a prepared baton from his pocket, he quietly approached the guard from behind and swung the baton, rendering the guard unconscious before he realized what was happening. Having acquired considerable skills in monitoring and operations from his job, Chun can swiftly search the guard, obtained the keycard, and disabled the surveillance cameras in the warehouse. He then propped the unconscious guard back onto his chair, pretending he was merely asleep. Uncertain of the guard's shift change schedule, Chunkin hurried toward the warehouse to clear out the inventory, knowing that even a minute's delay increased the risk of being discovered. A few minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of Warehouse 1 and used the key card to open the large door. Upon entering, he was awestruck by the sight before him. The warehouse spanned at least 10,000 square meters, filled to the brim with supplies of every kind. Gaping at the massive storage space, Chunkin took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement as he initiated his looting plan. After days of continuous practice, his spatial abilities had developed to a level where he could effortlessly absorb items into his alternate space. By merely focusing his gaze on an object and willing it, he could seamlessly draw it into his spatial realm. Thus, his efficiency was remarkably high, although the sheer size of the warehouse meant that most of his time was spent navigating between different sections. He soon spotted the area designated for beverages. After a quick scan with his eyes, thousands of boxes containing mineral water, alcoholic beverages, and various drinks were swiftly sucked into his spatial dimension. Next, he moved to the food section, where mountains of instant noodles, ready-to-eat meals, and snacks were all collected without hesitation. He continued to gather clothing, outdoor supplies, daily necessities, and even various feminine products, contraceptives, and adult items, adhering to the principle of leaving nothing behind. As the volume of items accumulated in his alternate space increased, the once bustling warehouse quickly began to empty. Soon, Chunkin's attention was drawn to a specific area, where he was thrilled to discover specialized vehicles and equipment. He hurried over, and the first things that caught his eye were 4 snowmobiles and 2 snow vehicles. Behind them were 2 small excavators and bulldozers, along with practical equipment such as lawnmowers, generators, and diesel fuel. The cherry on top was a massive Toyota RV parked at the back. Although it lacked keys, who knew if it might come in handy in the future? With a grin that could rival an AK, Chunkin eagerly absorbed everything into his spatial realm. After a continuous half-hour of collecting, he finally finished clearing the entire warehouse of its goods. Following that, he proceeded to the second and third warehouses. It was not until nearly 5 in the morning that he had completely gathered the supplies from all 5 warehouses. At 5 in the morning, when people are most prone to fatigue, Chunkin seized the opportunity, timing his escape for the guard's shift change, and swiftly exited the compound. Once outside the compound's perimeter, he called for a taxi to return to his hotel in the city. Upon returning to the hotel, Chunkin wasted no time resting. He immediately booked the earliest flight back to Xingqing. After a quick wash and change of clothes, he checked out and set off for the airport. By 7 in the morning, he successfully boarded a flight back to Xingqing. Meanwhile, CU's warehouse had yet to open for business. When the morning security guard arrived for the shift change, he discovered the person on duty fast asleep. Known for their meticulousness, the Yinghua people frowned and approached to wake him. Sakata-kun, how can you sleep on the job? This is utterly unacceptable. Sakata-kun, do you hear me? If you don't wake up, I will report you to Supervisor Kamida. Sakata-kun, Sakata. Ono Ichiro shook Sakata's body, but despite calling many times, there was no response, perhaps due to excessive force. Sakata collapsed to the floor. Realizing something was amiss, Ono Ichiro quickly looked up to see several warehouse surveillance feeds had gone dark. A sense of dread washed over him, and he hurriedly grabbed the keycard and rushed to the warehouse entrance. Swiping the card, he entered. The moment he stepped inside, he was met with an astonishingly empty warehouse. Just last night, it had been filled to the brim. How could it possibly be devoid of goods overnight? Nanny? Ono Ichiro's eyes widened, and he trembled uncontrollably. Rubbing his eyes frantically, he sincerely hoped he was merely dreaming. He rushed to check the other warehouses one by one, only to find that each one had been completely emptied. Faced with the stark reality, Ono Ichiro felt as though he had been plunged into an ice cellar, cold sweat breaking out all over his body. Trembling, he dialed the warehouse supervisor's number. Ono-kun, it's still not time for work. Why are you calling me so early? Is there something wrong? Supervisor Kamida's impatient voice came through the line. Kamida-sup, if I told you that all the goods from our 5 warehouses have disappeared, would you believe me? Baka Yiru Ono-kun, are you still half asleep? Do you want to hear the nonsense you're spouting? Our 5 warehouses contain over $100 billion worth of goods. Even if we move them with trucks for days, we wouldn't be able to finish, and they've all vanished? Do you think I'm an idiot? Kamida's voice was filled with disbelief, unable to comprehend why Ono, usually diligent, would joke about such a thing. I truly apologize. Kamida-sup, but I hope I'm dreaming too. However, all the goods from the 5 warehouses have completely disappeared overnight. I'm at the warehouse entrance right now. I think you should come and see for yourself. Click. The line fell silent, abruptly cut off by the sound of a phone dropping. At a little past 3 in the afternoon, Chonkin stepped out of the airport entrance, stretching languidly under the bright sunshine, feeling both invigorated and relaxed. Throughout the 8-hour flight, Chonkin had been mentally traversing into an alternate space to review the goods acquired during last night's raid. In one corner of this alternate space, an array of various supplies was piled high, amounting to at least 100 tons of assorted products, far exceeding his expectations. With this new stock of resources, Chonkin felt no further need to venture for another raid in Bangzi. However, a trip to the beautiful country was still essential, primarily to procure weapons. Once the initial excitement waned, after a sleepless day and night, fatigue finally caught up with Chonkin with the 5-star security company already on site to renovate his safe house. He had been staying at a nearby hotel for over 20 consecutive days, treating it as a temporary residence. Upon entering the hotel room, he forced himself to take a shower before collapsing into bed, succumbing to sleep immediately. When he awoke, it was already past 1 in the morning, having been roused by hunger. After freshening up, he retrieved a takeout meal from the alternate space and began to eat while scrolling through his phone. To his surprise, he discovered that both international and domestic news had broken a significant story. Internationally, the largest chain supermarket in Sakura Country, CU, had experienced a bizarre theft at its storage facility on the outskirts of Kyoto. With 5 warehouses containing approximately $10 billion worth of goods mysteriously vanishing. This incident had captured the attention of the entire Sakura nation, even alarming its cabinet. The sheer magnitude of the lost goods and their peculiar disappearance prompted the immediate detention of all personnel on duty that day for investigation. Yet the cause of the theft remained elusive. Chonkin could hardly contain the smile spreading across his face. In the past, they had plundered freely from our dragon country. Now it was their turn to experience the sensation of inexplicable loss. Chonkin merely chuckled to himself and continued eating his takeout. Soon after, he stumbled upon another headline in domestic news. During the opening match of the Dragon Country World Cup last night, the host Dragon team had stunned everyone by defeating the top-seeded Samba team with a score of 3-0, prompting nationwide celebrations. Moreover, a mysterious bettor had successfully predicted the score, winning an unprecedented prize of $580 million from the lottery. Upon reading this news, although he already knew the outcome, Chonkin felt a surge of excitement that he could not suppress. He hurriedly opened the lottery website, and when he saw the confirmation of his own win, he leapt up from his seat, exuberantly dancing around the hotel room, until he was brought back to reality by a knock on the door from hotel staff informing him of a complaint. At that moment, Chonkin, filled with exhilaration, found himself unable to sleep. Chapter 12. Procuring medicine. Chonkin endeavored to calm his racing heart. With this newfound wealth, he needed to devise a reasonable yet effective plan to expend it all before the apocalypse. He resolved to visit the lottery center the following day to claim his winnings, and then address the matter of weapons in the beautiful country. For the next 20 days, he decided to focus solely on one objective: improving his physical fitness and skills, ensuring he would be adequately prepared for the return of the apocalypse. After a night devoid of sleep, Chonkin, brimming with excitement, made his way to the lottery center. After confirming his winning ticket, the staff kindly presented him with an animal headpiece to begin the collection process. Ultimately, he donated $5 million to the lottery center, leaving with a post-tax check exceeding $400 million, which he promptly deposited into his bank account. After exiting the bank, Chonkin purchased a ticket online for a flight to City D in the beautiful country. Why City D? Because it was notorious for rampant gun proliferation, offering not only legal firearms but also access to military-grade weaponry on the black market. After careful consideration, he settled on this destination. As he sat in the car, contemplating preparations before the apocalypse, he suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. How could I have forgotten such a crucial aspect? With that thought, he swiftly accessed his contact list and dialed a number. Manager Liu, your connections are extensive. Could you assist me in sourcing pharmaceuticals? I need to procure a substantial quantity of medications, including common household drugs, medical supplies, antibiotics, glucose, and saline. Particularly, I require as many antipyretics, analgesics, antibiotics, and anti-inflammatory drugs as possible. Chunkin recalled the experiences from his previous life during the first month of the frozen period, where many perished not from freezing or starvation, but rather from a lack of medicines to combat colds and fevers. In the second month's heat wave, a lack of antibiotics and related medications led to a significant death toll. To put it bluntly, in the apocalypse, having a stash of cold medicine and a single antibiotic could mean the difference between life and death. Absolutely, Chinda, my niece, is a supervisor at Shangkong Pharmaceutical Company and is also a pharmacist. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to her. I'll send you her contact information shortly. Manager Liu replied enthusiastically. Thank you. After hanging up, Chunkin received a string of numbers and a name. He dialed the number, and after a few rings, it was answered by a cool yet melodious female voice. Hello? Who is this? Is this Miss Su Jiyu? I was referred by your uncle. I would like to procure a batch of pharmaceuticals and basic medical supplies. At that moment, Su Jiyu was in her office, organizing documents. Upon hearing that the caller was referred by her uncle, she didn't think much of it and responded. Are you placing an order for personal or organizational use? Approximately how much do you need? I have quite a substantial list of medications. How about this? If you're available, let us have dinner tonight and discuss the details in person. Upon hearing this, Su Jiyu fell silent for a moment, her tone tinged with suspicion. Are you certain this is just about purchasing medicine and not my uncle trying to set me up on a blind date? Miss Su, you misunderstand. I am a client of your uncle who inquired about pharmaceutical channels and was directed to you. All right then, I finish work at 6. Please make a reservation and send me the details. I'll head over after work. At 6:30 in the private room of the Mandeville Western Restaurant, Su Jiyu entered to find a young man with a refined appearance and simple attire seated inside. Tentatively, she asked, Hello, are you the Chunkin from our earlier phone conversation? Chunkin smiled and stood up, courteously pulling out a chair for Su Jiyu to sit down. It was then that he truly noticed her. She stood around 170 centimeters tall, wearing black-rimmed glasses, with an oval face framed by chestnut curls. Despite her relatively loose attire, her figure exuded an alluring elegance, particularly accentuated by the snug jeans that highlighted her curvaceous form. Most striking were her long, slender legs, undeniably captivating. Su Jiyu noticed Chunkin's lingering gaze and frowned slightly, feeling uncomfortable under his scrutiny. She cleared her throat awkwardly, attempting to redirect his attention. Chunkin, realizing his gaze had been somewhat presumptuous, promptly apologized. My apologies. Miss Su, I meant no offense. I was simply taken aback by your beauty. Su Jiyu regarded him with a playful glint in her eyes, surprised by his candor. At least he was honest. Mr. Chen, you flatter me. Let us stick to business. Chunkin handed her the menu, smiling. No rush. Let us eat and chat while we decide what to order. As they placed their orders and waited for the dishes to arrive, their conversation unfolded. Wait, you want 1 ton of antibiotics, 1 ton of anti-inflammatory drugs, 1 ton of cold and fever medications, along with a large supply of saline and glucose, plus home medical equipment. What on earth would you do with so much medicine? You're not planning on becoming a second-hand drug dealer, are you? That would be illegal. Su Jiyu regarded him cautiously, half convinced he was joking. Miss Su, I genuinely require all of these supplies and assure you I have no intention of engaging in illegal activities. Please trust me. But why on earth would you need so much medicine? Miss Su, would you believe me if I said the apocalypse is just 20 days away? My intention in stockpiling this medicine is to prepare for its arrival. Chunkin simply smiled, fiddling with his teacup, his gaze complex as he looked at Su Jiyu. Upon hearing his words, Su Jiyu grew increasingly convinced that he was jesting. Surely, he could have come up with a more plausible excuse than an impending apocalypse. After a moment of astonishment, she replied coolly, Mr. Chen, if you genuinely wish to procure pharmaceuticals, we can continue our conversation. However, if you're merely jesting, I see no reason to continue this dinner. Noticing her serious demeanor, Chunkin refrained from mentioning the apocalypse again and simply shook his head, responding softly, Miss Su, since you prefer not to discuss that, I won't bring it up again. However, I am earnest about purchasing these medications, and I guarantee they will not be used for illegal purposes. We can include this assurance in the contract's indemnity clause. Su Jiyu's gaze was complex as she took a sip of tea. Hesitating for a moment before speaking, Chapter 13, Reunion of Brothers. Mr. Chun, I can't provide you with these pharmaceuticals and equipment. You are recommended by my uncle, and I trust that you will not engage in any illicit activities. However, I must forewarn you that, due to the large quantities of medications, advance orders are necessary for the company to prepare or manufacture them. For such a last-minute bulk purchase, the time required to fulfill the order may be somewhat lengthy. I wonder if you can accept that? Chunkin nodded in understanding. How long will it approximately take? Su Jiu pondered for a moment and provided a rough estimate. The fastest would be half a month. Chunkin calculated the time and, finding half a month manageable, smiled and extended his right hand. Miss Su, I look forward to our cooperation. That evening, Chun Kan and Su Jiu enjoyed a relatively pleasant meal together. After dinner, Su Jiu declined Chun Kan's offer to drive her home. The two parted ways in the parking lot. As she drove back, Su Jiu reflected on Chun Kan's earlier remarks about the apocalypse, still feeling a sense of surprise. Yet, observing the sincerity in his eyes, she felt no hint of ulterior motives. Reminding herself that he was a friend of her uncle's, she decided to call. Uncle, I met your friend today, and he seems quite peculiar. On the other end of the line, Manager Liu became intrigued and inquired, Peculiar? He is one of my major clients and quite a decent fellow, not to mention rather handsome. What seems odd? When I asked him about his reasons for purchasing such a large quantity of medication, he mentioned preparing for the impending apocalypse. Do you think he might have a delusion? Uncle, is your friend reliable? Hearing his niece's words, Manager Liu's expression turned serious. Jiu, do you know why he became my client? Because he spent over 20 million with me to build 2 top-tier doomsday shelters, all constructed with the finest technology and materials. Su Jiu was left speechless, pouting slightly as she scoffed. Is he perhaps a fool? Does he have too much money to burn? Or has he been too deeply influenced by apocalyptic novels and films? Manager Liu hesitated for a moment before responding. I can't be sure, but judging by his demeanor, mental state, and awareness, everything seems normal. Could it be that? Uncle, what are you thinking? Are you suggesting that his delusions have affected you as well? He seems merely to be another doomsday enthusiast like Xianing. I'm home now, so I won't keep you on the line. After hanging up, Su Jiu sighed and shook her head, thinking of her childhood friend and confidant, who was also a fervent doomsday enthusiast. She never imagined there were others like him, obsessed with apocalyptic theories. Meanwhile, Chun Kan returned to the happy community. While waiting for the elevator, he was suddenly enveloped by an incredibly pleasant fragrance. Moments later, a stunningly beautiful woman in a light purple dress appeared beside him, an alluring figure with curves that defied reason. Her bosom was as round as watermelons, gracefully accentuated by the form-fitting dress, which sculpted her voluptuous shape. The sight of her was strikingly tall and voluptuous, yet astonishingly complemented by a delicate waist and a flat stomach devoid of any excess. Chun Kan glanced sideways. Realizing it was Meng Qian, the newlywed wife of his downstairs neighbor, Xie Xiaojun. It is worth noting that since Meng Qian married into the happy community last month, she has captured the attention of countless men in the vicinity. With her physique and looks, it would not be an exaggeration to label her a femme fatale. Many joked about how Xie Xiaojun could possibly handle such a wife in the eyes of the community's women. Meng Qian's image was far from favorable, often the subject of gossip from the local aunties, who accused her of dressing provocatively and flaunting herself, leaving the men in the community utterly entranced. They even went so far as to suggest she was a reincarnated seductress. Chun Kan merely cast a fleeting glance at Meng Qian, feeling a twinge of melancholy. He recalled a month after the apocalypse began. During the sweltering heat wave, when his family was out of food, and Xie Xiaojun sold them 2 packs of instant noodles to their neighbor. That evening, 3 men came, and in a desperate bid to escape humiliation, Meng Qian broke free from their grasp and leaped from the 23rd floor. The real cruelty of the apocalypse was never the calamity itself, but rather the darkness that lay within the human heart. Perhaps sensing the gaze upon her and accustomed to being watched, Meng Qian turned her head and acknowledged Chun Kan with a slight nod before returning her attention to the elevator in silence. Upon returning home, Chun Kan washed up and lay in bed, preparing for sleep, as he had an early flight to beautiful country the next morning. He needed to rest well to gather his strength. 3 days later, at D-City Airport in beautiful country, after over 20 hours of travel, even in first class, Chun Kan felt extremely fatigued. After disembarking, he made a phone call. 20 minutes later, a Dodge pulled up in front of him. The window rolled down to reveal a young man's face, who greeted Chun Kan with a smile. "Son, get in?" The driver was none other than Lin Ran, Chun Kan's best friend since childhood. After graduating high school, Lin Ran's family immigrated to beautiful country due to work reasons, and they had only been able to maintain communication through their phones. Following the onset of the apocalypse, the two had lost contact. Seeing his childhood friend again stirred deep emotions within Chun Kan. If there was anyone in the world he could still trust, it was Lin Ran, who, in a previous life, had nearly sacrificed his own life to save him. Such a bond was something Chun Kan would cherish for a lifetime. "My dear son, I only remembered you were in beautiful country and thought to send you a message before I arrived. Hoping we could have a meal together if the distance allowed. I never expected you to be in D-City. What a coincidence." Lin Ran shot Chun Kan a playful glare. "I'm your father. You're just a month younger than me. How can I be the one to play the father? I've always been in Angel City, but I came to D-City on a business trip last week and will be here for a while." "What brings you to beautiful country?" Chun Kan teased Lin Ran out, of course. Who wouldn't want to see their father? The two bantered back and forth for a while in the car before Lin Ran took Chun Kan out to eat. Fearing Chun Kan might not be accustomed to Western cuisine, he sped off to a Chinese restaurant in Chinatown, which had become Lin Ran's go-to dining spot since arriving in D-City. As they waited for their food, they began reminiscing about their past, and the conversation grew increasingly animated. "Son, is your visit to D-City for leisure or business? If you need help, just say the word. I'm quite familiar with this place." Chapter 14. Acquiring Arms. Chun Kan hesitated for a moment, altering his previously playful demeanor. Looking into Lin Ran's eyes, he spoke with earnestness. "Lin Ran, if I told you that the apocalypse is set to arrive in just over 20 days, would you believe me?" Lin Ran, who had intended to tease, found his expression frozen upon hearing Chun Kan address him so formally. His smile faded, replaced by a look of shock as he gazed intently into Chun Kan's eyes. Searching for signs of jest, however, all he found was sincerity and determination. "You're not joking?" After a moment of silence, Lin Ran asked. Chun Kan remained silent, only nodding solemnly in response. "The reason I'm here in beautiful country is to procure firearms, ammunition, and various weapons. I need to be fully prepared before the end comes." Lin Ran seemed unable to fully grasp the situation, pressing further. "How do you know the apocalypse is coming?" Chun Kan remained silent, gripping his teacup tightly before letting out a sigh. "You may find it hard to believe, but I've been reborn in my previous life. I died during the 3rd month of the apocalypse, at the hands of those neighbors I once helped." Chun Kan recounted the events of his past life and the horrors he faced after the apocalypse with a stoic expression. When Lin Ran learned that Chun Kan had been betrayed by the woman he loved and ultimately torn apart by ungrateful neighbors, he trembled with rage, his fists pounding the table as his eyes turned red with fury. "Damn it! They're nothing but beasts, a bunch of hellbound monsters." He then turned to Chun Kan, his tearful, bloodshot eyes filled with empathy. It must have been excruciating at that time. Initially skeptical, Lin Ran now wholeheartedly believed Chun Kan's words, horrified to discover that his best friend had endured such inhumane treatment. Chun Kan smiled faintly and shook his head. "It's all in the past. Since fate has granted me a second chance, I will ensure that those who once harmed me pay the price." The kind-hearted and altruistic Chun Kan had perished. What remained was a self-serving individual intent on survival. Observing Chun Kan's demeanor and words, Lin Ran felt a pang of concern for his friend. "Shao Kan, no matter what happens, you can always trust me." Chun Kan's face lit up with a knowing smile as he nodded firmly. "Of course, if there is anyone in this world I can trust without reservation, it is you." Lin Ran returned the smile of reassurance and then inquired, "What are your plans?" Chun Kan took a bite of the twice-cooked pork and followed it with a mouthful of rice, then spoke leisurely. He must be looking for a way to purchase weapons. "If I could acquire some military arms, that would be ideal. I want that pack of ingrates to truly understand what real cruelty is." Lin Ran, upon hearing this, instinctively glanced around before continuing. "I know an arms dealer through my father's business partner, who seems to have ties with a mercenary group called Black Gold, backed by the government of the United States. This arms dealer has been shuttling between the Middle East and North Africa. Wherever there is war, there is their presence point. One of their agents, a white man named Smith, drank with him previously. I'll take you to meet him tomorrow. You'll discuss the specifics with him. I want to be involved." Chun Kan nodded in understanding. After finishing their meal, he was taken to the hotel where Lin Ran was staying while on a business trip. They specifically booked a double room, and the long-lost brothers seemed to chat amiably through the night. It wasn't until noon the next day that they finally got up and washed up. After enjoying some Chinese cuisine in the hotel, Lin Ran contacted the arms dealer and then led Chun Kan to an underground casino. Shao Kan, I've arranged everything. Just go in and find Smith. Tell him you're a friend of Alan Lin, and he'll take care of you, Lin Ran instructed, patting Chun Kan on the shoulder. All right. As Chen Kan entered the casino, he found the environment rather mediocre, the air thick with the aroma of cigars and alcohol. He instinctively rubbed his nose, furrowing his brow. After locating an office, he explained his purpose in fluent English. Shortly thereafter, a young woman in professional attire escorted him to an office on the second floor. Upon entering, he saw a somewhat overweight middle-aged white man lounging on the sofa, his legs crossed. Gazing at him with a playful expression, "Hello, Mr. Smith. I'm Chun Kan, a friend of Alan Lin. It's a pleasure to meet you." Chun Kan smiled and stepped forward to extend his right hand in greeting. However, Smith made no move, merely taking a puff of his cigar while continuing to observe Chun Kan. After a minute, Smith, regarding the youthful man from the Dragon Country before him with a composed demeanor, finally revealed a hint of a smile. He extinguished his cigar and gestured to the sofa across from him. "Have a seat." Chun Kan sat down calmly, facing Smith's scrutinizing gaze, and slowly stated his purpose. "Mr. Smith, I hope we can reach a deal. Do tell I know you are in the arms business, and I would like to procure a batch of the latest military weapons from you. Money is not an issue." Upon hearing Chun Kan's words, Smith's eyes narrowed slightly, as if trying to discern the young man's intentions. He then chuckled. "Oh, my friend, what do you intend to do with these weapons? They are not like hamburgers from McDonald's that you can purchase any time. These are arms. Mr. Smith, I understand the rules of this trade. I want to inquire about your sources if you don't ask about my intentions. As long as the money is right, everything can be negotiated." "Can't it?" Chun Kan replied calmly. "How much can you offer?" Smith asked, picking up the coffee in front of him. Chun Kan raised one finger and slowly said, $10 million. "How soon do you need them?" "The sooner, the better." Smith pondered for a moment, then transformed his expression into a warm smile. No one would suspect that this jovial man was an arms dealer profiting from war, my friend, since this is our first transaction. "How can I trust you?" Chun Kan looked at Smith and began to speak. "First, we have an intermediary introduction. We are not complete strangers. Second, to show my sincerity, I will pay you a 50 deposit up front, with the balance paid immediately upon successful inspection of the goods. Third, I believe we are now friends, are we not?" Smith nodded with a smile, standing up and extending his right hand first. "Then let us wish for a pleasant cooperation. My friend, once the goods are ready, you will await my call. In about 3 days, I will inform you of the location and transaction method before the deal, but today, you must pay me the deposit. Is there any problem?" Chapter 15, Weapons Secured, Preparing Water Supplies. Chun Kan smiled and extended his own right hand. "Pleasure to cooperate, Mr. Smith." Upon leaving the underground casino, Chun Kan immediately spotted Lin Ran, who had been waiting outside. "How did it go? Did you finalize the deal?" Lin Ran approached and asked. Chun Kan nodded but hesitated before turning to ask, "Is Smith reliable?" I can't shake the feeling that his gaze towards me was a bit off. "He wouldn't resort to blackmail, would he?" Lin Ran waved his hand dismissively. "There's not a single good person in this line of work. I suggest you prepare for the delivery day. It would be best to bring along a few bodyguards to bolster your presence. After all, this is still business, and he wouldn't want to offend an unknown force, would he?" Chun Kan understood, and the two returned to the hotel together. During the wait for the transaction, Lin Ran took Wang Yu around D-City extensively. They even visited a private hunting club, experiencing the thrill of real hunting. In the end, Chun Kan spent a substantial sum at the club, purchasing a batch of compound bows, Damascus knives, and arrows. After all, while firearms are crucial, cold weapons are equally important. Especially in unique situations, bows and sabers can be more effective than guns. On the afternoon of the third day, while resting at the hotel, Chun Kan received a text from Smith, 5 o'clock. At the foot of Samir Mountain, no delays. Upon receiving the message, Chun Kan, carrying the prepared cash for the balance, set out with 6 bodyguards towards the agreed-upon destination. When Chun Kan's convoy arrived, Smith was already there with a group of his men by the creek at the foot of the mountain. The two parties stood facing each other, the atmosphere tensed. "Mr. Smith, may we inspect the goods first?" Chun Kan broke the silence. Smith nodded and gestured to his men. Shortly after, a larger version of the Raptor arrived. its rear filled with various weapon crates. Chonkin climbed onto the back of the Raptor and swiftly began opening the crates for inspection. Not only were there several of the latest M4 assault rifles, but also 2 crates of RPG launchers, along with Desert Eagles, B-44 rifles, and more. In addition, there were 20 crates of assorted ammunition and 10 crates of infantry landmines. To Chonkin's surprise, there was even a large-caliber rifle, which caught his eye and stirred his interest. Along with 10 crates of various functional grenades, he discovered tactical vests, night vision goggles, scopes, and silencers among the accessories. The assortment of weapons was enough to equip an enhanced platoon. Seeing such a trove of earthly treasures, Chonkin couldn't help but smile wider than the AK-47 itself. In his previous life, if he had possessed even one of these weapons, he would not have suffered such inhumane treatment. He pulled out an M4, loaded it with a magazine, and fired into the lake, releasing his pent-up excitement and suppressed emotions. After a moment, he tossed the weapon aside and approached Smith, extending his right hand as he spoke. "Mr. Smith, I am very pleased with this batch of weapons. I hope for another opportunity to collaborate." With that, he nodded to his bodyguards, who brought 2 crates of cash forward. Chonkin gestured to Smith, inviting him to proceed. After confirming the amount, a smile began to spread across Smith's face as he reciprocated Chonkin's handshake. "Chun, my dear friend, just as you said, I look forward to our next collaboration." They shook hands and exchanged friendly pats on the shoulder, appearing like old friends reunited after years apart. However, after their exchange, Smith's gaze seemed to shift slightly as he glanced at his men. Just as his men began to move, the sound of a siren echoed from a distance. Chonkin and Smith immediately released each other's hands, with Chonkin feigning surprise, his deep-set eyes fixed on Smith as if awaiting an explanation. Smith, internally grappling with his frustration, had intended to double-cross this dragon countryman, but never anticipated the police arriving at this moment. Now, he could only feign innocence, looking at Chonkin and saying, "Chun, to be honest, I'm not quite sure what is happening, but I think it's best for both of us to leave with our respective goods." Chonkin waved his hand and nodded in agreement. Both parties hurriedly took their weapons and cash, retreating to their respective convoys. Once they had left the vicinity of Samir Mountain, Chonkin, seated in the back of the car, finally relaxed, exhaling a sigh of relief. By this time, his back was drenched in cold sweat. He could easily sense the intentions behind Smith's predatory gaze. Had he not preemptively triggered the police to arrive, he might have already become a corpse. Back at the hotel, Chonkin still felt a lingering sense of dread. Lin Ran approached and patted his shoulder in consolation. "Everything's finally settled. It's all behind us. When do you plan to return home?" Chonkin nodded, then replied, "Tomorrow. I'll rest well today." "Where and you supposed to return to Angel City today? Have you packed everything?" "I finished packing last night. The car from my home is coming to pick me up. I want to be able to see you off to the airport tomorrow, but make sure to take care of yourself when you return." Lin Ran, recalling the ordeals Chonkin had faced, couldn't he help but express his concern. Chonkin waved his hand, wearing a relaxed expression. "I'm not a kid. I don't need you to see me off. Indeed, you must remember my words. In these days leading up to the apocalypse, gather as many supplies as you can. What is deemed useful will be evident from the list I provide. I have informed you of the stages leading to the end times, and I sincerely hope that you and your family can endure. Most importantly, once the apocalypse arrives, trust no one except your family." When Chonkin uttered these words, his gaze was imbued with an unparalleled seriousness. Lin Ran nodded earnestly in agreement. This rebirth of Chonkin had subtly altered Lin Ran's fate, ultimately saving his life in a future encounter. Of course, those events are tales for another time. After bidding farewell to Lin Ran, Chonkin began to strategize the acquisition of water resources within the confines of his room. In the dead of night, he drove alone to the shores of Lake Michigan. Gazing at the vast expanse of water, Chonkin contemplated the situation. The Great Lakes of America comprise the world's largest freshwater lake system, boasting excellent ecological integrity and remarkably safe water sources. If he could absorb all the water from the Great Lakes, he would never fear a lack of clean water during the forthcoming global drought period. Furthermore, Chonkin was acutely aware that it was due to the second phase of the heatwave apocalypse that ancient viruses, frozen for millennia in the polar ice, were released. As the melting snowmelt flowed into water sources worldwide, it precipitated the subsequent outbreak of zombies and the mutation of wildlife. It is evident how crucial an inexhaustible supply of clean water can be. Chapter 16. Depleting the Great Lakes. Without hesitation, Chunkin settled by the shore, clearing his mind and focusing intently on the water. Before long, a radiant light began to flicker on his forehead. The waters along the shore began to form an outward spiral, coalescing into a column of water that surged towards the white light. The column expanded, relentlessly pouring into the light. Approximately an hour later, the water level of Lake Michigan was visibly receding. Not only the lake water but also all aquatic life within, fish, shrimp, crabs, and algae, were entirely absorbed by Chunkin in just over 4 hours. Every drop of water from Lake Michigan had been consumed, leaving behind a vast, bottomless pit. Chunkin rose, shaking off his somewhat stiff body, pondering whether he had drained the entirety of the Great Lakes. He then checked the water he had stored in the alternate space. Even within the boundless realm of the alternate space, the lake water appeared as a colossal glass sphere, without any visible boundaries. With the task accomplished, Chunkin promptly departed, driving back to the hotel. By then, it was already 6:30 a.m., and after checking out, he hailed a cab straight to the airport, boarding the earliest flight back home. Meanwhile, by Lake Michigan, a few camping tents dotted the landscape. Thompson, in a drowsy state, rubbed his tired eyes, yawning as he prepared to check his fishing rod for any catch. As he approached the shore, the sight before him left him utterly stunned, as if he had encountered a ghost. His eyes widened, and his mouth gaped open as if it could accommodate an egg. In disbelief, Thompson rubbed his eyes repeatedly, fearing he was still dreaming. Mere hours ago, the lake had been turbulent with waves, yet now it had transformed into an unfathomable abyss. Terrified, he collapsed onto the ground, shouting frantically behind him, "OMG! James! James! It's a nightmare!" James, his camping companion, awoke at Thompson's cries. Concerned something had gone awry, he rushed to the shore, confusion etched on his face as he inquired, "Thompson, what's wrong? Did you have a bad dream?" Thompson remained silent, merely swallowing hard, his trembling finger pointing towards the lake. Furrowing his brow, James followed Thompson's gesture and was equally taken aback by the scene before him. Why God, where is Lake Michigan? Chunkin returned to Xinjiang the following afternoon. That morning, international news broke a staggering story. The Great Lakes, with a combined water capacity of 230 trillion cubic meters, had mysteriously dried up overnight. Not only had the lake water vanished, but all aquatic life had also completely disappeared without a trace. The authorities of the United States immediately activated their most urgent safety protocols, with both the FBI and CIA launching extensive investigations. The revelation sent shockwaves surpassing even the bizarre occurrences at the West Friends supermarket warehouses. When Chunkin stumbled upon this news, he was reclining on the hotel sofa, tallying his stored supplies, and realized he had indeed drained the entire Great Lakes water reserves. Amused, he reflected on the magnitude of his actions. This represented 1/5 of the entire planet's freshwater supply. Without further contemplation, he got up, ready to venture out for a meal. After much deliberation, he selected a high-end restaurant not far from the hotel. Upon entering, guided by a server to a suitable table, he proceeded to order an extravagant feast, including high-quality steaks, lobsters, French escargot, and foie gras caviar. Now a billionaire, what was wrong with indulging a little before the impending apocalypse? Before long, the dishes arrived, and due to his solo dining, the quantity he ordered drew the attention of other patrons, who began to murmur among themselves. Meanwhile, across the street, Yi Shuer was walking home with her friend, Chun Siyu. When Siyu suddenly halted her, "Shuer, look, isn't that Chunkin sitting across the street?" Hearing her friend's words, Shuer turned her gaze in the indicated direction and indeed spotted Chunkin. "Isn't this restaurant notoriously expensive? Doesn't a meal here easily cost thousands?" she remarked in surprise. Chun Siyu, observing Shuer's astonishment, pressed on, "Shuer, didn't you say he was a loser? How can he afford such a lavish meal alone?" Shuer frowned slightly, shaking her head in uncertainty. "I don't know. He seems like a different person lately. He used to fawn over me, but now he looks at me as if I were a ghost. Could it be that your indifference made him feel he had no chance, so he gave up?" "That's not it. I always gauge my distance appropriately," Shuer insisted. "I think you should lower your guard a bit. Give him a taste of sweetness. Perhaps he will return to you," Siyu suggested. "Didn't you mention he spent over 100,000 on takeout a few days ago? Now he is dining at such an expensive restaurant alone. He must have money. Listening to Cus advice, Schwer couldn't help but nod in agreement. As they conversed, Chonkin had already finished his meal and exited the restaurant. Seeing this, Cu tugged Schwer along as they hurried over. Chonkin, is that you? What a coincidence, Cu exclaimed first. Chonkin recognized Cu from their previous acquaintance when he was pursuing Schwer but deemed their relationship too superficial to engage. When he spotted the two, he feigned ignorance and turned to walk away. Yet, Schwer stepped forward, grasping his arm, her expression showing discontent. Brother Can, what has been going on with you lately? Why are you ignoring me? We've been good friends since childhood. She emphasized the word friends. Hearing this, Chonkin felt an urge to retch. What a farce! But he refrained from confronting Schwer and pretended to be lost in thought. Ah, it's Schwer and Cu. I was just deep in thought and didn't notice. Seeing Chonkin's seemingly normal demeanor, Schwer assumed her overtures had made an impact. Her tone became even more flirtatious. Brother Can, have you struck it rich lately? You're dining at such an expensive restaurant all by yourself. I've been wanting to come here, and you didn't invite me. Chapter 17. Exclusive personal trainer Qin Shuyi. Hearing Schwer's voice made Chonkin feel a wave of nausea. What had he been thinking to have harbored feelings for such a person for so long? Oh, you mean the meal just now? I came with a friend, but he had to leave unexpectedly. You know my financial situation. How could I afford to spend so much on a meal? Chonkin waved his hand, feigning seriousness. Upon realizing he was merely a freeloader, both women's smiles vanished. However, recalling his recent extravagant takeout spending, Schwer sought further confirmation. Brother Can, you're lying. Just a few days ago, you spent hundreds of thousands on takeout. Do you think I'm just a gold digger? We've grown up together. You know what kind of person I am. Initially, she had a favorable impression of him, but now she felt he viewed her as someone solely motivated by wealth. Chonkin inwardly scoffed. Of course, you're not materialistic. Your dignity is of no concern. Nevertheless, he maintained an anxious facade. Schwer, you misunderstand. How could I possibly think so poorly of you? I just knew you liked me. Actually, the last takeout was a favor for a friend. He volunteers at a community assistance organization, ordering takeout exclusively for the homeless and disabled individuals who cannot care for themselves. The funds come from the government. How could I possibly afford to order tens of thousands worth of takeout? I can barely manage to feed myself, right? Listening to Chonkin's words, Schwer's expression gradually turned cold. So, in the end, he is merely an errand runner? Indeed, a loser remains a loser. Chonkin continued to grasp Schwer's arm and said, Schwer, you really meant it when you said you have a strong liking for me, right? I have always wanted you to be my girlfriend. With an icy demeanor, Schwer pulled her arm away and instinctively took a few steps back, subconsciously wiping her arm with her other hand, as if she felt tainted by a filthy touch. Chonkin, I believe you are mistaken. We have merely known each other since childhood. Our familiarity is just a shade more than that of strangers. Now fully aware of everything, Schwer had no desire to continue the charade and returned to her aloof demeanor. Well, Ce and I have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. We will be in touch later. After saying this, Schwer took Chun Ce's hand and hurriedly departed, fearing being ensnared by Chonkin. Observing Schwer's hurried retreat, Chonkin sneered and spat. With a face like yours, I wouldn't even want you if you threw yourself at me. Bah! After finishing his meal, Chonkin unconsciously wandered to the entrance of the local mixed martial arts club. The thought of improving his skills during this time seemed quite appealing. He promptly entered, registered at the front desk, and arranged for a high-level personal trainer to accompany him. After changing into his training attire, Chonkin arrived at an empty training area where the equipment was neatly arranged. While stretching and preparing, he was suddenly tapped on the shoulder. A delightful fragrance wafted over. When he turned, he saw a tall girl wearing a sports bra and possessing an alluring face smiling at him. Not to mention, even clad in a sports bra, her ample bosom was both large and firm. The sight was further accentuated by her gray yoga pants, which made her curvaceous figure all the more enticing. With her impressive height and well-defined long legs, it was evident that she was a regular at the gym. Even the most stoic Chonkin found himself momentarily mesmerized by such a beauty. Swallowing hard to suppress his inappropriate thoughts, noticing his dazed expression, the girl waved her hand and smiled. Mr. Chun, are you all right? After taking a moment to regain his composure, Chunkin felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. "Oh, it's nothing. You are simply too beautiful," and I was momentarily entranced. The girl covered her mouth and giggled. "Mr. Chun, you have quite the sweet tongue. Does your girlfriend often get showered with compliments?" Chunkin shook his head. "With someone like me, how could any girl like me? I'm still single." The girl looked at Chun Kan with disbelief. He was not unattractive. His height and physique were commendable, and he had purchased the most expensive training package, indicating he was not financially challenged. If he was still single, his standards must be exceedingly high. It was then that Chun Kan remembered to inquire, "Miss, I presume we are not acquainted?" The girl chuckled, her lovely eyes forming crescent shapes as she enthusiastically extended her right hand. "Mr. Chin, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Qin Shuyi, and I am your dedicated personal trainer for mixed martial arts and fitness this month. It's a pleasure to meet you." Realizing that his trainer was such a stunning individual, Chun Kan couldn't help but smile broadly. After their initial introductions, Qin Shuyi clapped her hands. "Then, Mr. Chin, shall we commence our training session?" For the next month, he was required to follow her training regimen for 3 hours each day. Each class was worth 10,000 yuan, so he mustn't waste it. As time passed, Chun Kan diligently attended the club for training with Qin Shuyi, sometimes even extending their sessions. During their daily interactions, they gradually grew closer. "Brother Kan, what do you do for a living? I see you training here during work hours. Do you not have a job?" Qin Shuyi inquired while helping Chun Kan relax his leg muscles. "Oh, I've taken a month off for myself. After working like a horse for so long, isn't it normal to enjoy some leisure?" Chun Kan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Qin Shuyi couldn't help but reflect. "You casually spend 300,000 on personal training and still refer to yourself as a horse. If horses could earn that much a month, everyone would be vying to be one." Nonetheless, she maintained a natural demeanor and continued, "Brother Kan, you have made significant progress in the past half-month. Your endurance, strength, and technical movements have all become quite proficient. I didn't expect you to have such a talent for combat." Flattered by Qin Shuyi's praise, Chun Kan remained humble, waving his hand dismissively. "That's only because of your excellent teaching. How about this? To express my gratitude for your dedicated instruction, let me treat you to dinner tonight. You can choose the cuisine and location." Qin Shuyi agreed without hesitation, smiling brightly. After their training session, Chun Kan took Qin Shuyi to the upscale restaurant he had previously visited. Although it was slightly pricey, the food was undeniably delectable. "Brother Kan, this restaurant has a lovely ambience. It must be quite expensive, right?" Qin Shuyi asked softly. Chun Kan merely smiled and replied, "If I'm treating you to a meal, it must be at a nice place. Money is not an issue. Enjoying a good meal is what matters." The food at this establishment was indeed exceptional. He encouraged her to savor it. Hearing his words, Qin Shuyi felt delighted. Upon their first meeting, she found him attractive and pleasant, and as they spent more time together, she discovered he was not only humorous but also quite the gentleman, with the added benefit of financial independence. He was indeed an excellent candidate. At that moment, the waiter approached to take their order. Recognizing them as familiar patrons, he smiled and said, "Mr. Chun, are you here with your girlfriend today? We are currently offering a couple's meal package, complete with a live violinist for your entertainment. Would you like to try it?" Hearing the waiter mention a girlfriend, Chun Kan felt a surge of happiness, but before he could clarify, Qin Shuyi interjected, "Brother Kan, let's order that. It includes a violinist." Since she had no objections, Chen Kan, being a gentleman, readily agreed. "All right, let's go with the couple's meal." He emphasized the word couple while observing Qin Shuyi's reaction. Noticing her slight blush but no sign of displeasure, he felt at ease. The entire dining experience was delightful, and following this date, their bond seemed to strengthen considerably. After dinner, as they reached Qin Shuyi's apartment building, she turned back after getting out of the car and earnestly asked, "Brother Kan, you truly don't have a girlfriend?" Chen Kan smiled and nodded. "Of course not. Do you think I would lie about that?" Receiving a clear answer, Qin Shuyi beamed and raised her hand to bid farewell. "I understand now. Brother Kan, drive safely, and remember to come for class tomorrow." With that, she turned and walked towards her unit. Watching her retreating figure, Chun Kan felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. If he had not experienced the trials of his past life, pursuing a romance with Qin Shuyi and eventually marrying her seemed like a splendid prospect. Alas, the present Chun Kan was devoid of love and vowed not to be shackled by emotions in this life. He contemplated that if Qin Shuyi proved to be obedient, he could provide her with assistance when the apocalypse arrived. If she proved to be unruly, then there would be nothing he could do. With these thoughts in mind, Chunkin composed himself and drove towards the hotel. The following morning, he received a call from Su Jiyu, informing him that the medications he wished to purchase were ready for collection. After hanging up, Chunkin reclined comfortably on his bed. The supplies he prepared before the apocalypse were nearly all in place. With just 1 week remaining until the end times, the last and most crucial task was to oversee the progress of the safe house renovations, which were due in 2 days. Chunkin felt no urgency. After washing up, he drove to the warehouse where he had arranged to meet Su Jiyu. After all, having tangible items in his possession brought him peace of mind. Upon arriving, he found Su Jiyu already waiting for him. It had been half a month since they last met, and she still looked as beautiful as ever. Su Jiyu was somewhat taken aback by Chunkin's transformation. It had only been a short time. Yet he appeared markedly different, with improved complexion and a more robust physique. Mr. Chun, the medications and equipment you requested are stacked in the warehouse. Would you like to inspect them? Su Jiyu inquired with a smile. I trust you to handle things. Miss Su, you've done me a great service. How about we have dinner together tonight as a token of my appreciation? Su Jiyu instinctively wanted to accept, but remembered it was her friend Xianing's birthday that evening. So she had to politely decline. I'm afraid it's quite unfortunate, Mr. Chun. Today is my friend's birthday, and I have already made arrangements. Perhaps next time I can treat you instead? After all, you've done me such a huge favor. The two individuals engaged in conversation for a while longer, after which Chunkin followed Su Jiyu to the warehouse to inventory the pharmaceuticals. Subsequently, he summoned a vehicle from a logistics service to transport everything away. Mr. Chin, are you a doomsday enthusiast? Su Jiyu inquired. I recall you mentioning the topic of doomsday previously. While I am somewhat skeptical, my best friend, whose birthday is tonight, is an ardent doomsday fanatic. I believe you two would have much to discuss if you were to meet. Hearing Su Jiyu's words, Chunkin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Miss Su, are you attempting to introduce me to a girlfriend? He teased. Would you be interested in such an introduction, Mr. Chen? If the person you introduce happens to be yourself, I might be even more intrigued. Me? Don't jest. My best friend is an absolute stunner, far superior to me. Yet, no matter how stunning one may be, if there is no spark, it is of little consequence. Much like how I find myself quite taken with you, only to discover that you seem rather indifferent towards me. With Mr. Chin's impressive qualities, it is hard to believe any woman would not be captivated. And what about you? Do you find me appealing? What do you think? As they strolled out of the warehouse, their banter gradually intensified. Su Jiyu watched as Chunkin drove away, a smile breaking across her face as she observed the retreating vehicle. He truly is an intriguing man. In the afternoon, Chunkin arrived at the club early to prepare for training. Qin Shuyi messaged him, informing that she would be delayed due to traffic. While Chunkin warmed up, he spotted a familiar figure on the treadmill, Ming Qian, the enchanting beauty reminiscent of a fox spirit. Clad in a sports tank top and pink yoga pants, her flawless physique was accentuated to perfection, captivating enough to elicit admiration even from the likes of Buddha himself. As she jogged, the movement of her bosom created a mesmerizing rhythm, causing Qian to gaze at her like a love-struck fool. It seemed that Ming Qian sensed the scrutiny. As she ran, she turned her head to glance at the source of the gaze, only to find Chunkin staring blankly at her. Amused by his dazed expression, she simply returned her focus to her workout without greeting him. Suddenly, Chunkin was startled by a gentle tap on his shoulder, akin to a cat caught off guard. Regaining his composure, he turned to see Qin Shuyi standing beside him, her expression one of mock indignation. Do you walk without making a sound? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Qin Shuyi followed Chunkin's gaze to where Ming Qian was running, and with a teasing brow raise, she remarked, who could blame you for being so captivated by such a beauty? Honestly, is this the type that all men are drawn to? But I am curious, in your eyes, who is more attractive, me or her? Chapter 19. The inspection of the safe house. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Chunkin sheepishly rubbed his nose and replied with a grin. It must be you. You possess both beauty and kindness. And you treat me well. In my heart, you are undoubtedly the finest. Though aware that Chunkin's words were somewhat insincere, Qin Shuyi felt a flutter of joy at his compliment. As long as you know how to make a woman happy, there won't be so many arguments, will there? Time swiftly passed, and it was soon the moment for the safe house's handover. Wang Yu had risen early at the hotel and made his way to the 5-star security group, following Manager Liu and the inspection team to commence the verification process. The group headed to the Happy Community to assess the safety of the residential units. As they approached the entrance of Building 9. The weather was splendid, with neighbors bustling about, some shopping for groceries, others chatting, and a few exercising. Observing Chunkin accompanied by several impeccably dressed individuals heading towards the building, a few chatty aunties began to exchange remarks. "Isn't that Chunkin? We haven't seen him in over half a month. Look at him now," flanked by a group of well-dressed people. "Surely, he's not planning to sell his house? Sell the house? That's a possibility. I live right above him, and just half a month ago, a massive renovation crew showed up at his place. It was quite the spectacle. They had steel plates and a new door. It felt like they were tearing the house down to rebuild it. Is it conceivable that Chunkin is spending his own money on renovations? Oldly, what are you joking about? That guy's too much of a loser to spend a fortune on renovations. I bet all his money is going to that little girl named Yi." As Chunkin and his entourage arrived at his apartment door, each unit consisted of 2 elevators serving 4 households. The layout was spacious, with a generous common area around the elevator entrance, making it feel particularly inviting even with 6 or 7 people present. Chunkin's residence was the first unit adjacent to the elevator. Upon entering, he was greeted by a matte black metal door, its robust texture exuding an air of security. Chunkin approached the door and remarked, "This door is impressive." Manager Lu promptly replied, "Mr. Chun, this door features a triple-lock alloy mechanism. Akin to that of a bank vault. It requires both a password and a unique mechanical unlocking process. Should any step be executed incorrectly, this door will remain firmly shut. Even explosives would pose no threat to it. We also installed a peephole that is opaque from the outside, allowing you to see out while ensuring no one can see in." Chunkin nodded appreciatively. "Excellent. I am quite satisfied." Manager Lu continued, "The entire house is equipped with smart electrical systems. If anyone attempts to force the door open, it will trigger a high-voltage electric defense mechanism that renders any conductive material in contact with the door inoperative. Moreover, the entire residence is controlled by an intelligent AI. You need only speak, and it will execute your commands." Following this, Manager Lu demonstrated the entire door unlocking process, adding, "You can customize the mechanical unlocking sequence and reset the password according to your preferences." Ensuring absolute security. Once inside the house, Manager Lu began to elaborate further. "Mr. Chun, the entire residence has been fitted with the latest intelligent ventilation system, which automatically detects and neutralizes harmful gases before they can enter. Any contaminants are expelled through a separate exhaust system. Additionally, we reinforce the ceilings, floors, and walls with 20 centimeters titanium alloy panels. Unless faced with anti-armor artillery or nuclear devices, no one can breach this residence." He continued, "The windows and balcony doors are made of the latest high-end bulletproof, soundproof, and thermal insulating ultra-density fiberglass, boasting a density 200 times greater than standard bulletproof glass, with a temperature tolerance range of -100 to 100 degrees Celsius, guaranteeing protection against extreme weather conditions. We have also installed an intelligent sound system, allowing you to switch between soundproof and non-soundproof modes. You can communicate with the outside world through ceiling speakers without needing to step outside. Ensuring safety at all times. In accordance with your vision, we have added a fireplace in the living room, utilizing eco-friendly, smokeless carbon. The fireplace is connected to the ventilation system, automatically expelling any harmful gases. While the entire house has been meticulously insulated to maintain a comfortable temperature of 24 to 26 degrees Celsius. All doors are controlled by intelligent locks, impervious to traditional keys or passwords. Access is exclusively yours. With 5 rooms in total, including a study that has been transformed into a power generation room, the residence features both solar and wind energy systems, fully connected to the rooftop. As long as the sun and wind persist, your home will remain powered. We have equipped every entrance and stairwell with an intelligent surveillance system, ensuring there are no blind spots. You have the ability to choose which floor's cameras to monitor, leaving no detail overlooked. Lastly, regarding the automatic destruction feature you requested, should you ever find the need to abandon this safe house, you can activate the self-destruction protocol, which will disable all functions and ultimately result in an explosion. This feature is irreversible, so please use it judiciously. Listening to Manager Lu meticulously explain all the functionalities and practicalities of the safe house, Chunkin's satisfaction was palpable. This residence provided him with an unparalleled sense of security. Manager Lu, it is clear that such professional matters are best handled by an expert team. I am thoroughly pleased with this property. With a smile, Chunkin addressed Manager Lu. The satisfaction of our clients is the motivation behind our service. If you find no issues with this property, please sign the acceptance agreement, and we shall proceed to inspect the bomb shelter. Manager Liu respectfully presented a folder and pen, smiling as he said, "Once the residential unit is accepted, we will proceed to the bomb shelter for inspection." After concluding the inspection of the residential property, the group made their way to the bomb shelter to begin the verification process. As they approached the first door, it appeared to be an ordinary iron door, seemingly no different from the initial entrance. Manager Liu, sensing Chun Kan's skepticism, promptly reassured him, "Mr. Chin, we designed the exterior of the bomb shelter to be discreet, resembling a standard iron door. However, it has been entirely constructed from titanium alloy, ensuring absolute safety and security." Chun Kan nodded in agreement and followed Manager Liu as they traversed nearly 20 meters beyond the first gate, arriving at the second gate. Unlike the first, the second gate resembled the automatic metallic doors often depicted in numerous science fiction films, exuding a profound sense of technological sophistication. Chapter 20. The air raid shelter that shocked Chun Kan even more. Mr. Chin, this is the second gate, constructed entirely from aerospace-grade materials, just like the third gate. While the first gate requires a password to unlock, from this point onward, both retinal and password verification are mandatory to gain entry. Should there be 3 failed attempts at verification, a defensive mode will automatically engage. In the area we currently occupy, the walls on either side will unleash high-temperature flames, reaching a molten state of 3,000 degrees. Capable of incinerating any material into vapor in an instant. As for the third gate, it is equipped with an invisible laser net as a defensive measure. Any unauthorized intrusion will result in immediate dismemberment by the laser. The third gate not only necessitates both retinal and password verification, but also incorporates voice-print authentication for secure access. Only upon the successful validation of all protocols will the door open, ensuring absolute safety. Just the presence of these 3 gates made Chun Kan acutely aware of the meticulous security measures in place. Indeed, this was the hallmark of a leading domestic security conglomerate. This was professionalism at its finest. As the group passed through the third gate into the interior, Chun Kan was utterly astonished by the decor and ambience that enveloped him. From his initial visit to the air raid shelter, where the surroundings were rudimentary earthen walls, he now stood in a space characterized by a strikingly futuristic aesthetic that simultaneously catered to the essential comforts of everyday living. The overall design embodied a forward-thinking, minimalist style that harmoniously blended metal and wood. An epitome of perfection. Mr. Chun, we have segmented the entire air raid shelter into 4 levels. The basic decor and functionalities mirror those of your apartment, all controlled by intelligent AI. You can communicate with the AI seamlessly from any corner of the residence. We are currently on the first level. Please follow me. The first level encompasses the living, reception, and kitchen areas, designed with a semi-open layout that fosters a sense of spaciousness, devoid of any oppressive feelings. We have incorporated a spiral staircase along with an indoor elevator to maximize space efficiency while facilitating easy access to the upper 2 levels and the basement. It is worth mentioning that all external materials of the house are 20 centimeters thicker than the titanium alloy steel plates used in conventional apartments, except for large-caliber artillery or nuclear weapons. No firepower could breach this sanctuary, not even a standard tank. Behind the living room, we have connected to the basement, creating a natural ecological garden spanning the size of 2 football fields, capable of sustaining an independent ecological system. The variety of flora, including shrubs and trees, is abundant, complemented by an automated irrigation and sewage system. Wastewater from daily living can be recycled within the ecological garden, serving both as fertilizer and a means to promote the natural growth of the ecosystem. You can designate areas within the garden for vegetable cultivation, flower planting, or even livestock rearing, ensuring that your lifestyle remains unaffected even amidst external resource scarcity. In addition to the kitchen and living room, we have also allocated a gym and entertainment room on the first floor to cater to your recreational needs. Shall we ascend to explore further? As they ascended the spiral staircase to the second floor, the spaciousness and openness were immediately striking. In contrast to the more technologically inclined decor of the first floor, the second exhibited a chic, homely villa-styled. Mr. Chun, both the second and third floors are designated living quarters. We are currently in a leisure area furnished with a billiard table and a bookshelf with chairs, perfect for unwinding with a book or a game of pool. The second floor features 4 bedrooms, each exceeding 40 square meters, complete with ensuite bathrooms and walk-in closets. Let us proceed to the third floor. There are surprises awaiting. Upon hearing surprises, Chun Kan's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he hurriedly ascended to the third floor. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a ceiling entirely composed of transparent glass, allowing abundant sunlight to flood the space, except for the bedrooms, which retained traditional ceilings. "Manager Liu, did you excavate the upper mountain layer?" Chun Kan inquired, astonished. Manager Liu nodded with a smile, elaborating, "Through subsequent measurements, we discovered that the upper mountain layer above the air raid shelter is quite thin, and since it is backed by the mountain, we decided to excavate it entirely, encasing the top with high-density single-layer glass. This design not only permits ample sunlight but also ensures remarkable privacy. This is crucial for maintaining the ecosystem below. Consequently, the entire third floor comprises 3 bedrooms, including a master suite exceeding 80 square meters, along with an expansive outdoor terrace and swimming pool area of nearly 200 square meters. Additionally, it is equipped with a sauna, yoga room, and spa facilities, ensuring a diverse lifestyle for you and your partner." Listening to Manager Liu's introduction, Chun Kan's smile widened, surpassing even the excitement of an AK. This was not merely a survival scenario. It was akin to living in paradise. It was far more delightful than any pre-apocalyptic existence he could have imagined. Soon, Manager Liu escorted Chun Kan to the basement area. Contrary to his expectations of darkness, the space was remarkably bright and spacious. Thanks to the glass ceiling on the top floor, we receive ample sunlight and brightness even in the basement, and the entrance to the ecological garden is located on this level. The basement does not contain bedrooms. Instead, it features a badminton court, a tennis court, and a training area. Additionally, the parking garage, equipment control room, cybersecurity room, electrical room, and fuel storage room are all situated on this level. The parking garage connects to an external passage, allowing direct vehicle access to a discrete entrance on the opposite side of the mountain, a route that would typically escape the notice of passers-by. Furthermore, per your request, we have arranged 4 outdoor vehicles in the parking garage: a 4x4 Wrangler, a Mercedes G500, a modified Range Rover, and an 8x8 modified Raptor. Each vehicle is equipped with specially customized tires and operates on a hybrid oil-electric power system, ensuring smooth traversal over snow, rugged terrain, or sandy landscapes. Chun Kan nodded appreciatively, suddenly recalling something. "Manager Liu, I am thoroughly satisfied with everything else, but have you received any updates regarding the fuel supplies I previously requested?" Manager Liu nodded affirmatively and promptly guided Chun Kan to the fuel storage room. Upon entering the storage room, they were greeted by towering storage tanks, 20 in total, each 3 meters high and 4 meters wide, each connected to a centralized oil extraction pipeline with a common valve. "Mr. Chun, in response to your directives, we leveraged our connections to procure gasoline and diesel from Longwa Petroleum Company. The current volume of stored fuel will undoubtedly meet your consumption needs for the foreseeable future." Upon hearing this, Chun Kan felt all his plans solidify. He looked at Manager Liu and remarked, "Manager Liu, I am very pleased with our collaboration. I will ensure the remaining payment is transferred to your company's account in 1 month." Chapter 21. Space Upgrade and New Skills. After bidding farewell to Manager Liu and his team, Chun Kan updated the security password and control settings before departing, returning to his apartment in the happy community. Experiencing the revitalized space, Chun Kan felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration. With only 3 days remaining until the apocalypse, he was eager to witness how his former neighbors and Yi Shuer would gradually approach their demise. He was determined to ensure that those who had wronged him in his past life would pay 100-fold for their transgressions. As he contemplated this, Chun Kan's excitement gradually subsided. He lit a cigarette, reclining on the sofa and exhaling a plume of smoke. Interestingly, in his previous life, Chun Kan had never smoked. However, after being reborn, the pent-up emotions and resentment had driven him to take up the habit. Of course, cigarettes are also a valuable currency in the post-apocalyptic world, he exclaimed, smacking his forehead in realization. That moment, as he was engrossed in strategizing how to raid tobacco warehouses, Chun Kan suddenly noticed an experience progress bar materializing above his alternate space. The progress bar indicated a current level of LV3, 97. Wait a minute. The alternate space can be upgraded? Why didn't it manifest from the beginning? Chun Kan mused, speculating that perhaps it had only become apparent after his recent return from Malay country, as he had not been closely monitoring the status of his alternate space. After the waters of the Great Lakes had been replenished, it seemed that only upon reaching a certain threshold would this level indicator become visible. Moreover, having reached the 3rd level, was there no reward or additional skills to speak of? With that realization, Chunkin immediately focused his consciousness into the alternate space, discovering it transformed in intriguing ways. Upon entering the alternate space, he noticed a white pillar had appeared within the pristine environment, adorned with a red button atop it. Driven by curiosity, Chunkin decisively pressed the button, and an information panel materialized above in the space. Excitement surged within Chunkin as he realized that his assumptions had been correct. An upgrade indeed entailed rewards. He promptly accessed the skills menu, where it clearly stated, users of the alternate space can upgrade their experience based on the items stored within the space. The amount and variety of stored items directly influence the progress bar for each skill. The greater the quantity and diversity of items stored, the more corresponding enhancement points can be obtained. These enhancement points are utilized for the functional and strength upgrades of unlocked skills. Note: all skill usage methods are driven by consciousness. Currently, the user has accumulated 1,200 enhancement points. Level 1 skill, material absorption, upgrade progress, 0. Any tangible substance can be absorbed into the alternate space through consciousness, but living entities cannot be absorbed. Each absorption cannot exceed a duration of 5 hours. Unlocked, level 2 skill, invisibility, upgrade progress, 0. The user can become invisible 3 times a day, with each instance limited to 5 minutes. Unlocked, level 3 skill, teleportation, upgrade progress, 0. The user can perform spatial jumps 3 times a day. Covering a distance of 1 kilometer, the destination in a different space must be within the user's line of sight, while there are no restrictions within the same space. Unlocked, the functionalities that remain locked cannot be queried at this time. After reading all the information, Chunkin couldn't contain his excitement and began to leap joyfully in the space. Wow! Oh my goodness! Is it really this incredible? Invisibility and teleportation. Such divine skills are unlocked at levels 2 and 3. With these two abilities, wouldn't it be a breeze for me to sweep through resources? Chunkin continued to shout and vent his excitement in the space, yet his inner emotions remained unyieldingly intense. After a considerable while, Chunkin gradually calmed his exhilaration. Observing his enhancement points, he seemed to grasp the logic behind his alternate space's growth and upgrades. With each level up in the alternate space, a new skill is unlocked, and each skill possesses a growth progress bar. Upon reaching a certain level of growth, the skill's usability and potency can be enhanced, such as the frequency of use or duration. With this in mind, Chunkin attempted to upgrade using his enhancement points. He promptly tapped the plus sign beneath the skill level on the control panel, deducting 100 points with each press. Chunkin first upgraded invisibility and teleportation, exhausting all 1,200 enhancement points. The upgrade progress for invisibility and teleportation reached 6, and subsequent limitations were altered. Invisibility increased from 3 times a day to 5, while the duration remained unchanged, and teleportation expanded from 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers. Returning to the real world, Chunkin felt elated at the prospect of possessing 2 extraordinary skills. It was already 11 p.m. Today's skill usage quota was just right for him to experiment and familiarize himself with them. Without hesitation, Chunkin concentrated his mind to activate invisibility. Soon, he felt his visible hands, torso, and legs gradually dissipating into the air. Approaching the mirror, he saw that he had indeed become completely invisible, with no signs of his presence. After 5 minutes, his body slowly reappeared in front of the mirror. Satisfied with the outcome, Chunkin nodded and proceeded to test the effects of teleportation. Focusing his mind, he activated teleportation and, in an instant, found himself on the bed in his bedroom. He used it once more, continuing until he had fully utilized his quota for the day. Lying on the bed, Chunkin contemplated his next moves. Since the upgrade requirements for the alternate space are based on the quantity and variety of absorbed items, he realized he could not afford to halt his resource absorption. He began planning to raid the warehouses of tobacco companies and various malls and supermarkets in Star City. By this time, the clock on the wall had already struck midnight, and the skill quota for the new day had reset. Chunkin changed into a completely black outfit, donned a hat and mask, and set out with his car keys. He drove to a parking lot near the Dragon Country Tobacco Company's Star City branch. After parking, he made his way to the entrance of the compound and immediately used invisibility to successfully enter the premises. His first order of business was to head to the surveillance room. At that moment, there were 2 security guards on duty in the surveillance room. Chunkin wielded a baseball bat he had prepared beforehand, swiftly incapacitating both guards with a swing to the left and then to the right. After briefly checking the layout of the compound and the location of the warehouse in the surveillance room, he turned off the monitors and dashed toward the warehouse. Soon, he arrived at the outer wall of the tobacco warehouse. Touching the wall to establish a connection with the invisible space, Qianzhan then activated teleportation and successfully entered the warehouse. Upon landing, he found himself precariously balanced atop a shelf, nearly losing his footing. Steadying himself, he gazed at the vast warehouse filled to the brim with cigarettes, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Chapter 22. Qin Shuyi's culinary skills. Without further ado, Qianzhan meandered through the warehouse. Discovering that it contained every cigarette available on the market, including well-known brands like Marlboro, 555, and 7 Stars. Every cigarette, including boxes and shelves, was absorbed into the alternate space in one fell swoop. In just half an hour, Qianzhan had completely absorbed all the cigarettes from the warehouse. Utilizing teleportation and invisibility, he successfully exited the compound and returned to his vehicle. With half of his skill usage quota remaining, he could still continue raiding another location. While in the car, Qianzhan located the storage warehouse of Star City's largest supermarket, which is also Europe's largest retail giant, Carrefour. After half an hour, he arrived at the entrance of Carrefour's storage area. Using the same method, he successfully infiltrated the goods storage warehouse. However, Qianzhan discovered that Carrefour's storage capacity was significantly larger than that of the previous raid on Shio, comprising a total of 10 large warehouses. While shutting down the surveillance, he conveniently acquired the security access card, allowing him to raid each warehouse one by one. Qianzhan spent nearly 5 hours, finally clearing out all of Carrefour's inventory by around 6 a.m., adhering to the principle of leaving not a single item behind. Upon returning to his car, Qianzhan felt somewhat weak, likely due to the excessive frequency of using his alternate space abilities today, compounded by his lack of complete proficiency. The mental energy expended was indeed substantial. After resting for a while in the car to regain some mental strength, he drove home. Too fatigued even to take a shower, he collapsed into bed and fell asleep. He was awakened by a phone call from Qin Shuyi, groggy as he glanced at the time. Realizing it was already 4 p.m., well past the daily training schedule. "Qianzhan, what is going on? Why didn't you come to training today?" Qin Shuyi's displeased voice rang from the other end of the line. Gradually regaining his senses, Qianzhan casually replied, "I'm feeling a bit unwell today, just lying in bed and I forgot to inform you. My apologies." Upon hearing that Qianzhan was unwell, Qin Shuyi immediately set aside her concerns about his absence from training and hurriedly inquired, "Not feeling well? How serious is it? Have you eaten? I'll bring some groceries to cook for you." How can someone who is sick not have anyone to take care of them? A barrage of questions left Qianzhan momentarily bewildered. Why was this girl treating him so casually? Was she really going to come to his house? But the thought of having someone cook for him piqued his interest. After all, he had been eating takeout or dining out daily recently, so a change to some home-cooked meals would be delightful. He promptly conveyed his address to her. Merely half an hour later, the doorbell rang. Qianzhan checked the door camera on his tablet and saw Qin Shuyi, her hands laden with 2 enormous shopping bags. He clicked to open the door, and it slowly swung wide for her. As Qin Shuyi stepped into Qianzhan's home for the first time, she was taken aback by the room's furnishings and decor. Though the decor appeared quite tasteful and luxurious, she found it peculiar. After all, who installs a fireplace in a commercial apartment? Lost in thought, Qianzhan walked out from the bedroom and could not help but laugh at Qin Shuyi, who wore an adorably dazed expression. "What are you thinking about? You look like you've been hit by the sunflower pointing hand." Hearing Qianzhan's voice, Qin Shuyi snapped back to reality, promptly placing the 2 bags of ingredients on the dining table and inquiring with concern, "How are you feeling? Is your health any better?" "Much better, just my old stomach issue acting up occasionally," Qianzhan replied. Upon hearing it was a stomach problem, Qin Shuyi puffed out her cheeks and remarked knowingly, "I knew it. You definitely don't eat on time. You're young and already have stomach issues. You're in for a tough time. I bought fish, ribs, and pork belly today. I'm going to cook you some delicious dishes to help you recover," she said, removing her outerwear and heading into the kitchen with the 2 bags. Watching her busy figure in the kitchen, Qianzhan leaned against the living room wall, lost in thought. He realized that the ideal life he had always pursued seemed to resemble this, finding a wife whom he loves and who loves him in return, sharing a home, enjoying 3 meals a day together through the seasons. It didn't have to be about immense wealth, but at least they would not have to worry about food and clothing. Both would be occupied with their own affairs during the day, yet return home to cook, eat, stroll, and engage in various activities together. In this moment, Qian Zhan saw a reflection of a virtuous wife and devoted mother in Qin Shuyi. However, he quickly shook his head. The past was merely the past. His mindset had changed long ago. Devoid of love, he embraced the principle of living for the moment. Perhaps Qin Shuyi was a good girl, but he could not interact with her with a normal romantic perspective. After all, he was already certain he would never fall in love with anyone again. Moreover, with the apocalypse looming, all societal order and moral principles would inevitably collapse, and humanity would descend into chaos. When that time came, the authenticity of love between individuals would become irrelevant. What would remain would be the sole concerns of survival and ensuring one's safety. Over an hour later, the busy Qin Shuyi had prepared a delightful spread of 4 dishes and a soup, elegantly arranged on the table. The enticing aroma of the dishes drew Qian Can to the dining table. Almost instinctively, at a glance, there were steamed fish, corn and rib soup, braised pork, pineapple beef cubes, and garlic oil lettuce, all of which appeared homely yet visually appealing. Qin Shuyi, removing her apron, smiled and beckoned. "Don't just stand there. Come and sit down to eat. It's good for the stomach to start with some soup." As she spoke, she ladled a bowl of soup for Qian Can and placed it in front of him. Noting the fragrant corn rib soup, Qian Can felt his appetite surge. He blew gently on the hot broth before taking a sip. "How is it? Is it good?" he asked, looking up at Qin Shuyi, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation for praise. With a knowing smile, he nodded. "Delicious. It's the best corn rib soup I've ever had." Upon hearing Qian Can's compliment, Qin Shuyi's radiant smile was impossible to contain. "The dishes are also delicious. Finish the soup and then try some of the other dishes." Qian Can immediately reached for a few bites of the other offerings, each one exceptionally tasty and refreshing. He couldn't help but exclaim, "I had no idea you were such a talented cook. Honestly, your skills rival those of a hotel chef." Qin Shuyi merely waved her hand, her cheeks flushed with modesty. "Oh, it's just some simple home cooking. If you like it, I can make it for you more often in the future." The two then engaged in lively conversation as they enjoyed their meal together. Chapter 23. The unexpected visit from the policewoman Qian Can. "Do you know? A major incident occurred today." Qian Can, chewing on the braised pork, casually inquired, "What happened?" "It's all over the news. The tobacco bureau and the Carrefour warehouse were completely burgled overnight." Qin Shuyi exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "But the way it was stolen is too strange. It just vanished into thin air. Did you know? The tobacco bureau's warehouse had a stockpile of cigarettes that would last the entire city for 5 years. And Carrefour's loss is even more outrageous. Enough supplies to last the whole city for a year, totaling over 10 billion. Do you really think it's possible for goods to just disappear like that?" Qin Shuyi asked, her eyes still wide with surprise. Qian Can, chewing thoughtfully, internally mused, "I definitely know, because I was the one who did it. Vanish into thin air? If you had spatial abilities, you could manage that." However, he maintained a calm facade and replied, "I don't know. Wasn't there also a report about goods mysteriously disappearing from a supermarket in Sakura Country and supplies vanishing from the Great Lakes in the beautiful country? I wouldn't be surprised if the apocalypse is approaching. Besides, these matters aren't something we common folks should worry about. We have the police and national security agencies for that. Let us just enjoy our meal." Qin Shuyi nodded in agreement, contemplating the situation. Well, if Carrefour is gone, there are still Yonghui, Walmart, and Metro. Qian Can glanced at Qin Shuyi, then continued, "Before midnight the day after tomorrow, try to stock up on food and drinks at home. Enough to last over a month. Instant noodles and prepackaged bread are best, and don't forget water. After midnight the day after tomorrow, no matter what happens, you must not go outside. And keep it a secret that you've stocked up on supplies. That's the most important part." Listening to Qian Can's seemingly incoherent instructions, Qin Shuyi looked bewildered. "If there's nothing to eat, I can just go downstairs. If worst comes to worst, I can order takeout. Why do I need to hoard so much food? Eating too much instant noodles and bread will make you gain weight," she questioned, puzzled. Hearing Qin Shuyi's response, Qian Can felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. "When the apocalypse comes, do you think you'll care about whether the food is tasty? Even a moldy bun could lead to a fight among a group of people. If you trust me, follow my advice. If not, just pretend I never said anything." With that, he set down his bowl and retreated to his room. Qin Shuyi frowned at Qian Can's retreating figure and pouted, muttering, "What's with him? So mysterious." After dinner, Qin Shui tidied the kitchen and bid Chun Kan farewell as she prepared to head home. On her way back, she paused at the convenience store downstairs. Suddenly, Chun Kan's puzzling words from dinner resurfaced in her mind. After hesitating for a moment, she stepped into the store. The next day, while enjoying breakfast at home, Chun Kan was drawn to the sound of the doorbell. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a striking policewoman and a young officer who appeared to be around his age. Before Chun Kan could inquire about their purpose, the policewoman pulled out her badge and, with an icy demeanor, stated, "Hello, we are police officers Mo Qingqiu and Chen Zhe from the Xingqing Police Department. This is our identification. Due to a highly serious theft that occurred yesterday in the city, we need to interview residents in the nearby community to gather information." Seeing the two officers, Chun Kan felt a tightness in his chest. Could he have been discovered? But then he thought, how could that be possible? I have the abilities of invisibility and teleportation. Even if Conan were here, he wouldn't be able to connect the dots to figure out it was me. Moreover, I always ensure that the surveillance cameras are completely wiped clean after every heist. If they somehow find out it's me, I might as well eat dirt upside down. Chun Kan, may I ask what you were doing between 1 a.m. and 6 a.m. on January 10th? Mo Qingqiu's cold voice cut through his thoughts, devoid of any emotion. Chun Kan, unable to help himself, found his gaze lingering on the policewoman. Dressed in her official uniform, she exuded an aura of confidence that could not be masked. Even with her professional attire, her strikingly beautiful face, cold and ethereal, resembled that of an otherworldly being. Noticing Chun Kan's silence and his somewhat lecherous gaze, Mo Qingqiu clenched her fists, her brows furrowing. "Mr. Chen Zhe, have you had your fill of staring? I am asking you a question, and you are obliged to cooperate with our investigation." Chen Zhe, raising an eyebrow, interjected, "Officer, please be mindful of your tone. I am not a suspect. I am merely cooperating to provide information. In truth, Chen Zhe had encountered this policewoman in a past life while searching for supplies. He had gone to the police station to see if there were any weapons available and had stumbled upon 2 frozen corpses in the office. One of them was the beautiful policewoman, Mo Qingqiu. The reason he remembered her so vividly was that upon seeing her lifeless body, he had marveled at how stunning she had been, only to meet such a tragic end. At this moment, the young officer Chen Zhe spoke up, "My apologies, Mr. Chen. She tends to have this temperament. Please don't take offense. We just want to gather information about the residents in the nearby area to see if anyone might have clues." Chun Kan merely smiled faintly and stepped aside, saying, "Well, please come in." As Mo Qingqiu and Chen Zhe entered the house, they immediately felt that the interior was quite different from other homes. Upon entry, they noticed the door, which was unlike any typical door, and if they weren't mistaken, it resembled a bank vault door in terms of security, though slightly thinner. Their surprise grew when they spotted the fireplace. "Who installs a fireplace in an elevator apartment?" Chen Zhe was the first to speak. "Mr. Chen, your home is quite uniquely decorated." Waving his hand dismissively, Chun Kan invited them to sit on the sofa and poured them both a glass of water. Mo Qingqiu scrutinized the house, piecing together the unusual details she had just observed, and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Chen, you live in a community apartment but have installed a security door that meets bank vault standards. What is the reason for that?" Chun Kan yawned and replied leisurely, "I like it." Mo Qingqiu's lips involuntarily twitched as she continued her inquiry. "Installing a fireplace in a high-rise elevator apartment is something only you would do, isn't it? I like it. Is it against the law to install a bank vault door or a fireplace?" Chun Kan replied with a sly smile. Chapter 24. The final preparations before the apocalypse. Mo Qingqiu was momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Zhe, aiming to ease the tension, began asking routine questions. As they wrapped up their inquiries, Chen Zhe stood up to shake hands, preparing to leave. Meanwhile, Mo Qingqiu, perhaps fatigued from a long morning of interviews, unconsciously stretched, accentuating her alluring curves. Chun Kan found himself momentarily entranced. Suddenly, he was jolted back to reality as he felt someone grab his collar, nearly lifting him off the ground. "Where are your eyes wandering? Do you not know that staring at women like that is extremely impolite?" she scolded. Preparing to retaliate, Mo Qingqiu had a strong aversion to lecherous behavior, especially given her appearance and figure, which often attracted unwelcome advances from men. She was particularly sensitive to such actions, having once sent a persistent suitor to the hospital out of frustration. Had it not been for her powerful connections, she would have faced disciplinary action for that incident. So, when she caught Chun Kan's lecherous gaze on her for the second time, her temper flared uncontrollably. With a swift motion, Chun Kan was abruptly lifted, his demeanor laced with an air of frigid intent. Just as Imo Qingqiu's fist was about to make contact with Chun Kan, Chen Zhe, standing nearby, was taken aback and hurriedly intervened. "Stop, Imo Qingqiu. Do not transgress the law." As a colleague, Chen Zhe was acutely aware of the temperament of this young lady. Moreover, she was the reigning champion of free combat in their police force for 2 consecutive years. Her strikes were exceptionally fierce. A blow from her could leave an ordinary person in dire straits. Furthermore, striking civilians while clad in a police uniform would lead to severe repercussions. Who could bear such a charge? Thus, Chen Zhe rushed forward, attempting to restrain Imo Qingqiu's fist while speaking. "Officer Imo, as a police officer, do you really wish to assault a civilian while in uniform?" he calmly remarked, even as he felt her grip loosen around his collar. Breaking free from her grasp, Imo Qingqiu's chest heaved with escalating fury. Yet as reason began to reclaim its ground, she merely shot Chen Kan a glare and warned, "You had best not cross me," before departing the premises without a backward glance, eyeing the elevator descending. Chen Zhe regarded Imo Qingqiu with a bemused expression, voicing his exasperation. "Miss, could you temper your temper? Resorting to violence at the slightest provocation, especially against civilians. Are you truly unafraid of disciplinary action?" Imo Qingqiu, arms crossed, maintained her icy demeanor. "My sixth sense tells me that this Chun Kan is far from ordinary. His calmness in the face of our arrival is troubling. A typical civilian would react with anxiety and confusion. Yet he remained as tranquil as a placid lake, his eyes betraying a subtle mockery and pride. And can one truly possess a bank vault-like security door and a fireplace in their home? Therefore, I shall keep a close watch on this Chun Kan." After bidding farewell to the 2 officers, Chun Kan resumed his breakfast at the dining table. Feeling discomfort from where he had been grasped by the neck, he couldn't help but grumble, "That woman possesses quite a bit of strength. I hope I do not encounter her again in this post-apocalyptic world. Otherwise, I shall demand she kneels before me and sings my praises." Had he known that Imo Qingqiu was inexplicably beginning to keep a close eye on him, he would have continued to critique her peculiar thought process, which was oddly precise to that moment. As Chun Kan scrolled through his phone, news reports regarding a warehouse theft inundated the media. He regarded the situation with disdain, recognizing that Carrefour, being a foreign enterprise, involved a convoluted web of relationships. Consequently, the investigation had become a hot potato, with departments passing the buck, ensuring that no resolution would be forthcoming in the immediate future. Moreover, with the impending apocalypse just 2 days away, what could these officers possibly uncover in such a short time? After completing his daily training at the club in the afternoon, Chun Kan sought a place to dine. Passing by Nyoji Noodle Shop, he noticed Brother Nyo preparing to close up. Considering that the end of the world was merely a day away, he pondered how he would cope without his beloved noodles. He promptly approached Brother Nyo and inquired, "Brother Nyo, could you prepare 2,000 bowls of braised beef noodles for me by tomorrow?" Surprised by Chun Kan's request, Brother Nyo turned with an incredulous expression. "Shao Kan, what nonsense are you spouting? 2,000 bowls. Who are you buying this for?" Chun Kan waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Don't concern yourself with who. Just tell me if you can make them." "Shao Kan, are you serious?" Brother Nyo still found it hard to believe and hesitantly sought confirmation. Without further ado, Chun Kan scanned the payment code at the shop's entrance, and moments later, the notification chimed. 30,000 yuan had been credited to Brother Nyo's account. Realizing the funds had been transferred, Brother Nyo exclaimed, "At 15 yuan per bowl, 2,000 bowls makes exactly 30,000. You truly mean it? I shall forego other business tomorrow. Can you manage to pick them up before noon?" Chun Kan reassured him, "I have a shed on the first floor of my building. Here is the key. Just place the finished bowls in the shed and let me know when you're done. I will collect them myself." After finalizing their agreement, Chun Kan was about to depart when he glanced back at Brother Nyo's retreating figure, recalling how much care Brother Nyo had shown him in the past. Reluctantly, he called out to him again. "Brother Nyo, we've recently received some insider information that a severe cold front will hit after midnight the day after tomorrow, bringing heavy snow that will block all roads and community entrances. You should stock up on as much food and drink as possible in the next couple of days. This snowstorm will persist for a considerable time." Brother Nyo chuckled and replied, "All right, I believe everything you say." Shao Kahn, once I close up, I'll head out to buy supplies. Qin nodded and returned home. After reviewing his account balance, Qin realized that after settling numerous outstanding payments and purchasing various equipment and tools, he still had over 100 million yuan remaining. With only 2 days until the apocalypse, he pondered how to spend this fortune. Lying on the sofa, he found himself unusually troubled by having too much money to spend. After considerable thought, he grabbed his car keys and set out once more, heading towards the largest night market in Star City, where a plethora of food stalls, specialty restaurants, and late-night eateries awaited. The night market in Star City was renowned as a quintessential destination for late-night indulgence, boasting not only local delicacies but also an array of international cuisines. It was a mere 10-minute journey from Happiness Community, and upon arrival, Chan stood at the street corner, observing the throngs of people. His heart heavy with nostalgia. In just 2 days, all of this would become mere memories. Gathering his spirits, he embarked on a shopping spree, indulging in every specialty snack he could find: grilled skewers, barbecued dishes, crayfish, oysters, fruit salads, handcrafted ice cream, and hairy crabs, to name a few. Next, he approached a row of specialty restaurants featuring Sichuan, Hunan, Shandong, Huaiyang, and Mountain City cuisines. Regardless of the culinary style, he entered each establishment, demanding that they provide every specialty dish they had in stock. Initially, several restaurant owners assumed Chun Kan was causing a ruckus, their expressions signaling their desire for him to leave them be. However, once he scanned the payment code, the demeanor of the restaurant owners transformed dramatically. They treated him as if he were a deity, eager to please him. Numerous influencers nearby took notice of the commotion, rushing over with their live-streaming equipment to capture the scene, hoping to ride the wave of excitement. They soon learned that a young man was spending money with reckless abandon, sweeping up every available ingredient without regard for price. This extravagant behavior drew a crowd, and soon, online platforms buzzed with the topic of a mysterious figure who was spending money like confetti in the night market. Many envious netizens began to criticize Qin Kan, labeling him wasteful and irresponsible, while others questioned why he didn't donate his wealth to impoverished regions, advocating for charitable acts to assist those in need. As the discussions escalated, netizens flocked to join the conversation. However, Chun Kan only revealed his face during his shopping spree and instructed the merchants to deliver all the goods to a nearby logistics warehouse before leaving. After all, he still had not yet concluded his lease on the previously rented warehouse, so he might as well utilize it. By the end of the night, Chun Kan had barely managed to spend 10 million, with over 90 million still lingering in his account, which was quite frustrating. After waiting for 2 hours at the warehouse, the merchants gradually delivered the items. Once they had all departed, Chun Kan activated his spatial abilities to absorb everything. With everything in order, he collapsed onto his bed, blissfully unaware that he had become a sensation on social media. Even if he had known, he would have been indifferent. After all, the apocalypse was looming just 2 days away. Who would care about internet fame then? The next day, bright and early, Chun Kan resumed his shopping escapade. Fearing he wouldn't spend it all, he invited Qin Shuyi to join him in raiding various large shopping malls. Upon picking up Qin Shuyi, Chun Kan declared, "Today, whatever catches your eye, do not concern yourself with the price or quantity. We shall simply buy." Qin Shuyi initially thought Chun Kan had lost his mind and felt a twinge of anxiety. However, after they completed their first store, the exhilaration of shopping was indescribable. Consequently, throughout the day, whether at Guamao, Guijin Center, or Wanda Plaza, Qin Kan and Qin Shuyi became the talk of the town, a couple of extravagant spenders. Regardless of the brand or the exorbitance of the items, they purchased without a second thought, even coining numerous memorable phrases along the way as "this truly a luxury item at such a low price? A bag for 90,000. Can you even carry it? Wait, I've cleared the shelves, and it's still under 10 million. Are you certain this is luxury? If you're calling this luxury, can it be a bit pricier?" This shopping experience is rather underwhelming. As a result, news of Chun Kan and Qin Shuyi's extravagant shopping spree once again trended online, drawing the attention of netizens who eagerly gathered to witness the spectacle, igniting a flurry of comments that exploded beneath each trending topic. Just as the buzz from the previous night's night market extravagance began to fade, 2 new prodigious spenders emerged in the limelight. Was there a recent surge in such lavish individuals? Today, 2 affluent individuals engaged in a shopping spree while donning masks and hats, leaving their true identities shrouded in mystery. much to the chagrin of onlookers who speculated whether it might be the wealthy heir Wang Dexiao once again accompanied by a certain internet celebrity. To their surprise, this rumor indeed caught the attention of Wang Dexiao, who, as a self-appointed watchdog of the entertainment industry, couldn't help but vent his frustrations. "Do you think my money grows on trees? People who shop like this must either be fools or utterly devoid of common sense. Do I look like a fool to you?" After a day of unrestrained extravagance, Chen Kan and Qin Shuyi found themselves with empty bank accounts. Sitting in the car, Qin Shuyi reflected on the day's events, feeling as though she were still in a dream. Her gaze fell upon Chen Kan in the driver's seat, a myriad of emotions swirling within her. It is often said that a man willing to spend lavishly on you may not truly love you, but a man who refrains from spending certainly does not love you at all. Chen Kan seems to be quite generous with himself. Surely he must love himself, right? Should she consider becoming his girlfriend? He must have feelings for her, so why hasn't he confessed? Lost in her thoughts, Qin Shuyi was oblivious to Chen Kan, who leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, exuding an aura of pure contentment. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Chen Kan turned to meet her deep, affectionate eyes, causing him to tremble slightly with embarrassment. Feeling the weight of her scrutiny, he awkwardly attempted to shift the conversation. Their dialogue meandered aimlessly until Chen Kan suddenly recalled a reminder he had given her on the night of their dinner and inquired, "Do you remember what I told you about stocking up?" Qin Shuyi nodded, responding, "That night, I went to the supermarket and bought a ton of instant noodles, self-heating pots, bread, snacks, and water. The cashier thought I was preparing for a disaster. I was nearly mortified." Chen Kan, pleased by her compliance, felt a flicker of relief as he mused internally, "The apocalypse is imminent. The extent of my assistance can only go so far. The path ahead is yours to navigate." After dropping Qin Shuyi off at her doorstep, he voiced his concerns. "Shuyi, remember, after midnight tomorrow, I strongly advise you not to venture outside. Whatever you see, ignore it. If someone knocks, do not answer. If anyone asks for help, do not respond. Just remember one thing. By putting your own well-being first, you are ultimately saving yourself. Do you understand?" Chapter 26. The Apocalypse Returns. Qin Shuyi listened to Chen Kan's words, feeling utterly bewildered. Entirely unsure of what he was referring to, however, trusting him, she nodded in agreement, promising, "I'll remember everything you said. I'll message you if anything comes up." Chen Kan acknowledged her response before driving away. Upon returning home, he realized that only one night and one day remained until the impending doom. During this time, he resolved to remain indoors, fully aware that the countdown to the world's end had begun. The last moments of tranquility for humanity were swiftly drawing to a close. To ensure his utmost safety, he sought to survive until the apocalypse arrived, for no one could predict if unexpected events would transpire. Thus, staying indoors was the safest course of action. Any mishap preceding the apocalypse would render his preparations futile, a scenario he absolutely refused to allow. Time swiftly passed, and as the clock struck 11:55 p.m. on January 11th, 2099, only 5 minutes remained until the end. Half an hour prior, he had sealed off the entire house. The fire in the fireplace blazed brightly, for as soon as the clock struck midnight, snow would begin to fall. Initially, many believed it to be the first snowfall of the winter, with numerous individuals rushing outdoors to build snowmen and engage in snowball fights, while couples frolicked in the snow, posting romantic captions about sharing this moment for a lifetime. Unbeknownst to them, they would all soon become frozen statues, as the temperature plummeted from 0 to -40 degrees in less than a minute. The rapidity of the change left no time for anyone to react, resulting in an uncountable number of casualties on the first night of the cold wave. Chen Kan understood that within days, the city's power supply would falter, leaving heating devices impotent. Only the most primitive method of fire could stave off hypothermia. Sitting on a recliner, facing the night sky from the balcony, he held a can of cola, with a plate of fruit beside him. In his previous life, he had slept through the apocalypse without witnessing its onset. Now, he was determined to witness it firsthand, to see the moment when the beautiful world he knew would come to an end. As the clock's hands converged, a dazzling white light erupted in the sky, illuminating the night for a fleeting moment before a dark purple beam swept past him, vanishing almost instantly. Moments later, snowflakes began to fall like feathers, and within 5 minutes, the ground was already blanketed in white. Through the corridor's cameras, he observed many residents still outside, playing in the snow, just as in his past life. Social media was awash with posts of people enjoying the snow. Chunkin silently turned off his screen, placing his phone on the coffee table and stood by the window, watching the snow cascade, murmuring to himself, "The apocalypse has finally returned in less than 10 minutes since the snowfall began." The wind outside intensified, howling as if it would shatter the glass. The snowfall grew heavier, soon draping the entire city in a silvery cloak. Many found the sight enchanting, yet few recognized that the most beautiful things often harbor the greatest dangers. Chunkin marveled at nature's power, acknowledging that, in the face of such forces, humanity is but a speck of dust. When nature decides to unleash its fury, it offers no time for preparation. He touched the glass before him, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Although Manager Liu had assured him that the glass could withstand temperatures as low as -100 degrees, he had never tested it, leaving him apprehensive. Despite the roaring fire, he could still sense the sudden drop in temperature. He added a few more logs to the fireplace, gradually restoring the warmth to a comfortable level. Checking the room temperature, he noted it was a pleasant 29 degrees, while outside had plummeted to -40 degrees. Gradually, Chunkin began to relax, reassured that he had prepared adequately for the apocalypse. He resolved to do everything he could and leave the rest to fate. Not feeling tired, he wanted to see what further changes the night of the apocalypse would bring. He turned on the television to check for news updates. As the snow continued to fall, messages from the community group began flooding in. Upon opening his phone, he was met with an avalanche of messages. "What the hell? Why is it suddenly so cold in my room with the snow falling? Even with the air conditioning set to 30 degrees, it's having no effect. I checked the room temperature, and it's almost -20 degrees. This is getting ridiculous. I cranked the AC to maximum, added another blanket, but it's still pointless. I was just drifting off to sleep when I was jolted awake by the cold. It feels like the snow is falling inside my room. I bet the roads will be completely blocked by snow tomorrow, so I probably won't have to go to work, right?" Many shared the same sentiment, hoping for a day off and feeling a sense of joy. Some were overly optimistic, exclaiming their excitement over witnessing the first snowfall of the year, oblivious to the frigid temperatures. "Wow, it's actually snowing. I've never seen snow during my years in Guangnan. Finally, it's snowing here in Xiangnan. Me too. I never knew snow could be so beautiful. Now I've finally witnessed a real snow scene." Chunkin couldn't help but scoff at such comments. He knew that in a few days, the outdoor temperature would plummet to -60 degrees, remaining consistently low for an entire month. He wondered if these individuals would still maintain their cheerful demeanor when faced with the harsh reality. Not wishing to dwell on these messages any longer, he shut off his phone and returned to his bedroom, lying down comfortably, awaiting the moment he would awaken to confront the brutal realities of the apocalypse. Chapter 27. Yishuer's call. The cold wave of the apocalypse had finally begun. The following morning, Chunkin awoke in his warm room, glancing at the clock to find it was just past 8. Upon checking his phone, he was taken aback to see over 99 unread messages. Opening the notifications, he discovered that most were from the community group, filled with discussions and complaints. Among them were several messages from Qin Shuyi, ranging from her initial admiration of the beautiful snowfall to her realization that the temperature was dropping, informing Chunkin that her room was rather chilly. Then came the musings on how long this snowfall would persist, and when it might finally cease. As Chunkin scrolled through his messages, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a text from Su Jiyu, consisting of just a single sentence. "This snow isn't the apocalypse you spoke of, is it?" Chunkin hastily perused all his unread messages, stretched lazily, and then rose to wash up. Subsequently, he retrieved a bowl of Hongji's braised beef noodles from the otherworldly space and began to indulge in it with great pleasure. With the first mouthful of noodles, Chunkin marveled at the beauty of life. In such an environment, he could still savor his favorite flavors. It felt as if he had transcended time itself. In the owner's group chat, messages continued to flood in. Some lamented the sheer intensity of the snowfall, lamenting their inability to buy groceries, while others expressed exhilaration at finally being able to lounge at home instead of toiling away. Yet, none of them comprehended that the arrival of this snow signified a complete farewell to their former lives. They remained oblivious to the fact that true disaster was about to unfold. After finishing his noodles, Chunkin reclined comfortably on the sofa, allowing his meal to settle. Before long, another message from Qin Shuyi arrived. "Chunkin, it's becoming quite cold in my room that I've covered myself with 3 blankets since last night. but it doesn't seem to help. How are you holding up? Chinkin glanced at the roaring fireplace and, clad only in a short-sleeved shirt while seated on the sofa, replied, I'm fine. Just make sure to keep warm. How long is this snow going to last? The snow downstairs is nearly covering the first-floor windows. Shuyi, if this snow continues for a month, the apocalypse will have arrived. Now do you understand why I advised you to stock up on supplies? There was a noticeable delay before Qin Shuyi responded, as if she were processing Chen Kan's words. Eventually, she replied, So the things you instructed me about that night were they precautions for the impending apocalypse? Indeed, Chen Kan confirmed. Remember my words, disregard everyone and everything. Only by concealing your kindness can you survive in the apocalypse. Chen Kan reflected that for a young girl to truly grasp the harsh reality of an impending apocalypse, she must endure the authentic experience of it. She must witness the darkness and transformations that follow, bearing witness to the shifts in human hearts and natures during true calamity. Only then would she genuinely accept and adapt to this apocalyptic environment. This was also one of the reasons Chen Kan had not brought her to the safe house before the disaster. The most critical reason was that he dared not trust anyone at this moment, not even the girl who had previously professed her affection for her. While filling a glass with water, Chen Kan's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller's name, a cold, murderous intent flickered in his eyes. It was Yi Shuer. Chen Kan was curious as to what Yi Shuer would say at such a time, so he answered the call, albeit with a less than cordial tone. Why, Yi Shuer, what do you want calling me out of the blue? On the other end of the line, Yi Shuer was taken aback by his impatient tone, clearly unprepared for such a response from him. If you don't speak, I'm hanging up, Gu. I was just saying that it's become quite cold in the house since last night. I noticed you bought a lot of supplies. Did you know this heavy snow was coming, which is why you stocked up? Her voice trembled slightly, evidently affected by the temperature. I just have a habit of stocking up on supplies. It happened to coincide with this situation. Just luck. Chen Kan offered a casual excuse. Gu, you should have reminded me to stock up too. Now I have nothing at home and no idea how to get through the coming days. Though her voice trembled, the underlying tone carried a hint of reproach. Chen Kan felt exasperated. Who did she think she was? Why should I remind you? So it's my fault for not reminding you. Is it? What a ridiculous logic. He stood up, wearing short sleeves and slippers, and approached the window, only to find the snow still falling heavily. To his astonishment, many roads were already obscured, and even some low-lying houses were half buried in the snow. At that moment, Yi Shuer continued to complain on the phone, lamenting her lack of food and warm clothing, expressing that she might freeze to death. Chen Kan, rolling his eyes, had no desire to hear another word from her. He abruptly hung up and tossed the phone aside. He then settled back onto the sofa, turning on the television in hopes of finding news regarding this bizarre snowfall. To his surprise, the first channel featured a familiar face, Lin Ilay, a popular actress. She appeared to be participating in the recording of the 84th season of a variety show, engaged in a dance competition. Lin Ilay was indeed a beloved figure among men of all age groups in Longhua. Whether they were teenagers, young adults, or middle-aged men, her angelic visage and devilish figure captivated them all. With her hourglass figure, she boasted a striking bust and a full, rounded lower body, complemented by an enviably slender waist that could only be described as enchanting. At that moment, Lin Ilay was dancing passionately on the screen, and Chen Kan found himself somewhat entranced. Why did he consider her a familiar acquaintance? Because Lin Ilay's parents resided in his neighborhood, and she occasionally visited them. Coincidentally, they lived in the same building. Chen Kan on the 24th floor and her parents on the 25th. He had encountered her a few times in the elevator, though she was always bundled up in a mask and hat. Yet, the moment he caught sight of her breathtaking figure, he could easily guess her identity. He wondered if she had been staying with her parents lately, as he couldn't recall any news about Lin Ilay from his previous life. Chen Kan mused to himself, just as he lost interest in the dance and prepared to change the channel. The next station featured a well-known female host from Xiangjiang TV, Xiao Shuang, who was reporting the news. True to her professionalism, even as her body trembled from the cold, she maintained her best broadcasting tone. As everyone must have felt, a massive cold wave swept in last night, bringing heavy snowfall across the nation. Due to the cold air, outdoor temperatures have plummeted to a chilling -40 degrees. It has been reported that this cold front is extensive, leaving almost no part of the globe unscathed. According to experts, this temperature drop was merely a passing cold front, an exceptionally rare phenomenon occurring once in 100 years. Yet it would not last long. Citizens were urged not to panic and to stay indoors, ensuring proper warmth. The specific causes and duration of the cold wave were under investigation, and accurate updates would be provided soon. People were advised to refrain from unnecessary outings. The government had already initiated contingency plans to safeguard citizens' livelihoods in the wake of the snowfall, urging everyone not to believe or spread rumors, and to maintain basic social order. Natural disasters are ruthless, yet humanity is compassionate, as long as we unite. There is no obstacle we cannot overcome, no calamity we cannot endure. Watching Xiao Shuang's serious and earnest delivery on the television, Chunkin couldn't help but chuckle. It was undoubtedly a case of believe at your own peril. At this moment, the most prudent course of action would be to seize the opportunity while the snow disaster had not fully materialized, and the roads were still passable, to procure supplies nearby. Waiting idly at home would only result in becoming a human popsicle. After all, the expert's words were nothing but a joke. Only a fool would believe them. Whoever wants to believe can do so. It has nothing to do with me. I'm living quite splendidly right now. Chun Kan was too lazy to listen to the foolish broadcasts, which were utterly useless. Just then, his phone rang once more. Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time. Upon seeing that it was Yi Shuer again, this time calling via video, Chun Kan reluctantly answered. What is it? Why are you suddenly so eager to call me? In the video, Yi Shuer appeared far from her previous glamorous self. She was curled up in a blanket, shivering, her complexion pale, and her lips almost white. On the other end of the line, Yi Shuer held her breath, knowing that if Chun Kan had spoken to her like this in the past, she would have definitely blocked him without a second thought. But now, lacking food and clothing, knowing that Chun Kan had stockpiled supplies, she saw him as her only hope for survival. She could only suppress her anger and present her most gentle demeanor. Kan Gu, I realize I've overlooked you in the past. I know I was wrong. I still cherish the friendship we've shared since childhood. Can you please not be angry with me? Listening to Yi Shuer's overly sweet words, Chun Kan felt an overwhelming urge to retch. If you're just going to say such meaningless things, I'm hanging up. No, no, no. Kan Gu, please don't hang up. Our home has run out of food. You know I live with 2 girlfriends, and none of us have anything to eat. Can you please send us some food? I know you're the best to me. Chun Kan couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Did she really think he would play the same role as before? He was well aware of her roommates, Chen Xiyu and Xie Yushan. After all, how could the 3 of them afford a house worth millions with the money they earn? However, neither of these 2 are particularly good people. When I was pursuing Yi Shuer, I also faced their disdain and sarcasm. To put it bluntly, they are merely 2 opportunistic women. I must admit, these 3 women are somewhat clever, aware that in such frigid weather and heavy snowfall, venturing out for food is unappealing. They simply wish to take advantage of the fish in my pond, and I suspect that Chen Xiyu and Xie Yushan are currently reaching out to their sycophants for sustenance. If it were the Chun Kan of my previous life, he would have succumbed to Yi Shuer's sweet pleas long ago and rushed to deliver food. However, in this life, Chun Kan understands that he cannot possibly offer them even a morsel. All he desires now is to toy with her, ultimately leading her to a most cruel demise. Yet, as his thoughts shifted, he waved his hand, and immediately, a roasted duck, a plate of French escargot, a roasted leg of lamb, a lobster, and a bottle of my Martin XO appeared on the table behind him. He feigned a look of helplessness and said, Shuer, why didn't you say so earlier? My supplies are nearly depleted, and now I can only make do with this kind of food. The camera swiftly turned, revealing a sumptuous feast before Yi Shuer. Upon seeing the exquisite spread, she couldn't help but exclaim, what the heck? It seemed that upon hearing her voice, Chen Xiyu and Xie Yushan, wrapped in their blankets, also approached, equally captivated by the mouth-watering delicacies displayed on the screen. Their eyes widened, mouths agape, wearing expressions of disbelief. What time is it? Who in their right mind could still indulge in such luxuries? Then they caught sight of Chun Kan's beaming face and realized he was merely showing off. They immediately turned to Yi Shuer, their eyes conveying a singular message. Hurry and win him over. If such a catch slips away, it would be a grave loss, especially since Chun Kan was casually wearing a short-sleeve shirt. They couldn't help but wonder if they were on the same wavelength. Why were they shivering in their winter coats and blankets while he flaunted his short sleeves with such nonchalance? Yi Shuer composed herself, and thinking of the lavish feast, she swallowed hard. She quickly adopted a delicate demeanor and cooed, "Brother Can, you eat so well. I want to have roasted duck, roasted leg of lamb. And some XO too." She thought to herself that her hints were glaringly obvious. He should be rushing to bring her some at this moment. After all, based on their long-established dynamic, whenever she spoke, Chunkin had always been at her beck and call. Chunkin merely chuckled, "Oh, you want some too? I just picked this up at the Carrefour nearby. There should still be plenty left. You should hurry and go buy some before it's all gone." Yi Shuer's smile faltered, her lips twitching uncontrollably. How ridiculous. Go buy it herself. Could he not see how heavy the snow was falling and how frigid it was outside? Must he speak such nonsense? Yet, she strove to suppress her rising anger and continued sweetly, "Brother Can, you used to be the most gentlemanly and caring towards me. What if you go out in this cold and get frostbite? Then I wouldn't look good, and you wouldn't like me anymore. Please, have a heart and bring some food over for me. It's just a flight of stairs away." Chapter 29. The overbearing community committee woman Chunkin immediately put on a pitiful expression and spoke to the camera. "Shuer, I feel cold just as you do. I'm perfectly fine in my short sleeves, and I need to wear a jacket to go outside. I really do not wish to venture out. Why not emulate the ancient mindset of Cao Cao? I could take a picture of the food, and you could just gaze at the leg of lamb to quell your hunger and the roasted duck to satisfy your cravings. How does that sound?" The three on the other end of the video were left speechless at Chunkin's absurdity. "What time is it, and he suggests they take a page from Cao Cao? I'd rather not." Yi Shuer could no longer contain herself and erupted in anger. "Chunkin, I'm giving you an opportunity, yet you squander it. You can't even bring me a little food without a barrage of excuses. How can I trust you to bring me happiness and stability? You keep claiming you wish to pursue me and cherish me for a lifetime, yet you show no sincerity. A man's words are just empty promises. You deserve to be single forever. I advise you to hurry and deliver the food. I might still begrudgingly forgive you. If you bring enough, I might even reconsider accepting you in the future. Otherwise, you will never have a chance with me again, not even if Jesus himself came." In Yi Shuer's eyes, Chunkin was merely one of the many fish in her pond, just another of her sycophants. Having lowered herself to ask him for food, how dare he act so aloof? At this point, she was still holding on to some of her lofty pride. Having exhausted her sweet tactics, she resolved to take a firmer approach. If he wouldn't listen, he would surely regret it. But just as she finished speaking, the screen displayed that the call had ended. Yi Shuer stared in disbelief at the now dark screen, casting a puzzled glance at her two friends nearby. What on earth? Did Chunkin truly not care about her? After hanging up, Chunkin muttered curses under his breath, wondering what kind of fool would still act so imperious at such a time. Meanwhile, the group chat for homeowners continued to buzz with messages. Chunkin had little time to concern himself with Yi Shuer and her two opportunistic friends. He was more engrossed in the lively banter within the chat. At that moment, Aunt Tan from the community committee was speaking, seemingly responding to the government's call, conveying their thoughts and policies. In the group, she sent a voice message, "Dear family members, we must continue to trust the government and the party. The government will not forget us, the masses. Please stay home and wait for the snow disaster to pass. Do not venture out to hoard supplies, as this will only lead to social chaos. The snow disaster will soon be over. We must unite to resist this calamity together. Do not panic. Experts have stated that it will only last a few days. We must set an example for others." Many still believed Aunt Tan's words, flooding the chat with affirmations of faith in the government and the party, insisting they would overcome the disaster together. However, a portion of the group remained unconvinced, voicing their doubts. "Aunt Tan, you see how severe the weather is and how suddenly the temperature has dropped. Most households are likely out of supplies. If we stay inside and the disaster lasts beyond today, what then? It would be wiser to take the opportunity now, while the snow disaster has just begun, to find some supplies to last these few days." Exactly. What Lee said is true. It's unsettling to sit idly. Finding supplies will allow us to wait for government assistance with peace of mind. Indeed, we are already impacted. Vegetable prices will surely rise. If we don't go out now, they might skyrocket. Seeing the dissent, Aunt Tan's tone turned disapproving as she retorted, "I just said we must unite to resist the snow disaster, and here you are singing a different tune. If we cannot unify our thoughts, how can I carry out my work? Moreover, If I let you all go out to hoard supplies, won't that just drive the prices up? The result will be that everyone ends up paying more. Ask around. Would anyone be willing to accept that? Let me remind you, our committee is a government-affiliated social organization. If anyone disobeys during this critical time, I will report it once the snow disaster passes. When the police come looking for you, don't come begging me. Those who had voiced opposition felt a chill run down their spines, gradually falling silent. Chunkin looked at Aunt Tan, who was rambling on, and couldn't he help but scoff. She was acting as if she wielded tremendous power, but to put it bluntly, she was merely a community committee member with minimal authority, lacking even an official title. Chunkin recalled how, in his previous life, it was Aunt Tan who obstructed the neighbors from procuring supplies on the very first day of the apocalypse, resulting in no one being able to gather food during that crucial golden period before the disaster struck. The outcome was predictable. In this life, Aunt Tan had re-emerged, and it seemed the fate of the community would mirror that of the previous life. Realizing no one was opposing her anymore, Aunt Tan relished her moment of authority. However, she suddenly recalled something and tagged Chunkin in the group chat. Chincan, especially you. I saw you bought so many supplies and ordered tens of thousands in takeout. You're the most likely to err. I am warning you. You must not lead others to hoard supplies, or don't blame Aunt Tan for being serious. Seeing that he hadn't even spoken a word, this meddlesome woman was now seeking trouble with him. Did she really think he was easy to bully? He suspected this was payback for the time she had asked for his help with logistics, wanting him to cover an extra charge for increased weight. In the end, she criticized him for being stingy and not understanding neighborly relations. It seemed she held a grudge and was now taking her frustrations out on him. This time, Chunkin's temper flared up. Fueled by the grievances from his past life, he was ready to retaliate. This was simply intolerable. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Casually scrolling through my phone, I wondered if the young ladies who usually perform provocative dances had released any new works. After a lengthy search, I found nothing. I couldn't help but shake my head. Indeed, the frigid weather makes it nearly impossible for even the most resilient of girls to persist in sporting short skirts and stockings in such a climate. If there were any who dared to do so, I would certainly commend them with a hearty thumbs dash up. And why, dear girl, you truly are a fierce one. With no pressing matters at hand, Chunkin decided to retreat to his room and boot up his computer to play League of Legends. In the past, he had devoted his time to pursuing Yishuer, leaving little room for gaming. Later, he was preoccupied with preparing for the apocalypse, leaving him no time to indulge in games. Now, taking advantage of the still-functioning internet and uninterrupted power supply, he felt compelled to play a few matches. However, as he engaged in the game, his bedroom erupted with a chorus of furious exclamations. What on earth is wrong with you in the top lane? You only teleport down after the team fight is over. Are you a courier in a hurry? And you, jungler, what's the matter? I've been ganked in mid, and you're still wandering in the jungle as if you're a little girl picking mushrooms? And AD, are you trying to gift kills? After just a few minutes, you've already given away too. I'd do better by scattering rice on my keyboard. Even a chicken would navigate better than you. Support, are you out of your mind? The enemy support knows to come help mid, and you're glued to a useless AD like a conjoined twin? Are you too attached at the head or the rear? As Chunkin continued to play, his frustration mounted, and he promptly clicked to surrender. Yet, he entirely overlooked his own performance. Mid Yasuo, 15 minutes in, with a score of 0-17-0, the more matches he played, the more infuriated he became, ultimately shutting down his computer in a fit of rage. With the computer off, Chunkin continued to curse under his breath. Why is it that every match is filled with a bunch of simpletons? Yasuo can't carry in our server, can it? Can't the damn system match me with a few competent players? Every day, it's like playing against elementary school bots. Just as Chunkin was venting his frustrations, his phone, which lay nearby, chimed with notifications. It was Aunt Tan, tagging a dozen people in the group chat, instructing them to clear the snow from the hallways. To his surprise, he was among those tagged. To ensure everyone's safe passage and the roads remain clear after the snow disaster, we need several volunteers to sweep away the snow-blocking entrances and pathways. Let us embody the noble spirit of selflessness and learn from our predecessors' qualities of courage and initiative. Particularly, I'm calling on several strapping young lads from our community. I can rap and play basketball. Chunkin, Liang Xiaoming, Feng Tianhua. Already seething with anger, Chunkin felt like a boiling pot ready to explode. He quickly replied in the group, "Sweep your grandpa. You can just order us around because you think you're important, huh?" His comment immediately stirred a storm of reactions in the group. Previously, everyone thought of Chun Kan as amiable and compliant, yet here he was, exhibiting such boldness. After a moment of reflection, Chun Kan realized that it wasn't the right time to completely sever ties with that old hag. After all, he might face unforeseen troubles later. He added, "Aunt Tan, don't you think your demands are excessive? Do you not know what the temperature is right now? You want us to go out and shovel snow, as if you wish for us to freeze to death?" The dozen or so people tagged in the chat, observing Chun Kan's audacity, quickly chimed in. "Exactly, Aunt Tan. You can't just command us young ones as if we're immune to the cold. You truly don't understand the situation, do you? It's minus 40 degrees outside. A moment's inattention can lead to frostbite. It seems it doesn't matter to you because you're not the one getting frostbitten. Right? Please, spare us your lofty demands. Your words are not requests but a threat to our well-being." As more voices of dissent arose, Aunt Tan felt the pressure mounting in her chest. It was that little brat Chun Kan again. He was clearly intent on opposing her, not taking her seriously at all. Aunt Tan, gripping her phone tighter, contemplated her next move. "Chun Kan, you can't be this selfish. This is for the benefit of the community's residents. You young ones are in good health. What's wrong with contributing a little? You must trust that everyone will remember your good deeds. Once the snowstorm passes, I will certainly apply for a government medal for you in the name of the Residents Committee. Do you truly refuse to assist others in the community?" Chapter 32. Escalating conflict. Aunt Tan aimed to direct her ire squarely at Chun Kan, attempting to pit him against the other residents. "Let us see how you respond to that." Her words had an impact. Several residents who hadn't been tagged began to voice their support for her. "Isn't it normal for you young people to pitch in? It's just shoveling snow. It's not strenuous labor." Indeed, Aunt Tan has always been considerate of the community, and you all are undermining her efforts. You young ones should heed the wisdom of the elders. There are things you will understand when you grow older. We won't let you work for nothing. Once the snowstorm is over, we'll be sure to assist you in the future." As Aunt Tan observed her supporters growing in number, her sense of triumph momentarily eclipsed her anger, causing her mouth to curl into a satisfied smile. "You little brat dare to challenge me? I've experienced more than you can imagine. You clearly don't know your place." The few who had previously sided with Chun Kan fell silent, realizing they could not truly oppose the majority of the community. Chun Kan, watching the flurry of comments, found it increasingly amusing. It seemed that those who were unaffected couldn't grasp the pain of others. He understood Aunt Tan's intentions well. She wanted to play the role of a general, as if she were the only one capable of commanding. Without hesitation, Chun Kan retorted in the group, "Oh, look at all of you perched high on your pedestals, pointing fingers as if you believe it's not cold enough already. So, young people are just meant to be bossed around. We're supposed to swallow our pride and endure? What gives you the right to demand our selfless contributions? Have you offered to pay us or feed us? What contributions have you made to the community? All of you are merely standing there, talking without understanding the weight of the situation. Are you not part of the community? Why create divisions among us? If we must shovel, let us do it together. That way, no one will have to bear the burden alone. You're all acting as if your age gives you superiority. Do you think your experience is worth something? You expect us to toil without any reward, as if that's acceptable? And Aunt Tan, if you're so eloquent, shouldn't you, as a leader, lead by example and join us in shoveling? We are just ordinary residents. You are a significant member of the Residents Committee. Does the government not advocate for leaders to take the initiative in times of difficulty? Is that principle just empty rhetoric for you? Or do you want to enjoy the title of a leader without any of the responsibilities that come with it? What gives you the confidence to play both roles? Either you, the spectators, join us in shoveling, or no one should. Don't you dare impose your moral standards on us. Do I really need to teach you the principle of treating others as you wish to be treated? Moreover, there is a security team provided by the Residents Committee and the Property Management. We pay our property fees every month, and yet when it comes time to serve the community, they vanish, leaving us to do their job. Is that fair? Chun Kan's barrage of words left the group in stunned silence. Those tagged felt as if Chun Kan were a divine savior, delivering them from their plight. His words grew increasingly satisfying to read, but the realization that he had stirred up the Property Management's security team made them feel a twinge of fear. Meanwhile, those who had been challenged by Chun Kan were left fuming, their faces flushed, unable to counter his well-reasoned arguments. The most furious of all was Aunt Tan, who had thought she had the upper hand but found herself outmaneuvered by Chun Kan. His words felt like flames licking at her, forcing her to confront the situation. If she didn't respond, she would forever lose her authority as a leader, and the air of respect she had built would evaporate in an instant. If she did comply, however, would she not be risking her own well-being by shoveling snow in such harsh conditions? This little brat truly had no sense of decorum. Realizing this, Aunt Tan decided to abandon her moral high ground and declared in the group, Chun Kan, I am now commanding you, in my capacity as a residence committee leader, to go and shovel snow immediately. If you refuse, come the aftermath of this disaster, I will report you to higher authorities for your refusal to comply with organizational directives during a crisis. We shall see who ends up crying then. Chun Kan was astonished that Aunt Tan genuinely believed her position as a residence committee leader gave her authority. She had truly mistaken herself for a figure of authority. Barking orders left and right, he decided to drop the pretense and fired back, Aunt Tan, you're calling yourself a residence committee leader, but do you really think you're that important? Your capabilities are lacking. Yet your demands are lofty. Come now, why don't you have your superiors come and arrest me? Or should I call the police for you? Do you know the number? I am unsure whether I should inform you. 110. Those who are merely onlookers in the group truly did not anticipate that the current Chun Kan could exhibit such boldness. He has completely reshaped my long-held perception of him, just as everyone was eager to witness the unfolding of events. A sudden remark from someone in the group silenced many. Security team leader Xie Tianhao. Chun Kan, is it you, you insolent brat, who dares to provoke us in this group? Even in such dire circumstances. Do you still consider yourself a distinguished owner? What can your meager monthly contributions do for us? Spare me the pretense of being a noble owner. I, Hao Gu, am impervious to such tactics. Furthermore, I have taken note of you. Little pest, do not seek to disturb me in this group again. When you encounter Hao Gu in the future, remember to bow and greet me, or I will ensure your demise. The other residents of the community, upon witnessing Xie Tianhao's outburst, fell silent. Although Xie Tianhao is the head of security, he bears an uncanny resemblance to a petty thug. He is also the leader of a local gang, and anyone who dares to disrespect him will find themselves subjected to daily harassment. The incidents may not be severe, but they can certainly be bothersome. Thus, despite being fellow owners who pay property management fees, they find themselves utterly powerless in the face of such a bully. Moreover, since the snow disaster, Xie Tianhao and his gang have remained holed up in the property management center, neglecting their duty to serve the residents. It would be more reliable to hope for the sun to rise in the west than to expect him to assist the community. As Chun Kan observed the bubbling anger of Xie Tianhao, the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. This was the very man who had torn him apart in a previous life. If Yi Shuai was his primary target for revenge, then Xie Tianhao was undoubtedly the second. While others feared him, Chun Kan did not. He was not only well prepared with various cold weapons, but also possessed a substantial arsenal. Could he possibly fear a cowardly thug like you? He promptly replied in the group, How go? How an MLGB go? A mere security guard thinks he is something special. What are you compared to me? Chun Kan, you are nothing but a minor nuisance. If you have the guts, come at me now. Otherwise, I hold you in utter contempt. Henceforth, do not call yourself Hao Gu. You shall be known as Wang Ba for your cowardice. Chapter 33. The onlookers after Chun Kan's tirade. He felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. The thrill of venting his grievances against an enemy was ineffable, as his retort echoed through the owners' group. The atmosphere became palpably tense. Many expected Chun Kan to stand his ground against the elderly Tan Dama, as it was somewhat understandable to disregard an old woman. After all, she posed no real danger. However, no one anticipated that Chun Kan would confront the belligerent Xie Tianhao with such audacity. Xie Tianhao was a man unafraid of anything. Not only was he physically imposing, but he also commanded a squad of robust security personnel. All seasoned veterans. Could an ordinary young man possibly contend with such combat prowess? Everyone presumed that Chun Kan was simply oblivious to the gravity of the situation, fighting for a trivial sense of pride, thereby placing himself in a perilous predicament. After all, these were times of disaster. What if this gang truly decided to act against them? Who could resist? Even after the disaster had passed, they would still possess ample reasons to clear themselves of blame. After all, which disaster-stricken area is devoid of casualties? At that moment, Tan Dama, clutching her phone, observed Chun Kin's reckless defiance against Xie Tianhao, and the frustration that had previously consumed her vanished, replaced by a frenzied excitement. Ha! You insolent brat, do you think bullying an old woman is impressive? Why provoke Xie Tianhao? I am eager to see your downfall. Tan Dama's eyes glinted with malice, her lips curling into a sinister smile. As if she could foresee the outcome awaiting Chun Kin. Yi Schwerer and her companions, also in the owner's group, had been watching the escalating conflict between Chun Kan and Tan Dama, critiquing Chun Kan's lack of gratitude. Wasn't it natural for a strong young man to assist these vulnerable women? They had condemned him 1,000 times in their minds. However, upon witnessing Tan Dama's retreat, they contemplated whether to join her side and confront Chun Kan. Yet, when they saw Chun Kan's audacious retort to Xie Tianhao, they erupted in laughter. Is Chun Kan truly a fool? Is he really willing to provoke such a ruthless thug just to display bravado in the group? He seems unafraid of meeting a grim fate. Their anticipation of Xie Tianhao's response to this insolent youth grew, invigorating them as the chill in the air seemed to dissipate. As expected, Xie Tianhao, lounging in the security room, was infuriated by Wang Yu's blatant disrespect. He immediately retaliated in the group. You insolent little pest, your audacity is astonishing. Do you truly believe I will not act against you? Prepare yourself. Today, I shall ensure your demise. Without hesitation, Xie Tianhao grabbed an electric baton from the equipment room and charged towards Building 9. The moment he stepped outside, the biting cold wind sent a shiver down his spine. He muttered under his breath, "Damn, it's freezing." Almost dropping the baton, he steeled himself. If he did not teach this insolent brat a lesson, how could he maintain his authority over the other residents? Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, disregarding the frigid wind as he stormed into the building. At that moment, residents of Building 9, witnessing the furious Xie Tianhao armed with an electric baton, immediately began to message in the group. Others chimed in with their opinions. Whoa! I just saw Xie Tianhao, looking furious, charging into Building 9 with an electric baton. Is he really going to confront Chun Kan? Chun Kan, why provoke him? Now let us see how you fare. Chun Kan, you should quickly apologize to Xie Tianhao. Perhaps you can save yourself. Young people these days lack composure and fail to grasp the situation, bringing calamity upon themselves. At this moment, both Tan Dama and Yi Schwerer's trio were filled with excitement, eager to witness the tragic fate awaiting Chun Kan for provoking Xie Tianhao. Tan Dama sought mere vindication, while Yi Schwerer had ulterior motives. Regardless, she guessed that Xie Tianhao would likely be a bit rough but would not dare to take Chun Kan's life. When Chun Kan was left battered and breathless, she would swoop in to express her concern. Wouldn't this serve to make him grovel at her feet once again? Many in Building 9 were aware of the messages circulating in the group. Meng Qian, residing below Chun Kan, observed the escalating drama with a sense of dread. Even her husband, Xie Xiaojun, appeared to revel in the chaos, jokingly remarking, "Is Chun Kan a fool? Has he bitten off more than he can chew by provoking Xie Tianhao? He's practically asking for death." Meng Qian merely shot her husband a disapproving glance, her furrowed brow betraying her concern. In another apartment on the 25th floor, Lin Haiqing and his wife Du Mei noticed that their typically composed neighbors were now spectators. Seemingly indifferent to the unfolding conflict, the elderly couple sighed, acutely aware that at their age, they were powerless to intervene. They remembered Chun Kan as a polite and amiable young man, and they understood that this conflict arose from Tan Dama's provocation. Lin Haiqing turned to his daughter, Lei Lei, with concern. "Oh, you have any ideas on how to help this young man? He has always been kind. What if Xie Tianhao harms him?" The young woman glanced at her father before responding coldly. In these extraordinary times, one must temper their boldness. Acting without regard for consequences, thinking mere words can grant them dignity, is foolish. The trouble one creates must be faced by oneself. Besides, I am but a weak woman. What can I do? Throughout these events, Lin Lei had been observing intently. Initially, she agreed with Chun Kan's sentiments against Tan Dama. After all, they were all part of the community, and it was unreasonable for a few to bear the burden while others reaped the benefits. However, she never anticipated that Chun Kan would act so recklessly, confronting anyone who crossed his path without understanding that discretion was necessary during such turbulent times. Who in the community was unaware of Xie Tianhao's reputation? Moreover, with a cadre of seasoned security personnel under his command, his combat capacity was unmatched. Directly provoking him was akin to courting death. Chapter 34. A direct hit, shooting the bird at this moment. Chun sat calmly on the sofa, observing the white-eyed wolves in the group, relishing their anticipation of chaos. Chun meticulously monitored Xie Tianhao's movements, projecting the surveillance footage onto the television. As he retrieved a powerful crossbow and specially crafted arrows from an alternate dimension. He awaited Xie Tianhao's arrival with a smile. This formidable crossbow and its custom arrows had been procured during his hunting excursions in a private game reserve in the United States, specifically designed with barbed tips for enhanced lethality. The arrow, once embedded in flesh, must not be removed directly. The barbs on the arrowhead ensnare the tissue, and without specialized tools to extract it forcibly, the result would be the gruesome tearing away of a substantial mass of flesh. Such agony is beyond the endurance of most. Even the likes of robust wild boars or water buffaloes would collapse. Exclaiming, "Oh, the pain is unbearable," Chun Kan, witnessing such a fearsome arrowhead, procured over 10,000 of these specialized crossbow bolts in one go. How could he not let his neighbors experience a taste of this? It would be a disservice to the heartfelt intentions he bore in his second life. On the 24th floor, 3 other families resided. Opposite Chun Kan lived a corporate white-collar worker, a man in his 30s, who was currently peering through the peephole, eager to witness the unfolding drama as Xie Tianhao arrived. Hearing the elevator bell, he swiftly messaged the group chat, "Xie Tianhao has arrived." Armed with an electric baton, he.s. ready to wreak havoc on Chun Kan. At that moment, it seemed every resident of Building 9 was fixated on the developments of this incident, the anticipation palpable. As Xie Tianhao exited the elevator and approached apartment 2024. He raised his electric baton and began pummeling the door, shouting, "Come out, you little rascal! I swear, I'll make you regret this." He continued his onslaught, but as he struck, Xie Tianhao sensed something was amiss. Typically, with the specifications of his electric baton, a few blows would at least leave dents on a standard security door. Yet, despite his immense effort, this door bore no marks, and his palm throbbed painfully. What manner of material was this door made of? It was as solid as iron. Damn you, Chun Kan. What kind of iron door are you hiding behind? You coward. Are you trying to be a turtle? You were so bold in the group chat earlier. Undeterred by the pain, Xie Tianhao continued to batter the door, cursing loudly, unable to contain his frustration. Chun Kan, get out here. You think you can hide in your shell forever? I swear, I'll make you pay. Unbeknownst to him, an arrow was aimed at him from above. Chun Kan, looking down upon the rabid Xie Tianhao, couldn't help but smile at the foolishness below. Initially intending to deliver a fatal shot, he reconsidered, deciding instead to aim for a different target, ready to release the bolt. Meanwhile, Xie Tianhao was oblivious, engrossed in his furious assault, unaware of the impending danger. In less than a second, the entire 24th floor echoed with the sounds of a pig being slaughtered. Xie Tianhao writhed on the ground, clutching his groin, his face contorted in agony. Damn you, Chun Kan, you treacherous little wretch. How could you shoot me there? I swear, I'll kill you. The scene was witnessed by the white-collar worker across the hall, who stood frozen in shock, feeling cold sweat trickle down his back. He instinctively covered his own groin, unable to believe that the usually amiable Chun Kan could harbor such a ruthless side. The sense of morbid curiosity he had just moments ago evaporated, replaced by a fear of provoking Chun Kan further. He staggered back into his living room, grappling with the surreal events he had just witnessed. Having undergone some training, Chun Kan's archery skills were commendable. A specially crafted crossbow bolt had accurately struck Xie Tianhao, penetrating deeply between his legs, an image that vividly conjured the notion of a single arrow piercing 2 eggs. With the pain intensifying, Xie Tianhao seemed to lose all strength, rolling helplessly on the floor. He urgently messaged his friends below, pleading for assistance to carry him away in the frigid temperatures of -40 degrees. Such a grievous injury could prove fatal without immediate medical attention. With a fierce expression, Xie Tianhao glared at Chun Kan's door, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. This confrontation had irrevocably sealed their fate as enemies. One day, he vowed to avenge this humiliation. After several minutes, 4 or 5 security guards arrived, carrying a makeshift stretcher to transport the howling Xie Tianhao into the elevator. Meanwhile, the resident group chat buzzed with anticipation, awaiting news from the white-collar worker. Over half an hour had passed without any updates. Was the fight over, or was it still ongoing? Everyone tagged the worker who had previously commented. the man, now trembling on the couch. Couldn't help but shudder at the thought of Xie Tianhao's fate. As the messages flooded in, he felt a growing dread. Surely, angering Chun Kin could lead to dire consequences. Reluctantly, he typed, "I just dozed off and didn't see anything," as the white-collar worker finally responded. The group's interest only intensified, their imaginations running wild as they speculated about the outcome. Surely, Chun Kin must have been taught a lesson. Just look at the difference in their physiques. Xie Tianhao could easily lift Chun Kin like a chick. The result is all too evident. I agree. They are not even in the same league. Could Chun Kin possibly be a hidden master? Who would believe that? It's clearly Chun Kin's fault for provoking someone like Xie Tianhao. Do you think Chun Kin is still alive? As the discussion unfolded, a variety of emotions flickered across the faces of those invested in the outcome. Chapter 35. The chicken is slaughtered, the eggs are cracked. Auntie Tan was at home. Laughing heartily as she slapped her thigh, Wei Shuer wore a sinister smile, confident that no one would die, but Chun Kin would likely be left half dead. She decided to layer her clothing and head upstairs to assess the situation. Meanwhile, Meng Qian clenched her fists tightly, struggling to believe that a vibrant life could be extinguished so abruptly. Lin Yilei furrowed her brow, unable to fathom that Xie Tianhao could have the audacity to commit murder. Upon arriving at the 24th floor, Yi Shuer was met with gruesome patches of blood, frozen and congealed at Chun Kin's door. The sight sent a chill through her. Could it be that Xie Tianhao had truly gone too far? If Chun Kin were to be killed, how would she retrieve her supplies? Panic-stricken, she immediately snapped photos of the bloodstains and posted them in the resident group chat. She then approached Chun Kin's door, desperate to confirm his fate. However, Chun Kin, having successfully settled some of his debts with a well-aimed arrow, was in high spirits at home. He had activated soundproofing and was indulging in music, dancing joyfully in his living room. Blissfully unaware of Yi Shuer's persistent knocking, she, too, had forgotten to ring the doorbell. After several minutes of knocking, she became increasingly convinced that Chun Kin had met a grim fate. Meanwhile, the resident group chat had erupted. What is this pool of blood? Chun Kin can't really be dead, can he? Xiaoxian, Yi Shuer, is Chun Kin alive or dead? Don't just post pictures without any updates. Xiaoxian, did you knock? Was there any response from Chun Kin's apartment? This has escalated beyond control. Who would dare to provoke Xie Tianhao now? Auntie Tan, seeing the photo of the bloodstains, jumped up from the sofa as if she had won the lottery, grabbing her daughter and singing. Today is a glorious day. Even her gaze softened when it landed on Hasamai. Meng Qian and Lin Yilei, upon seeing the image, exchanged worried glances, lamenting the loss of life that could vanish due to mere bravado. Oblivious to the uproar in the group chat, Chun Kin continued to revel in his music and dance. Wei Shuer returned home to find her phone inundated with messages, all inquiring about the situation. Even she was unsure of Chun Kin's fate, yet the bloody scene left her leaning towards the grim conclusion that he might have perished. Reluctantly, she responded in the chat, "I'm not sure. I knocked on Chun Kin's door for over 5 minutes, and there was no response." This statement seemed to answer some questions while raising new ones, prompting further speculation within the group. Meanwhile, at the property management building of the Happy Community, Xie Tianhao was being carried back by 4 or 5 security guards, his thoughts far removed from the group chat. His pallid face, drained of blood, bore lips as white as a ghost, and he continued to shiver uncontrollably. Upon witnessing the scene, I was taken aback to find my elder brother being carried back like a lifeless dog. Everyone was engulfed in astonishment and shock, with not a single soul responding to the messages in the group chat. Xie Tianhao, trembling, managed to speak, his voice exceedingly frail. Old 8, come quickly and take a look. My bird is gone." Among the dozen or so security guards, only Old 8, Cheng Bing, had served in the military and possessed some rudimentary medical knowledge. The others were utterly clueless about how to assist. The sound of Xie Tianhao's desperate calls. Cheng Bing snapped out of his stupor and hurriedly retrieved an emergency medical kit from the property management warehouse. Rushing to Xie Tianhao's side, observing Xie Tianhao's lower region still oozing blood, it was evident that most of the wound had frozen into a slushy mass. Cheng Bing nervously cut open Xie Tianhao's pants, only to be met with the pallid faces of his fellow veteran security guards. Several instinctively covered their own groins, as if they could psychologically sense the agony of having their own eggs pierced. Suppressing the discomfort in his chest, Cheng Bing swallowed hard and began examining Xie Tianhao. The power of the crossbow bolt was undeniably formidable. Xie Tianhao now resembled a eunuch who had just undergone a castration, his entire nest devastated beyond recognition. The sight was horrifically disfigured, blood and flesh mingled in a grotesque tableau. The bolt embedded in Xie Tianhao was a specially crafted crossbow arrow, approximately 25 centimeters in length. Its head fully lodged within his flesh, rendering its precise location unknown. Whether it had penetrated his eggs or merely burrowed into the meat remained a mystery, and with no anesthetic available, there was no way to dissect the surrounding skin to retrieve the arrowhead. Old 8, how is it? Due to the frigid temperatures, Xie Tianhao's pain had diminished significantly. He felt as if his bird had detached from his body, devoid of any sensation or response. Cheng Bing, drenched in cold sweat, hesitated before uttering, "Boss, you may never be able to be a man again." These words struck Xie Tianhao like a thunderclap, reverberating in his mind. Though he had mentally prepared himself during the journey back, the grim reality of the situation made him feel as if the sky were collapsing. "I won't be able to be a man anymore," he stammered, seeking confirmation. The other security guards averted their gazes, unable to witness the despair unfolding before them. Xie Tianhao lay there, his eyes vacant, staring at the ceiling, overwhelmed by an unspeakable sense of regret and resentment. He had always relished apocalyptic novels, fantasizing about societal collapse, believing that strength would grant him the ability to bed any woman he desired. When the snow disaster struck, Xie Tianhao was more exhilarated than ever, convinced that his dreams were finally materializing. He thought, if this truly was the apocalypse, with a band of brothers by his side, he would undoubtedly have the script of a protagonist, a fortuitous opening. This mindset was the very foundation of his audacious behavior in the owner's group post-disaster. Yet, he had never experienced the carefree life of indulgence and pleasure he had so longed for. Now, stripped of his masculinity, where could he voice his grievances? Had he been taken to the hospital before the apocalypse? There might have been a chance for recovery, but now, seeking medical attention was a mere fantasy. Moreover, he understood all too well that this time, he had not only lost his manhood but also shattered his future. Even divine intervention would likely prove futile in restoring what had been lost. Chapter 36. The Twist of Events. Chen Can's counterattack. Seeing his leader's expression gradually fade, Cheng Bing clenched his fists and spoke anew. "Boss, there is only one way to save your life." Listening to Cheng Bing, Xie Tianhao grasped that salvation would come at the cost of his manhood. Yet, he believed it better to endure a miserable existence than to succumb to despair. Desperately, he turned his head and tremulously asked, "Old 8, what must I do?" Cheng Bing fell silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth, stating, "We must completely remove your bird and cauterize the wound with a hot knife. If fortune smiles upon you, you may yet salvage your life." But the mere thought of undergoing such a procedure without anesthesia, followed by the agony of cauterization, sent shivers through Xie Tianhao's body. A voice within him echoed, questioning the purpose of enduring such suffering. What if, after all the torment, he still met his demise? This notion grew louder, reverberating in his mind. Overwhelmed, he despaired, "Old 8, perhaps you should grant me a swift end. This is unbearable, and I cannot endure it." Cheng Bing, witnessing Xie Tianhao's dwindling will to survive, tightened his fists. "Boss, you cannot give in to despair. Do you not wish to avenge this grievance? Do you not want Chen Can to experience the pain you have endured?" His words rang out like a clarion call in Xie Tianhao's mind, suppressing the voice that urged him toward despair. The thought of his apocalyptic dreams shattered and the declaration of his impotence ignited a fierce desire for survival. Fueled by vengeance, his previously vacant eyes regained a flicker of determination. Xie Tianhao clenched his fists, biting down on his molars, as if making a reckless decision. "Old 8, I will do it." Just as the group speculated that Chen Can had likely met his end, a neighbor from the lower floors of Building 9 suddenly chimed in, "I just saw. Xie Tianhao being carried back to the property management building by 4 or 5 security guards. Is it possible that the blood belongs to him?" The once quiet owners group erupted in disbelief at this revelation. Their expressions mirrored those who had witnessed an absurd spectacle. "Lao Zhang, you must be joking. Could Chen Can have possibly injured Xie Tianhao?" "Indeed, Lao Zhang. Are you not afraid of Xie Tianhao's retribution? You just dispatched Chen Can, and now you suggest this. If Chen Can could turn the tables on Xie Tianhao, I would gladly wash my hair upside down." The group buzzed with skepticism, unable to fathom that it was indeed Xie Tianhao who had been injured in a confrontation with Chun Can. Faced with such widespread doubt, Lao Zhang began to question his own perception. At that moment, Chun Can, fatigued from his dancing in the living room, retrieved a bottle of ice-cold cola from another dimension. Sitting on the sofa, he gulped it down, savoring the moment with a satisfied burp, relishing the first sip as the most valuable. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Chun Can reopened his phone, only to find the owners group inundated with messages, making it difficult to locate the topmost one. After several seconds, he finally spotted the leading message. It was a photo taken by Yi Shuer at her doorstep, with everyone believing she had been dealt with by Xie Tianhao. Witnessing the comments from his neighbors, who seemed eager for his downfall, a chill swept through Chun Can. Determined not to allow them such satisfaction, he extracted a clip from the surveillance footage showing Xie Tianhao being struck and sent it to the group chat, accompanied by a message. The video is loading. Xie Wangba, this time I spared your bird. Should you or your sycophants dare to provoke me again, do not expect mercy from Chun Can. This single video and message sent shockwaves through the group, akin to a boulder plunging into water, creating a tumultuous ripple effect. Each member's initial reaction was a flurry of questions, their minds awash with disbelief. After a prolonged silence, someone finally responded, "What the hell? Did I just see that? Chun Can is still intact, and it's Xie Tianhao who has fallen. This is beyond surreal. So Xie Tianhao was actually shot through his bird? How utterly tragic, damn. I can't help but feel pain for him just watching the video. Chun Can is truly ruthless. You all wished for his demise, and now look at you." As the comments flooded in, many felt a tightening sensation, especially those who had previously mocked Chun Can. The realization that Chun Can could go to such lengths left them questioning their earlier bravado. One by one, they began to ingratiate themselves. "I can rap and play basketball. Chenggu, hey, Chenggu. I was just joking. Please don't take it to heart. I can rap and play basketball, I can. I was merely worried about you. You must understand." Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Ma Tan hummed a tune while preparing vegetables, celebrating the news of Chun Can's supposed victory over Xie Tianhao. She had brought out previously hidden ingredients, ready to feast with her family. Suddenly, Luo Lin burst into the kitchen, terror etched on her face as she thrust her phone toward Ma Tan, exclaiming, "Mom, look quickly, Chun Can is alive, and Xie Tianhao has been rendered a eunuch by Chun Can." Just as Aunt Tan was washing tomatoes, her hand suddenly faltered, causing the tomatoes to tumble to the ground, splitting open with several cracks. With disbelief, she turned to glance at her phone. When the truth became apparent, Aunt Tan was suddenly overwhelmed with anger and fainted. Yi Shuer also saw the messages in the group chat, exchanging incredulous glances with Chun Si and Xie Yushan. They were still unwilling to accept that Chun Can possess such power to reduce Xie Tianhao to a eunuch. This series of events was reshaping their understanding. Shuer, when did Chun Can become so formidable? Shuer, is there any chance of salvaging this situation? Listening to her two friends, Yi Shuer found herself momentarily stunned. It felt as though something she once held firmly had slipped entirely from her grasp. Yet, recalling Chun Can's past subservience, Yi Shuer clenched her teeth, her eyes glinting with malice as she declared, "I will not allow Chun Can to escape my clutches. I absolutely will not." Chapter 37. The harshness of the apocalypse gradually revealed soon. 3 days had passed since the onset of the apocalypse. The grim realities and harshness hidden beneath the surface were beginning to manifest themselves. Cold, hunger, despair over the ongoing calamity, and fear of the unknown were all taking root in the hearts of everyone. Like a burgeoning weed. It seemed that, apart from Chun Can, the supplies in everyone's homes were dwindling. Many could only boil tap water to address their thirst. The most desperate moment came on the 4th day of the heavy snow when the entire city experienced power and water outages. Even boiling tap water became a luxury. When the dual assaults of cold and darkness descended, even those who had previously remained indifferent began to feel a twinge of panic. Could this relentless snow truly never cease? Prior to the blackout, everyone had learned through their phones or televisions that the national power grid was unable to meet the electricity demands due to the persistent snow, leading to selective power distribution. In a span of 24 hours, the available electricity was reduced to a mere 2 hours per person. The previously manageable existence had now completely collapsed. A palpable sense of despair enveloped the community. Despite the news repeatedly asserting that the disaster was temporary and that the government would soon remedy the situation, the bloody reality eroded everyone's faith in those words. In the owners group chat, Conversation shifted from lighthearted banter to lamentation and complaints. Aunt Tan? Didn't you say the neighborhood committee was in touch with the government to mobilize supplies? Why is there not a single update now? Yes, Aunt Tan. You previously promised to ensure our essential supplies. You're not deceiving us, are you? Aunt Tan, stop playing dead and say something. I had suggested we venture out to gather supplies while the snow was fresh. But you stopped me. How could we be facing hunger every day now? Meanwhile, Aunt Tan's own supplies had also run dry, and she was equally concerned about how to survive the days ahead. Seeing herself tagged in the group chat, her irritation reached a boiling point. Dear neighbors, our neighborhood committee is indeed in constant contact with the government regarding the mobilization of supplies, but with Star City being so vast and numerous communities requiring assistance, this all takes time. I hope everyone can remain patient. The news over the past few days had shown everyone that they must trust the government and the party, which would not abandon them in the face of disaster. However, unlike a few days prior, very few were willing to believe Aunt Tan's optimistic assurances. That time. In the property management office, Xie Tianhao, who had narrowly escaped death at the hands of Cheng Bing, was finally recovering. Yet, the memory of that day's agony still made him tremble. However, his deep-seated resentment towards Chun fueled his perseverance. Currently, the entire security team was under the temporary leadership of Cheng Bing. Benefiting from the fact that they were all retired soldiers, which endowed them with superior physical capabilities, they had managed to find a considerable amount of food and medicine nearby, allowing them to live more comfortably than the majority of the residents. Brother Hao, how are you feeling today? Cheng Bing inquired as he entered to see Xie Tianhao reclining. Much better, and I feel my strength returning. What is the situation in the community? Cheng Bing shook his head and replied. Not great. The government is merely feeding the public empty promises without any real action. From the group chat, it seems the residents' moods and states are quite poor. It appears this snow disaster won't pass quickly. A glimmer of determination sparked in Xie Tianhao's eyes. Old 8, I believe this snow disaster presents an opportunity, a perfect chance for us to seize control of the community and transform it into our own domain. I increasingly feel that the apocalypse has arrived. We have resources, so why shouldn't we reign as local overlords in such an environment? Listening to Xie Tianhao's words, Cheng Bing felt a surge of excitement. Having been bossed around by the residents for so long, the thought of potentially rising above them and becoming their leader was exhilarating. Boss, what do you propose we do? Xie Tianhao pondered for a moment before responding fiercely. First, we must establish authority. We need to instill fear in all of them. Then this entire community will bend to our will. Having been humiliated by Chun Can, my reputation has taken a hit. The only way to regain it is to eliminate Chun Can first. That way, they will truly fear us. Furthermore, with the apocalypse upon us, societal order is bound to collapse. Murder and plunder have become utterly commonplace. We must shed any moral burden. Chun Can is our first target. Cheng Bing nodded in agreement. Shall I take my brothers to pay him a visit? Xie Tianhao consented and cautioned, be careful, that little brat possesses a crossbow. And we don't know if he has other weapons. If we can breach his door, victory will be ours. At that moment, Chun Can was enjoying a life of leisure at home. Whenever he felt hungry, he indulged in steak, lobster, barbecued seafood, whatever he desired. When thirsty, red wine, juice, and soda were at his disposal. If boredom struck, he played games or watched shows, living life to its fullest. Though the power was out, fortunately, the internet remained functioning. And with his generator, his lifestyle was hardly affected. Just as his Yasuo was being defeated for the 20th time, Chun Can's phone rang. To his surprise, it was a call from Yi Shuer. He had no illusions that this scheming girl had any good intentions, but he answered nonetheless. Brother Can, it's been a blackout since yesterday. How are you holding up? I'm doing quite well, eating and sleeping comfortably. Upon hearing Chun Can's words, Yi Shuer was certain he still had plenty of supplies at home. She quickly replied, Brother Can, our family has completely run out of food. My friend Ce and Yushan and I are starving. I know you bought a lot of supplies. Could you send some food our way? Chun Can knew that receiving a call from her was undoubtedly a trap. What do I care if the three of you starve? He thought. But he also felt a bit bored without teasing this green tea girl. Shuer, it's been quite a while, and I've nearly depleted what I had bought. Brother Can, even a few packs of instant noodles or some bread would suffice. I am not picky. A smirk crept onto Chun Can's lips as he continued, instant noodles? Bread? I'm afraid I have none. I've been reduced to eating that, Chapter 38. A lucrative business without hesitation. Chun Can snapped a picture of his dining table and sent it to her. Lin Shuer quickly saw the lavish spread of steak, fried chicken, lobster, and grapes laid out before him in an instant. She realized she had been played and shouted into the phone, "Chen Can, are you deliberately messing with me?" Her outburst immediately captured the attention of Chun Si and Xie Yushan, who leaned in to see what was happening. "What is wrong, Shuer?" The two of them gaped at the screen, their eyes nearly popping out at the sight of the delicious food. None of them could cook, and even if they could, their current circumstances made it impossible. Thus, for the past few days, they had been surviving on instant noodles, biscuits, and chips, snacks they would have previously avoided. They couldn't believe that while they were suffering, Chun Can was indulging in lavish meals. The disparity and jealousy surged within them, leaving them feeling both furious and envious. How could he enjoy such delicacies without even considering sharing a morsel with them? Chun Si pouted, looking at Yi Shuer. "You still claim this lovesick fool has you in his heart? Look at how well he is eating without a thought for you." Xie Yushan chimed in. "Exactly, Shuer. It seems his declarations of love were nothing but empty words. He won't even share food with you." Though Yi Shuer was incensed, she didn't believe that Chun Can had slipped from her grasp. She thought he was merely sulking, using his delectable food to coax her into submission. She responded into the phone, "Chun Can, do not think that you can win me over with delicious food to be with you. You have shown me no sincerity whatsoever, making it utterly impossible for me to believe that your feelings for me are genuine. Unless you bring me something, I will absolutely not be with you." Upon hearing this, Chun Can could only sigh at the peculiarity of Yi Shuer's thought process. He soon lost interest in continuing the conversation. "Oh, then let us not be together, just like that? I am hanging up." Before Yi Shuer could finish her attempt to maintain her lofty demeanor, Chun Can abruptly ended the call. That moment, Yi Shuer was so enraged that her teeth chattered. She slammed her phone down and shouted at her room, "Chun Can, you will regret this." The entire community was now shrouded in a despairing atmosphere of scarcity. Consequently, some individuals had already begun to engage in high-priced transactions within the homeowners group. With food utterly depleted at home, who still has instant noodles or other edible items? I am willing to buy. I too wish to purchase. How much do you have? 2 packs of instant noodles for 500 yuan. Who wants them? Xiao Hong, we are neighbors, and you dare to sell 2 packs of instant noodles for 500? Why don't you just go rob someone? Exactly. The snowstorm will not last forever. We will see each other again soon. And you think profiting from this disaster will leave you unscathed? Many neighbors began to chastise this Xiao Hong for being so unscrupulous, taking advantage of the snowstorm to exploit his neighbors. Xiao Hong, however, felt no shame and retorted, "It's a willing buyer and a willing seller. I am not forcing anyone. If you want to buy, then buy. If not, then leave. Today it's 500, tomorrow who knows?" Observing Xiao Hong's message, many neighbors felt their teeth grind with frustration. Yet, with no food left in their homes, they could only grit their teeth in agreement. 500 for 2 packs, I will buy. Just when the person wanting to purchase instant noodles thought the deal would be finalized, a message suddenly stirred unrest among everyone. I am collecting instant noodles and bread. 1 pack of instant noodles for 1,000, 1 bottle of water for 500, 1 loaf of bread for 500, and all snacks at 500 per pack. I want as many as you have. How can you do this? We just agreed on a price, and now you raise it suddenly? The speaker was the very individual who had just wanted to buy instant noodles. He realized that once everyone accepted this inflated price, it would be a fool's errand to sell the 500 yuan packs to him. I have money. Why should you care how much I spend? If you can match my spending, go ahead. If not, then shut up. Everyone was taken aback by the message, wondering who would spend such exorbitant sums on these items. The group fell silent for a moment. Upon seeing who sent the message, everyone understood how he could afford to be so generous. It turned out to be Huang Tianyao, the richest man in Xingqing. Logically, how could a tycoon reside in such an ordinary residential community? Surely, he must live in a grand villa to reflect his status. Previously, there had been rumors that he was supporting a mistress in the neighborhood, and it was likely he had been trapped here during a recent rendezvous. He had not appeared in the group chat before, probably because he had food at home, but now that his supplies were exhausted, he suddenly resurfaced. Many were incredulous that he would spend so much above market value to acquire supplies, fearing he was merely jesting, until someone queried, "Is what you say true? I will sell you 2 packs of instant noodles and a bottle of water in an instant." Huang Tianyao initiated a direct payment in the group, transferring 2,500 yuan without hesitation. Realizing this was indeed true, the chat exploded with messages. I have bread. I have ham. I have eggs. I have chips. Everyone felt that this snowstorm could not last long. With such a lucrative opportunity at hand, how could they let it slip away? Those who had previously claimed they had no food began to act like affluent merchants, offering all sorts of items for sale. However, following Huang Tianyao's actions, the prices of all goods skyrocketed. Those truly in need of supplies and lacking funds were plunged into despair. Huang Tianyao, with his financial prowess, amassed a substantial stockpile of goods from these money-hungry individuals, then vanished from the homeowners group as if he had never been there. Meanwhile, the neighbors who had received Huang Tianyao's cash began to boast in the chat. Haha, this money is easy to make. Just sold 5 packs of instant noodles for a profit of 5,000 yuan. I made over 10,000 in an instant. What's the difference between this and picking up money? And Huang is so generous. He truly is a benevolent entrepreneur. Chunkin noticed the chatter in the group and couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. These fools have no grasp of the severity of the situation. Do they truly believe the snowstorm will pass quickly? In a couple of days, they will come to understand what true despair means. At this moment, Chunkin received a private message, and upon checking, it was from Nyogu, who ran a noodle shop outside the community, was also a resident, albeit in a different building, across from Building 8. Upon reading Nyogu's message, Chunkin felt a bit perplexed. The message made him frown. Shao Kan, you were right. This heavy snow has persisted for so many days with no signs of stopping. Though you still have food. Chapter 39. The security guard comes to exact revenge as Chan can read this. He was somewhat puzzled that hadn't he advised Nyogu to stock up? Had he run out so quickly? However, as he continued reading, warmth flooded his heart. Thanks to your reminder, I stocked up quite a bit. If you run out, remember to come and take some from me. So many families have no food. It's truly pitiful. Chunkin recalled that in his past life, Nyogu had shared his food with those in need after the disaster, only to find himself in dire straits later, receiving cold shoulders when he sought help. Ultimately, rather than freezing to death, he starved to death. Chunkin hastily replied, Nyogu, thank you for your kindness. I still have enough food. But I must caution you. Never let anyone know you have stockpiled so much. Especially do not share your supplies with anyone. Nyogu responded, confused. Why not? We are neighbors and my loyal customers. I cannot bear to see them go hungry. Chunkin patiently explained. This snowstorm is no simple matter. Food is life. If you give your food away, what will you eat? Moreover, do not overestimate human nature. When you help others, they may express gratitude, but when you need help, you will only receive cold stares in return. Human nature is inherently selfish. Observing Chunkin's message, Nyogu fell silent. Chunkin noted the lack of response from Nyogu and shook his head, muttering to himself, I've said what needed to be said. How you proceed is up to you. Approximately 5 minutes later, Nyogu finally replied with a mere 3 words. I will listen. Meanwhile, in the property management building, Changbing and several security guards were discussing the high-priced sales of supplies by neighbors. One guard, with gleaming eyes, suggested, Boss, why don't we sell some too? This windfall is like picking money off the ground. Before Xie Tianhao could respond, Changbing, with a serious expression, rebuked, Are you out of your mind? In times like these, food and drink are life. Those fools have no grasp of the gravity of the situation. How can you be so foolish? Do you see any signs of the snow stopping? Just wait, in a couple of days, those selling supplies will be begging to buy them back at even higher prices. Because then they will realize that what they sold was their very lifeline. Xie Tianhao looked at Changbing with appreciation, acknowledging that it was indeed rare to think this way in an apocalyptic scenario. Money is worthless, akin to scrap paper. Whoever possesses supplies has the capital and confidence to survive. Changbing shot a glare at the foolish guard before turning to Xie Tianhao, speaking with malice. Boss, now that Huang Tianyao has collected so many supplies, should we did as he spoke? He made a slashing motion across his throat. Xie Tianhao shook his head with a smile. There's no rush. How much can Huang Tianyao and his mistress eat? Our primary goal now is to establish dominance. Only by first dealing with Chun will we instill fear in everyone else in the community, ensuring no one dares oppose us. At that point, all the supplies in the community belong to us. Changbing contemplated this and nodded, then turned to the other guards. Lao San, Lao Lu, Lao Jiu, Lao sure, you four go grab some weapons and head over to Chun Kan's place to collect some interest. Make sure to create a grand spectacle. We need the entire community to know that even if we take a hit, we will never suffer in silence. Anyone who provokes us will face dire consequences. Chun Kan is a prime example. Lao San and the others nodded eagerly, grabbing machetes and electric batons from the storage room, marching towards Building 9 with great fanfare. Moments later, someone in the Building 9 homeowners group sent a message. Holy cow! I see 3 or 4 security guards coming to our building with weapons. Did anyone provoke them? No. Who would be foolish enough to provoke those thugs? Who are they looking for? Surely, they are not just looking for trouble. Right? Could it be that they are here to avenge Xie Tianhao's humiliation? That would be Chun Kan. Chun Kan did not need to check the homeowners group for updates. He already knew as soon as those security guards appeared at the building entrance that his safe haven was akin to an indestructible fortress. What could he possibly fear from a few guards wielding rusty machetes and electric batons? Chun Kan calmly connected the surveillance feed to the television, then retrieved a hose from the other dimension. Why not continue shooting arrows at them? Xie Tianhao must have informed them about his crossbow, and they would undoubtedly be on guard against such an attack. Continuing to use arrows would certainly be futile. Especially with so many people involved, it was simply not appropriate. However, in this frigid weather, with temperatures plummeting to -40°C, even hot water would instantly freeze upon contact. What would be the consequences of giving them a cold shower at this moment? That experience would certainly be something they would remember vividly, before long. For security guards arrived at the 24th floor via the elevator, and upon exiting, they began to shout, Chun Kan, you fool, open the door. Hiding at home, why not face us man to man? Come out and fight. Do you dare shoot arrows at our brother Hao? Have you considered the consequences? Get the hell out here, or we'll make sure you pay. As they cursed, the guards pounded on the door with their weapons, causing the other residents to tremble in fear. They quickly began messaging in their group chat. Wow, those 4 security guards look menacing. Armed with machetes and electric batons, truly terrifying. Indeed, the noise from them banging on the door is so loud that I dare not make a sound. I'm too scared to even peek through the peephole today. It's too frightening. The residents understood that these security guards were seeking trouble with Chun Kan last time. Facing Xie Tianhao, Chun Kan had miraculously injured him and escaped with his life. This time, confronted by 4 burly guards, Wooden Ti-chun can be beaten to a pulp. Some neighbors emerged, eager to watch the spectacle, seemingly finding a sliver of amusement in such a dire situation. I told you Chun Kan shouldn't have provoked Xie Tianhao. Now he has brought this upon himself. Exactly, can bare fists compete with 4? They're all strong men. He is simply asking for trouble. It's said that a wise man avoids immediate losses. If he had surrendered earlier, none of this would have happened. Why must he be so stubborn? I fear today won't end well for Chun Kan. The group chat buzzed with messages as everyone monitored the unfolding drama, each person holding a different perspective. Inside his home, Chun Kan prepared the hose and, hearing the incessant banging on the door, activated the speaker mode and couldn't help but taunt, Haven't you eaten? After banging for so long, can't you get the door open? Are you capable, you curs? Chapter 40. The failed authority plan. Again, the guards hammering at the door suddenly paused upon hearing Chun Kan's voice, their hands ceasing their assault. Upon hearing his words, their faces flushed with anger. Curs? Not capable? Damn it. You're the one who's incapable. Your entire family is incapable. The phrases not capable and curs seemed to provoke the 4 guards, intensifying the frequency and force of their pounding. However, as they continued, they began to find the situation increasingly bizarre. What kind of door was this? They exerted all their strength, yet there was no sign of damage. Only a few faint scratches marred its surface. Upon closer inspection, they realized it wasn't an ordinary door at all. It was a remarkably sturdy alloy door. They began to wonder if this fellow had offended too many people and feared retribution, hence opting for such a formidable door. Inside, Chun Kan leaned against the wall, continuing to mock them. Look at you all, muscles bulging, yet you can't even break down a simple door. Aren't you embarrassed? I told you to restrain yourselves. Didn't you know a little indulgence brings pleasure, but excess leads to ruin? At your young age, if you can't handle this, perhaps you should take a lesson from your brother Hao and consider self-castration. You likely won't have need of them anymore. The guards, listening to his derisive remarks, found their faces growing darker than coal. Damn it. Chun Kan, You're only relying on your sturdy door. If you're so brave, come out. Exactly. What face do you have to mock us? Just dare to step outside and see if I don't beat you to a pulp. Get out here, damn it. Seeing the time was right, Chun swiftly opened the peephole, and a hose quietly extended outward. In an instant, water poured forth like rain, drenching the 4 guards to the bone. Each one was instantly chilled to the core. Oh no! Where did this water come from? Damn it, I'm freezing. The soaked guards immediately began to dance as if on a rhythm game, caught off guard by the sudden drenching, in the -40-degree weather. The water froze upon contact, leaving them gritting their teeth in shock. They abandoned their assault on the door, retreating in defeat to the elevator of Building 9, once the sound of pounding ceased. Other residents slowly approached their peepholes to sneak a glance. They found no one outside, only a ground strewn with ice shards. Having missed the action, they were left wondering who had emerged victorious. The 4 guards, now thoroughly soaked, hastily made their way back to the property management building, collapsing on the floor as soon as they entered, freezing to death. Fired, and I need fire. Chang Bing observed the defeated quartet. Their weapons missing, their clothes stiff with freezing water, and their lips turning blue. He immediately inquired, "What happened? Weren't you supposed to confront Chen Can? How did you end up like this?" After a moment, one of the guards stammered, "Chen Can, that little brat. What about him? He actually used a hose. Tio douse us." Noticing the guard's severe state, Chang Bing quickly summoned more security personnel to carry the shivering men to the break room. They wrapped them in thick military coats, which provided some relief. Watching his men march out boldly for revenge only to return in such a pitiful state left Chang Bing furious. He had intended to use this opportunity to reassert his authority in the residence group, but it appeared he had inadvertently bolstered Chen Can's reputation instead. The thought infuriated him to no end. He called upon several guards, ordering them grimly, "You will take turns guarding Chen Can's door. I refuse to believe he wants to come out for food and water, and no matter how sturdy his door is, it can't provide sustenance." The other guards nodded in agreement, though they were visibly trembling from the cold. They knew they had to project a fierce image to others. Yet, they hadn't anticipated that Chen Can was not lacking in provisions. He could indulge in lavish meals every day without ever needing to step outside. The strategy of waiting for prey was destined to fail. Meanwhile, the residents group was buzzing with interest regarding the security guards' quest for vengeance, with many tagging those from the 24th floor to inquire about the outcome. One resident from the 24th floor replied, "I don't know. The banging was thunderous at first, but then it stopped abruptly. Afterward, I noticed no one at Chen Can's door, just a heap of ice shards on the ground." The others, hearing this, were left bewildered. So, it ended like that. They made all that noise and didn't even see anyone. Just like that. As Chang Bing had predicted, the incident resulted in a complete loss of authority for the property management as security guards in the eyes of the residents. Aunt Tan, seeing the shared results in the group, was beside herself with frustration. How can such a little brat be so difficult to deal with? How couldn't he manage him? And neither could 4 strong guards. Is there truly no one who can handle him? 3 days passed. When the water and electricity were cut off, each household experienced a wave of panic. However, most still had some reserve water, and a few even possessed household generators. Although resources were scarce, maintaining a semblance of comfort was manageable. Everyone expected normalcy to return within a few days, so they still had the luxury of gossiping in their group chat. Moreover, even after the power outage, they had a couple of hours of electricity each day to alleviate the situation. While they could not run high-power appliances like air conditioners or heaters, charging phones and boiling water remained possible. However, as time dragged on, the sense of panic deepened within everyone. After all, who among them wasn't accustomed to a life of comfort? They might endure a day or two of hardship, but if they realized that such a difficult existence stretched indefinitely ahead, how could they not feel overwhelmed? The situation in the property management building was even more dire. Xie Tianhao, having suffered an injury, was already weak. Now, with the continued low temperatures, he was barely surviving thanks to his superior physique. The guards who had been drenched by Chen Can were in an even worse predicament, as all 4 developed high fevers that night. Even after taking fever-reducing medication, they showed no signs of improvement. With outdoor temperatures plummeting below -40 degrees, their only means of warmth was to chop wood for a fire, yet they found themselves unable to ignite one within their rooms. Even wrapped in several layers of thick blankets, They were still freezing and trembling uncontrollably. With no viable options left, they could only endure. Yet reality dictated that mere endurance would not last long before leading to dire consequences. Chapter 41. Aunt Tan's devious scheme in this moment. The most content individual remains Chun-Kan outside. The biting cold and howling winds prevail, yet within the confines of his home, a cozy temperature of 26 degrees is effortlessly maintained. Abundant provisions are at his disposal, and he finds himself indulging in the pastime of playing PS50 to while away the hours. Why not engage in League of Legends? Who else possesses electricity besides him? If one were to insist that such a comfortable existence has its shortcomings, it would indeed be true. There is a distinct lack of a woman. After all, a harmonious coexistence between the genders is what constitutes true comfort. At this juncture, Chun-Kan contemplates Qin Shuyi, Su Jiyu, and even Ming Qian. However, he is not the kind of man swayed by primal urges to alter his principles for the sake of a woman. He has witnessed far too many instances in his previous life where individuals succumb to desperation, harming those closest to them for mere sustenance. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Chun-Kan refrains from pursuing women. In a world teetering on the brink of collapse, the treachery of human nature poses the greatest threat. His safety takes precedence above all else. The atmosphere within the homeowners group seems to have shifted noticeably. Previously, those who traded supplies are now awakening to the gravity of the situation. The relentless snowfall shows no signs of abating, and Aunt Tan has yet to announce any government assistance for daily necessities. As the realization dawns that their larders are truly bare, anxiety sets in. Regret fills their hearts for having been tempted by fleeting gains. Selling their supplies to others, though they may have acquired money, it serves little purpose if it cannot be spent. Amidst the uncertainty, Aunt Tan, who had been silent for some time, suddenly begins to make her presence felt. She addresses the entire community, dispatching a message that reverberates through the homeowners group of the entire happy community. To everyone, dear neighbors, our neighborhood committee has received the latest directive. Due to the prolonged duration of the heavy snow, rescue efforts have become increasingly challenging. The government urges each neighborhood committee to assume responsibility for the care and leadership of its residents post-disaster, to ensure that every homeowner can survive with dignity. Starting today, everyone must surrender all household supplies to the committee, which will oversee the management and distribution of resources. Compliance is mandatory. Any individuals who refuse to cooperate will be reported post-disaster, and the Star City Public Security Bureau will pursue corresponding accountability. Do not harbor illusions of exploiting loopholes. The law is unforgiving. Upon reading Aunt Tan's message, reactions varied. Joy erupted among those who initially possessed little in the way of supplies, as they were distressed about their survival. Aunt Tan's announcement arrived like a lifeline. How could they not rejoice? Conversely, those with a modicum of provisions, even those whose stocks were still manageable, felt dismay. They meticulously rationed their supplies daily, and now they were being asked to surrender them. On what grounds? Consequently, the homeowners group buzzed with activity. We wholeheartedly support the government's decision. Unified management ensures we all survive. Others chimed in. In the face of disaster, we must unite and overcome together. Selfishness must be cast aside. Aunt Tan, we stand with you for collective management and distribution, ensuring our survival. Yet, there were many dissenting voices. Why should we? Many of us have no food to spare, and now we must hand it over? With over 3,000 residents, how little will each person receive? The snowstorm is already severe, and we are relying on our reserves to make it through. Is it not excessive to enforce a surrender? Furthermore, on what basis can we trust you to distribute fairly? Your reputation within the community leaves much to be desired. Those who wish to surrender may do so, but not I, at this juncture. Aunt Tan reiterated her stance. This time, it was a directive from the municipal government, leaving no room for negotiation. I have recorded the apartment numbers of those who refused to surrender supplies. I will report them truthfully after the disaster. Do not blame me for not making things clear beforehand. Moreover, as residents of this community, mutual assistance is the best approach to confront this calamity. Can you bear to witness someone perish from starvation due to a lack of provisions? One cannot be so selfish. This is not confiscation, merely a unified distribution. As those without supplies rallied to support Aunt Tan, it became clear that her acquisition of resources would also benefit them. Indeed, how can you be so selfish? Isn't it better for us all to survive together? Besides, We can easily afford to provide food and drink. Once the snow disaster passes, I shall return double the amount. Ultimately, Aunt Tan's confidence stemmed from her knowledge of the accurate intelligence she had received. However, she was aware that the snowfall could not be controlled, and many government departments had already ceased operations. In essence, this marked an era where the government could not intervene, and the police were powerless, leaving survival reliant solely on individual efforts. Thus, adhering to the notion of if I perish, let us perish together. Aunt Tan was resolute that fear of governmental authority still loomed large over the populace. She skillfully manipulated their vulnerabilities, exploiting the age-old fear of inequality. With numerous supporters rallying behind her, she felt undeterred. Once she amassed everyone's supplies, even if they came demanding their share, she would remain unyielding. Could they truly force their way into her home and harm her? This was the audacity that fueled Aunt Tan's confidence. Following the dissemination of her message, a significant number of households were indeed intimidated into compliance. They flocked to Aunt Tan's residence to surrender their supplies, and she feigned a semblance of organization by keeping a record. After receiving a considerable quantity of provisions, Aunt Tan's gaze fixated on Chun, given his prior indulgence in takeout, he was surely hoarding substantial amounts of food and drink at home. She could not afford to overlook such a plump target. Subsequently, she re-entered the homeowners group and directly tagged Chun Can. It is well known that you have stockpiled a considerable amount of takeout. Surely you have plenty of food and drink left at home? Now is the time for you, as a young man, to rise to the occasion and rescue your neighbors from this predicament. Do you not realize that your supplies could potentially save several families? One must not be overly selfish. We are all good neighbors. Others will undoubtedly remember your kindness. You should heed Aunt Tan's counsel and willingly surrender your supplies. After the disaster, I assure you I will advocate for you to the organization, and you shall be awarded the title of Honorary Citizen. Chapter 42. The beginning of conflict. When Aunt Tan first issued her message, Chun Can had already taken note. Particularly, his attention was drawn to the subsequent barrage of resolute statements. Cloaked in governmental authority and veiled threats, a smirk of disdain curled upon his lips. He recalled how, in his previous life, he had misjudged the duration of the snow disaster, naively believing Aunt Tan's words and surrendering a portion of his supplies. Ultimately, all that he relinquished fell into Aunt Tan's greedy hands, resulting in the starvation of many. This time around, upon witnessing Aunt Tan's familiar tactics, he understood that she must have received word of the government's impotence in the face of the calamity. Survival would hinge solely upon individual resourcefulness. This heralded the true onset of apocalyptic times. Observing Aunt Tan's pointed remarks directed at him, Chun Can resolved to abandon restraint. He prepared to unleash a barrage of retorts aimed at her. Aunt Tan, I have nothing left to eat. It has been ages since I ordered takeout. All of it has long been consumed. Since you have commenced collecting supplies, do remember to allocate a portion for our household. Aunt Tan's frustration boiled over at Chun Can's response. This audacious young man was clearly attempting to engage in verbal sparring. She retorted, Chun Can, do not jest. Given that you were able to stockpile so many items, you must have known about the impending snow disaster well in advance. You were aware of the situation yet failed to inform anyone else, which is inherently wrong. Now, when presented with an opportunity for atonement, you seek excuses. Do you truly disregard the lives of others? Aunt Tan, I assure you I am not deceiving you. Even the landowners are out of provisions. Do you truly believe I have any left? When the time comes for distribution, please ensure I receive extra instant noodles. As a young man, my appetite is considerable, lest I go hungry. Aunt Tan, seeing that her arguments were falling on deaf ears, abandoned the niceties and resorted to governmental pressure. I initially approached you kindly, considering your youth and inexperience. Now, I officially represent the organization in notifying you. Your supplies will be requisitioned to alleviate the community's plight, and you have no right to refuse. Should you defy this directive, you will certainly experience the consequences of opposing governmental post-disaster. Chun Can, no longer willing to engage in subtlety, shot back, IQNMLGBD, you old hag. What authority do you wield, representing an organization? Do you hold any official title or position? Even if you claim to represent the organization, what do you think you can do to me? I figured you were merely trying to deceive these gullible individuals in the group. And I could not be bothered to expose your little schemes, so result. This old rascal insists on provoking me. Fine, come to my house and take it. We shall see if I can bring you to your demise. After venting, Chon Kin felt an immediate sense of refreshment, yet Aunt Tan, sitting on the sofa, trembled with rage. She had never anticipated that despite her invoking the organization, this insolent brat would still stand his ground. Was he truly unafraid of anything? Then she recalled the fates of Xie Tianhao and those security guards. It appeared that Chun Can was indeed a challenging target to deceive. Her only option now was to shift her focus onto the other residents. Whatever supplies could be gathered would suffice. Over the next 2 days, Aunt Tan shockingly went door to door collecting supplies. Perhaps influenced by Chun Can's remarks from the previous days, it dawned on her that surviving was of utmost importance. I do not care whether it is the government or the organization. My survival is paramount. Consequently, Aunt Tan was met with cold rejections at 9 out of 10 households. In some cases, her temper nearly provoked physical altercations. She attributed all the insults and disdain she faced to that wretched Chen Can, silently vowing that one day he would wish for death. 2 days had passed since Aunt Tan began her collection of supplies. Yet the entire community had yet to receive an update on the inventory. The atmosphere in the group chat grew increasingly fraught with tension, devoid of the previous light-hearted banter. Aunt Tan, it has been 2 days. Is the inventory still not complete? We entrusted you with the supplies, and now there is nothing to eat at home. When do you plan to distribute the goods? Exactly, you cannot just take the supplies and do nothing. You old hag, have you embezzled all the supplies and refused to share with us? The group was inundated with inquiries regarding the status of the supplies. At that moment, Aunt Tan, accompanied by her daughter and her son-in-law, was heartily indulging in instant noodles, extravagantly adding a sausage and a marinated egg for each of them. Observing the neighbors' incessant questions, Aunt Tan slurped her noodles, unfazed, and replied, "Dear neighbors, the quantity of supplies is substantial, and I require more time for inventory. Please be patient. I assure you that everyone will soon be able to collect their provisions." After sending this, she resumed her meal. Meanwhile, the neighbors who had contributed supplies grew increasingly anxious upon receiving Aunt Tan's official responses. Among those expressing concern were some who had not contributed, hoping to seize the opportunity amid the chaos. Yet, this old hag continued to play her cards close to her chest, and if this continued, they would surely starve. They could only resort to asking in the group chat who had any extra food and was willing to sell it at a high price. However, ever since Huang Tianyao inflated the prices of all supplies to exorbitant levels, many discovered that their savings barely sufficed to buy a pack of instant noodles and some water. An overwhelming sense of despair began to permeate their hearts, as it seemed there was no end in sight to their plight. At that moment, in Unit 2304 of Building 9, Meng Qian was also at home, meticulously planning meals, hoping her family could endure a little longer. After all, her household now included not only her and her husband, Xie Xiaojun, but also Xie Xiaojun's sister, Xie Ying, who had come to visit and was now stranded due to the snowstorm. The already limited food supply became even more strained with an additional person. As hunger became unbearable, she prepared to search the kitchen for the remaining half a bundle of noodles and half a box of instant noodles. However, upon entering the kitchen, she found that both the instant noodles and the noodles were entirely gone. The kitchen still held a few unwashed bowls, and the sink was filled with frozen remnants of noodle scraps. Enraged, she stormed into the living room and berated Xie Xiaojun. "Didn't I tell you to ration our food? There was still half a bundle of noodles and half a box of instant noodles. How could they all be gone?" Xie Xiaojun, having just taken a sip of liquor, replied nonchalantly, "To drink, one needs snacks. Under these conditions, instant noodles are all I can manage." Meng Qian was fuming, her chest heaving with anger. "Do you have any idea that I am starving, trying to make our family last a few more days? And yet you are completely indifferent to my and your sister's plight." Chapter 43. The number one sycophant Xie Xiaojun, also annoyed by Meng Qian's incessant complaints, smashed a glass in frustration and shouted, "What are you yelling about? So what if I've eaten a few more bowls of noodles? Is it really that big of a deal? You're only complaining because I've been too lenient with you." Meng Qian pointed at Xie Xiaojun, her finger trembling with rage. It seemed their quarrel had awakened Xie Ying, who emerged from her room looking displeased and shouted at them, "Enough already. You two argue every day. Are you both well-fed and just bored? Can't you conserve your energy?" Seeing that neither of them replied, she turned to Meng Qian and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm hungry. Could you cook me some noodles?" Meng Qian smirked coldly. "Noodles? Why don't you ask your dear brother where the noodles are?" With that, she strode into her room, slamming the door emphatically. Meanwhile, In Unit 2301, Yi Shuai, Chen Siyu, and Xie Yushan were truly at their wits' end. Not only were they starving, but they were also enduring the cold. The most pressing issue was that none of them had bathed in over a week, a situation unbearable for three self-proclaimed goddesses. Shuai, why don't you just soften your stance towards Changcan? At this rate, we will either starve to death or freeze to death. Indeed, Shuai, there are times for stubbornness, but not when it risks our lives. Yi Shuai knew all too well how dire their situation was, yet, to humble herself before a former sycophant was simply unacceptable to her pride. She feigned bravado, saying, Chan can only wishes to have me in his grasp. I won't fall for it. If he lacks the resolve to be a sycophant, he deserves a lesson. The two others sighed at Yi Shuai's stubbornness. Suddenly, Chen Siyu had a spark of inspiration and exclaimed, Isn't there another sycophant living in this building? If Chincan doesn't work, what about Li Chong? His level of flattery surpasses Chen Can's. Yi Shuai's eyes lit up, realizing she had forgotten about him. Li Chong and Yi Shuai were colleagues, both working at the Commerce Center, while Yi Shuai was in customer service, while Li Chong worked as an accountant. Although Li Chong was quite the sycophant, his circumstances paled in comparison to those of the wealthy second generation. Even when compared to Chen Can, they were worlds apart, to say the least. Chen Can owned a fully paid car, a house, had savings, and 2 storefronts, truly a member of the middle class. On the other hand, Li Chong barely managed to pay off a mortgage on a modest apartment in Happy Community, had no car or savings, and earned a mere $8,000 a month, half of which went to his mortgage. Their circumstances were hardly comparable. Nevertheless, Li Chong was an adept flatterer. He spent $7,500 of his meager salary on Yi Shuai every month, and no matter how much Yi Shuai despised him, he remained undeterred, even working as a chauffeur each night just to make ends meet. With this thought, a hint of disdain flashed in Yi Shuai's eyes. Yet, considering their current situation, she reluctantly retrieved her phone and removed Li Chong from her blacklist. Gritting her teeth against her disgust, she sent him a message in an overly sweet tone. Li Chong, do you have any food at home? Shuai hasn't eaten in days. That moment, Li Chong, residing on the 15th floor, was huddled under his blanket, shivering. Suddenly, his phone emitted a distinct notification sound. Without needing to check, he knew it was her message. Seeing that his beloved goddess had finally unblocked him filled him with renewed hope. Upon opening Yi Shuai's voice message, he felt as if he were listening to an angel. Li Chong squinted his eyes, turning the volume up high, thoroughly relishing the moment. Ever since the snowstorm began, he had messaged Yi Shuai daily, asking if she had enough to eat and if her blankets were warm enough, never failing to send her good morning and good night messages. However, each message was met with a glaring red exclamation mark. For he had been blocked due to his incessant messaging. Li Chong consoled himself, believing this was merely a test from Yi Shuai. If he could persist despite being blocked, surely one day she would be moved by his unwavering devotion. And now, with Yi Shuai finally releasing him from her blacklist, it was proof that perseverance would yield results. Previously shivering from the cold, Li Chong now felt invigorated by the power of love. As if he were no longer afraid of the chill, he hurriedly gathered his stash of food into a shopping bag and scampered up the stairs to the 23rd floor. Why take the stairs? Because the elevator was out of order. After climbing 5 flights, Li Chong was slightly out of breath, having barely eaten enough to sustain himself in recent days. Yet, for the sake of Yi Shuai, he gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength to reach the 23rd floor. Breathless, he rang the doorbell of Unit 2301. The 3 women inside instantly recognized it was Li Chong bringing food. They rushed to push Yi Shuai to open the door. Yi Shuai, enveloped in a blanket, approached the door with a look of disdain, forcing herself to breathe deeply and put on a smile before opening it. Li Chong, what brings you here? She feigned surprise. Shuai, weren't you starving for days? Why didn't you tell me sooner? I would be heartbroken if you got hurt. Li Chong, panting, spoke with heartfelt concern, seemingly having forgotten that she had once blocked him. Yi Shuai gazed at the opposite face, which resembled a pockmarked pancake, adorned with an exaggeratedly affectionate expression. Instantly, a wave of nausea washed over her. Clenching her fists tightly, she forced down the urge to retch, and could only continue to feign a gentle refusal, saying, I merely wanted to share a complaint with you. I never expected you to actually bring food for Shuai in these trying times, when everyone is short on provisions. Please take it back. How could Shuai bear to let you go hungry for my sake? Hearing that Yi Shuai was still concerned for him, Li Chang felt a surge of emotion, as if his heart were bursting with joy. His efforts had finally borne fruit. The goddess's heart had finally begun to warm to him. In the past, a mere smile from Yi Xuer could brighten his entire day. Today, to his astonishment, the goddess was actually concerned for him, leaving him elated beyond measure. He then feigned nonchalance, shrugged, and said with remarkable generosity, "Xuer, it truly brings me immense joy that you care for me. Rest assured, I have food at home. I won't allow myself to starve and cause you worry." Subsequently, he forcefully pressed the bag of food into Yi Xuer's hands, stating earnestly, "This is what I specially brought for you. You simply must accept it. How could a fairy like you go hungry? If it is insufficient, just let me know, and I will bring you more." After saying this, Li Chang intended to step inside for a moment, but was unobtrusively blocked by Yi Xuer. "Li Chang, the temperature outside is quite low. Shouldn't you head back to rest?" Yi Xuer inquired. "Xuer, I just wanted to see if your family needs anything, so I can bring it over." Li Chang replied with utmost seriousness. "Why?" Yi Xuer hurriedly responded, her expression reflecting some difficulty. "Li Chang, your coming here to bring Xuer supplies is already more than enough to make me happy and touched. You should think of your own well-being and return to rest soon. Besides, it's not appropriate for you to come in while I'm here alone. If someone sees, they might think badly of me." At that moment, Li Chang slapped his forehead, realizing suddenly, how could I have overlooked that? Look at me, getting all flustered. "Then Xuer, you should go back and rest early. Remember to tell me if you need anything." Yi Xuer nodded and swiftly turned to shut the door tightly. Watching the door close, Li Chang touched his head and smiled foolishly. "Xuer is truly a wonderful woman. Not only does she care for me, but she also maintains her integrity. And no wonder she is the woman I admire." He then ran contentedly towards the stairwell. As soon as Li Chang had left, Chen Xiyu and Xie Yushan hurriedly gathered on the sofa to rummage through the supplies Li Chang had delivered. "Xuer, your devoted admirer is quite impressive, far more reliable than that Chun can. Indeed. This bag of food will last us quite a while." Yi Xuer muttered with a look of disdain. "If it weren't for this bag of food, I wouldn't even want to look at him." Thus, 3 days passed. Due to the pressing reality of food shortages and growing panic in the community, the first outbreak of conflict inevitably arrived. Those who had given supplies but received nothing in return rushed to Aunt Tan's doorstep, banging on the door and shouting furiously. Their curses varied, nearly calling for Aunt Tan's ancestors to rise from their graves to be rebuked. At this point, who was still unaware that the entire batch of supplies had been hoarded by Aunt Tan under the guise of assistance? Previously, one by one, they had inquired about Aunt Tan's family in the group, but Aunt Tan had chosen to ignore them. Now, they all gathered before her door, demanding that the old hag provide an explanation. "You old hag, even in these times, you're still trying to swindle your neighbors. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Open the door, or I swear I'll beat you to a pulp. Damn it, I shouldn't have trusted you from the start. You old woman, open the door this instant. Don't act like a coward." Meanwhile, Aunt Tan and her daughter, along with her son-in-law, huddled on the sofa, unfazed by the storm of demands battering their door. Long ago, Aunt Tan had installed an iron gate in front of her security door. She was not the slightest bit concerned that this group of starved neighbors could muster the strength to break it down. "Mom, do you really not care about swindling these neighbors?" Luo Lin asked anxiously. Aunt Tan shot her daughter a disdainful glance. "Now you're worried? Yet you had no qualms when you were eating. Our door has an iron gate. How could they break in? They haven't eaten for days. After a few knocks, they'll have no strength left. What is there to fear?" Upon hearing this, Luo Lin gradually calmed herself and resumed flirting with Hasmiki. Disregarding the alarming situation, the few individuals at the door knocked for several minutes without a single response from within. They exhausted the meager strength they had accumulated over the days and could only kick the iron door in frustration before leaving in defeat. In truth, this was merely a minor incident arising from the food crisis following the onset of the apocalypse. Far more severe riots driven by hunger were unfolding elsewhere. Each day, the messages in the group were filled with inquiries about who still had extra food and who might be willing to help. Yet, hardly anyone responded, as most were on the brink of starvation themselves, too preoccupied to care about others. This time, Chun can naturally notice the shift in atmosphere within the group and felt the oppressive, panicked air that now enveloped the once harmonious community. He recalled that in his past life, It was around this time that the facade of neighborly harmony had completely eroded, leading to the inevitable outbreak of far more brutal conflicts. As Chunkin pondered the messages flooding the group, he was suddenly interrupted by the sight of 6 or 7 individuals emerging from the property management building on the surveillance feed. All armed, to his surprise, leading the group was Xie Tianhao. He hadn't expected the injured man to recover so quickly. He wondered which unfortunate family would soon bear the brunt of this. Though Chunkin was puzzled, he merely shook his head and remarked with amusement. Returning to an hour earlier, in the lounge of the property management building, Xie Tianhao, after nearly 10 days of recuperation, found that his injury had mysteriously healed at an astonishing rate. His physical strength was gradually returning. Logically, in such frigid conditions, an injured person would easily succumb to frostbite or infection without proper medical treatment. Yet, none of this had occurred with Xie Tianhao. Rather, it seemed more fitting to describe his wound as one that healed itself. Xie Tianhao appeared to be aware of the changes in his body and wore a look of delight. He felt as though he were destined for greatness, believing that surviving such a calamity surely meant fortune awaited him. Thus, he immediately summoned his brothers. Except for 4 security guards who were burning with fever and barely hanging on, the others gathered around eagerly, awaiting Xie Tianhao's orders. "Boss, you look much better than a few days ago. Is your wound healed?" Cheng Bing asked, brimming with excitement. Xie Tianhao nodded and replied, "I'm gradually recovering and my strength is returning. Now it's time to devise a plan for our brother's post-apocalyptic life." As he spoke, every security guard's eyes sparkled with excitement. They had heard their boss say previously that in the apocalypse, all morality and ethics were thrown out the window. With enough strength, one could acquire food, women, and power at will. Those security guards, who had always been looked down upon by the upper-class residents, now felt a thrilling sense of empowerment. "Boss, what should we do?" Cheng Bing immediately inquired. Xie Tianhao smirked coldly. "Naturally, we need to assert our dominance in the community. Otherwise, those foolish residents will truly think we are mere paper tigers. Are we going to confront Chunkin again?" Xie Tianhao shook his head, chuckling, "That kid is a bit too cunning. Confronting him head-on is not the best option. I have an excellent target in mind that will not only spare us the blame but also garner support from many." "Who is the target?" the other security guards asked eagerly. "Naturally, it's Aunt Tan. This old hag has swindled a large batch of supplies under the guise of government assistance. If we deal with her, not only will the supplies become ours, but we can also claim to be avenging our neighbors, who would dare criticize us for killing and looting." With that declaration, the eyes of every guard lit up. They all raised their thumbs and praised their boss's cleverness. The more they listened, the more excited they became, seemingly unable to wait to take down that old hag. Xie Tianhao clapped his thigh and commanded, "Brothers, grab your weapons and follow me to uphold justice." Meanwhile, in Unit 1503 of Building 9, Aunt Tan's family was cooking instant noodles, blissfully unaware that danger was already looming. After nearly 10 days of eating instant noodles, Hazmiki now felt nauseous at the mere sight of them, watching Luo Lin complain with a frown. "Darling, making me eat this every day? Is your mother trying to torture me?" Luo Lin quickly waved her hands, gently saying, "How could my darling think that? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." As the abominable photograph was shared within the group, an immediate hush fell over the members. It seemed that everyone was either struck by the sheer cruelty exhibited by Xie Tianhao or astounded by the audacity of such blatant acts of violence. However, after a brief moment, several neighbors who had been swindled out of their supplies could no longer contain themselves. "That scoundrel deserves his fate. They say vengeance is inevitable. It's just a matter of time. He got what he deserved. Such lowly individuals should be punished severely." Some even began to extol Xie Tianhao, proclaiming, "Brother Hao possesses a sense of justice, avenging us. Brother Hao is formidable. Such heartless scum should be dealt with accordingly." While they were fully aware that their provisions had undoubtedly been appropriated by Xie Tianhao, witnessing the horrific demise of Aunt Tan alleviated some of their pent-up frustration. After all, given the current circumstances, it would be reckless to confront Xie Tianhao head-on, wouldn't it? Observing the neighbors' reactions, Chunkin couldn't help but shake his head. They only perceived Xie Tianhao as their avenger, failing to comprehend that today he could act with impunity against Aunt Tan. And one day, he would do the same to others. They were nothing short of fools. Moreover, once the incident of Xie Tianhao committing murder and theft came to light, such occurrences would not cease. Rather, they would become disturbingly commonplace. The true victims would inevitably be those utterly powerless to resist, facing starvation or ending up like Aunt Tan, dismembered. The entire community would swiftly transform into a bloody inferno. Time soon advanced to half a month post-apocalypse. The relentless snowfall outdoors showed no signs of abating, effectively burying the lower 3 floors of the buildings. The temperature had plummeted to a staggering -60 degrees Celsius, leading to numerous individuals freezing to death. Some, entirely devoid of hope, leapt from upper floors in search of release. Such tragedies unfolded daily in every building, and the survivors, witnessing these events, gradually succumbed to a numbing sense of despair. Humanity itself seemed to be fading from the hearts of these individuals. As food supplies dwindled rapidly, some women within the community began to barter their bodies for sustenance, receiving nothing more than a couple of packets of instant noodles or a loaf of bread in return. Strikingly, some were even couples, with husbands contacting escorts while their wives directly engaged in such transactions. At that moment, societal norms and moral principles had been cast aside. Their singular thought was survival. Earlier that morning, yet another household on the 4th floor of Building 9 fell victim to Xie Tianhao and his gang. The occupants were a young couple in their 30s, the husband overwhelmed by several assailants while the wife was taken to the property management building, where her fate was all too obvious. This incident instilled a palpable sense of dread throughout the community, with many fearing that their own homes could be next. Consequently, several individuals began to form private groups, hoping to band together for mutual support in the face of calamity. Chapter 47. Banding together for warmth. Chen Can was astonished to find himself added to 2 groups, one led by Yi Shuer and the other by Brother Niu. Yi Shuer's group comprised 8 members, including herself, Chen Xiyu, and Xie Yushan, with 4 others unknown to Chen Can. Brother Niu's group contained 10 members, of whom he recognized only Brother Niu. It was Brother Niu's group that spoke first. The security guards at the property management must have gone mad. They're committing murder and theft with such boldness. Indeed, who knows when they might target our homes next? No Jifan Yo Dazhuang. As the group leader, what do you propose we do? Chen Can merely glanced at the messages, having no intention of engaging, as he felt secure in his own safety and saw no need to band together. At that moment, Brother Niu tagged Chen Can, saying, "Little Can, 2 households in your building have perished. It's far too dangerous. Are you safe alone at home? Perhaps you should come stay with me. We could look out for one another." Reading Brother Niu's message, Chen Can felt somewhat helpless. He understood that Brother Niu meant well, but truly wished to convey that there was no place safer than his own. However, he didn't want to dismiss Brother Niu's kindness. So he responded, "Brother Niu, rest assured, I'm very safe here. The last time Xie Tianhao and his lackeys came to my home, they were swiftly dealt with. I've already incapacitated Xie Tianhao. He wouldn't dare provoke me now." The others in the group were taken aback by this statement, their initial reaction being disbelief, as they thought him to be boasting. Who is Xie Tianhao? He commands a group of muscular security guards. How could you possibly have overpowered him? Little brother, you mustn't be reckless. If Xie Tianhao hears this, you might be the next target. Indeed, those guards could easily incapacitate you with a mere flick of their fingers. You just boasting? Brother Niu, astonished, pondered how the usually timid Chen Can could possess such formidable skills. Nevertheless, he instinctively chose to believe him. Little Can, are you serious? If you know anyone else from Building 9, just ask, and they'll confirm what you've said. You all should stick together. I won't interfere. Subsequently, Chen Can exited the group chat. A few members began to inquire among the residents of Building 9, and their findings aligned with Chen Can's claims. Had they just been joking with someone capable of taking down Xie Tianhao? Just as Chen Can put his phone down, he received another group message. It was from Yi Shuer's group. I can rap and play basketball, Brother Can. Xie Tianhao has gone on a rampage. We should band together for safety. If anyone encounters difficulties, we can assist each other. Reading Yi Shuer's message, Chen Can felt an eye roll rising within him. It sounded noble to speak of banding together, yet it was clear she was merely coveting his supplies. Indeed, Yi Shuer's primary motive for adding Chen Can to the group was to hope he would share his resources. After all, they were now all in the same group. Wouldn't it be reasonable for him to contribute some supplies? As Yi Shuer's message was sent, Chen Xiyu and Xie Yushan echoed her sentiments. Shuer is right. Facing those ferocious guards alone is far too perilous. We stand a better chance together. We're all in the same boat. We must unite. At that moment, one of the unfamiliar members chimed in. prompting Chun Can to stifle a laugh at the username. My one true love, you swear it so? There was a devoted admirer among them. I will stand by Schwerer, rest assured. Should that Xie Tianhao dare to harm you, I will fight him, Yi Schwerer continued. I can rap and play basketball, brother Can. These are extraordinary times. I know you have plenty of supplies, so why not share a little? We need to maintain our strength and stamina to resist Xie Tianhao and his gang. You can trust us. We'll handle the front line while you remain safe. My one true love, Yi Schwerer. Schwerer, who is he? Why are you addressing him so intimately? Yi Schwerer was taken aback by Li Chang's question and retorted. In times like these, can you really be concerned about that? Can't you distinguish between what's urgent and what's trivial? Watching Yi Schwerer perform her theatrics, Chen Can couldn't help but smirk. He replied directly in the group, your desire to band together is your concern, but don't involve me. I have no interest. He then exited the group and turned off his phone, completing the action in one swift motion. Yi Schwerer, poised to continue her speech, suddenly found that the person she had tagged was no longer in the group, leaving her in a state of confusion. Did Chun Can truly believe that his previous stroke of luck against Xie Tianhao would repeat itself? Most importantly, without Chen Can's supplies, what purpose did this group serve? Frustrated, Yi Schwerer immediately called Chun Can. Are you trying my patience? I've made it clear that you should band together without dragging me into it. I have no interest or need. Chun Can snapped into the receiver. Chun Can, I'm looking out for you. Why do you mistake my kindness for something sinister? I'm only concerned because you've drawn Xie Tianhao's ire. It would be wise to have others help you confront him. What's with your attitude? Did I ask for your help to confront him? Mind your own business. Chun Can retorted, hanging up the phone. Thinking how relentless this scheming woman was, she could make such shameless arguments with righteous indignation. Listening to the dial tone echoing back from the other end, Yi Schwerer's face was colder than the outdoor temperature. Shaking with anger, she shouted each word. Chun Can, you'll regret your refusal. She then shared information within the group, claiming that Chun Can possessed an abundance of supplies and was living lavishly with ample food and a comfortably warm home. Initially, the three individuals who had been observing from the sidelines in the group now eagerly chimed in. Is that true? Even after half a month of the apocalypse, he still has so many supplies? How can he eat so well? It's minus 60 degrees outside, and he is still wearing short sleeves at home. Are you trying to deceive us? The three speakers were Li Chang's relatives, one cousin and two younger brothers, who maintained a good relationship with him and resided at his home. Originally, during their last encounter, Li Chang had presented a large bag of food to Yi Schwerer, which had left the three of them somewhat disgruntled. However, since the provisions were Li Chang's own, they ultimately refrained from voicing any complaints. This time, having been pulled into a group by Li Chang, they merely intended to observe for a while. To their astonishment, they stumbled upon shocking news. Chapter 48. Meng Qian's verification message. Observing the skepticism of others in the group, Yi Schwerer wasted no time in sharing all the screenshots of the photos and videos previously sent to her by Chun Can. Fearing that others might doubt her, she even included timestamps of the screenshots and the original photos from Chun Can when several members of the group beheld the exquisite dishes and beverages. Especially noting that Chen Can was comfortably dressed in short sleeves despite the frigid temperatures outside, they were left utterly dumbfounded. What kind of celestial existence was he leading? While each of them was enduring the dire hardships of hunger and cold, they were also constantly on edge, fearing the covetous gazes of others. Yet here was Chen Can, indulging in meat and wine, reveling in a life of luxury at home. A wave of inexplicable jealousy and resentment surged within them like a wild inferno. Why was it that, despite all suffering, he could live so well? Yi Schwerer asserted. If what you shared is indeed true, I believe we can join forces. We must seize all of Chun Can's resources. How can he selfishly enjoy while his neighbors suffer? Such a self-serving individual deserves to be punished. Li Chang's cousin, Li Hai, quickly chimed in. The other two echoed his sentiments, exclaiming, indeed. This is reminiscent of the old feudal landlords. Such people should be denounced. They speculated further that his family must have heating facilities, and if they could move in, what fear would they have of this snow disaster? Yi Schwerer then added. Chun Can is but one person. With so many of us, how can we not handle him? They all agreed that a selfish and self-serving individual like him should be denounced and punished. The thought of Chun Can's sharp and acerbic demeanor filled Yi Schwerer with rage. She had tried to placate him, but he forced her to confront him openly. Very well, if that was his desire. Her eyes glinted with a cold and sinister resolve as she muttered under her breath, "Chan Can, if you are unkind, do not blame me for being unjust. I wish for your downfall." Soon after, the group began devising a plan to seize the rich man's resources. Meanwhile, in the home of Ming Qian and Xie Xiaojun, the complete absence of food left Xie Xiaojun in a state of panic. Sitting on the sofa with his head in his hands, he regretted his reckless indulgence from days prior. With 3 mouths to feed at home, he was at a loss for what to do. By chance, he noticed the couples in the group openly seeking assistance and began to entertain some dubious thoughts. Yet, when he recalled the extraordinary effort he had put into marrying his exceptional wife, he found himself torn. After all, with Ming Qian's beauty and figure, what wealthy suitor could not have her? If not for his relentless pursuit over 5 years, his honest nature, and the stability he provided, why would Ming Qian have chosen to marry him? In her room, Ming Qian sought to minimize her daily consumption, relying solely on sleep and water, a strategy that offered no real solution. The household's remaining provisions should have sufficed to prevent the 3 of them from going hungry. Reflecting on Xie Xiaojuan's demeanor and attitude from days past, she felt as if she were recalling a different person altogether. As hunger and cold besieged her, Ming Qian began to question the very significance of her marriage to him. Amidst her tumultuous thoughts, a sudden idea struck her. Surely, they must have some food left. With this in mind, she scrolled through her contacts in the group until she found the green bubble icon of a certain individual. After a moment's hesitation, she sent a friend request. That moment, Chan Can had just finished a sumptuous French meal and was reclining on the sofa, savoring the moment. When his phone lit up, revealing the green bubble of a verification request, he couldn't help but smile, his brow raised in a cheeky grin. "Looks like someone can't wait any longer. This Chan Can go? I am your downstairs neighbor." "Ming Qian," she greeted. "I can rap and play basketball." Chan Can replied with a single question mark, exuding an air of aloofness and superiority. In truth, upon receiving Ming Qian's message, Chan Can had crafted several replies but found each lacking, ultimately deleting them out of frustration. Then it dawned on him. This was an apocalypse. Why should he feel subservient to any woman of worth? Those once high and mighty would inevitably bow before him. There was no need to grovel for her attention. Hence, a single question mark felt most appropriate. Ming Qian's heart raced upon receiving a reply, but her excitement waned when she saw it was merely a cold question mark. Nevertheless, recalling her desperate hunger, she trembled as she typed, "Brother Can, do you have any food at home? Our house has nothing to eat, and the 3 of us have gone a whole day and night without food. If you have any surplus, could you sell us some? I promise to repay you double after the disaster." Reading Ming Qian's message, Chan Can couldn't help but smirk. Did she truly believe that in this dire time, a neighborly bond could save her? "How naive? Sorry, I'm not short on cash," he replied curtly. Upon receiving his response, Ming Qian began to ponder. His words contained no outright refusal, indicating that he indeed had resources to spare and the ability to help. Yet, when he claimed not to lack money, was he implying he sought something else in exchange? Tentatively, she replied, "Brother Can, aside from money, we have no other equivalent to offer. Could you please advise how we might provide assistance?" Chan Can shook his head and simply replied, "When you figure out what you deem worthy enough to exchange for food, then we can discuss helping you." Ming Qian contemplated his words. She began to grasp the implications. Though she often dressed provocatively, at her core, she was a traditional woman. Even amidst countless suitors, she had never considered trading her body for anything. Even in relationships, she upheld her principles and remained virtuous. There was no way she would sacrifice her purity before marriage. Chan Can's intentions were now abundantly clear. Despite her internal struggle, she ultimately could not bring herself to resort to such measures for sustenance. After a moment's hesitation, she chose not to respond further. At that juncture, a knock echoed through the door, and Xie Xiaojun entered the room, beaming. "Wife, there's something I want to discuss with you. What do you think?" Chapter 49. The Revelation of Humanity Wrapped in a Blanket. Ming Qian recalled Xie Xiaojuan's attitude from days prior and felt a flare of resentment. Her tone was particularly frosty as she replied, "What is it?" Xie Xiaojun approached the bed, exhaling into his hands before he spoke. "Wife, we have no food left at home, and you and Ying haven't eaten in a day. I think I've come up with a way to procure some food." Upon hearing the prospect of food, Ming Qian hastily emerged from her blanket, eager to know how. Xie Xiaojun hesitated before continuing. "Many people in our community are using this method. and it seems to be effective. We are at our most desperate moment. What are you thinking? Just say it. Ming Qian retorted impatiently. I want to contact some neighbors who have ample supplies and bring them to our home. You will be in charge of entertaining them, and in return, we can acquire some valuable resources to survive. Ming Qian's expression shifted from surprise to shocked. In an instant, she slapped Xie Xiaojun, her voice trembling with incredulity and anger as she exclaimed, Do you even realize what you're saying? What do you take me for? A prostitute? I am your wife, and you expect me to exchange my body for food. How could you utter such words? Xie Xiaojun, his face contorted in distress, attempted to explain, Wife, this is a special circumstance. Everyone is doing it, and no one will speak ill of it afterward. We're all just trying to survive. Listening to Xie Xiaojun's reasoning, tears of grievance streamed down Ming Qian's cheeks. In that moment, she felt as if the man before her was a stranger. For the first time, she questioned how she had been so blind to choose such a worthless partner for life. It all sounded so noble, for the sake of survival, but to abandon dignity, humanity, and morality, forcing her to become a prostitute. Did he take pride in wearing the green hat, even deriving pleasure from it? If that were the case, why not send his sister to solicit customers instead? Having made his decision, Xie Xiaojun had evidently mustered considerable resolve, yet his wife's vehement rejection stripped away the veil of shame, leaving him feeling embarrassed and furious. Why can everyone else do it, but not you? Everyone is struggling to survive. Can face, dignity, and morality feed us? You are beautiful and have a good figure. Surely you can exchange for more resources. All I desire is for my family to endure under this snow disaster. What fault is that of mine? Ying is only 18. Forcing her into this would ruin her life. The psychological scars it would inflict on her. How can you, as her sister-in-law, harbor such thoughts? Ming Qian, in a fit of anger, forced a laugh, shaking her head in despair. Heh, Xie Xiaojun, how come I never noticed your hypocrisy and double standards before? You fear that your sister's life may be ruined and that she'll carry a burden of trauma. Yet you don't worry about my life being destroyed. Do I not carry shadows as well? Others can do this because they are desperate. Do you think I am as lowly as them? After saying this, Ming Qian wiped her tears and, with a resolute gaze, pointed at the door, continuing, Get out now. I don't want to see you. Furthermore, I would rather die than agree to your despicable and repugnant demands. Let us divorce after this snow disaster passes. Xie Xiaojun wanted to say more, but he realized it was indeed too much to expect her to accept at this moment. Perhaps in a few days? When faced with the harshness of the apocalypse, her perspective might shift. To avoid provoking Ming Qian further, Xie Xiaojun sighed and exited the room. Upon hearing the door close, Ming Qian could no longer suppress her emotions and grievances. Collapsing onto her bed, she sobbed uncontrollably. Chun Can, noticing that Ming Qian had stopped replying, decided not to wait any longer. He sent a message to Qin Shuyi. Shuyi, how are things on your end? Is everything all right? Qin Shuyi quickly replied, Brother Can, aside from the unbearable cold, everything else is fine. However, starting these past few days, the sounds of smashing and chaos can be heard throughout the community, and it seems small gangs are forming. The once friendly neighbors appear to have lost all humanity and morals, resorting to murder and theft. Many women have begun to sell their bodies in exchange for food. In recent days, I've seen several people die in the owner's group. And I often feel someone loitering outside my door. If they are few, I can manage, but if they come in numbers brandishing weapons, I stand no chance. Reading Qin Shuyi's message, Chunkin couldn't help but lament. Half a month had passed since the apocalypse began, and humanity and morality seemed to have vanished. After all he had witnessed, this young girl must have adapted to and understood the true meaning of the apocalypse. He then replied, This is the apocalypse. Such occurrences are all too normal. I've always told you, the most terrifying aspect of the apocalypse isn't the disasters but the human heart. Every city and location is essentially showcasing similar, if not more horrific, events. Qin Shuyi, reflecting on Chun Can's words, found herself increasingly in agreement. The events unfolding around her since the onset of the apocalypse were continuously reshaping her worldview and understanding. From the first robbery to the first murder, to the first woman resorting to trading her body for supplies, Qin Shuyi now deeply understood that the harmonious, loving, orderly, and moral society of the past could never return. Brother Can, I understand now, and if possible, could you come to get me? I want to be with you, that I'm just afraid that I might never see you again. As she thought of this young girl and the moments they had shared over the past month, Chunkin sighed. Yet he felt the need to clarify his stance, typing, if you want me to come get you, you should understand that I have no obligation or responsibility to do so. After all, I've already done my utmost by helping you stockpile supplies before the apocalypse. In this new world, everyone will stop at nothing to survive. Any feelings, morals, or dignity are worthless in the face of survival. If you merely wish to rely on our past relationship to persuade me to come for you, to be blunt, this transaction is not worth it for me. Do you understand? Upon reading Chen Kan's words, Qin Shuyi was momentarily taken aback, her heart inexplicably aching with pain and sadness. She had never anticipated that Chen Kan would treat their relationship as a mere transaction. Yet upon reflection, his reasoning seemed undeniably valid. Leaving her without a counterargument, indeed, I am not anyone to him. Why should he risk his life to come for me? Even if I were someone significant to him, several couples in the community have betrayed and harmed each other over food. Can my feelings for him compare to theirs? Qin Shuyi found herself whispering these questions in her mind. Chapter 50. Li Hai's plan. The dialogue between the two remained stagnant, devoid of new messages. Since his rebirth, Chen Kan had maintained a commendable mindset. The world had irrevocably changed. It was no longer the normal, harmonious existence it once was. One could not apply previous logic, habits, or consciousness to current circumstances, even regarding emotions. Many matters, if one cannot comprehend or accept them, will ultimately lead to the same conclusion, only varying in time, place, and circumstance. As Qin Shuyi pondered, her large, dark eyes involuntarily shed 2 streams of tears. She understood Chen Kan's implications, recognizing that she had perhaps not fully adjusted her mindset to the drastic changes around her. It was evident she was grappling with her feelings, weighing the pros and cons. Another day passed, and after 2 days without food, Meng Qian, having cried her eyes dry, was now staring blankly at the ceiling with swollen red eyes. Whether it was extreme sorrow or the effects of hunger, she appeared to have reached a critical point of despair. It seemed she had come to a realization. Taking out her phone, she found Chen Kan's chat and, with trembling fingers, typed a message. Meanwhile, in another part of the building on the 23rd floor, Yi Shui's home was filled with Li Chong and the others, discussing detailed plans on how to seize resources from the wealthy. Li Hai seemed to be the backbone of the group. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Yi Shui, among everyone here, your relationship with Chen Kan is the closest. Thus, you must be the one to approach him as a breakthrough. No matter the method, you must get him to open the door. Once that happens, we men can easily control him and seize his home. Yi Shui instinctively shook her head. He doesn't seem interested in me anymore. We've tried a few times before. Whether by showing weakness or threats, he remains unmoved. Li Chong waved his hand. This time, do not approach him as a seeker but as a sharer. Besides food, the most scarce resources now are medicines. We can propose exchanging medicine for supplies. It would merely be a business transaction, and his guard will be lowered significantly. Moreover, you must first lower your stance and ease the relationship to reduce his resistance, which will enhance our chances of success. Once he opens the door, I am confident we can control him. The group exchanged glances, seemingly finding this plan viable. Yi Shui considered it for a moment before nodding. All right, I understand. She then picked up her phone and initiated a video call to Chen Kan. Chen Kan, feeling bored, saw it was Yi Shui's call and thought it might provide some amusement, promptly answering. Brother Kan, the apocalypse has been going on for so many days. How are you holding up? Chen Kan looked at Yi Shui on the screen and couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Her disheveled hair and dull complexion, covered in a layer of grime, presented her in a completely bare-faced state, appearing just ordinary. Without the usual filters, Chen Kan found himself wondering why he had once been so infatuated. Indeed, makeup is truly one of the 4 great deceits. From now on, I must ensure any girl I meet washes her face first, he replied nonchalantly. I'm doing fine, just caught a bit of a cold lately. Feeling a bit sluggish, Yi Shui immediately adopted a concerned expression. Oh, Brother Kan, the temperature has dropped again, making it easy to catch a cold. You must take care not to worsen it. Chen Kan couldn't help but silently scoff at her sudden concern, likening it to a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. Yet he was also curious about what this green tea bitch was scheming now. It's not a cold. It's heat exhaustion. I got overheated. Since Yi Shui's phone was on speaker, The others nearby could hear the conversation, all wearing expressions of disbelief and astonishment. This girl truly knows how to flaunt her privilege. Given the freezing temperatures, it's a wonder anyone is surviving, and she claims to have gotten overheated. Is that something a person would say? Fearing she wouldn't believe him, Chunkin even showed her the fireplace. When Yi Shuai saw the glowing coals in the fireplace, flames flickering, the greed and longing in her eyes were impossible to conceal. Previously, with temperatures plummeting to -40 degrees, it had already been unbearable. Now, at -60 degrees, anyone who stayed still felt they might lose consciousness. Every household was essentially burning their wooden furniture just to feel a modicum of warmth. Chunkin's home astonishingly boasts the presence of a fireplace, a true marvel, capable of radiating warmth directly. As the camera panned, Yi Shuai noticed the coffee table and dining table were heaped with an array of ingredients and fruits. Not only were they free from worry about food and drink, but they also had the luxury of roasting over an open fire. This was nothing short of paradise. It finally dawned on her why Chunkin could comfortably wear short sleeves at home. He had no fear of the cold. Yi Shuai's desire to move into Chunkin's abode had never been more fervent. She would pay any price to make it happen. Brother Can, you actually have a fireplace? Brother Can, I realize my mistakes. It was I who was at fault for neglecting your feelings. I genuinely like you a lot. Could you grant me a chance to make amends? I'll come over and do everything you say. Okay. Chunkin, with a playful glint in his eye, replied, Shuai, you do seem to have lost weight. Congratulations. You've finally succeeded in your long-standing quest to lose weight. Watching Chunkin dodge the topic with such finesse, Yi Shuai felt an eye roll rising within her. Did she truly wish to lose weight? It was impossible to resist delicious food. Every word seemed to pierce her heart, yet, maintaining a facade of fragility, she continued with a sweet voice, casting out tempting propositions. Brother Can, although I've lost weight, I still have curves in all the right places. Would you like to experience that? With that, she deliberately pushed her chest forward, accentuating her curves even more. Chunkin, suppressing his amusement, replied solemnly, your clothing is too thick. It's impossible to see anything. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was momentarily taken aback. What did that mean? Did he actually want to see? Even Yi Shuai, who was feigning composure, felt her facade begin to crack. Brother Can, you're so naughty. When I come to see you, will you let me show you everything? You can do whatever you want. Chapter 51. Chunkin's counterattack. Hearing this, Li Chong nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Although he understood it was an attempt to entice Chunkin to open the door, it felt like a grave insult to a young woman. The woman he had longed for was being treated in such a manner by this Chunkin. It was utterly intolerable. He silently vowed that once he seized Chunkin's home, he would ensure that Chunkin would be left with no means of escape. On the other end of the line, Chunkin spoke again. You see, I prefer things on a grand scale in a world filled with falsehoods. I find it hard to trust what I cannot see. Therefore, it's best if you don't come over. After all, if I'm not satisfied, it would only hurt your pride, wouldn't it? Yi Shuai's hand trembled as she clutched her phone. How had she never noticed that Chunkin was such a despicable and shameless person? But thinking of her goal, she hesitated and forced a smile. Brother Can, you love to joke with me. By the way, I heard you have a cold. Do you need medicine? I could bring you some. How about that? I'll trade you for some instant noodles and bread, so it's a fair exchange. At last, Chunkin understood Yi Shuai's intentions. It was clear that merely taking from him would not work. Now she had shifted to a more nuanced strategy, demonstrating some cleverness. Upon hearing this, Chunkin couldn't help but chuckle. His own space was brimming with an abundance of various medications. Was there anything he lacked? Yet, he felt a lack of excitement, so he replied, Really, Shuai? You have medicine? Well then, come on over. I'll trade you a box of instant noodles for it. As soon as her objective was reached, Yi Shuai beamed with genuine delight. All right, Brother Can, just wait for me. I'll be right up. After hanging up, Yi Shuai signaled to her companions with an okay gesture, and they immediately gathered their tools, ascending to the 24th floor. From the moment they stepped out, Chunkin had been keenly observing their every move. A smile of anticipation played on his lips, reminiscent of a hunter who had just spotted his prey closing in on the trap. Chunkin swiftly retrieved a composite crossbow and several bolts from his hidden space. These bolts, crafted by Chunkin himself days prior, had been treated with an oxidizing agent, rendering their tips entirely rusted. Such arrows were not intended to kill outright, but to inflict wounds that would become infected and lead to tetanus. In a scenario where medical resources were scarce and antibiotics unavailable, a tetanus infection would render wounds incapable of healing, exacerbating inflammation and leading to a slow, agonizing demise. This was precisely the outcome Chunkin desired. After some contemplation, he felt this might not be enough. He then grabbed an empty bottle of a popular energy drink from his home. After disrobing, a warm, pale yellow liquid filled the bottle to 4/5 of its capacity. Wouldn't it be delightful to treat you all to a drink? Chunkin chuckled to himself as he looked at the bottle. In just over 5 minutes, 6 or 7 people arrived at his doorstep, huddled together as if plotting something. Among them were 4 men and 3 women. He recognized the 3 women, while the 4 men appeared to be the same ones from the previous group. Each of the men brandished crowbars and wrenches, while Yi Shuer held only a box of cold medicine. Chen Si and Xiaoyu Shan each wielded a kitchen knife, seemingly poised to deliver a lethal blow the moment he opened the door. Even if he chose not to open it, they likely had plans to force their way in. They were indeed well prepared. Yi Shuer quickly adjusted her clothing and tucked her hair behind her ear before pressing the doorbell to Chunkin's home. The others took their positions, just as they had in the past, lurking beside the door, waiting for Chunkin to let them in. "Brother Can, I'm here. I've brought you medicine," Yi Shuer called out as she rang the doorbell. "Brother Can, hurry and open the door. It's freezing out here." Chunkin immediately activated the soundproof mode and spoke into a speaker. "Shuer, the neighborhood is too dangerous right now. I can't just open the door so easily." "Are you sure you've come alone?" Yi Shuer quickly replied. "Of course, Brother Can. I'm just here to deliver medicine. It's definitely just me. If you don't believe me, why not open the door and see?" "All right, just wait there. I'll come open the door." Upon hearing this, the group outside felt an indescribable thrill and excitement. Gripping their weapons tighter, Chunkin quickly grabbed a stool and positioned himself next to the door. Stealthily opening the peephole, he had already seen 6 individuals lined up against the walls from the surveillance footage. At that moment, Chunkin unscrewed the energy drink bottle and splashed its contents toward the peephole, aiming at both sides. And Yi Shuer, "What the heck? What is this? Oh, gross. What is this foul stuff? Damn it, is this urine? This is disgusting." The doorway erupted with horrified shouts and profanities, completely blindsided by Chunkin's unexpected move. Moments later, the sound of Chunkin's laughter filled the air. "Ha ha ha, oh my goodness. How does my urine smell, you ask? I might have overindulged in rich foods lately, so it's a bit strong, but don't worry. I'll make sure it's better next time." Soon, the air was thick with curses once more. "Chunkin, are you messing with me? I kindly brought you medicine, and you splash me with urine." At this point, Chunkin decided to drop the pretense and teased, "Yi Shuer, what face do you have to say you are bringing me medicine? You came here with 6 or 7 people, lying in ambush at my door, probably hoping for my demise, aren't you?" Upon hearing this, Li Hai finally noticed the surveillance cameras positioned throughout the building. This was a glaring oversight. However, they had come this far. They couldn't just leave after being doused in urine. He immediately shouted into the house, "Chunkin, I was originally planning to negotiate with you civilly for some supplies, but you're being utterly unreasonable. Now I'm giving you a chance. Open the door, and we'll leave you half of what we have so you won't starve. If we have to break in, even if you beg us, you'll only face certain death." Chunkin had no intention of yielding. He countered sharply, "You absolute fool, trying to barter supplies with me? You must be out of your mind. If you're brave enough to come in, I am right here waiting for you." Li Hai and his companions, no longer willing to waste words, immediately picked up their tools and began prying at the door. Chapter 52. Stirring the pot, the 4 large men hammered and pried at the door for over 5 minutes. Yet it showed no signs of deformity or damage. What kind of door was this? It seemed impossibly sturdy, far more resilient than steel. Breathing heavily, Li Hai posed a soul-searching question. This must be an alloy door. It's many times harder than steel. Beside him, Li Shan, one of Li Chang's cousins, examined the door closely and responded, "What the hell? Who installs an alloy door at their home? Do they think it's a bank vault?" Just as they took a moment to catch their breath, Chunkin quietly opened the peephole again, holding a pair of triple-shot composite crossbows, one in each hand. As their attention waned, he swiftly released a volley of arrows toward them. Before they could react, for of them were struck. The three women who managed to avoid the calamity were simply not equipped for the task of breaking down doors. Thus, they retreated to the side, fortuitously finding themselves in a blind spot. This decision ultimately spared them from peril. Soon, the air was filled with anguished cries and wails. To his dismay, he realized he still possessed a crossbow. "We must leave at once," he exclaimed. My arm has been pierced." "Ah!" The three women, clearly shaken, clung to one another, their faces pale with fear, their instinctive reaction to flee into the corridor. Meanwhile, the four injured men supported each other, hastily retreating as well, but the agony from their wounds was excruciating. Chunkin continued to taunt them over the loudspeaker, with such feeble strength. "Do you dare to covet my home? Should you dare to return, I shall ensure you meet your demise like mangy dogs." The seven of them stumbled back to room 2301, and upon entering, the four men could no longer contain themselves. They collapsed onto the floor, either clutching their legs, cradling their feet, or covering their arms, writhing in pain. "Why didn't you inform us sooner that he had weapons? You've truly led us to our doom," one lamented. "My leg, doomed to be useless." Yishware and her companions, still trembling from the shock, huddled together, their expressions a mix of terror and confusion. "I had no inkling he was armed. Had I known, I would have certainly warned you." Lehigh, gritting his teeth against the pain, attempted to inspect the wound on his arm. The sight of it sent chills down his spine. "What the hell? The arrowhead is rusted," he cried out in despair. For the shaft had pierced his entire arm, the corroded tip standing out ominously. The other three involuntarily glanced at their own injuries, their hearts sinking further. If they were to extract a normal arrowhead, they could endure the pain and apply some medicine, but a rusted arrowhead posed the threat of tetanus. They indeed had some medicine, but it was merely cold and fever remedies, no antibiotics or anti-inflammatory drugs. They all understood that a tetanus infection would lead to one inevitable fate, death. A palpable fear of mortality enveloped them, rendering them unable to maintain composure. Lehigh glared furiously at Yishware and her companions, his voice laced with desperation. "It's your fault. All of you. You've brought us to this brink of death." Li Chong, despite his agony, managed to rise unsteadily, addressing Lehigh. "Brother Hai, this is Yishware's fault. They were unaware that Chunkin had weapons. Our immediate priority is to search the entire community for anyone with antibiotics and anti-inflammatory medication." Yishware quickly chimed in. Yes, we'll ask around in the group right now." Before long, the community building group and the overall community group were inundated with messages seeking medical supplies. However, after a lengthy wait, no one responded. The preciousness of medicine during such times rivaled that of food. In this critical moment, it was a lifeline, and who would be foolish enough to trade it away? Hours passed with no word, and the occupants of 2301 were growing increasingly anxious. Lehigh began to regain his composure. A fierce determination flickered in his eyes. "Chunkin, he must have medicine." This sudden declaration caused the others to lift their heads in unison. "He has food and drink. His home even boasts a fireplace. He must have anticipated the snowstorm." They deduced that his ample supplies meant he would surely have various medications prepared. Initially, their eyes sparkled with hope, but they soon realized that the one with the medicine was the very person they had recently offended. It was clear as day that he would not come to their aid. Li Shan lamented. "Brother Hai, even if we know Chunkin has medicine, he would never part with it to save us." Suddenly, Lehigh stood up, casting a piercing gaze at the others, his expression a disturbing mix of malice and a twisted grin. "If he refuses to help us, then why not rally the entire building, even the whole community, to confront him?" The group turned their attention to him, with Yishware urgently inquiring, "What do you mean?" Lehigh elaborated. "We initially sought to hoard those supplies, which is why we concealed the fact that Chunkin possesses not only abundant resources but also heating equipment. Since we cannot achieve this goal ourselves, let us release this information. Just think about it. Everyone is suffering from hunger and cold, who isn't seething with anger and resentment. When they see that Chunkin is living so comfortably, feasting and basking by the fire, what will their reaction be?" As Lehigh spoke, his twisted smile grew wider. Yishware smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "Of course. This way, everyone will unite against Chunkin." Li Chong quickly added, "Exactly. Even if his door is sturdy, it cannot withstand the fury of so many starving neighbors." Li Hai nodded approvingly. Precisely. This gives us a chance to acquire the medicine from Chen Kan's home. And we might even negotiate for some of his supplies. The group felt a renewed sense of hope for survival, their despair momentarily lifted by the flicker of a smile. Without delay, Li Hai instructed Li Chang to share every photo and video clip of Chen Kan's home in the building and community groups, accompanied by an urgent message. Dear neighbors, for over half a month, we have endured unimaginable suffering. Many have perished from starvation and exposure. Unbeknownst to us, there exists a selfish individual in our midst, one who possesses not only a wealth of living supplies and medications, but also an abundance of gourmet ingredients and clean bottled water. Even a fireplace and fuel. How can he bear to watch us languish in hunger and cold, indifferent to the plight of our families and comrades? Shouldn't he share his resources to help us through this disaster, allowing us all to survive? Chapter 53. The news of Lin Ilay. The atmosphere in the group had grown stagnant over the past few days, as everyone struggled to survive and had little energy for idle chatter. That was until Li Chang's messages erupted in the group. Each photo and piece of information landed like a bomb in a tranquil pond, instantly awakening everyone. What the hell? Is this for real? It can't be photoshopped, right? After enduring half a month of disaster, how could anyone still be living so lavishly? Lobsters, steaks, roasted lamb legs, and duck were on the menu. Whose home was this extravagant? Damn it. I'm freezing at home like a dog, and he has a fireplace to keep warm? Moreover, did anyone notice his home still had power? How could someone be so selfish, to live so well while watching us starve and freeze to death? Damn it. If I find out who it is, I swear I'll pay him a visit and give him a piece of my mind. What kind of person is this? Doesn't he have any conscience? Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Li Hai seized Li Chang's phone to respond. This man is Chen Kan. All of this was sent to Yi Shuer by him. His intention was to entice her to trade her body for food, flaunting his wealth before her. Otherwise, we would have never realized that one person could be so calloused. Why Yi Shuer, unwilling to let others continue to perish from lack of food and warmth, revealed Chen Kan's true nature to everyone. We must unite and confront Chen Kan, demanding that he distribute his supplies. Otherwise, none of us will accept this situation. Li Hai's words ignited a fire in everyone. They began to voice their outrage in the group. And at that moment, Chen Kan seemed to be the root of all their suffering. So it was that scoundrel Chen Kan. I wondered how he had the audacity to act so confident. Turns out he was secretly indulging in a feast. Not fearing the snowstorm at all. What an unprecedentedly selfish wretch. How could he remain oblivious while we suffer? He has no shame at all. We must confront Chen Kan and demand an explanation. Absolutely. He must hand over his supplies. It's the only way for us to survive. Yes, he must comply. Soon, the group was filled with messages tagging Chen Kan, determined to hold him accountable. Meanwhile, Chen Kan was at home engrossed in a PS50 game. Just as he was about to defeat the boss, when his phone erupted with notifications like firecrackers. Who the hell is this, pestering me? Irritated, he tossed aside the controller and picked up his phone. The building and community groups were flooded with over 90 unread messages, along with a plethora of friend requests. Although many were venting their grievances and accusations toward Chen Kan, some had also learned of his ample supplies and medication. Wishing to express their intentions and desires privately as he scanned the messages that tagged him, he was met with an array of starry expletives. After scrolling for quite some time, he finally pieced together the situation. Rather than feeling anger, he found himself intrigued, murmuring, I thought you might have some clever tricks up your sleeve, but is this all you've got? Since you have discovered my intentions, allow me to bestow upon you a grand gift. Chen Kan subsequently perused the messages regarding friend requests, only to find that a staggering 80% were from women. They were either lamenting their misfortunes in search of assistance or offering their bodies in exchange for sustenance and medicine. To his astonishment, some men were sending similar messages, asserting that if gender roles were not too rigid, they could engage in the same acts as women. Upon seeing this, Chen Kan felt a wave of revulsion, his skin crawling as he deleted the messages without hesitation. Several women were particularly forthright, sending private photos along with their friend requests, believing this would increase their chances of success. Chen Kan scrutinized each image, bemused to discover how audacious the women in his community were. How shameless to send such things. The audacity of some was astounding. One appeared as flat as a runway, while another was impressively ample, yet rather unattractive. Tisk, yet another who fancied herself a white tiger, but could she not conceal her abundance of flaws? As Chunkin continued to view these images, his incredulity grew. Each photo seemed to be a commentary on the state of the community, filled with individuals either lacking in allure or possessing mediocre physiques, interspersed with an array of less than desirable specimens. What audacity led them to believe they could be desirable? As he scrolled down, he encountered a refreshing message amidst the mundane. Liang Lei. Mr. Chunkin, I am Lin Lei, residing in apartment 2504 above you. May I inquire if you possess any Baoshin pills or insulin? I am willing to exchange my supplies for them, as my mother has exhausted her medication and we are in dire straits. Upon reading this, Chunkin's eyebrows arched in surprise, his eyes glimmering with interest. He recalled Lin Lei's angelic visage and devilish figure, particularly her tantalizing dance moves. Murmuring to himself, he mused that this was the tone appropriate for business, unlike the others who merely sought to elicit sympathy. So, little Lei truly resided in the community? TSK, how intriguing it would be to discover what it was like to be a celebrity. He promptly accepted her request. After all, in such trying times, her instinct was not to beg, but to propose an equitable exchange. By virtue of this attitude alone, she possessed greater merit for survival in this apocalyptic world. Soon, a message arrived from her. Liang Lei. Hello, Mr. Chen. I sincerely appreciate your acceptance of my verification message. I wonder if you would consider my proposal. I will rap and play basketball, Miss Lin, I can assure you. I possess the medications you seek. However, I am curious as to what you deem a fair exchange for the Baoshin pills and insulin. Lin Lei on the other end paused momentarily, then responded, stating that as long as the terms did not involve compromising her principles, she would agree to any conditions. Chunkin chuckled softly, pondering how long her principles could withstand the pressures of this world. Noticing that Chunkin had not replied, Lin Lei continued, to demonstrate my sincerity, I must inform you that a group has already been organized within the community, preparing to confront you. Chunkin recognized that with such women, neither coercion nor bribery would prove effective. A gradual approach was necessary. Responding to Lin Lei's message, he proposed, let us avoid any misunderstanding. To show I am not devoid of compassion, I shall make a concession this time. I will provide you with insulin and Baoshin pills, but in return, you must keep me informed. For instance, when they plan to take action against me and their strategies. Chapter 54. Lin's mother passes. Chunkin's accusation. Upon receiving Chunkin's reply, Lin Lei felt a wave of relief wash over her tense body. Thankfully, he was a reasonable individual. She quickly responded, no problem, Mr. Chun. I am willing. After reaching an agreement, Chunkin instructed her to retrieve the medications he would leave at the entrance. Lin Lei hurriedly donned her winter coat and braved the cold winds as she descended the stairs. Upon reaching Chunkin's door, she discovered a bag. Opening it, she found the insulin and Baoshin pills, her heart swelling with joy. She silently expressed her gratitude before glancing around and hastily returning upstairs. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of eyes in the shadows of the stairwell watched her intently before fading back into the darkness. Once home, Lin Lei was met with a distressing sight. Her mother lay unconscious on the sofa. Appearing unwell, she rushed forward, anxiously calling, Mom, Mom, I have the insulin and Baoshin pills. You are saved. Please wake up. She then shouted toward the bedroom, Dad, come quickly. Mom has fainted. Hearing his daughter's cries, Lin Haiqing rushed from the bedroom. My dear, wake up. What has happened? Despite their frantic calls, Lin's mother showed no signs of regaining consciousness. Lin Lei, panic-stricken, reached out with trembling hands to touch her mother's carotid artery. Upon making contact, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Mom, we promised to travel after the snow disaster. You were supposed to see me marry and hold your grandchildren. How could you leave me? Lin Haiqing remained frozen in shock, unable to comprehend that his beloved partner, who had been laughing and joking just yesterday, was now gone. My dear, please wake up. How could you leave me all alone? What shall I do without you, my love? After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Haiqing collapsed to the floor, weeping bitterly for his lost companion. The atmosphere in apartment 2504 was thick with an indescribable sorrow. At that moment, Chunkin was preoccupied, not with thoughts of how to win over the starlet, but rather with the impending threat posed by those in the group who sought to undermine him. Since they envied his good fortune and comfortable living, would it not be remiss of him not to flaunt it before them? However, prior to that, those who had wronged him must be dealt with. With this in mind, Chunkin hastily responded in the group chat, sharing footage of Yishuer and her associates attempting to break down his door. To his surprise, many neighbors were unaware of this incident. I assumed everyone knew. Yet, the reality is slightly different. Yishuer and her crew sought to seize my supplies and, upon failing, maliciously defamed me. While he did not deny possessing such resources, he could not endure being slandered by someone as unattractive as Yishuer. Although he had once foolishly pursued this unworthy individual, he had since awakened to the truth, and no longer would he be foolish enough to use precious food to entice someone of her caliber. This was pure slander. Such accusations had severely impacted his mental and emotional well-being. Initially, he had intended to offer assistance, only to find that his neighbors could be so easily deceived and would turn against him. His heart felt shattered, akin to a dumpling filling scattered about. It appeared he had misread the situation, overestimating the trust among neighbors. This was indeed his fault. My sincere apologies. As Chunkin continued to send messages, many in the group were left bewildered. How could this individual, who had been living so well, suddenly be perceived as a victim? They had been enduring such hardships, yet he appeared to be the true wronged party. Some even began to sympathize with Chunkin's plight. However, upon reading his words, it seemed he had not explicitly refused to assist them. Why were they attacking him? If they alienated such a benefactor, how would they sustain themselves? Consequently, as more individuals viewed the video shared in the group, they realized it was indeed Yishuer and her gang who had attempted to misappropriate resources, subsequently spreading the rumor to turn others against Chunkin. The tide of public opinion swiftly shifted, with many neighbors offering words of comfort to Chunkin. Some began to apologize, acknowledging they had been misled by a manipulative individual named Li Chong, who had instigated discord. Who among us does not know that you, Chunkin, are a kind-hearted soul, generous and full of compassion? It was all a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, in apartment 2301, a group of 6 or 7 individuals exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend how such a swift betrayal could occur over mere words. Particularly, when Yishuer beheld Chunkin's messages, she erupted with anger, resembling a furious lioness. Her pallid complexion flushed with rage. Ugly? He dares to call me ugly? How dare you, Chunkin, you dog of a man. You are the ugly one, and your entire family is ugly. Observing Yishuer's fury, Chen Siyu and Xie Yushan hurriedly embraced her. You are the most beautiful, Shuer. He is simply trying to provoke you. Do not be upset. He is merely attempting to get under your skin. Li Chong, nursing his injured leg, approached Yishuer and gently reassured her. You are the most beautiful fairy in the world. It is Chunkin who lacks discernment. At this moment, Yishuer was unable to absorb any words, rising abruptly and storming towards her room. The resounding slam of the door seemed to convey the extent of her current frustration. Her gaze shifted to the property building. Previously, when Xie Tianhao and his companions had seized the supplies from Aunt Tan and several other families, the security guards had been enjoying a relatively carefree existence in recent days. Except for 2 who succumbed to a high fever, the others were at least free from concerns about food and drink, faring far better than the majority. They were also aware of the revelations circulating in their group. Although they knew Chunkin was well-stocked, the reality exceeded their expectations. One anticipated that not only was he well-supplied, but he was living in luxury. No one dared to contemplate that while everyone else was struggling, there were still individuals indulging in lavish feasts at home, warming themselves by the fireplace and singing merrily. However, after recalling their previous failures in obtaining food, a sense of despondency fell over them. Yet, upon seeing a message from someone named Li Chong, Xie Tianhao seemed to gain inspiration. It appeared that uniting the entire community to confront this arrogant brat was indeed a viable strategy. Thus, a group of them gathered in the lounge to discuss their forthcoming plans. That moment, a security guard stationed at Building 9 rushed in, excitement written all over his face as he exclaimed, "Boss, major discovery!" Chapter 55. Online cooking streamer Xie Tianhao was in the midst of giving instructions when he noticed the flustered newcomer, prompting him to furrow his brow. Old 11, what has you in such a hurry? Have you seen an alien? Old 11 took a moment to catch his breath before joyfully declaring, "Do you know who I just saw? Lin Lei, that incredibly popular actress. She actually lives in Building 9. Upon hearing her name, The others seemed intrigued. The one with the ample bosom and alluring figure, Lin Yilei. How could she possibly reside in our community? Shouldn't such stars be living in grand mansions? A female celebrity, a top-tier one at that. What does it even feel like to be in the presence of such a star? Are you sure, Old 11? You didn't missee her, did you? At first, Xie Tianhao felt a surge of excitement, but it quickly gave way to a flicker of sadness and helplessness in his eyes. He then spoke. I had heard rumors that Lin Yilei's parents lived in our community. It seems to be true. She likely came to visit and got caught up in this snow disaster, unable to leave. Upon the confirmation from their boss, an inexplicable fire ignited in the eyes of the security guards. Their restlessness palpable. It appeared that after tasting sweetness from their earlier encounter with Luo Lin, their desires and humanity had been awakened. They grew increasingly grateful for the opportunities this apocalypse had bestowed upon them. Moreover, this potential target was someone they had previously only admired from afar, and now it seemed they might have a chance to reach out to her. How could a few spirited young guards possibly contain their excitement? Boss, this opportunity is truly a gift from heaven. She is a celebrity, something we could only dream of. Indeed, boss. Every time I see Lin Yilei's captivating presence on television, I can hardly contain myself. Boss, are we going for it or not? Watching his subordinates, who were practically in a frenzy, Xie Tianhao felt a pang of bitterness. I too wish to be part of it. However, I can only watch you all enjoy yourselves while I remain unfulfilled. This feeling is unbearable. Don't you realize? Which man in Dragon Country hasn't fantasized about Lin Yilei's alluring form? I have lost count of the times I've fantasized while looking at her pictures. Now, with such a splendid opportunity, I find myself unable to partake. This is the greatest torment of my life. But given the current situation, I can only ask you to hold back for now. Clearing his throat, he earnestly addressed his brothers. I understand your eagerness, but let's not rush. Our foremost priority remains the supplies in Chen Can's possession. Once we secure those, we can have anything we desire. Furthermore, with the roads blocked by snow, Lin Yilei is akin to a dish on a platter. We can savor her whenever we please. Hence, we must focus on dealing with Chen Can first. Listening to Xie Tianhao, Cheng Bing immediately chimed in. The boss is right. Once we hold sway over our community, what woman could we not have? Is there any need to rush for just a day or two? I warn you all, until we have dealt with that brat Chen Can, no one is allowed to stir up trouble. All the security guards nodded in agreement, hastily affirming. However, Old 11, while agreeing, seemed to harbor an ulterior motive in his gaze. Returning to Chen Can's residence, he found himself reveling in the amusement of his scheming neighbors, pondering how to continue to toy with them. He then sent another message to the group. My neighbors are truly remarkable. To repay your trust, I shall perform a talent show for you all. A live demonstration of my cooking process for the delectable braised pork during this snow disaster. Regrettably, my supplies are limited, so not everyone can partake. However, everyone can certainly watch. After all, Boss Zhao has taught us that imagination can also serve as a form of satisfaction and motivation. The group members, upon reading Chen Can's message, were left utterly dumbfounded. If one were to describe their reaction, it would be akin to Nick Young's expression filled with question marks. What time is it? He's still streaming. Each of us is barely scraping by, and yet we're supposed to watch him perform culinary feats? Is this even humanly possible? Is Chen Can truly a devil? Subsequently, Chen Can shared a link to his live stream in the group. Although many were cursing and grumbling, it seemed as though everyone had succumbed to a spell. Instinctively clicking into the stream to watch, the first scene in the live stream revealed a brightly lit living room, instantly radiating warmth. As Chen Can moved about, the much-anticipated fireplace finally came into view. Gazing at the roaring flames and the glowing coals, everyone felt as though they were in a dreamlike state. It was simply too surreal. While they were bundled up in layers of blankets at home, Chen Can was sweating in a short-sleeve shirt. If one were to claim that all this occurred in the same community at the same time, who would believe it? Before long, the short-sleeved Chen Can appeared on camera, offering everyone a warm and sunny smile as he greeted them. Good evening, dear neighbors. Today, I'm feeling quite inspired, so I'll show you how to make braised pork. You all must have tasted it before, right? Large chunks of pork belly, stewed to perfection, eggs and green peppers fried to a crispy golden brown, paired with a savory sauce that bursts with flavor over rice. Ah, what a delight! As Chen Can swayed gently before the camera, His eyes squinted in enjoyment as he described the dish. The neighbors watching couldn't help but swallow hard, their eyes wide with anticipation. If it weren't for the need to blink, they would have wished to eliminate that delay altogether. In just 5 minutes, the number of viewers in the live stream soared to over 1,400, already half the population of the entire community. Remarkably, some neighbors even began to flood the chat with comments. Dear neighbors, may I boldly inquire, is the environment depicted in the stream truly from our community? Initially, I thought so, but after 5 minutes, I'm not so sure anymore. Is there really such an extravagant lifestyle in our neighborhood? So, Chunkin can really wear short sleeves at home. Does that mean I, bundled in 5 layers of blankets, resemble a clown? Clown 1. Clown 10086. Chapter 56. The neighbors are completely unraveled seeing that the live stream had captivated everyone to the point of commenting. Chunkin found it quite astonishing, so they were all saying they were starving, yet they were merely acting. Nevertheless, he continued smiling at the camera. Apologies, dear neighbors, I got a bit too carried away with my description. Now, let us start learning how to make braised pork. With that, Chunkin led the camera from the living room to the kitchen. The camera swept across the scene. Before even starting on the meat, the viewers began to break down. Whoa, did you all see that? On his countertop, there's an entire chicken, a large lobster, and various vegetables. But that's not all. I also spotted apples, cherries, and grapes. Did you notice the droplets of water on the vegetables? They still fresh. Neighbors, are we really not dreaming? This scene is just too bizarre. Am I now the little match girl, or rather, the little boy? Then, everyone watched as Chunkin retrieved a beautifully marbled piece of pork belly from the refrigerator. The layers of fat and lean meat were perfectly balanced, suggesting a high quality. The exquisite allure of pork belly. It is indeed my utmost favorite delicacy. What on earth necessitates an abundance of this delectable cut? What kind of household is this? Would you be so kind as to share some with me? If only I could savor a morsel of braised pork right now, I would gladly. How is it possible that, even amidst a snow disaster lasting half a month, the meat and vegetables remain so remarkably fresh? The longer I watch this live broadcast, the more I feel as though I am in a different realm. My senses utterly captivated. As the barrage of comments swells, so too does the influx of viewers in the streaming room. The most frequent comment appears to be a simple question mark. Soon after, the voice of Chunkin resonates again. When selecting pork belly, it is imperative to choose only the finest quality from mountain black pigs, never frozen meat. Otherwise, the texture is utterly compromised, devoid of any delightful flavor. We shall first cut the pork belly into sizable pieces. Following this, we witness Chunkin skillfully preparing the ingredients live. As he retrieves an array of fresh ingredients from the refrigerator, the hearts of the viewers begin to ache with longing. Once our ingredients are prepared, we are finally ready to embark on the most crucial phase, the cooking. We must first heat the pot, ensuring it is sufficiently hot to impart an aromatic essence to the dish. When Chunkin ignited the natural gas, the screen was flooded with an increasing number of question marks, as if the audience could scarcely believe their eyes. In truth, natural gas is likely unavailable now. But surely, there are liquefied gas canisters. Such essential items of rustic life must have been prepared in advance by Chunkin soon enough. The pork belly is placed into the pot, and Chunkin, ever considerate, zooms in the camera so that the neighbors can witness the delightful sizzle of the meat. As he flips the pork belly, the viewers are entranced by the beautiful golden brown hue resulting from the Maillard reaction, leaving them utterly spellbound. Oh heavens, if I am guilty, may the heavens punish me. Why must I endure such torment? This meat looks simply divine, the fat rendered beautifully. Chunkin must be doing this on purpose. Without a doubt. I don't wish to look, yet I cannot help myself. Chunkin, would you be so generous as to grant me a taste? Just one bite. Asked the pork, eggs, and green peppers near perfection. Chunkin continues, now we must proceed to the most vital step in preparing the braised pork. Caramelizing the sugar. Some prefer to use water, while others favor oil. I am not partial to either. I prefer a combination of both. Now, as we reach the final step of reducing the sauce for our braised pork, this stage is crucial in determining how many bowls of rice one can indulge in. We must use a high flame to achieve a thick, luscious consistency. Just like this, a high flame. Oh dear, the flame is too high. It's burnt. The room erupts with the sound of Chunkin's frantic exclamations. Having forgotten to monitor the heat, while engaging with the viewers. The sight of a pot of once fragrant braised pork now charred at the bottom is quite disheartening. With a look of disdain, Chunkin turns to the audience and declares, "Alas, today's braised pork has been a failure, and I have disappointed you all." In a shocking turn of events, he empties the pot of freshly cooked braised pork directly into the garbage bin. Into the garbage bin. The small fraction of viewers who had managed to remain composed now fell apart entirely at this sight. Good heavens! How could you? Please, do not discard it into the trash. Would it not be more fitting to offer it to me? Since you've disposed of it, might I inquire where the trash will be discarded later? I have given up hope of tasting the meat. I would be content with just a sip of the broth. Yet the garbage bin seems to have better fortune than I. Chunkin's actions incite a chorus of lamentations from the viewers. Many watch in dismay as the pot of meat is tossed aside. Experiencing for the first time an envy for a garbage bin in this frigid weather. Not only is meat a luxury, even a warm morsel feels like a distant dream. That entire pot of meat could easily satisfy 2 or 3 people. It is truly a travesty. The broadcast screen reveals Chunkin's distressed expression. Dear neighbors, I can only blame my lack of culinary skill. I had hoped to showcase my abilities, but alas, it has backfired. In a swift change of scene, the dining table is adorned with a magnificent feast. Not only is it visually appealing, but it also boasts an array of exquisite ingredients. Today, I shall begrudgingly indulge in a ready-made seafood banquet: braised abalone, steamed grouper, scallion braised sea cucumber, flavored clams, shrimp and crab, and winter melon clam soup. Alas, the times are hard, and I can only manage to enjoy these delicacies. Forgive me for my shortcomings. I am grateful for nature's bounty. Let us begin. For the next 20 minutes, over 1,000 viewers watches Chunkin devours dish after dish of seafood, his mouth glistening with oil. To make matters worse, he discards half of a shrimp that he hadn't finished. Each dish receives only a few bites before he leaves the rest untouched, causing the chat to explode with comments. Chunkin, please give me that half shrimp you just discarded. I have no other desires. Just a piece of that fish, please, just one. I shall call you grandfather from now on. Grandfather, please grant your humble grandchild a taste of meat. I do not desire anything else. I only wish to dip my hard bread into the soup. Chapter 57. Acceptance of Ming Qian. Seeing that the audience's emotions have been sufficiently stirred, Chunkin, indifferent to the lamentations in the comments, closes the live stream. His goal is straightforward: to incite envy, longing, and even jealousy, urging them to scramble for resources without regard for consequences. Without this strategy, he would be at a loss as to how long it would take to manage their demands. However, Chunkin's display of affluence has undeniably left a profound impact on all who witnessed the broadcast, planting a seed of desire within their hearts, a seed questioning why they too should not enjoy such a life. Before long, Chunkin's friend requests surged to over 99. He merely glanced at them, dismissing the notifications entirely. Just as he was about to engage in some home exercise, he received a message from Ming Qian. Why didn't you respond to my message yesterday? Chunkin scrolled up and indeed found her unread message, which stated, I have made up my mind. Chunkin raised an eyebrow, a smile creeping across his face as he replied. Yesterday I've been inundated with friend requests lately and couldn't keep up. On the other side of the screen, Ming Qian, having finally mustered the courage to message Chunkin, spent the night wrestling with her thoughts, unable to sleep, wondering why he had not replied. After watching his live broadcast today, seeing his warm and bright surroundings filled with abundant fresh food, she could no longer contain herself. She thought, if only she could live in such an environment, she would surely find happiness. Moreover, given that her husband was now contemplating trading her for resources, she feared that soon, despite her reluctance, she might not be able to resist a fate imposed upon her by others. In such a scenario, death seemed to be her only escape. Thus, Chunkin emerged as her sole glimmer of hope, and she was willing to sacrifice everything for him. Compared to others, she preferred that this person be Chunkin, for he appeared to be a commendable choice in every regard, and being with him promised a more secure and comfortable life. She had completely lost faith in her husband and felt utterly hopeless. Why could she not be a little selfish and cling to the now inconsequential moral line? Lost in thought, she finally saw a response from Wang Yu, which filled her with excitement. However, upon reading the content, an inexplicable tension gripped her heart and panic set in. with so many people adding her. What if there were others willing to go further for him? Would her last shred of hope be extinguished? The thought of remaining composed felt futile. She needed to act swiftly. Trembling, she typed. But having gone 2 days without food, she lacked strength, and her nerves caused her to make mistakes. Finally, she resorted to sending a voice message. Chun Kan, I have truly made up my mind. If you would accept me, unbothered by my past marriage, I am willing to give everything and obey you from now on. Chun Kan listened to Meng Qian's voice message, her voice barely audible yet tinged with fragility. Each word resonated clearly, prompting a chuckle from him as he murmured, "Ah, so you have finally come to your senses." He then proceeded to reply, "Since you have made up your mind, come over without bringing anything. I have everything you need." Upon reading these words, Meng Qian could hardly contain her excitement. Did this imply that she was the one chosen by Chun Kan? Even though Meng Qian had been elevated to the status of a goddess by many before the disaster, and countless suitors had pursued her from Longwood to France, she indeed possessed the capital to be proud. Yet at this moment, that sense of arrogance and her boundaries had crumbled utterly. Even though she knew she was among the selected ones, Meng Qian had long since shed any feelings of displeasure. Now, merely surviving and living well held more meaning than anything else. It seemed that these words had revitalized her weary body. She understood that if she could ascend one more floor, she could truly enjoy food and warmth. Meng Qian, dragging her frail body, deliberately donned her most beautiful attire, covered by a long down coat that reached her ankles. She stepped out of her room into the living room. She saw Xie Xiaojun lying helplessly on the sofa, looking equally weak after 2 days without food. Noticing Meng Qian's intention to leave, he squinted and asked, "Where are you going?" Without turning back, Meng Qian coldly replied, "Out to find something to eat. Am I supposed to starve here with you?" With that, she opened the door and left without a backward glance. Meng Qian exerted tremendous effort to climb from the 23rd to the 24th floor. Although it was merely one floor, her body, deprived of food for 2 days, felt utterly exhausted. It took all her willpower to reach the top. Staggering to Chun Kan's doorstep, she trembled as she pressed the doorbell. Chun Kan had been monitoring her every move through the surveillance camera since she left until she appeared at his door. He wondered whether this time Meng Qian's appearance was a strategy or a genuine act of desperation. After she left, he had checked the surveillance on the 23rd floor for any followers. But aside from Meng Qian, there was no one else in sight. With no other presence in the stairwell, Chun Kan's vigilance eased slightly. Confirming that only Meng Qian stood at the door, he retrieved his crossbow and aimed it at her. Utilizing AI interaction, he slowly opened the door. As the door creaked open, Meng Qian felt the warmth and light spilling from the crack, momentarily disoriented, as if she had stepped into paradise. When the door fully opened, she saw Chun Kan aiming a crossbow at her, causing her to fall back in shock. "Chun Kan, what do you intend to do?" Chun Kan remained expressionless, coldly stating, "You have 10 seconds to enter. If you exceed that time, I will close the door immediately, and you will have no chance to enter." Hearing his words, Meng Qian instinctively began to crawl inside, seemingly oblivious to the potential danger posed by the crossbow aimed at her. As soon as she crossed the threshold, the heavy alloy door slammed shut and locked behind her. Overcome by the comfortable temperature and light within, Meng Qian collapsed at the entrance, as if every ounce of her energy had been spent in her earlier efforts. Chapter 58. From hell to heaven. Chun Kan observed Meng Qian lying motionless on the floor, only her labored breathing indicating any sign of life. Yet he remained cautious, still aiming the crossbow at her. "Stand up, that I need to ascertain that you pose no threat and possess no weapons." Meng Qian slowly lifted her head, her voice weak. "Chun Kan, I haven't eaten for 2 or 3 days, and after climbing those stairs, I have no strength left." Chun Kan merely shook his head, his tone leaving no room for refusal. "You will do as I say, or I will open the door and you can leave immediately." Meng Qian, recalling the harshness of the outside world contrasted with the warmth inside, resolved not to step outside again. Gritting her teeth, she managed to push herself up, trembling as she stood, her gaze hazy as she looked at Chun Kan. "Open your arms and turn around." Meng Qian nodded and complied. "Now, remove all your clothing. You cannot have anything to cover your body." Hesitating at his command, a wave of humiliation washed over her, as if her last shred of dignity had been trampled underfoot by his words. Noticing her reluctance, Chun Kan continued coldly, You can choose not to undress, but then please leave my home immediately. With no other option, Meng Qian reflected on her earlier decision to ascend. Had she not already cast aside all her dignity? What was a mere act of undressing now? With this thought, she slowly began to peel off her garments. Downcoat, padded jacket, sweater, trousers, thermal wear, thick leggings, underwear, and finally her panties, until nothing remained. Perhaps out of a last vestige of modesty, she instinctively covered her most private areas with her arms. However, recalling Chen Can's words, she hesitantly lowered her hands. Thus, her flawless, bare form stood before Chen Can, unadorned and perfect in every way. In that instant, Chen Can found himself momentarily entranced. She truly possessed the right proportions, slender where it mattered, ample where it should be. Even without the support of a bra, her bosom remained full and firm. Standing at around 170 centimeters, Meng Qian's figure was virtually flawless, embodying the golden ratio with her waist-to-hip ratio. Her thighs were shapely yet not excessive, and the space where her thighs met her most intimate area formed a tantalizing inverted triangle. At that moment, Meng Qian felt the weight of Chen Can's gaze, and despite her gaunt face from hunger, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "Have you seen enough?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Chen Can, no longer maintaining his earlier stern demeanor, softened slightly. "Very well, you bear no concealed weapons. You have passed the preliminary test." He lowered the crossbow and approached her. However, as he drew near, he instinctively furrowed his brow and rubbed his nose. Noticing his gesture, Meng Qian's face reddened further, realizing she hadn't bathed in over half a month. How could she not have an odor? Yet, as a woman, especially one who had been so sought after, being met with disdain due to her scent was a blow to her pride. Sensing the awkwardness of his previous action, Chen Can quickly smiled and said, "Are you planning to bathe before eating? Or eat first and then bathe?" Meng Qian's ears perked up at the mention of the word bathe, her excitement palpable. "You have hot water for bathing?" Chen Can nodded with a smile, gesturing towards the bathroom. "There is hot water. You may use it freely. I will prepare some clothes for you, so you can discard your current attire." Meng Qian eagerly nodded, momentarily forgetting her hunger at the prospect of bathing. Instantly revitalized, she hurriedly made her way to the bathroom, completely unclothed. Moments later, the sound of water splashing echoed from within as the warm water enveloped her skin. Meng Qian burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Chen Can, hearing her cries, understood her emotions perfectly. It was the exhilaration of transitioning from hell to heaven, experiencing once more the simple joys of being a normal person. He then retrieved a brand new bath towel, washcloth, and a pair of women's slippers from another space. "Take your time washing up. The towel and washcloth are on the stool by the door. I will prepare something for you to eat." From the bathroom came Meng Qian's voice, thick with emotion. "Okay, thank you." Chen Can. Half an hour later, wrapped in a towel and still steaming, Meng Qian appeared before Chen Can, somewhat anxious. Her hair was wrapped in a towel, yet droplets glistened on her skin. The sight of her emerging from the bath was breathtaking, reminiscent of a beauty stepping out from the waters. "I'm sorry. I lost track of time since it had been so long since my last bath." Meng Qian was acutely aware of the value of water and feared that her prolonged bathing would earn Chen Can's disapproval. Freshly bathed, her skin gleamed like snow, and her face, free from dirt, radiated with a youthful glow. Chen Can's gaze made her cheeks flush anew. "Could I perhaps have something to eat? If you keep looking." Finally snapping back to reality, Chen Can chuckled and beckoned her to sit. "Don't worry. My water supply is endless. You haven't eaten in days. Start with something light to ease your stomach, and once you're feeling better, we can indulge in more substantial fare. I've prepared millet porridge, walnut buns, and boiled eggs. Is that enough?" As Meng Qian settled onto the carpet, she noticed the steaming food laid out on the coffee table, thoughtfully selected by Chen Can to suit her current condition. At this moment, Meng Qian's beautiful eyes were momentarily veiled by a mist of tears. It seemed that Chen Can's earlier actions and demands had become insignificant. "Thank you," she said, eagerly lifting the bowl of millet porridge to her lips and sipping it slowly. As she felt the warmth of the food travel from her mouth to her esophagus and finally settle in her stomach, Meng Qian began to believe that everything she currently possessed was indeed real, rather than just a beautiful dream. Observing her hasty consumption, Chen Can, while peeling a soft-boiled egg, cautioned, "Drink slowly. No one is competing with you, and you truly aren't afraid of burning yourself. He then handed her the peeled egg. Chapter 59. Fulfilling roles and obligations. Meng Qian's gaze gradually fell upon the pristine, peeled egg. The spoon she held, poised to scoop the porridge, froze in midair, her mechanical motions abruptly halted. That moment. She stared blankly at Chen Can, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Before ascending the stairs, she had repeatedly reminded herself to prepare mentally for any possible situation. Given the chaotic state of society, as a woman, she was acutely aware that she had lost her former status and dignity. When she chose to be by Chen Can's side, she understood that her future might consist merely of a relatively superior living environment and ample food. In Chen Can's eyes, she likely held little importance, perhaps merely serving as an outlet for his desires. How could she dare to hope for even a modicum of kindness or preferential treatment from him? However, what Meng Qian had not anticipated was that here, she would not only enjoy the luxury of a hot shower, but also experience Chen Can's unexpected tenderness and consideration. In this moment, she found herself ensnared in a haze, unable to contain the surge of emotion within her. Perhaps this was one of the reasons for the emergence of Stockholm Syndrome. Seeing Meng Qian's dazed and tearful expression, Chen Can felt momentarily bewildered. He had merely assisted her in peeling an egg, yet it had brought her to tears. Regaining his composure, he gently placed the egg into her bowl of porridge and cleared his throat to break the awkward silence. Stop dawdling. Finish your meal. We have important matters to discuss later. 10 minutes later, having consumed all her food, Meng Qian obediently knelt on the carpet and looked at Chen Can. I'm finished. What shall we talk about? Chen Can lit a cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke as he regarded her intently. You've merely passed my initial test. Now, you must demonstrate your harmlessness and how you can assist me. Otherwise, while I may support you, you will not gain any status or significance in my eyes. There may come a time when someone more useful than you appears, and I could easily forsake you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Chen Can's words left Meng Qian momentarily speechless, plunging her into deep contemplation. Before arriving at his residence, she could have convinced herself to endure in extreme circumstances. However, having experienced warmth, comfort, and the luxury of a bath, she could no longer accept a return to her previous state of suffering and deprivation. She recognized that she had no bargaining power in her current situation. One option was a paradise-like present, while the other was a hellish past. She knew which path to choose. Moreover, she understood that nothing comes without a price. No one is obligated to support a useless burden. To acquire anything, one must be prepared to pay the corresponding cost. How could she demand more if she could not prove her worth and capability? With this realization, Meng Qian meekly replied, I can cook, I can clean, and I can warm your bed. Chen Can chuckled, raising an eyebrow at her. Cooking, cleaning, and warming the bed are indeed valuable at this stage. But what about in the future? Meng Qian quickly raised her head, assuring him, I will learn whatever you say. I will obey you completely, only listening to you from now on. Chen Can nodded, continuing, the reason I agreed to let you stay is that you are currently of great use to me. However, you must understand that this warm and plentiful life is a privilege I grant you. You must maintain a heart filled with gratitude. Therefore, in the future, whatever I say leaves you no room for refusal. If I ever sense any disloyalty on your part, I may eliminate you without hesitation. Meng Qian felt a chill at his cold words. The recent warmth she had felt dissipated. While she recognized the validity of Chen Can's reasoning, she wished he could convey it more gently. Noticing the change in her expression, Chen Can remarked, today's society is far from the harmonious and beautiful one of the past. Everything is now rife with harsh realities. The fact that I can speak to you this way, instead of resorting to violence, is already a stroke of luck for you. You will reside in the guest room next to mine. The entire house is controlled by smart AI. Only I possess the authority to issue commands. Your movement will be confined to your room and shared spaces. Do not attempt to enter other areas, for you will find it impossible. 18. I will secure all doors and windows. Do not attempt to force them open, or I will suspect you of harboring ulterior motives. Rest assured, you will not lack for daily necessities. Just inform me of any needs. Meng Qian nodded, I understand. Chen Can was pleased with Meng Qian's attitude. Conversing with an intelligent person was indeed convenient. You are a clever woman. I won't need to repeat many things to you. Having endured the past half-month of life, you should realize that only by following me can you live comfortably. I might as well tell you that we are living in apocalyptic times. The society we once knew will never return. In other words, our current social order has regressed to a primitive state. Survival of the fittest is the only rule now. Apocalypse? Ming Qian gasped, instinctively covering her mouth in fear. Chunkin nodded, continuing earnestly, so, please set aside your pity for others and your overwhelming kindness and empathy. Being kind to outsiders is tantamount to cruelty to yourself. If I ever discover you indulging in naive compassion or opposing my views, I will abandon you without negotiation. For in this apocalypse, the most terrifying aspects are human nature and the human heart. If the women around me are not united with me, I would prefer to have none at all. Eventually, I will need you to be capable of taking a life, not indiscriminately, but to eliminate those who threaten our existence and safety. The mere mention of those words caused Ming Qian to tremble involuntarily. Could society truly have become this brutal? She struggled to process Chunkin's statements before gradually nodding in agreement. Seeing he had conveyed his message, Chunkin extinguished his cigarette, exhaling deeply, and turned to Ming Qian. Is it time for you to fulfill your role and obligations? Ming Qian tightened her fingers, bracing herself for what was to come. She stood up and loosened her bath towel. The rest, I know, is something the audience would rather not witness, so I shall omit it. Chapter 60. Savoring the taste. Once more, about an hour later, the living room returned to its tranquil state. The flames still danced in the fireplace, while the disheveled sofa and scattered garments hinted at the intensity of the recent encounter. Ming Qian lay languidly in Chan Can's embrace, her cheeks flushed from the fervor of their activities. Chan Can lit another cigarette, relishing the post-coital satisfaction it brought him. Squinting, he murmured, "Now this is what I call living." He gazed down at Ming Qian, who lay with her eyes closed and breathing softly. His hand instinctively squeezed her lush curves. He mused, perhaps a bit too forcefully, as Ming Qian let out a soft moan. "Awake?" Ming Qian nodded, nuzzling lazily against Chan Can's chest, her eyes still shut, feeling her like a contented little cat pressed against him. Chan Can reflected on the past. Although he had once been captivated by Ming Qian's beauty and figure at that time, his heart had belonged solely to Yi Shuer. He had no delusions of being worthy of such a stunning creature and had merely appreciated her allure. Thinking back to how Ming Qian had been given to a neighbor by Xie Xiaojun over 2 packets of instant noodles, leading to her tragic death by jumping from a building, Chan Can felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Qian, he asked, with so many women in the community, why did I choose to let you in? Ming Qian, still dazed, replied, because I am a woman, and you are a man. You need me. Chan Can chuckled, there are plenty of women in the community. Why do you think I need you specifically? Hearing this, Ming Qian finally opened her eyes and looked into Chan Can's with tenderness. I'm afraid I can't assist with that. However, it was those I had once aided and loved, who, on a fateful day 3 months after the apocalypse, conspired together to deceive me into opening my door, only to storm into my home and plunder it at will. In the end, driven by their insatiable hunger, they brutally dismembered me. At this point in his recounting, Chan Can trembled uncontrollably, his fists clenched tightly. Ming Qian, listening to Chan Can's words, was filled with shock and sorrow, her eyes glistening with tears. The shock stemmed from the realization that human nature could descend into such darkness and brutality, while the sorrow arose from the unimaginable suffering Chan Can had endured, akin to a descent into hell. She hurriedly embraced him, gently patting his back with her palm, offering solace. It's all right, it's all right, it's all in the past now. Don't dwell on it. You have returned. As Chan Can gradually regained his composure, he exhaled deeply and smiled at its fine. I have long come to terms with it. The reason I chose to return to the community after the apocalypse is that I want to ensure those who harmed me in my past life pay the price they deserve. Upon hearing this, Ming Qian paused her comforting hand, looking at Chan Can with a complex expression, hesitating as she asked, in your previous life, did those who hurt you include me? Chan Can gently patted Ming Qian's head and shook his head. Not you, for you perished shortly after the apocalypse began, over a month later. However, your husband, Xie Xiaojun, is one of the targets of my retribution, as he was among those who stormed into my home. When Chan Can uttered this, he gazed intently into Ming Qian's eyes, eager to discern her reaction. Hearing this name again, a flicker of coldness appeared in Ming Qian's eyes after a brief moment of shock. And she retorted angrily, he is not my husband. I would never align myself with someone so devoid of humanity and moral integrity. Chunkin was pleased with Ming Qian's response and asked languidly, "After all, a day as a husband carries 100 days of grace. If I seek vengeance against him, would you truly remain indifferent? From the moment he intended to treat me as a mere prostitute in exchange for food, he has already died in my heart and will henceforth be nothing more than a stranger." Ming Qian's tone was laced with resentment, tinged with a sense of grievance. Upon hearing this, Chunkin finally understood the reason for Ming Qian's prompt visit. Chapter 62. An unexpected visitor at the Lin family's residence. Chunkin couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, history is often astonishingly similar." Ha! Upon hearing this, Ming Qian abruptly turned her head. Her eyes reddened as she looked at Chunkin. Frowning as she asked, "What do you mean by that? Did he do the same in our past life?" Chunkin nodded, letting out a side eye. "In the previous life, shortly after the apocalypse had begun, you were sold to a neighbor by Xie Xiaojun for the price of 2 packets of instant noodles. That night, 3 men entered your room, and unable to bear the humiliation, you leapt from the 23rd floor. Based on the timeline of this life, it seemed you had likely endured such torment before this, only to find despair at that point." After finishing, Chunkin looked at Ming Qian with a mixture of sympathy and sorrow. "Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. 2 packets of instant noodles. I was worth only 2 packets of instant noodles. Ha ha ha. How absurd. In Xie Xiaojun's eyes, I was merely worth that." Ming Qian's emotions finally collapsed. She laughed before bursting into tears. Now, it was Chunkin who held her, offering comfort. "It's all over. In this life, my rebirth has caused a butterfly effect. You have awakened before experiencing such tragic events, and such things shall never happen again. As long as you resolutely stand by my side, I will protect you well." Ming Qian wept uncontrollably in Chunkin's embrace. After about 10 minutes of weeping, her eyes were swollen and red. When she looked at Chunkin again, her gaze held not only admiration and gratitude but also a burgeoning affection, an earnest love that filled her heart for the man before her. "I swear, I will never leave you or betray you for the rest of my life, unless one day you no longer want me." In truth, Xie Xiaojun had issues in that regard. He had never shown any interest, perhaps out of his own insecurities. Thus, until now, I have known only you as a man, and in the future, it will only ever be you. I swear I speak the truth." Chunkin looked at Ming Qian in astonishment. Such a story and surprise. "Then what about last night?" Ming Qian, aware of his inquiry, blushed and stammered. "It was just that one time I was playing with a toy and accidentally." As she spoke, her face turned crimson with embarrassment, recalling her rather awkward first experience. Unable to contain himself, Chunkin burst into laughter. Is that even possible? You certainly got a bit shortchanged on your first time." Ming Qian, blushing, playfully punched Chunkin's chest. "You terrible, mocking me." After a brief playful tussle, the bond between them seemed to deepen significantly. Meanwhile, in room 2304, Xie Xiaojun sat alone on the sofa, brooding. Since last night, Ming Qian had been out the entire night without returning. No matter how many messages he sent or calls he made, they went unanswered, and his phone was off. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, never considering that Ming Qian might have encountered an accident. He simply assumed she had gone to someone else's home. He smashed several items in a fit of rage. At this moment, Xie Yingying lay weakly in her room, completely indifferent to the commotion outside. She felt that if she did not eat soon, she might not survive for many more days. Earlier, to keep an eye on any news in their group chat, Ming Qian had added Xie Yingying to the residence group. Therefore, Xie Yingying was well aware of everything happening in the group. She had watched the entire live broadcast, curious as to why, despite adding Chunkin, there had been no reaction at all. The scene shifted to room 2301, where Yi Shui resided. Due to the lack of effective medication over the past few days, the wounds of Li Hai and his companions had worsened significantly. Although they had removed the arrows, the injuries were now irreversible. Furthermore, the consequences of tetanus were becoming increasingly apparent. The areas surrounding the wounds itched unbearably, and they had begun to fester, exuding a yellowish pus. Even leaning in slightly, one could catch a whiff of the putrid stench of decaying flesh. Each person seemed to show signs of fever, with Li Chong and Li Hai still holding on emotionally, while the other 2 cousins had completely broken down, wailing about their impending deaths. Li Hai thought it could not continue like this and suddenly remembered someone who might be able to collaborate with him. He then found Xie Tianhao's WeChat in the group and sent a verification message. 2 days passed in this manner. Chen Kan and Ming Qian indulged in a shamelessly intimate lifestyle in their cozy room. Eventually, Ming Qian became so comfortable that she stopped wearing clothes altogether, as they would only be removed by Chen Kan anyway. Even while cooking, she would don nothing but an apron. Chen Kan, gazing at Ming Qian, who was clad in nothing but an apron, found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself. Yet, ultimately, reason prevailed. He could not allow himself to be consumed by carnal desires, as there were still significant matters to attend to. In room 2504, Lin Ilay and her father, Lin Haiqing, were still enveloped in grief over the passing of Lin Mu. Having just eaten a bit, they retreated to their respective rooms. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Lin Ilay approached the peephole and was taken aback to see a young man in a property security uniform. He was thin and somewhat disheveled. Instantly, panic surged within Lin Ilay. Could it be that the security guards had set their sights on her? She was well aware of the chaos that had engulfed the community recently. The reputation of these property security guards as thieves and murderers had long since been established, had it not been for the old couple, who had a habit of stockpiling supplies, and the fact that Lin Ilay often brought them gifts during her visits. The Lin family would have struggled to survive even after the apocalypse had begun for half a month. Typically, she had merely observed the news in the group chat without ever participating. Logically, even if this group was searching for targets, they should not have aimed at her. Just as Lin Ilay was pondering this, she heard the security guard's voice outside. "Miss Lin, I am your fan. I have come to deliver supplies for you." As he spoke, he waved the food in his hands before the peephole. "I'm sorry, but this is a special situation, and I cannot open the door. I appreciate your kindness, but please leave immediately." Lin Ilay's icy voice resonated from within. The security guard's hand halted its movements, yet he continued in a placating tone. "Miss Lin, I genuinely came to deliver supplies. I have admired you since your debut. I never expected to see you in person in the community, and I merely became a bit overexcited. Rest assured, I am not a bad person." Chapter 63. The confrontation between the security guard and the Lin family. Lin Ilay's brows furrowed deeper. In such circumstances, it was evident that any unsolicited kindness was likely a trap. She merely wished to send him away swiftly, fearing the potential consequences of his presence. "I believe I have made myself quite clear. Please leave immediately." The security guard, seemingly out of patience, finally revealed his true nature. "Miss Lin, I spoke to you kindly because you are a star, yet it seems you are quite ungrateful. You know as well as I do that no one in this entire community can stand against us property guards. Do you? I might as well inform you that every establishment here will be patronized by USM. My current words of advice to you are a gesture of goodwill. If the time comes when we pay a visit to your residence, rest assured that my demeanor will not be so amiable." Upon hearing the security guard utter such words, Lin Ilay felt an escalated sense of panic within her. She naturally understood that the guard's threats were not mere exaggerations. Should they indeed raid her home, she could vividly imagine the dire consequences awaiting her. Steeling her nerves, she continued, "We still reside in a society governed by law. This snow disaster cannot persist indefinitely. Have you truly given no thought to the repercussions of your actions? Ha! A society ruled by law. Do you honestly believe this snow disaster is nearing its end? Even if it does, people are dying every day. Losing a few more seems trivial, doesn't it? Enough of your prattle. Open the door at once, or I shall not hesitate to use force." The security guard, weary of idle chatter, had been unable to quell the fluttering of his heart ever since he learned that Lin Ilay resided in the community. He found himself daydreaming of her appearance and figure, unable to resist the temptation that compelled him to approach her directly today, determined to fulfill his desires. "You can forget that notion. I would rather perish than open this door. Are you not afraid that we, the homeowners, might unite against your tyranny?" Lin Ilay retorted through gritted teeth. "Unite against us? Allow me to share some news. Soon, we will join forces with the homeowners to deal with that wretched Chen Kan. Once we have secured the supplies from his household, you homeowners will merely be our dogs. Do you understand? Just dogs," the guard proclaimed arrogantly from the entrance. "So I advise you to open the door quickly and serve me well tonight. I shall leave you some of the provisions I have brought. Otherwise, if I force my way in, I assure you, my gentleness will vanish." Feeling utterly distressed, Lin Ilay recalled someone and hastily sent a message. "Mr. Chen Kan, may I ask for your assistance? The security guard is attempting to force his way into my home. Could you come to help me? I beg you. As for the price, I am willing to negotiate anything as long as he is driven away. I implore you, however, after a few minutes of silence, it seemed as if her message had been cast into the abyss. Receiving no response, it was not Chun Kan's fault. At that moment, he was engrossed in a discussion about the ancient tale of Guan Bao with Ming Qian, completely oblivious to his phone. Watching the messages go unanswered, Lin Ilay was overwhelmed with anxiety, repeatedly muttering, Chun Kan, please check your messages quickly. Aside from you, I truly have no one else to turn to. The security guard, growing impatient, shouted, Miss Lin, if you remain silent, I shall assume your silence is consent. Open the door. I command you to leave. Get out. Hurry up and go. Lin Ilay cried out in despair from within. Ha! Refusing to heed my warnings? Then do not blame me for using force. With that, the guard brandished a crowbar he had prepared earlier and began to pry the door open. The sound of the door being forced echoed. Lin Ilay felt genuine danger inching ever closer in a flurry of panic. She stumbled into the kitchen, grasping a kitchen knife tightly as she faced the door, prepared to fight to the death should anyone attempt to breach her sanctuary. Hearing the commotion, Lin Haiqing emerged from his room and, upon witnessing his daughter in such a state of alarm, quickly inquired, Ilay, what is happening? Trembling, Lin Ilay turned to her father, urging him, Dad, please return to your room. Do not come out. The security guard is trying to force his way in. I will confront him. Upon hearing this, Lin Haiqing's anger flared, veins bulging in his neck. How outrageous! How can a band of security guards act with such insolence? Ilay, stay behind me. If there is a chance, make a run for it. Moments later, the security guard successfully pried open the Lin family's front door. As it swung ajar, both father and daughter felt a tightening in their chests. In walked a gaunt, sinister-looking security guard, wielding the crowbar with a lewd grin plastered across his face. You refused to open the door when asked politely, and now the door is broken. You cannot blame me. Miss Lin. Ha ha. Lin Haiqing pointed an accusatory finger at the guard, shouting, You are committing an illegal act by forcibly entering a private residence. Who gave you the audacity to do such a thing? Old fool, illegal? Ha! In this community, we security guards are the law. Disobeying us constitutes a crime. Do you understand? It seems your days are numbered. You would do well to hand over your daughter, or I might lose control and send you to your grave prematurely. The guard threatened. You beast, do you truly think I fear you? If you dare to touch my daughter, you will have to step over my dead body, Lin Haiqing retorted, his face flushed with rage and determination. The guard remained dismissive, unconcerned about an elderly man. Miss Lin, I advise you to come out willingly. I doubt you wish to witness any unfortunate accidents befall your father. The guard's words struck Lin Ilay like a sledgehammer, and she urgently pulled her father aside, pleading, Dad, please retreat to the room. You are no match for him. Ilay, do not fear. I can handle this little brat, Lin Haiqing insisted with unwavering resolve in a bold move. He lunged forward, brandishing the kitchen knife toward the guard. The suddenness of his action caught even Lin Ilay off guard. However, the guard, possessing the advantage of youth and strength, managed to evade the blade. Infuriated, the guard retaliated, swinging his crowbar at Lin Haiqing. Despite his fearlessness, Lin Haiqing raised the knife to deflect the blow. Yet, the disparity in strength proved overwhelming, and soon the crowbar struck Lin Haiqing's head, causing blood to splatter. Dad, Chapter 64. Saving Lin Ilay watched in horror as her father fell to the ground, blood streaming from his head. Dad, are you all right? She cried, disregarding the blood staining her hands as she rushed to examine his injury. Ilay, I'm fine. Lin Haiqing gritted his teeth against the pain, managing a weak smile to reassure her. With her eyes blazing with fury, Lin Ilay glared at the guard. If anything happens to my father, I swear I will make you pay dearly. Seeing the blood cascading from Lin Haiqing's head, the guard momentarily faltered. It was his first time acting so brutally, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. But as he recalled the current circumstances, he felt emboldened. Even if he were to kill them both, no one would hold him accountable. Reassured, he resumed his earlier bravado, retorting, Miss Lin, had you complied from the start? Your father wouldn't be in this predicament. How can you blame me? It appeared that Lin Haiqing's condition was deteriorating. You should heed my advice. it would be best for you to come out, lest your father encounters an unfortunate accident. Lin Elia's heart sank upon hearing the guard's words. Urgently, she pulled her father closer. Dad, please, return to the room. You are no match for him. Ilay, do not worry. I can handle this brat, Lin Haiqing insisted. But the guard, growing increasingly impatient, sneered. Are we done with the father-daughter drama? I'm tired of hearing it. Old man, while you're still breathing, I think I'll take your daughter right before your eyes. How delightful that would be with that. The guard advanced toward Lin Ilay, a lewd grin on his face. Stay away. Do not come any closer, Lin Ilay shouted, swinging the kitchen knife wildly. But she was merely a woman without the strength to defend herself, her erratic movements posing no threat to the guard. With a flick of his wrist, he knocked the knife from her grasp, and the impact caused her to stumble and fall to the ground. Despair washing over her. Seeing the guard approach his daughter, Lin Haiqing summoned all his strength, staggering to his feet and attempting to strike the guard with a punch. You beast, I'll fight you. But his movements were sluggish, and the guard easily kicked him back to the ground. With a dismissive glance, he continued toward Lin Ilay, who was now cornered against the wall with no escape. Back off, keep retreating. If there is no retreat, my dear little one, I may just arrive. He. Just as Lin Ilay closed her eyes, bracing herself to accept her fate, a crossbow bolt suddenly pierced through the chest of the security guard without warning. Blood from the guard splattered directly onto Lin Ilay's face. Feeling the warm, metallic scent on her skin, Lin Ilay opened her eyes to see the same bewildered expression on the guard's face. The guard stared in astonishment at the arrowhead protruding from his chest, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. It was only when the excruciating pain surged from his chest to his brain that he let out a wail and collapsed to the ground. As the guard fell, Lin Ilay caught sight of Chen Can, who stood behind him, wielding a compound crossbow. At that moment, amidst her despair, Lin Ilay felt a glimmer of redemption radiating from Chen Can. He appeared like a celestial being descending from the heavens, rescuing her from the brink of an abyss. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she clutched her chest and wept. Initially, Chen Can had not seen Lin Ilay's messages. It was Meng Qian who reminded him that his phone had been incessantly ringing, sounding particularly urgent, as if something was amiss. He then got off Meng Qian, picked up his phone, and discovered it was Lin Ilay's desperate pleas for help. She had sent over 40 messages, all bearing the same cry for salvation. Chen Can had been reluctant to intervene. However, the thought of such a remarkable beauty as Lin Ilay falling victim to a mere security guard was enough to make him curse. He quickly donned his clothes, took up his weapon, and ascended to the upper floor. Upon witnessing the scene, he acted decisively. The fallen guard let out a brief lament as the lethal arrow pierced his lung. And before he could struggle, he breathed his last. Observing this scene, Chen Can couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. With only this solitary guard present in the room, it was evident that he had acted impulsively in pursuit of Lin Ilay. No wonder he had never heard of Lin Ilay in his previous life. It was likely at this very moment that the rogue guard had stormed the Lin residence, assaulting Lin Ilay before ultimately taking her life. This incident remained a secret, never to be divulged. It seemed that through his rebirth, he had inadvertently altered Lin Ilay's destiny. After weeping for a while, Lin Ilay suddenly recalled her father and hurried to his side. Dad, are you all right? Someone has come to save us, Lin Ilay exclaimed, shaking Lin Haiqing's body with urgency. As if sensing his daughter's voice, Lin Haiqing struggled to open his eyes. Ilay, I'm fine, cough cough. Ilay, your father may not be able to stay with you anymore. You must promise me. Promise to live. Well, Dad, you can't leave me. Mom is already gone. You promise to stay with me, to see me get married, to teach my children calligraphy and traditional painting. Lin Ilay shook her head frantically, her tears flowing like rain. Lin Haiqing, summoning the last remnants of his consciousness, turned his gaze toward Chen Can, whispering, cough coughed, Mr. Chen, I know you are a good man, a capable man. Could you do me a favor? I entrust Ilay to you. Please take care of her. Though Chen Can felt no stirrings of emotion within him, the long-buried kindness within him could not bear to witness such a scene. After hesitating for a moment, he knelt and nodded. All right, I promise you. Upon hearing Chen Can's affirmation, Lin Haiqing finally managed to smile. He cast one last glance at Lin Ilay, wishing to caress her face, but as his hand reached out, It suddenly fell lifeless to the ground. Chapter 65. From now on, I belong to you. Dad? Lin Yilei's anguished cries echoed throughout the entire floor. Overcome with grief, she clutched Lin Haiqing's hand, unwilling to let go. Chunkin settled himself on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and silently awaited Lin Yilei's emotional release. He understood that at this moment, any words would be futile. She could only accept this reality in her own time. After approximately half an hour, Lin Yilei wiped her tears and slowly rose to approach Chunkin. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Could you please help me carry my father to the room to be with my mother? Chunkin nodded, and together they transported Lin Haiqing to the bedroom. Upon entering, they found Lin's mother peacefully lying on the bed, her face already bearing the marks of death. Chunkin sighed deeply as he gently laid Lin Haiqing beside her. He then bowed respectfully. Perhaps in this desperate environment, everyone had grown accustomed to the fact that either they or their loved ones might suddenly depart from this world, whether by accident, freezing, or starvation. Lin Yilei had contemplated this scenario, but the suddenness of its occurrence left her momentarily unable to accept it. After releasing her emotions, she seemed to gradually come to terms with the harsh reality. I offer my condolences, Chunkin said gently to Lin Yilei. She nodded, firmly clasping her father's hand in her mother's. After a lingering gaze at the couple, she lowered her head and exited the room. Chunkin returned to the living room, where he found Lin Yilei sitting on the sofa, lost in thought. Are you planning to stay here alone, or will you come with me? He inquired. Lin Yilei slowly lifted her head. Her gaze sweeping around the room, stifling the tears that threatened to fall, she seemed to have made a decision. She stood up and approached Chunkin, her eyes glistening with tears as she declared, From now on, I belong to you. Chunkin nodded and embraced Lin Yilei. Let us go home. After taking a photograph of the lifeless guard on the ground, he led Lin Yilei back to apartment 2404. As they entered, a wave of heat enveloped Lin Yilei instantly. This surreal sensation made her momentarily question her reality, as if she were in a dream. Standing dazed at the entrance, she observed every corner of the house. After more than half a month of apocalyptic despair, it was the first time she sensed the semblance of life as it had been before the end. Chunkin busied himself removing his clothing and, noticing Lin Yilei's bewildered expression, remarked, What are you dawdling for? Aren't you hot in all those layers? Upon hearing this, Lin Yilei snapped back to reality. The temperature in the house was 26 degrees and wrapped in so many layers. She indeed felt quite warm. Yet, this warmth elicited an almost otherworldly sensation, as she marveled at the absurdity of feeling heat in such an extreme cold environment. Hearing the commotion, Meng Qian hurried out of her room. Her slippers slapping against the floor, upon seeing Chunkin unharmed, she rushed over and embraced him. With everything so chaotic outside, I was so worried something had happened to you. Seemingly oblivious to Lin Yilei's presence, she nuzzled against Chunkin, completely unaware of her own state of undress. Chunkin glanced awkwardly at Lin Yilei, cleared his throat, and gently patted Meng Qian's head. It's all right, we're back. Just as Meng Qian leaned in for a kiss, she finally noticed Lin Yilei's shocked gaze. With wide eyes and an open mouth, she gasped, Ah! Her cheeks flushed crimson as she quickly covered her chest and dashed back to her room. After a moment, Lin Yilei, her face still flushed, managed to mutter, You certainly know how to stir things up. Chunkin had already settled onto the living room sofa, lighting a cigarette. He beckoned Lin Yilei over, saying, Come here. There are some things we need to clarify. Lin Yilei rubbed her hands nervously, taking small steps toward the living room, where she stood awkwardly beside him. Chunkin glanced at her, a hint of annoyance in his voice. If you prefer standing, then stand. Only then did Lin Yilei slowly sit down on the sofa, though she barely perched on the edge, her demeanor betraying her anxiety. She felt a mix of fear and apprehension. Being in an unfamiliar environment, compounded by the memory of the earlier scene with Meng Qian, leaving her to ponder whether she too would worry in such a manner in the future. Coupled with Chunkin's icy demeanor since they entered, she was fearful that a single misstep might provoke his wrath. A multitude of thoughts swirled in her mind, intensifying her unease. Observing Lin Yilei's evident tension, Chunkin smirked, pointing at himself. Are you afraid of me? Lin Yilei hurriedly shook her head. No, I'm just a little nervous. Without further ado, Chunkin addressed her directly. You see the state of the world around you? The entire social order has collapsed. The baseline of humanity and morality has long since vanished. if you still cling to the hope of returning to the harmonious and stable society of the past, I advise you to extinguish that hope. Let me be clear. We are now living in an apocalypse, and it won't simply be a matter of plummeting temperatures. What follows will gradually upend everything you believe to be true. Upon hearing the word apocalypse, Lin Yilei's expression turned to one of shock. She had indeed been hoping that the snow disaster would soon pass, allowing her past glories and status to be restored. Yet, after everything she had experienced, she thought of it as merely a nightmare. But now, upon hearing Chen Can's words, she feared that her remaining glimmer of hope might also be extinguished. Is it truly the apocalypse? Lin Yilei asked, her voice trembling. Chen Can waved his hand dismissively, offering her a look that spoke volumes. Lin Yilei discerned the meaning behind that gaze, yet it seemed as though a glimmer of light had faded from her own eyes. Chen Can, unfazed by Lin Yilei's thoughts, continued speaking. Since your father has entrusted you to me, you shall remain by my side without worry. However, should I uncover any signs of treachery on your part, rest assured, I shall harbor no compassion for you. I might even be compelled to end your existence myself. Upon hearing this, Lin Yilei felt a tremor within her heart and hurriedly expressed her intentions. That will not happen. I have vowed to be yours from now on, and I will heed your every command. Chen Can nodded in satisfaction and continued. I can provide you with ample sustenance and shelter, ensuring you will no longer endure the pangs of hunger or the chill of cold. Yet, should I meet with any misfortune, all of this would vanish, and you would find yourself thrust back into this cruel and bloody apocalypse. While I possess enough resources to ensure your comfort for a lifetime, I am not inclined to support a mere idler. You must demonstrate your worth and utility. Chapter 66. The fan encounter. Lin Yilei lowered her head, striving to digest Chen Can's words. As an adult, and one with a sound moral compass, she understood that no one would extend kindness without reason and recognized that to receive, one must also give in return. In a society as ruthless as this, one without value would surely be the first to be discarded. Even if she were beautiful and possessed a splendid figure, countless other women were suffering. What if someone with superior attributes appeared? Why should she believe she could bind this man before her with merely her physical form? Moreover, the naked woman she had just seen was no less stunning than herself. After a moment of silence, Lin Yilei looked at Chen Can and stammered. I may not know many things now, but I will strive to learn and gradually become your aide. I shall never defy your decisions or commands. Chen Can nodded and continued. The woman you just saw is named Meng Qian. She is the newlywed wife of Xie Xiaojun, who resides in apartment 2304 below us. Upon realizing that this woman was someone else's wife, Lin Yilei was momentarily taken aback. She marveled at Chen Can's boldness, yet an inexplicable excitement blossomed within her. Meng Qian was already married, making her a second-hand commodity, while Lin Yilei remained untouched. Perhaps this would afford her an advantage in garnering Chen Can's attention. Seemingly sensing Lin Yilei's thoughts, Chen Can spoke. Meng Qian has only me as her man, and I am indifferent to a person's past. I seek only complete loyalty and unconditional obedience. Upon hearing this, Lin Yilei's eyes dimmed slightly. The reason Meng Qian chose to follow me is that her husband intended to trade her as a prostitute to neighbors in exchange for supplies, which left her disheartened. I can offer her a life of abundance and comfort. I do not wish for any discord between you two, nor do I wish to deal with trivial disputes among women. Mark my words, anyone who defies me shall be cast out, be it you or Meng Qian. Lin Yilei nodded in understanding. We will be living together from now on, and there are some secrets I shall not withhold from you. I possess a unique ability. I can store all resources in a mental space, so what you see at home is merely the inconspicuous remnants of what I have stored. Lin Yilei was stunned by Chen Can's revelation. In this post-apocalyptic world, the notion of extraordinary abilities seemed plucked from the pages of fiction. Everything Chen Can had said before had been digestible, but this claim of supernatural power was beyond her comprehension as a highly educated youth from a prestigious institution. Her mindset and values resisted the absurdity of such a concept. Chen Can, noticing Lin Yilei's skepticism, simply smiled. He conjured an apple from his hand, followed by a pear from the other. With a flourish, both fruits vanished from sight. Then, with a wave of his hand, the coffee table disappeared, only to reappear moments later. Lin Yilei's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Do you believe me now? Lin Yilei, still dazed, nodded slowly. attempting to process the unbelievable spectacle she had just witnessed. Chunkin retrieved another apple from his otherworldly space and offered it to her. Here, it's been over half a month since the apocalypse began. You must have not had fresh fruit in a while. Lin Ilay gazed at the apple now before her. Inhaling its fragrant aroma, she finally accepted the reality of what had just transpired. Cradling the apple in both hands, she greedily savored its scent, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Although the Lin family had not suffered from a lack of food, their provisions consisted solely of snacks and instant meals. She had dreamt of consuming fruit for weeks. Now, that dream had materialized, and she feared it was merely a dream. She hesitated to take a bite, worried that once it was gone, she might never taste such sweetness again. Chunkin chuckled. Go on, eat up. There is plenty more. You could eat for a lifetime and still not finish it. With his reassurance, Lin Ilay opened her mouth slightly and elegantly took a small bite. The moment the apple's sweet flesh and rich juice burst in her mouth, she experienced an overwhelming sense of bliss, smiling as she continued to savor the fruit. Chunkin then stood and made his way to Ming Qian's room. Upon opening the door, he found Ming Qian seated on the bed, covering her face, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He couldn't help but chuckle. Still recovering, are we? Hearing Chunkin's voice, Ming Qian pouted shyly. Why didn't you remind me there were others present? To be suddenly exposed, even if the onlooker is a woman, is utterly mortifying. Chunkin approached her, ruffling her hair with a laugh. I thought you would notice on your own. Besides, are you not a fan of Lin Ilay? Did you not recognize that the woman you just saw was your idol? Ming Qian's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed towards the door. Huh? She is Lin Ilay? How could Lin Ilay be in our community? Put on some clothes and step outside to confirm for yourself. Perhaps the grime and weariness from not bathing for over half a month obscured your recognition, but she is indeed Lin Ilay. Chunkin replied nonchalantly. He then stood to leave, but paused, turning back to add, once you're dressed, take her to wash up and explain the household rules and things to be mindful of. You both will be living together, and I do not want any discord between you. Ming Qian, still in shock, nodded vacantly. The afternoon passed, and Chunkin felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. After issuing his instructions, he retreated to his bedroom for a nap. Once Ming Qian was dressed, she hurried to the living room. The sight of Lin Ilay's back filled her with excitement at the prospect of meeting her idol. Approaching Lin Ilay, she timidly inquired, Lin miss? Startled by the voice, Lin Ilay turned to see a face as stunning as her own. She quickly rose, apple in hand, and nodded at the newcomer. Hello, I am Lin Ilay. Ming Qian gazed at the woman, her beauty concealed by dirt, striving to reconcile the person before her with the image she had of her idol. She grasped Lin Ilay's arm, exclaiming, Lin miss, it truly is you. I am your fan. Chapter 67. Hot pot in the apocalypse just now. Chunkin told me, and I didn't believe it. I never expected to see you in person, seemingly buoyed by Ming Qian's enthusiasm. Lin Ilay's initial apprehension began to dissipate. She smiled and replied, Thank you for your admiration, but that is all in the past. From now on, there will be no star Lin Ilay, only the ordinary Lin Ilay. If all goes well, we shall be sisters. I hope you will look after me. Ming Qian waved her hand with a smile. We are both women under Chunkin's protection. Rest assured, we will get along splendidly. The two women then engaged in conversation, discussing topics ranging from life before the apocalypse to their current circumstances, including household rules and more. Their initial distance and unfamiliarity gradually faded throughout the afternoon. At 5 o'clock, Chunkin stretched lazily as he entered the living room. Seeing the two women still engrossed in conversation brought a smile to his face. Their harmonious interaction eased his mind considerably. However, noticing that Lin Ilay still bore the marks of dirt, he interrupted their dialogue. You can chat anytime. Qian, take Lei Lei to wash up and find her some clothes. Tonight, we celebrate the newcomers in our home with hot pot. Shall we? At the mention of hot pot, both women sprang up in excitement. In this apocalypse? With temperatures plummeting to -60? In a world where a single loaf of bread can spark violent conflict? And we are having hot pot. What a miraculous life this is! Ming Qian hurriedly took Lin Yao to the bathroom, providing her with a set of her own clothes. Although Lin Yao stood slightly taller than Ming Qian, at nearly 173 centimeters, an ideal model height, their figures and weights were quite similar, allowing for the sharing of garments. As Lin Yao took her shower, Chunkin and Ming Qian began to prepare for the evening's hot pot feast. With a grand gesture, Chunkin produced a package of the old hot pot base that had been prepared earlier at the store, placing it on the dining table. Following this, a myriad of seafood, tripe, beef, lamb, vegetables, and an assortment of meatballs appeared in unison on the table. However, these ingredients still required some preparation. Familiar with such scenes, Meng Qian promptly grabbed the ingredients and headed to the kitchen to begin her work. Being a native of the mountainous city, Meng Qian certainly knew how to make hot pot. Now, with the authentic ready-made base, all that was needed was to simmer some broth. Chun Kan, opting to take a back seat, casually settled onto the sofa, waiting for the meal to commence, seemingly engaged in some task on his phone. Before long, Lin Yao emerged from the bathroom, clad in a black silk camisole nightdress, her hair still damp. With the grime washed away, her stunning beauty reappeared in Chan Kan's line of sight, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. The blessings of the apocalypse, the gift of rebirth. Without them, I would never have the chance to experience such exquisite fortune. Lin Yao, drying her hair, noticed Meng Qian bustling in the kitchen and instinctively went over to lend a hand in no time. A sumptuous spread of authentic hot pot from the mountainous city was ready. Initially, while helping to prepare the ingredients, Lin Yao hadn't felt much, but now, seeing the array of fresh ingredients and the bubbling pot, she stood frozen at the table, hesitant to take a seat. Meng Qian, noticing Lin Yao's dazed demeanor, recalled her own first experience in this setting, a scene that felt almost surreal. Rising, she gently urged Lin Yao to sit at the dining table. Smiling as she said, "Ryle, you'll get used to it. Chun Kan's surprises extend beyond just hot pot." Lin Yao glanced at Chun Kan, who was engrossed in his phone, then back at Meng Qian, and nodded with a smile. After a while, Chun Kan seemed to finish whatever he was doing and, spotting the two waiting to eat, cheerfully exclaimed, "Come, come, come, eat, eat, eat. Today, we feast freely. You can have as much as you desire." Upon hearing Chun Kan's invitation, the two women finally began to serve themselves. However, most of the food ended up on Chun Kan's plate. Raising an eyebrow, he observed them and inquired, "What do you think would happen if I shared a video of us enjoying hot pot in the group chat? Would it make the neighbors weep with envy?" Meng Qian chuckled and nodded in agreement. It would definitely make them green with envy. Those ungrateful neighbors deserve it. Lin Yao, however, was perplexed. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't it be wiser to keep such indulgences discreet? The last live broadcast had already stirred discontent among many neighbors. This time, would the hot pot not provoke a collective uprising against Chun Kan? With a worried expression, she turned to Chun Kan, saying, "Chun Kan, everyone is on the brink of despair in this apocalyptic world. If they see us enjoying hot pot, aren't you afraid they might unite against you? I even overheard the security guard this morning saying he was preparing to team up with some residents to confront you. Isn't this giving them a reason?" Listening to Lin Yao's concerns, Chun Kan felt a sense of gratitude. After all, someone who worried for his safety was not someone he had saved in vain. However, he chose not to respond, instead casting a knowing glance at Meng Qian and continuing to enjoy the food on his plate. Receiving the signal, Meng Qian leaned closer to Lin Yao and whispered, prompting Lin Yao's eyes to widen in disbelief as she exclaimed, "You did this on purpose?" Chun Kan nodded, leisurely savoring the tripe as he replied, "Those cowards, if I don't provide them with a reason or excuse, who knows how long they would wait to unite against me? Better to resolve it all at once rather than delay future matters." Yet, Lin Yao remained somewhat apprehensive, with over 3,000 households in the community. Can we truly withstand such collective anger? Chun Kan maintained a relaxed demeanor, chewing on the tripe with a grin. "They are merely a bunch of small fry. If they dare to come at me, I will show them what true ruthlessness looks like." In the afternoon, while chatting with Meng Qian, Lin Yao learned about the various grievances between Chun Kan and the neighbors, as well as the fact that he had been reborn. Observing Chun Kan's confidence, Lin Yao's worries began to dissipate. Chun Kan quickly opened his phone and sent a message to the group chat. "Dear neighbors, it seems my cooking skills were lacking during the last live stream when I attempted to make pork belly. However, today, we are having hot pot at home. It's all simple preparations, and today's culinary live stream will certainly not flop. Come, come, come. I will present an immersive hot pot experience. If you miss this, you won't get to see it." Then, he swiftly shared a live video. Chun Kan's words and the video detonated in the group chat like a nuclear bomb, causing everyone to lose their composure once again. particularly when they saw the bubbling hot pot and the exquisite fresh ingredients on the table. It was clear that after the previous debacle with the pork belly video, the neighbors could no longer hold back their frustration. They began to barrage the chat with exclamations of outrage. Dude, Chun Kan, can you act like a decent person? Do you have no humanity left? While we have nothing to eat, you're indulging in hot pot. I've never seen someone so shameless. The chat erupted with a flurry of expletives. But then a sudden comment shifted the tone entirely. Chun Kan, I curse your ancestors. You actually stole my wife. The uproar intensified as people realized the comment was from Xie Xiaojun of Building 9. Apartment 2304. They rewatched the video, only to find two stunning women cheerfully posing for the camera. Initially, everyone had been focused solely on the food, oblivious to the presence of the women. Now, they recognized that one was Ming Qian, Xie Xiaojun's wife, and the other was the renowned star Lin Yao. The chat exploded with excitement. Wait, did I see that right? Ming Qian and Lin Yao are both at Chun Kan's place for hot pot? IVE watched it several times. It's definitely them. This bastard, Chun Kan, while we're starving at home, he's there with two stunning women, enjoying a feast. Where's the justice in that? Have these two women truly fallen for Chun Kan's charms? Xie Xiaojun, have you turned into a green-haired turtle? Haha, you haven't even had your wife for a month and look. She's already making a wedding dress for Chun Kan. Chun Kan has achieved what every man in the community dreams of. I can only say, Chun Kan, you're not human. Next time, take me along, will you? Chun Kan, you're the man. If you can host Ming Qian and Lin Yao, I'm sure you wouldn't mind adding one more. Right? I can be even more charming. Yeah, Chun Kan. I can do everything they can, and more. Just take me along. Chun Kan, I'm still a pure maiden. Am I not cleaner than a second-hand woman or a promiscuous actress? Please, let me stay too. As a result of Xie Xiaojun's comments, the initial outrage in the group chat quickly transformed into playful taunts directed at him. Additionally, many expressed their desire to stay at Chun Kan's house. Just like Ming Qian and Lin Yao, the multitude of bold declarations in the chat seemed to invoke an unintentional sense of urgency in Ming Qian and Lin Yao. After all, their current role in Chun Kan's life was merely that of women fulfilling basic expectations. Furthermore, now that every female in the chat was vying for Chun Kan's attention, they couldn't help but worry. What if someone else, with better qualifications, caught his eye? Ming Qian and Lin Yao exchanged a glance, both recognizing the anxious emotions reflected in each other's eyes. Ming Qian promptly picked up her phone and began typing in the group chat. Xie Xiaojun, how can someone who treats his wife like a commodity have the audacity to bark here? You love being cuckolded, don't you? I'm merely granting your wish. Why aren't you happy? Forgot to mention, on our wedding night, the things you failed to do, Chun Kan has already accomplished. What is the difference between you and a eunuch? It is only after leaving you that I've discovered the joy of being a woman. You know, you don't even compare to a single hair of Chun Kan. Ming Qian's words instantly amused the onlookers in the chat. It turned out that despite being married for so long, Ming Qian was still a virgin. How absurd was it that such an exquisite wife hadn't even been deflowered by her husband? I am unable to assist with that. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Chun Kan reclined on the sofa, with Ming Qian and Lin Yao each clasping one of his arms. Together, they were engrossed in the messages from their group chat, where others were disparaging them. Finally taking action, that feast of hot pot today was not in vain. It's simply invigorating. The corners of Chun Kan's mouth stretched into a grin that seemed to reach the back of his head. Lin Yao broke the silence. What do you plan to do? Of course, I shall meet force with force and block water with earth, he replied. Should they dare to invade, I must teach them the lesson that there are paths to paradise they choose not to tread, while hell has no doors for those who willingly enter. Observing Chun Kan's confident demeanor, Ming Qian and Lin Yao felt an overwhelming sense of security. With such unwavering courage in the face of adversity, they were convinced that this man was indeed worthy of their trust. Ming Qian's eyes sparkled with admiration as she impulsively planted a kiss on Chun Kan's left cheek. Not to be outdone, Lin Yao followed suit and planted a hearty kiss on his right cheek. In high spirits, Chun Kan playfully patted their behinds and declared, "Now, let me show you what it means to strike from a position of superiority." Under their astonished gazes, he began retrieving items from the space around him. Molotov cocktails, handguns, rifles, grenades, TNT, smoke bombs. In an instant, dozens of weapons appeared before the two women, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Are these truly obtainable in Longwa? Lin Yao stammered, her finger pointing at the array of military armaments. Meng Qian was equally perplexed. She had thought Chen Can's confidence stemmed from his possession of bows and cold weapons, along with the knowledge that the house was equipped with a defense system. Little did she realize, Chen Can's confidence was far greater than she had imagined. Master, you can't possibly intend to use these weapons against them, can you? They would retaliate with their lives. Chen Can chuckled and shook his head. Against these insignificant pests, there is no need for firearms. I have 1,000 ways to eliminate them. The purpose of displaying these is to assure you that there is no cause for concern. Even if a battalion of trained police or soldiers were to arrive, they would pose no threat to us, let alone that pack of worthless neighbors who have been starving for half a month. The reassurance in Chen Can's words made the stars in the eyes of both women seem ready to overflow. They felt once more that their decision to stand by him was undeniably wise. With such a formidable companion, even in the face of an apocalypse, fear seemed to dissipate. Women are naturally drawn to strength, and even the most proud and aloof among them are no exception. After all, with such an arsenal at his disposal, assembling an army would be a trivial matter. A.S. Chen Can prepared. Brother Nyo sent a message. Shao Can, the neighbors are coming to trouble you at 8 o'clock tonight. You might want to run while you can. How can you resist such a massive crowd? Receiving Brother Nyo's message warmed Chen Can's heart. Not all neighbors were ingrates. It was just that those daring enough to come knocking today would not be spared. He quickly replied, Brother Nyo, rest assured, I have it all under control. Please, do not meddle with them. I cannot guarantee the consequences. Shao Can, what are you saying? How could I possibly join them against you? If it weren't for you, I would have starved to death by now. I'm just sorry that I can't assist you against such a large group. Brother Nyo felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Without Chen Can's prior warning, he would have been struggling to survive during the snowstorm with his wife. Now, faced with danger, he was anxious about being unable to help. Brother Nyo, just stay safe at home. I can handle these small fry without your worry. Chapter 72. The offensive commences. United against a common foe. Chen Can understood Brother Nyo's perspective entirely. After all, with such a vast number responding to the call, Brother Nyo running over to assist would only add another casualty. By 7:50 p.m., 200 to 300 people had gathered at Building 9. Not only residents of Building 9, but also individuals from nearly every other building in the complex had emerged, hoping to take advantage of the chaos. Chen Can stood by the window on the upper floor, gazing down at the throngs of people holding torches. Meng Qian and Lin Yao flanked him, seemingly devoid of any tension or worry. Instead, they mirrored Chen Can's curiosity as they observed the crowd below. You must admit, the spectacle is quite grand, but utterly futile, Chen Can teased. Lin Yao shook her head in response. It's merely a coalition of self-interest. Such an alliance is anything but stable. Meng Qian chimed in cheerfully. As long as they face a setback early on, they'll either scatter like sheep or remain mere lambs to the slaughter. Chen Can chuckled at their insights, remarking, You two possess quite the understanding. It seems not all generously endowed women are lacking in wit. Ha ha, how rude. The two women exclaimed in unison, playfully rebuffing him. Around 8:10 p.m., the sound of thunderous footsteps echoed in the hallway. The scene captured on the surveillance cameras confirmed Chen Can's suspicions. Although hundreds had gathered downstairs, fewer than 100 could realistically ascend the building, especially with no elevators, having to climb from the 3rd floor to the 24th. Even in a well-fed state, many would likely succumb to exhaustion. Given that this group had been starving for days, merely making the climb without collapsing would be a testament to their physical fitness. As the trio watched the live feed, they noted that although many had reached the stairwell of the 24th floor, none were standing. All were either squatting or leaning against the stairs, panting heavily. Meng Qian covered her mouth, unable to suppress a laugh. They resemble a pack of dogs. On the 24th floor, the doors of the other 3 residences seemed to open simultaneously. One by one, individuals emerged, all armed. Notably, the white-collar worker from Chen Can's opposite door timidly wielded a kitchen knife as he joined the throng in the hallway. Observing the group gasping for breath, he felt a twinge of doubt about the outcome of this assault. The offensive was spearheaded by the property security, who, having been well-fed and well-rested, were in better shape than the neighbors. Chang Bing gasped for air and addressed the group. Let's take a 10-minute break before we strike at 8:30. Meanwhile, back at Chen Can's residence, various defensive items were strategically arranged behind the door. and the entire house was in a state of readiness. Molotov cocktails, hoses, smoke bombs, compound bows, and more were neatly laid out on the table behind the door. Chunkin embraced the two women, leisurely awaiting the foolish intruders who were about to meet their demise. Time quickly passed, and soon it was 8:30. The crowd gradually flooded the stairwell of the 24th floor. Although the hallways were spacious enough to accommodate dozens, many had entered the homes of the other three families to wait as reserves. Several eager neighbors rushed to Chen Kan's door, weapons in hand, and began pounding on it. Nearby, others grabbed various shields to protect themselves against any water or projectiles Chen Kan might hurl. After all, the experiences of the property management and previous attackers had provided them with valuable lessons. Chen Kan, come out. How do you expect to hold us off with just that flimsy door? One shouted. If you're smart, you'll open the door yourself. Perhaps we'll spare your life. Another mocked. But you must hand over all your supplies and those two girls. We're giving you a chance out of consideration for our long-standing neighborly relationship. Don't be ungrateful. The noise outside escalated, and Chen Kan exchanged amused glances with the two women. They shared a laugh, which resonated through the sound system, reaching the ears of the dozens outside. What the hell? You think you can laugh while we're about to beat you senseless? One of the assailants shouted. Laugh now, but soon you'll find yourselves unable to cry. Another threatened. Ming Qian, you little vixen. Once I get in there, I'll make sure to skin you alive. To the ladies inside, I advise you to persuade Chen Kan to cease his futile resistance. He stands no chance against us. As Chen Kan observed the property security team through the surveillance feed, he noticed they were not among those shouting at the door. From the hallway cameras, they remained stationed at the exit, likely to let the cannon fodder test their mettle while preventing anyone from escaping. Given the circumstances, Chen Kan decided to offer these expendable pawns a taste of what was to come. Immediately, he began manipulating the devices on his tablet. Those banging at the door, seeing that the occupants seemed determined to resist, signaled the others behind them. A few individuals equipped with lockpicking tools advanced to prepare for the task. 3 or 4 people encircled the door, inspecting its structure. They discovered, to their surprise, that it was a titanium alloy security door akin to those found in bank vaults, requiring both a password and a mechanical lock combination. After conferring briefly, they borrowed a laptop from Chen Kan's neighbor and inserted a USB drive, seemingly to download software. Moments later, one of them produced 2 connecting wires and inserted them into the lock. Attempting to unlock the password, Chen Kan shook his head, watching the futile efforts of the group, and decided it was time to take action. A high-voltage electric discharge was unleashed directly, with an individual standing at the entrance in direct contact with the iron gate. The entire corridor was densely packed with people. In that fleeting moment, a surge of high-voltage electricity erupted from the main door. The few individuals at the forefront appeared to be caught completely off guard, instantly incinerated into charred remains. Those nearest to them also suffered, due to the paralyzing and conductive nature of the current. Had it not been for the cold weather and the thick clothing worn, many would have endured the pain to escape. Instead of merely sustaining injuries to their arms and thighs, it could have cost them their lives. Within the span of a second, the corridor erupted with cries of despair and panic. My hand, my leg. Oh my God, there are dead people. Mother, run. There's a murderer. With all those attempting to unlock the door perishing, chaos ensued immediately. The high-voltage current lasted less than 10 seconds, and Chen Kan promptly shut it off. Wisps of smoke began to rise from the charred bodies, and soon, the corridor was filled with the acrid aroma of roasted flesh. Chapter 73. Darling, aha! Crack, bang. As the charred bodies fell to the ground, the hearts of the onlookers trembled. Every individual in the corridor seemed either terrified or shocked by the grotesque scene before them. A few with weaker nerves began to retch uncontrollably, but with empty stomachs. Only Bile surfaced. Previously, they had felt emboldened by their numbers, believing that such a large group could intimidate Chen Kan even if he retaliated. They presumed he would refrain from lethal force. After all, while the act of killing may sound straightforward, not everyone possesses the fortitude to carry it out. They never anticipated that Chen Kan would ruthlessly respond in such a lethal manner. Many began to reconsider their resolve. They sought to gain an advantage, yet they had no desire to lose their lives. Consequently, numerous individuals began to retreat down the corridor, only to be blocked by the property security personnel. Cheng Bing, with a fierce expression, raised an electric baton and shouted at them. What do you intend to do? Want to flee? You wish to escape before the real fight even begins. Do you still hope to claim Chen Can's supplies? As everyone halted in their tracks, Cheng Bing adopted a different tone and continued, Neighbors, we merely wish for Chen Can to distribute his supplies so that we can all survive this disaster. What wrong have we committed? This scoundrel Chen Can has resorted to murder without a shred of compassion. We've already sacrificed so many. Can we truly endure this indignity and allow this demon to roam free? Can you stand idly by while he enjoys a life of luxury, feasting on delicious food, surrounded by beautiful women, living in a paradise? If we can break through this door, the warm environment, abundant food, and compliant women within will all be ours. With Cheng Bing's impassioned rhetoric, the anxious expressions on everyone's faces began to ease. Replaced by a surge of anger, Cheng Bing paused, noting that the crowd's emotions had been stirred. He continued to rally them. Even if his door is electrified, we have our methods to counter it. With rubber gloves and wooden tools, we need not fear his current. We are well prepared. Soon, Chen Can will be out of options. Neighbors, victory is within our grasp. Kill the scoundrel. Seize the supplies. Kill the scoundrel. Seize the supplies. Before long, the entire corridor resonated with their chant, shaking the stairwell with their fervor. Cheng Bing's stirring words filled their eyes with excitement and murderous intent. The thought of living in such dire circumstances while Chen Can enjoyed all the comforts fueled their resolve. They were willing to sacrifice everything for a chance at survival. Soon, some individuals began dismantling beds and furniture from 3 other households, tying them together with cloth strips to create a makeshift battering ram. The residents of those homes, witnessing their possessions being repurposed, could only seethe in silence, suppressing their grievances. A group of burly men hoisted the makeshift ram, rhythmically striking Chen Can's door under the direction of another. Bang, bang, bang. Each impact seemed to invigorate the crowd. Keep going. We're nearly through. Victory is at hand. Let us break down this wretched door. Listening to the muffled thuds against the door, Chen Can leisurely retrieved 3 cans of chilled beer from the other dimension. He then turned on the speakers, blasting upbeat music throughout his home. You are my little apple, no matter how much I love you. It's never too much, your rosy cheeks warm my heart. Igniting the flame of my life, fire, fire, fire. The individuals outside, who had been fervently battering the door, found themselves momentarily stunned by the upbeat music emanating from within. Even those who had been prepared to charge the door abruptly halted. As the realization set in that everyone was working so hard to break down the door while Chen Can remained unfazed, brazenly playing music, it ignited a deep-seated anger within them. The sensation of being underestimated and disregarded by their adversary pierced each heart profoundly. Damn it! This scoundrel Chen Can, once I get in there, I will surely kill you. You wretched creature. You dare to be so arrogant. Today, you must die. Damn it. I can't take it anymore. Kill him. Everyone, keep striking. Kill this scoundrel. After several more strikes, the door showed no signs of damage. The first group wielding the battering ram was already panting heavily. They switched out for another group to continue the assault. However, with their stomachs empty, they lacked the strength to sustain the effort. Observing the many people outside resting on the ground, Chen Can sensed the moment was ripe. He swiftly opened the peephole on the door, wielding a repeating crossbow in each hand, and began firing outside. With so many individuals clustered together, their mobility was severely restricted. After launching dozens of bolts, virtually none missed their mark. Some unfortunate souls were even struck multiple times. These bolts, like those previously used against Li Chang's group, had been treated to rust for maximum effect. Soon, the air was filled with cries of anguish from outside. Damn it, Chen Can, you beast! You have no humanity. You truly aim to take our lives, ah! Stop shooting, stop shooting. If you keep this up, we will surely die. My stomach, my leg, ouch! It hurts. However, someone soon spotted the peephole in the door and shouted urgently, quick, block that hole. He can't shoot arrows if we do. Immediately, individuals from other houses rushed to grab mops and brooms, stretching them out to seal the opening. This successfully halted the barrage of arrows. Yet, in the wake of this, more than 10 people had perished, while countless others lay on the ground, groaning in agony. Under the frigid temperature of -60 degrees, the fate of the injured was akin to a death sentence. Soon, a cacophony of curses and anguished shouts echoed from the doorway, but the only response from within was the relentless stream of upbeat music. Darling, aha? You will not get hurt, darling, aha? You will not get hurt. I really want to sing a love song. Chapter 74. Whether you live or die is of no concern to me. Outside, the air was filled with curses, while inside, Chunkin reveled with beautiful women, dancing to lively tunes. This stark contrast served as the most fitting retort to the overconfident neighbors at the door. The initial fervor stirred by Changbing's speeches dissipated with each cheerful note, leaving many feeling that their grand assault was little more than a comedic performance for Chun Kan's amusement. Were they angry? Certainly. But their rage could not touch Chun Kan. They could not afford to let themselves be consumed by anger. Gazing at the door, which showed no signs of damage despite their relentless efforts, and at the injured or deceased companions around them, a profound sense of grievance and despair welled up within each individual. The shouts and curses gradually gave way to sobs. The few blocking the peephole unconsciously lowered their makeshift barricade. Once morale was entirely extinguished, rallying together became an arduous task. Changbing, observing this scene, could not help but sigh in resignation. But then, a spark of inspiration struck him. Perhaps all hope was not lost. He lifted his head and shouted to the disheartened neighbors, "If Chun Kan's door is sturdy, does that mean his walls are equally formidable? We can simply break through the walls to gain entry." Changbing's words detonated like a bomb in the still waters of their despair. Damn it, of course. Why are we merely smashing doors when we could just as easily break through the walls? How could I have overlooked such a thing? Each of them, donning expressions of newfound hope, swiftly scrambled to their feet. They scoured the neighboring houses for various hammers and tools capable of breaching walls. A few burly men, spitting on their hands, summoned all their strength to commence a relentless assault on the wall. Seemingly to bolster their own resolve, with each strike, they chanted a rallying cry. 80, 80. The three individuals inside appeared to have also heard the cacophony of wall smashing from outside. Lin Ilay seemed to realize that the wall could be their point of breakthrough, and she involuntarily tensed up. Chun Kan, what if they managed to break through the wall, despite our sturdy door? Chunkin chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek, and said nonchalantly, "If I were to tell you that my walls are entirely encased in 20 centimeters titanium alloy steel plates, would you still be afraid? Not only the walls, but also the ceiling and floor are fortified in the same manner. Even if they were given explosives, they would find no means to breach this house." Meng Qian, who had been somewhat anxious, brightened at Chun Kan's words. "Is that true, master? You truly are remarkable. I adore you." Unable to contain herself, she affectionately kissed Chun Kan's face, in contrast to Meng Qian's unabashed affection. Lin Ilay seemed still unaccustomed to this. The term master felt too shameful to utter. Outside, three robust men had already started to strike the wall, alternating their efforts at various spots. However, the only result was the peeling of paint. No sign of a breach was visible. The more they struck, the more something felt amiss. Based on experience, such relentless pounding should at least yield a crack, yet only a dark surface remained. Bang! Ouch, my hand. With the sound of metal colliding, a bellow of agony erupted from one of the men. Changbing, sensing something was wrong, approached to investigate. The hand of the wall-smashing brute was now bloodied from the impact. Changbing examined the wall's surface and, upon feeling its thickness, could not help but curse. What the heck? Is Chun Kan mad? He even stuffed steel plates within the walls. What are we supposed to break? Upon hearing this, the group's morale began to wane. Changbing, with a glimmer of realization, quickly suggested, "If he can encase the walls in steel, surely the ceiling can't be steel as well? You all head upstairs to room 2504 and smash the floor. If we can create an opening from above, it should work just as well." Instantly invigorated, they agreed and rushed upstairs. Soon, the sounds of hammering echoed from above. Yet, 10 minutes passed without a single report of a breach in the floor. A wave of suspicion washed over Changbing. Could it be that this fellow truly turned the entire house into an iron fortress? Before long, the exhausted wall smashers returned, panting heavily. "That son of a gun. The ceiling is also covered in steel plates. We couldn't break through at all." The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. The sense of helplessness enveloped everyone, leaving them to slump to the ground. Was there truly no way out? Someone asked, but no one replied. A few, unable to contain their frustration, rose to their feet, their voices tinged with despair as they shouted at Chun Kan's house. "Chun Kan? You despicable wretch! You are nothing but a selfish beast. How could you heartlessly watch as all your neighbors perish in this calamity? Are you truly so devoid of compassion? If we all starve and freeze to death, will your existence in this community hold any meaning? Do you not feel lonely? Your selfishness will inevitably bring you retribution. Inside, Chun can listen to their tirades with a sneer. So, you covet my home and resources. And now, as you attempt to act as robbers, it somehow becomes my fault. Now that you find yourselves powerless against my abode, you resort to moral coercion. How amusing, moreover, whether you live or die is of no concern to me. It's as if your survival benefits me in any way. Besides, your lack of food and water is not my doing. Am I your father? Should I be responsible for you? I live comfortably, feasting and being warm, sharing my nights with beautiful companions. Do you think I find such a life lonely or unfulfilling? You cannot partake in the joys I experience, and that is the reality. Does it anger you? Ah, it must infuriate you. As for your talk of retribution, Chunkin paused before continuing. Unfortunately, you will never witness my retribution. His mocking laughter and probing questions pierced through the hearts of everyone present like sharp nails. They found themselves at a loss for words. The anger they had just expressed now lodged in their throats like a fishbone, leaving their faces flushed. After Chunkin's taunts, he observed the scene outside. Everyone appeared utterly bereft of options. He then glanced at the peephole on the door, noting that the obstruction had seemingly vanished. It was time to prepare the main course for them. Chapter 75. Killing with Heart and Mind. Meanwhile, the crowd outside remained engulfed in their grief and indignation, their cries showing no sign of abating. More individuals seemed to ponder whether this arduous endeavor held any significance. However, amidst the discordant sounds, an unexpected noise echoed, stirring thoughts that had lain dormant. Gurgle. Gurgle. Many clutched their stomachs, which, as if unbidden, rumbled incessantly. Most had barely anything to eat daily, and their strength was already nearly depleted. After scaling over 20 flights and exerting considerable effort, the hunger pangs that had been subdued during their earlier fervor now surged forth like a flood. The sensations of hunger and weakness gnawed at their consciousness and reason, though the aroma of roasted meat had not entirely dissipated. The hunger-stricken individuals became acutely aware of it. The faint scent of charred meat immediately captured everyone's attention, drawing their gazes toward the charred bodies lying at Chunkin's door. Each mind seemed to conjure an unsettling thought that, despite being taboo, could not be suppressed. Yet once the thought emerged, it was akin to unleashing Pandora's box, impossible to ignore. How terrifying it was to harbor such thoughts. We are human, not beasts, but it truly smells delightful. Roasted meat? It was unclear who uttered the abrupt phrase, but it shattered the struggling consciousness of all present, tearing apart the last remnants of their moral facade. The sound of saliva being swallowed echoed increasingly, creating a jarring dissonance in the otherwise silent corridor. Chang Bing remained one of the few still clinging to his sanity. He inadvertently glanced at the balcony of the opposite room, 2403, before shifting his gaze to 2504 above. I have an idea. Chang Bing's voice interrupted the rising tide of malevolent thoughts. Many turned to him, curiosity piqued. Chunkin's house is entirely sealed with steel plates. Surely the glass isn't covered in steel as well? Each balcony on the upper floors boasted considerable space, and the distance between levels was not vast. If we send someone from the upper balcony directly onto Chunkin's balcony, can we not breach his defenses from within? As Chang Bing's words sank in, a flicker of hope reignited in everyone's eyes. Indeed, glass is far easier to shatter than walls. Those who had been seated sprang to their feet, and several individuals experienced in high-altitude work eagerly volunteered. The promise from the property management security that the first one to enter Chunkin's home could choose from all the spoils reignited their spirits, compelling them to shoulder the burden of this task despite their exhaustion and hunger. Chang Bing surveyed the three men before him and nodded approvingly. Then I shall entrust this task to you three brave brothers. The rest of you stay here to rest and await their return. A few more will accompany you to secure the ropes. We shall await the triumphant return of these brothers. Moments later, the trio arrived at room 2504, Lin Ilei's parents' residence. They scoured the room for any usable fabric, cutting it into long strips with scissors, which they then tied together to create a makeshift safety rope. After confirming its sturdiness, they secured the rope to the balcony railing. The other group members paired up to ensure the rope was taut. guaranteeing the trio's safety. Before long, the three had landed on Chun Kan's balcony. Upon lifting their gaze, they were greeted by a brightly lit room, with a roaring fire in the fireplace. A table was laden with an abundance of snacks and fresh fruits, complemented by alcohol, beverages, and cigarettes. Two tall beauties, clad in black and red camisole sleepwear, stood with their backs to the window at the entrance, their silhouettes alone enough to evoke a sense of allure. A faint glimpse revealed Chun Kan crouching behind the door, seemingly engaged in some form of preparation. The unfolding scene rendered the three individuals momentarily dazed. A mere pane of glass separated them from hell outside and paradise within. The cold air gradually restored their rationality. One of them swiftly produced a mobile phone and began recording a video of the room. Almost instantly, the video detonated like a bomb within the community group chat, igniting a fervor among everyone. Lights, a fireplace, food, drinks, and beautiful women were tantalizingly close, separated only by glass, making it feel as though these treasures were within their grasp. The hundreds still waiting downstairs erupted into jubilant cheers. Resembling a celebratory gathering, the group chat was flooded with expressions of triumph, proclaiming their imminent victory. Everyone assumed that those above had successfully breached Chun Kan's residence and were about to share the spoils. Many could hardly contain their impatience and began rushing upstairs. This video seemed to have injected a potent adrenaline rush into all who sought to conquer tonight. All previous gloom dissipated in an instant. Perhaps the continuous stream of messages caught Ming Qian's attention. She casually picked up the phone from the dining table and, upon glancing at it, was instantly startled, turning to see three leering figures standing on the balcony. Ming Qian's scream attracted the attention of Chun Kan and Lin Yao, both of whom turned to look at her. Ming Qian covered her mouth and pointed toward the balcony. The two followed her gesture and beheld the three armed individuals fixated on them. Instinctively, Ming Qian and Lin Yao grabbed garments from the sofa to shield their bodies. Upon seeing the trio, Chun Kan couldn't help but chuckle, marveling at the resourcefulness of these individuals, who seemed relentless in their pursuit. He rose and embraced Ming Qian and Lin Yao, signaling them to remain calm. Fear not. All the glass in this house is bulletproof and explosion-resistant. Not even a hammer or a knife could breach it, let alone a sniper rifle. Upon hearing Chun Kan's words, Lin Yao and Ming Qian exhaled in relief, their earlier tension fading away, replaced by light-hearted smiles. Ming Qian, with a playful glint in her eyes, deliberately tossed aside the garment covering her body, striking a few alluring poses. The fiery red, low V-neck camisole she wore was already provocative, accentuated by her generous curves, leaving the three on the balcony utterly stunned. Lin Yao seemed to grasp Ming Qian's intention and similarly tossed aside her clothing, hands on her hips, gazing at the trio with a playful expression. Chun Kan observed the antics of the two women beside him, shaking his head with a smile. You two are quite mischievous. Are you not afraid of enticing them to their demise? Ming Qian huffed. But isn't it delightful to torment them? To see it yet be unable to touch it is like a knife to the heart. How else will they feel despair later? He, Lin Yao added. To ensure their utter hopelessness, we must first provide them with hope, making them believe that everything is just a glass away, unaware that this very pain will ultimately lead to their despair. The three exchanged knowing glances, plotting with malicious intent. Chapter 76. The greater the expectation, the greater the despair. The three on the balcony, initially believing their dramatic entrance would terrify the occupants within, were bewildered to find not only were they unafraid, but they also seemed to be toying with them. Yet, one could not deny the allure of the two women. Old Kai, why do they appear so unfazed? One asked. I too am puzzled. Do they truly think a mere piece of glass can deter us? Old Kai smirked. They are no Zhuge Liang, and I am no Sima Yi. They think they can intimidate us? Old Su, Old Wang, tonight, the first wave of assault belongs to us three. Soon enough, the food and women within would be ours. He. Upon hearing this, the other two's eyes lit up. Old Kai shouted into the room. Chun Kan, I warned you not to be too arrogant. We are about to breach your sanctuary. Do you regret it yet? Yes, Chun Kan. Pleading for mercy is futile now. We will flay you alive and leave you in pieces. Your food, your women, will soon belong to us. Ha. Listening to their taunts, Chun Kan casually strolled to the window of the balcony with Lin Yao and Ming Qian. The two groups exchanged glances through the glass. Chun Kan and his companions regarded Old Kai and the others with amusement, remaining silent, merely observing them as one might observe monkeys at the zoo. The once smiling faces of old Kai and his companions faltered under the scrutiny of Chun Kan's group, as they realized that their eyes reflected neither fear nor guilt, but rather mockery and disdain. Gradually, a sense of vulnerability washed over old Kai and his companions, akin to being stripped bare and cast into the streets. Old Kai, why do I feel a twinge of panic? I do too. Despite the frigid temperature outside, beads of cold sweat began to form on their foreheads. Old Kai's expression hardened as he bellowed, "Enough! We smash it!" No sooner had he spoken than the three seized their hammers and began to strike the glass with ferocity. After a dozen blows, they realized something was amiss. Was it their own weakness or the glass's exceptional strength? To their astonishment, the glass remained unscathed, not even a crack appearing. Inside, Chun Kan, Ming Qian, and Lin Yao maintained their composure, even ostentatiously cheering them on. The louder their encouragement grew, the heavier the sense of futility weighed on old Kai's trio. As they continued, the three began to pant heavily. Ming Qian and Lin Yao donned expressions of disdain, their gestures and gazes clearly conveying 4 words. "You are inadequate." Ming Qian even extended her thumb against the base of her pinky, shaking her hand playfully at the trio. The three outside felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation wash over them. This near derogatory disdain gradually tore at their pride as men. "I swear I will kill you." Old Kai bellowed, his face turning a shade of green with fury. They poured every ounce of strength into their blows, striking the glass even more frantically. 5 more minutes passed, and Chun Kan, growing increasingly bored, reached for snacks on the table and began to eat, thoughtfully offering some to the 2 women beside him. Lin Yao and Ming Qian feigned yawns, their expressions of disdain becoming even more pronounced. Outside, old Kai and his companions, faces twisted in frustration, continued to batter the glass while Chun Kan and his friends leisurely indulged in their feast. This stark contrast drove old Kai and his companions to the brink of madness. Unable to withstand such psychological torment or the realization that their efforts were futile against the unyielding glass, despair and helplessness engulfed their minds. They finally comprehended that this glass was indeed high-strength bulletproof glass. They collapsed onto the ground, gazing in despair at the unyielding barrier before them. Old Kai, gasping for breath, pointed an accusatory finger at Chun Kan, shouting, "Chun Kan, are you out of your mind? It's bad enough that the house is surrounded by steel plates, but the glass is bulletproof and explosion-resistant. Are you even human? I curse the day. I curse it." As he railed, old Kai suddenly broke down in tears, his pent-up grievances and frustrations erupting uncontrollably. The other 2, realizing their futile efforts, tugged at their ropes, signaling those above to hoist them up. Chun Kan watched the 3 retreat, then turned back to the door, murmuring, "All right, the game is over." Moments later, the defeated trio returned to the large group on the 24th floor, appearing as wilted as frost-bitten eggplants, heads bowed in defeat. Upon witnessing their disheartened expressions, Chun Bing immediately sensed their failure. "You 3 couldn't break a single pane of glass? Are you truly that incompetent?" The trio, already simmering with frustration, found Chun Bing's outburst intolerable. Old Kai glared at him, seething with indignation. "How are we to know that Chun Kan's home was fortified with bulletproof glass? Not just us, but even you with a sniper rifle wouldn't be able to penetrate it. Can you blame us? If you're so capable, why don't you try smashing it yourself? If you succeed, I'll call you grandfather." Just as everyone anticipated an imminent invasion of the house to claim the spoils, old Kai's words shattered their last glimmer of hope. The greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. The oppressive atmosphere within the 24th floor corridor thickened, even more stifling than before. Meanwhile, more individuals continued to ascend from the lower floors, their expressions shifting from excitement to utter despair. Exhausted from their climb, they were met with the grim news of total failure. One by one, they collapsed on the floor, unwilling to move, as the influx of people grew. The corridor became increasingly congested. Chun Bing stood in the hallway, despair evident on his face, as he realized there was no way to proceed with their plans. Just as he contemplated calling off the operation, a sudden, pungent scent of gasoline wafted through the air. Bewildered, he looked up as he gazed through the observation slit of Chun Kan's door. He witnessed 3 or 4 flaming beer bottles being hurled out with a swish. Instantly, a palpable sense of impending doom loomed over Chengbing, as if a dark cloud had descended upon him. Oh no! Molotov cocktails! Run! This exclamation seemed like a final desperate struggle. Yet, before the words had fully escaped his lips, the sound of the 4 bottles shattering in the corridor resonated like thunder. Once shattered, the gasoline within ignited, spraying flames akin to celestial flowers scattering across every corner. Each individual in the hallway found themselves, to varying degrees, splattered with gasoline. The flames spread with the swiftness of a venomous serpent, igniting a conflagration that spiraled out of control, leaving no time or space for reaction. The fire, like a ferocious beast, mercilessly climbed upon each person, ruthlessly devouring their hopes and lives. The air was thick with despair, as fear and helplessness filled the eyes of the onlookers. They scrambled chaotically to escape, rolling and thrashing about, desperately trying to flee from the engulfing inferno. However, the corridor was already packed with people, leaving no room for movement. Furthermore, the cold weather rendered their heavy, flammable clothing a perilous burden. Dozens of individuals were thus trampled upon. Wailing and weeping in mere moments, every soul in the corridor was enveloped in flames, as thick smoke surged and the fire blazed upwards. Those still trapped in the stairwell had long since witnessed this horrifying scene and stumbled downwards in a panic, realizing that their slow ascent had inadvertently spared their lives. After several minutes, the cacophony of wails and cries abruptly ceased. The stairwell of the 24th floor resembled a veritable hell on earth. Chen can observe the outside, where silence reigned, while the flames continued to burn fiercely on the monitors. Faintly, he could discern the bodies lying in the corridor, ablaze, their expressions etched with agony. Even though Meng Qian and Lin Ilei had anticipated the gruesome scene at the entrance, the sight of those charred corpses on the monitor proved unbearable, prompting them to rush to the restroom to vomit. Fortunately, due to the low outside temperature and the installation of fire doors in the corridor, the flames did not spread further, remaining confined to the 24th floor. After waiting a while longer, Chen can open the door and extinguish the fire in the corridor with a fire extinguisher. He surveyed the gruesome scene of severed limbs and charred remains, each visage grotesquely disfigured. Chen can merely watched in silence, his heart devoid of any tumultuous emotion. Although a portion of those who had invaded his home in a previous life, such as Xie Tianhao and Yi Shuer, were absent from today's operation, he found a measure of calm in the thought that they had already paid the price for their past transgressions. As he reflected on this, his heart became notably more tranquil, and his obsession with hatred began to wane. This operation had also resulted in significant losses for the property security personnel in his past life. They had ultimately been decimated in a gang conflict, leaving only Xie Tianhao alive. Unbeknownst to him, he had narrowly escaped this calamity. Meanwhile, Yi Shuer had vanished entirely since their last phone call, as if she had evaporated into thin air. Nevertheless, Xie Xiaojun and the others had already faced their due reckoning for their actions in the previous life. Contemplating this, Chen Can felt a sense of peace wash over him, alleviating much of his prior animosity. The property security had also suffered grievously. In his previous life, those officers had met their end at the hands of rival gangs organized by the community, leaving only Xie Tianhao. Surprisingly, in this life, they had perished at his hands. While not all had met their demise, a considerable number had indeed perished. Even if Xie Tianhao had managed to escape, he was now akin to a solitary commander without troops. Numerous neighbors who had fled downwards recounted their harrowing experiences to the main force waiting below. Upon learning that everyone above had succumbed to the flames, their faces paled with terror. This decisive operation concluded with Chen Can's triumph. After capturing several photographs of the chaos, Chen Can returned home. Meanwhile, Xie Tianhao, stationed at the property building, grew increasingly anxious as he received no news. Finally, he learned the dreadful outcome from the 2 security guards who returned in disarray. Their words detonated in Xie Tianhao's mind like cannon fire, leaving him in a daze, as if his very soul had been extracted. The world before him began to blur, and he struggled to accept such a grim reality. Gazing at the 2 guards who had barely escaped, his eyes brimmed with despair and helplessness. His lips trembled as he murmured, "Are Lao Ba and the others all dead?" The guards, their faces etched with grief and fear, nodded vigorously, tears welling in their eyes. Xie Tianhao was engulfed in regret and self-reproach. He had once believed that after this expedition, the entire community would fall under his dominion, with no one capable of opposing him. Yet, he had not anticipated such a dire outcome. Of the dozen security personnel who had set out, only he and 2 others remained. Chun Kan emerged unscathed, while they had suffered devastating losses, returning empty-handed. Contemplating the future, Xie Tianhao's heart grew heavier. He felt as though his dreams of supremacy had been shattered, and his once ambitious aspirations now appeared to be mere illusions. His body began to tremble. As waves of anger and indignation surged within him, Xie Tianhao let out a furious roar, his vision darkening, before collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, residents of the other buildings in the community, those who had narrowly escaped with their lives, returned home still trembling. Their bodies shook uncontrollably, their minds haunted by the infernal scenes they had witnessed, filled with dread and regret. Chun Kan's image had morphed into that of a fearsome specter in their minds, akin to a deity of death or even a demon devoid of humanity. They contemplated whether provoking such a ruthless individual would lead to unending retribution. The thought deepened their fear. Upon returning home, Chun Kan sat on the sofa, embracing Ming Qian and Lin Yilei. Both had been violently ill moments before, their once vibrant faces now pale. You'd better acclimate to this quickly. Scenes like this will soon seem trivial. More brutal occurrences will become increasingly frequent. If you can't withstand it each time, it will hinder me, Chun Kan remarked calmly, glancing at the 2. After a brief silence, Ming Qian and Lin Yilei exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Leaning against Chun Kan's shoulder, I understand. I will not be a burden to you. Chun Kan nodded and then took out his phone, sharing the photos he had just taken in the group chat. You launched a grand offensive against me, and this is the outcome? Have you considered the wrath of my revenge? As the messages flooded the group chat, the atmosphere turned eerily still. This night's assault had resulted in the deaths of dozens, and many had lost loved ones. Though they loathed Chun Kan to their core, upon seeing the photographs and recalling his methods, even their hatred had to be swallowed silently, with so many attempting to confront Chun Kan returning defeated. What claims could they possibly make against him? Shortly thereafter, the group erupted with pleas for mercy and apologies. Chun Kan, Brother Kan, we were blinded by greed. Please do not hold our actions against us. We were merely misled by the scoundrels of the property management. We did not intend any harm. We truly recognize our mistakes and promise never to provoke you again. More and more neighbors emerged to apologize, starkly contrasting with their earlier fervor for the assault. Numerous individuals sent private messages to Chun Kan, most consisting of apologies and pleas for forgiveness, while some sought to barter for supplies. Among them, Huang Tinyao's message stood out. Brother Chun Kan, I did not participate in tonight's assault. We have no food left at home. Can I trade my woman for some provisions? He then sent an array of photos of his mistress, leaving nothing to the imagination, including several close-ups. One cannot deny that Huang Tianyao exhibited remarkable sincerity. Brother Chun Kan, she is the top model in Xiangnan province. Just look at her figure, appearance, and physique, truly extraordinary. And her skills are unparalleled. Rest assured, she will cater to your every desire. What do you think of my proposal? Chun Kan recognized the woman in the photographs from previous encounters in the community elevator and parking lot. Many residents were aware of her, as she dressed flamboyantly and exuded an air of provocativeness. It was evident that she was not the type of woman one would consider virtuous. Often seen with a much older man, whom she addressed affectionately, she returned home laden with luxury goods. While attractive and possessing an enviable figure, she consistently bore an air of defiance, looking at others as if they were beneath her. The thought of associating with an older man like Huang Tianyao held no appeal for Chun Kan. Ming Qian and Lin Yilei also glimpsed the photographs and exchanged knowing glances, muttering in unison. So gaudy. Chun Kan shook his head, having no intention of replying. After all, a woman willing to sell her dignity for money and status held no loyalty whatsoever. Moreover, Chun Kan found himself lacking in need for women. Why would he choose to engage with someone so debased? Observing the increasing number of messages of supplication and apology in the group chat, he decisively replied. This time, I am well aware that the instigator is Xie Tianhao. Do not accuse me of denying you an opportunity. If any of you can eliminate Xie Tianhao and those elusive security guards, delivering their heads to me, I shall ensure that his entire family enjoys a week of hearty meals, hot and meaty ones. No less, Chun Kan's proclamation sent ripples through the group. Not only did it earn him Chun Kan's understanding, but it also afforded him a chance at survival. Indeed, This campaign was instigated by the property security, who had manipulated everyone into being their pawns. Xie Tianhao and his band of guards could not escape culpability either. They harbored animosity towards both Chen Kan and Xie Tianhao. Now, not only could they seek revenge openly, but they could also secure food in the process. Gratitude towards Chen Kan began to swell within the group. Meanwhile, within the property building, Xie Tianhao had just regained consciousness, though his demeanor was noticeably listless. One of his comrades rushed in, urgently presenting a phone to him. It bore the alarming news that Chen Kan was orchestrating a plot against him, placing a bounty on his head. Instantly, Xie Tianhao felt a surge of anxiety. Had this been before, when the security team was intact, he would have been unperturbed by Chen Kan's scheming. After all, with so many brothers by his side, who would dare confront them? Now, however, only 2 of his comrades remained. Those famished neighbors, after this incident, would certainly have no qualms about confronting him. The very thought ignited a furious outburst against Chen Kan, whom he blamed for pushing him towards ruin. Old 5, Old 7. It seems our only option now is to lie low. Faced with the tempting prospect of a week's worth of food, those neighbors would undoubtedly be fiercely determined to take him down. With no room for negotiation, Old 5 instinctively wanted to nod at his leader's words, but appeared to be struck by a sudden thought. Boss, do you recall if there's a police officer residing in Building 8? If memory serves, I believe he's a detective. Do you suppose his home might contain something useful? Old 5 gestured the number 8. Upon hearing this, Xie Tianhao's eyes lit up. Are you referring to Officer Sheng? The one in Unit 1402 of Building 8? Old 5 nodded and continued. I remember not long after the snow disaster began, Officer Sheng led a team to clear the snow, but tragically suffered a heart attack and died in the process. Therefore, if we can find something in his home, we need not fear those foolish homeowners. Xie Tianhao, thrilled, slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Let us pay a visit to Building 8. Days passed languidly. Chen Kan was having lunch with Ming Qian and Lin Ilai when a loud bang echoed from the hallway. The 3 exchanged alarmed glances. A gun. Chen Kan quickly accessed the hallway surveillance and saw 3 individuals loitering on the 6th floor, having just stormed into a resident's home. How could Xie Tianhao have a gun? Ming Qian gasped in shock. Chen Kan, after a brief moment of astonishment, regained his composure. It's likely that he stumbled upon someone's stash during a raid. It's just a handgun. How many bullets could it possibly hold? Ming Qian and Lin Ilai nodded, finding solace in Chen Kan's previous cache of arms. However, the rest of the group was not so calm. What? Did you hear that? Was that gunfire? It sounded like. Is there someone among us armed? Who would dare step outside now? As the chatter escalated in the group, someone chimed in with a revelation. Neighbors, it's Xie Tianhao. The gun belongs to him. I live on the 6th floor, and I just saw them enter Xiao Wang's home. They shot her husband in the head. I saw it through the peephole. It horrified me. You can still hear Xiao Wang's screams. As this message spread, the group fell into a stunned silence. Their initial reaction was one of dread. Now that Xie Tianhao was armed, how could they hope to collect on Chen Kan's bounty? Panic gripped the entire happy community. Chen Kan, however, paid little attention to the chaos in the group. He sat on the couch, devising his next steps. Xie Tianhao had become a liability that needed to be eliminated before he could proceed with his plans unimpeded. Moreover, his alternate space required upgrading, necessitating the continual accumulation of supplies. Thus, remaining cooped up at home was not a viable option. He had to seize the opportunity to venture out. Chapter 79. You truly resemble a dog. Chen Kan called Ming Qian and Lin Ilai to his side and stated, Xie Tianhao now possesses a firearm, which poses a significant threat to us. I intend to take the initiative to eliminate him. Upon hearing Chen Kan's words, Ming Qian and Lin Ilai felt a surge of anxiety. Previously, Xie Tianhao lacked a gun, which was manageable, but confronting him now, armed, is undeniably perilous. Moreover, he still has 3 others with him. You could be at a disadvantage. Chen Kan refrained from revealing his abilities of invisibility and instantaneous movement. Despite their closeness, he felt it prudent not to divulge all his secrets at once. Every situation necessitated a process. With a reassuring smile, he stroked their heads and comforted them. Fear not, I know what I'm doing. With both of you by my side, I am not inclined to take unnecessary risks. Tonight, I plan to act. You 2 remain vigilant at home, awaiting my return. Seeing that they could not dissuade him, the 2 nodded and embraced Chen Kan tightly. After dinner that evening, Chun Can donned the high-grade cold-weather gear he had scavenged in Sakura country. Although the attire appeared thin, it provided warmth equivalent to 3 or 4 winter coats, allowing for unencumbered movement. Layered beneath a down jacket, he could withstand outdoor temperatures as low as -60 degrees, provided his skin remained shielded from the elements. Ming Qian and Lin Yilei watched him with concern, offering various warnings to be cautious. As he departed, each bestowed upon him a farewell kiss, urging him to return promptly after completing his task. Chun Can nodded and proceeded downstairs. Once outside, he retrieved his weapon from his alternate space, an M4 slung across his back. Wearing a bulletproof vest, equipped with night vision goggles, and wielding a Damascus knife. Given the circumstances, he would avoid gunfire unless absolutely necessary, as it could provoke unwanted attention. Nevertheless, he was adequately prepared for self-defense. Chun Can's first destination was Unit 2301. It had been far too long since he had heard from Yi Xuer'er, and he needed to ascertain whether this manipulative woman was alive or dead. Upon reaching the door of Unit 2301, he found it ajar. Gripping his knife tightly, he cautiously entered the apartment. The moment he stepped inside, a nauseating stench of decay assaulted his senses. Through the night vision goggles, he beheld 2 dismembered corpses sprawled on the living room floor, their identities utterly unrecognizable. The legs bore clear signs of having been mutilated by a sharp instrument, judging by their anatomical structure. They were 2 female bodies. Could one of them be Yi Xuer'er? Chun Can pondered, moving towards another room. Upon opening the door, he discovered 3 male corpses on the bed and floor. Their faces were still somewhat recognizable, yet their expressions contorted in agony, as though they had endured immense suffering. From the decomposing wounds, he surmised they were likely Li Hai and his associates, though their deaths had been gruesome, leaving a disturbing impression. Pinching his nose, Chun Can prepared to retreat when suddenly, a figure emerged, brandishing a kitchen knife and lunging at him. Fortunately, having trained in free combat, Chun Can was agile enough to evade the unexpected strike. Upon steadying himself, he saw that the disheveled attacker was a woman. With some effort, he could make out her features. A smirk escaped his lips as he remarked, "Yi Xuer'er, you're still alive? Chun Can? It's you? It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this predicament. I will kill you," she screamed frantically, swinging the knife wildly at him. However, her attacks were erratic and lacked any form of technique. With the advantage of night vision, Chun Can remained calm, swiftly disarming her by knocking the knife from her grasp. Observing Yi Xuer'er's deranged demeanor and glancing at the 2 dismembered female bodies, he taunted, "Those 2 corpses in the living room must be Chen Xiyu and Xie Yushan, right? You truly are loyal friends, having killed your sisters and lived to tell the tale. Chun Can, I despise you. You pursued me for so long, yet suddenly you stopped. If you had just tried a little harder, I would have been swayed. Why did you choose to pursue 2 bitches instead? You're nothing but a hypocritical man," she cried, her voice breaking with despair. "You professed your love for me, yet treated me like this. Is your love so cheap? You are to blame for all of this. Why aren't you the one who died?" Yi Xuer'er collapsed to the floor, shrieking in a fit of rage and despair, still clinging to the notion that she bore no responsibility for her fate. Had Chun Can taken her home sooner? Could things have turned out differently? Listening to Yi Xuer'er's lamentations, Chun Can merely scoffed, his disdain palpable. "Just look at yourself now. What a pitiful sight. Love you. I would rather gag at the thought. Indeed, a shameless woman is nothing but melodramatic. The consequences of her actions will catch up to her." Chun Can had no intention of wasting further words. He approached Yi Xuer'er and began to slap her face repeatedly. Raising the Damascus knife, he swiftly severed her hands and feet. The excruciating pain radiating from her severed limbs compelled Yi Xuer'er to unleash a wail of despair. Writhing in agony, her entire being contorted in a desperate struggle. It was as if the specter of death thundered in her mind, and in that moment, clarity surged within her. Like a wretched dog, she lay prostrate on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded for mercy. "Chun Can, Brother Can, it was my fault. I should not have kept you dangling. I should not have deceived you. I truly do not wish to die. Please spare me. Have mercy, I implore you. You have vented your anger. Just grant me my life." Chun Can, however, paid no heed to her entreaties, merely dragging Yi Xuer'er by her hair towards the balcony. Realizing his intentions, She struggled frantically in his grasp. No, please, Brother Can, spare me. Haven T, you always wanted to be with me? I'll let you have me, just please spare my life. You can do whatever you desire. Yi Shuer, desperate to cling to life, cried out in anguish. Witnessing Yi Shuer's pathetic pleas, a wave of satisfaction washed over Chen Can. Memories of his past life flooded back, reminding him of the moment before his demise. Indeed, the tides of fate had turned. The one he had loved so deeply had become the very executioner of his existence, while he had been reduced to mere sustenance for a pack of ingrates. Such enmity, such resentment, could never be left unaddressed. Yi Shuer, do you realize how much you resemble a dog in your current state? Chen Can taunted with a sinister grin. As if struck by a sudden thought, Chen Can began to tear at Yi Shuer's garments. In no time, a frail, emaciated form lay exposed to the air. Believing her pleas had borne fruit, Yi Shuer, despite the agony from her severed limbs, spread her legs before Chen Can, entreating, Brother Can, please, take me now. If only you can spare my life. Chen Can's gaze fell upon her gaunt figure, her ribs prominently visible, and he could not help but sigh in disdain. What kind of madness possessed me to yearn for something so utterly devoid of allure for so many years? You truly believe I would settle for such a pitiful offering? He shook his head, determined to strip her of every shred of dignity before she met her end, ensuring she perished in humiliation and fury. Let me share a secret with you. Now that your life hangs by a thread, he continued, aren't you curious why I suddenly ceased to pursue you? Upon hearing Chen Can's words, Yi Shuer's weakened consciousness seemed to awaken with a jolt. Her eyes widened as she fixated on him. I am reborn in this life. I have already traversed this apocalypse once. Do you know how I met my demise in my previous life? It was by your hand. Chen Can's revelation struck Yi Shuer like a thunderbolt, shattering her understanding of the world. She had never fathomed such a reason. It was no wonder he had stockpiled food, water, and weapons, fortifying his home with such diligence. The realization struck her with a manic laugh. Chen Can, you are nothing but a pathetic sycophant, forever yearning for what you can never attain, though she could not recall how she had taken his life in the past. Given the chance, she would do it again, relishing in the thought of his despair. Isn't it maddening? To be at my mercy, begging like a dog at my feet? Chen Can observed her descent into madness with a sense of twisted amusement. A wicked idea sparked in his mind, and he retrieved a rolling pin from another realm, regarding Yi Shuer with malicious intent. You may laugh for now, but soon enough, your laughter shall cease. Recalling their childhood bond, he resolved to grant her a moment of pleasure before leading her to her demise. Glancing at the rolling pin, he mused about its size, adding with mockery, I hope this pleases you. Don't forget to thank me. With a wicked grin, he pressed down the rolling pin. A chilling scream erupted, echoing with agony as her body convulsed in torment. Chen Can made no move to withdraw the rolling pin, content to observe her suffering. His heart swelling with satisfaction, as Yi Shuer grew still, he prodded her once more. No, please. Shaking his head, Chen Can stood and brandished a Damascus knife against her throat. The whimpers of Yi Shuer faded into silence as life slipped from her. Without hesitation, he discarded her lifeless form from the 23rd floor. Observing the new crater below, he sighed, Alas, I was far too merciful, allowing you to die so comfortably. Spitting on the ground, he turned to leave apartment 2301. Minutes later, Chen Can arrived at the entrance of the property management building. Upon stealthily entering the lobby, he noticed flames flickering from an office, accompanied by muffled voices. Damn, that wench on the 6th floor is even less appealing than that other one. Her emaciated form is truly repulsive. He crept closer to find two security guards with their backs to him, warming themselves by the fire while a naked woman lay among them, her body marred with wounds. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Can lunged forward, swift as a shadow. With a swift, decisive motion, he struck, and within moments, both guards lay lifeless, their eyes wide with terror. Noting that Xie Tianhao was absent, he began to scour the other rooms. As he turned a corner, he stumbled upon another flickering light. Advancing cautiously, he found the door closed. A soft knock elicited an impatient response from within. Who? Don't disturb me while I'm sleeping. Confirming the occupant, Chen Can kicked the door open with force. The door crashed down, revealing Xie Tianhao, who was taken aback by the sight of a heavily armed man standing in the doorway. "Si Chin-kan?" Recognizing him in the dim light, Xie Tianhao's face blanched with terror as he instinctively reached for a weapon. Yet, Chen Kan would not grant him that chance. He unleashed a volley of silenced shots that left Xie Tianhao compliant. With no time to ponder Chen Kan's newfound armament, Xie Tianhao's only thought was to beg for mercy. "Master Kan, I was foolish before. Please, spare me." He struck his own face in desperation, leaving it bruised and battered. "Why has that bravado disappeared, Brother Hao?" "I preferred the defiance you displayed at the beginning," Chen Kan taunted, enjoying the irony of the situation. Before Xie Tianhao could respond, a sudden barrage of bullets cut him down, leaving him a lifeless shell. Emerging from the property management building, Chen Kan felt a refreshing exhilaration coursing through him. The sweet taste of revenge had lifted a heavy burden from his soul. Standing beneath Building 9, he gazed up at the balcony of apartment 2304. With a thought, he teleported there in an instant. If he possessed such a power, why bother climbing stairs? The answer was simple. He wished to conceal his extraordinary abilities. With a swift kick, he shattered the glass of the balcony and stepped into the living room, where photographs of Meng Qian adorned the furniture. Xie Xiaojun had perished in the flames of the 24th floor incident, yet Meng Qian remained by his side. Contemplating the bittersweet memories, he prepared to head out the door when a noise from one of the rooms piqued his interest. Tensing, Chen Kan tightened his grip on his knife and cautiously approached the room. "Who is inside?" Chen Kan asked coldly. "If you don't speak, don't blame me for barging in." Inside the room, Xie Yingying, having gone without food for 5 or 6 days and surviving solely on water, had succumbed to a state of disorientation. The sudden sound of breaking glass jolted her awake, seemingly restoring some of her senses. Terrified that someone had intruded into her home with ill intentions, she accidentally knocked over a cup on the bedside table, producing a noise. Listening to the commotion at the door, she realized it was Ma. That moment, Xie Yingying felt even more frightened. Despite her weakened condition, she cowered under the covers, biting down on the blanket in fear. Bang! A loud kick against the door echoed, and it swung open. "There's nothing to eat at home. Please spare me." Xie Yingying's panicked voice immediately rang out. Startling Chen Kan, he quickly retrieved a flashlight from his dimensional space and shone it towards the bed, revealing a disheveled woman with a face covered in grime. Frantically hiding under the blanket, still murmuring pleas that faded into whispers. "Xie Yingying?" Chen Kan tentatively inquired. Hearing her name, Xie Yingying was momentarily dazed. She had only come to visit her brother, and logically, aside from him and his wife, no one should recognize her. Why could this person call her name? Uncertain of his intentions, Xie Yingying nodded tremulously. Meng Qian had informed Chen Kan on her first day that the Xie family had another member. Xie Yingying, the biological sister of Xie Xiaojun, who had come to visit during the winter break and unexpectedly found herself snowed in and unable to leave. If it had merely been a casual mention by Meng Qian, Chen Kan might not have remembered it so vividly. However, one detail Meng Qian had shared had left an impression. Xie Yingying was a medical genius. At the age of 15, she had been exceptionally admitted to Longhua Medical University, pursuing a combined bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degree, focusing on clinical medicine and pharmacology. Many top hospitals and research institutes had extended invitations for her to join them, eagerly anticipating her graduation. Chen Kan had even teased that someone as ordinary as Xie Xiaojun had such an impressive sister. Meng Qian had explained that Xie Xiaojun came from a modest background, and he and Xie Yingying were half-siblings, with Xie Yingying's mother being Xie Xiaojun's stepmother. In their youth, Xie Xiaojun had not been fond of his sister, but their relationship had softened somewhat upon recognizing her talent in medicine. He had always hoped to leverage his sister's medical skills to ascend the social ladder, viewing her not merely as a sibling but as a means to an end. Xie Yingying was aware of this motivation, but after all, he was her brother by blood, so she could not voice her feelings outright. Upon learning of Xie Yingying's medical prowess, Chen Kan had considered bringing her into his fold. In the apocalyptic world, the presence of a doctor was invaluable, especially one with her expertise in clinical medicine and pharmacology. However, contemplating the connection to Xie Xiaojun made him hesitate. Would Xie Yingying remain loyal to him if he had harmed her brother? Would she willingly serve under the one who had killed her sibling? Thus, this idea was temporarily shelved. Moreover, Meng Qian had already been at his home for 4 or 5 days, and Xie Xiaojun had been dead for 2 or 3 days. Chen Kan had assumed Xie Yingying must have perished by now, only to be surprised by her resilience. With this realization, Qin Kan chuckled and addressed the terrified Xie Yingying. I am Qin Kan. Your sister-in-law is currently at my home. Upon hearing Qin Kan's words, Xie Yingying abruptly lifted her head, her expression a complex mix of emotions. Weakly, she confirmed, You are truly Qin Kan? Qin Kan, with his hands behind his back, retrieved a loaf of bread from his dimensional space and tossed it in front of Xie Yingying. You haven't eaten in days, have you? Go ahead and eat. After you finish, join me in the living room for a chat. With that, he turned and walked towards the sofa. The moment Xie Yingying laid eyes on the bread, she lunged for it, using both hands and teeth to devour it hungrily. Having gone without food for 4 or 5 days, she couldn't help but burst into tears as she ate, knowing full well that such reckless consumption was detrimental to her health. Yet, with starvation looming, who could afford such considerations? Even if she were to perish after eating, it would be far more blissful than dying with an empty stomach. In a matter of moments, she had devoured the entire loaf. With something in her stomach, she felt a surge of energy. Remembering Qin Kan's words, Xie Yingying, still wrapped in her blanket, cautiously made her way to the living room. She found herself under the scrutinizing gaze of Qin Kan, who sat on the sofa, his expression assessing. Overwhelmed by fear, she hesitated to utter a word. Qin Kan placed a bottle of mineral water on the coffee table. Drink up. Don't choke on that bread, he said. Xie Yingying eyed Qin Kan suspiciously, uncertain of his intentions, but ultimately reached for the water, straining to open the cap before gulping it down. After finishing, she couldn't suppress a burp. Qin Kan chuckled softly and gestured toward the sofa. Once you're full and satisfied, shall we have a conversation? Xie Yingying nodded, cautiously moving to sit on the sofa. Her entire demeanor was a reflection of 2 words, apprehension and unease. Since Xie Yingying had taken her seat, Qin Kan had been silently observing her, not rushing to speak. As if unable to endure being scrutinized any longer, Xie Yingying broke the silence. What do you want to talk about? Chapter 82. Newcomers at home. I heard from Ming Qian that there had been no food in the house for 2 days when she left. How have you survived all this time? Qin Kan inquired with keen interest. Xie Yingying replied quietly, I found a bag of sugar in the cupboard, and for these days, I've been subsisting on sugar mixed with water, barely managing to keep myself alive. Qin Kan nodded, genuinely impressed. Quite clever of you. Noticing Xie Yingying's lingering nervousness and trembling form, Qin Kan asked with a smile, Are you afraid of me? Am I really that terrifying? Xie Yingying thought bitterly to herself, How could I not be afraid? I know what I've done. Dozens of lives were lost in a single fire, including my brother's. Yet on the surface, she merely hung her head in silence. I won't hide it from you. Your sister-in-law is living with me now. Your brother also lost his life at my hands, so I can understand your fear, he continued. If you seek revenge, I can offer you a chance. As he spoke, Qin Kan tossed a dagger onto the table before Xie Yingying, gesturing with his chin. I'll remain seated here. The dagger is right in front of you. If you wish to avenge your brother, you can achieve that with a simple grab. With that, Qin Kan leaned back, his arms crossed, watching Xie Yingying with great interest, eager to see what she would do next. Xie Yingying stared at the dagger on the table, her eyes reflecting a whirlwind of emotions, yet she hesitated to reach for it. Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes, and 2 streams cascaded down her cheeks. I offer you this chance to avenge your brother. Yet here you are, crying, Qin Kan asked. Xie Yingying shook her head vigorously, murmuring, This isn't your fault. You were merely forced to retaliate. Why brother died because of his own greed. Before my brother left that day, I warned him, but he ignored me. His mind was consumed with hatred for you and sister-in-law, but more importantly, with covetousness for your resources. Thus, he perished in the fire. No one is to blame. As she spoke, Xie Yingying's tears flowed even more freely, her voice becoming increasingly choked. Qin Kan gazed at her with a sense of relief, a smile creeping onto his face. Considering we are family, I'm quite surprised by your perspective. In this current environment, everyone has become exceedingly selfish. Even when at fault, they find excuses to mask their actions. Not for any other reason, but to ensure their survival and to seize as many benefits as possible. Therefore, I can comprehend the actions of that group, yet I do not regret using such extreme measures to retaliate. After all, had I not fought back, I might have been the one to perish. As Qin Kan spoke, he shifted his gaze back to Xie Yingying's eyes, asking, Do you truly not hate me? Do you not resent your sister-in-law for abandoning you and your brother to escape alone? Xia Yingying lifted her head, staring at Chun Ken in a daze for a moment before nodding. I can understand my sister-in-law. After all, I heard every word of their quarrels during that time. I know her character. She is not the kind of person who would sell herself for gain. It was my brother's actions that shattered her faith in him. If I were in her shoes, if my husband treated me like a prostitute for his own benefit, he would have already found a knife in his back. Furthermore, after my sister-in-law left, my brother also contemplated turning his attention towards me. But that incident caused him to abandon the idea. As she spoke, a deep sense of helplessness and disappointment flickered in Xia Yingying's glistening eyes. Then, lifting her gaze, she murmured, "In fact, I sent you a friend request. But you never accepted." Upon hearing this, Chun Ken looked at Xia Yingying in astonishment. Then she picked up her phone and began to scroll through it, inevitably asking, "When did this happen? Which one are you?" Xia Yingying seemed somewhat shy as she quietly reminded, "The day after my sister-in-law left, that Yingying. Yingying is the Great King." After some time of searching, she finally noticed the nickname Yingying is the Great King and, surprised, asked, "Why does your account have a male gender? I always ignore male requests." Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Chun Ken looked at Xia Yingying with a smile and asked, "Are you also wanting to follow me like your sister-in-law?" Blushing, Xia Yingying nodded. "Dio, you know what it takes to follow me," he continued. "And it's not just your sister-in-law in our family. You might not be the last one. Are you truly unbothered by this?" Xia Yingying shook her head and softly replied, "I decided from the moment my brother intended to take me out for food that rather than being treated as a commodity to be traded, I would rather follow you. Because you are formidable and provide a sense of security, I wish to live, and to live with dignity." Chun Ken looked at Xia Yingying and playfully asked, "How do you know that following me will afford you a dignified life? Aren't you afraid I might take you out to trade as well?" Xia Yingying hesitated for a moment before responding, "Because I saw the hot pot video you shared last time, and from your sister-in-law's smile, it was evident that she was genuinely happy, and she didn't encounter any misfortunes while with you. Moreover, her willingness to openly defend you in the group shows that you treat her well. So, you are not the kind of person who would trade your woman for something." Chun Ken chuckled and marveled. "I didn't expect this little girl to be so observant." He then stood up and said to Xia Yingying, "Then come with me now, let's go home." Upon hearing this, Xia Yingying immediately stood up, revealing a smile for the first time in front of Chun Ken. "All right." A few minutes later, the door to room 2404 opened. As Chun Ken entered, Ming Qian and Lin Yilei rushed forward, one on each side, embracing him. "You're finally back. I was worried sick waiting at home. Did you encounter any issues this time?" Seeing the anxious expressions and questioning gazes of the two, Chun Ken smiled reassuringly, patting their heads. "What trouble could I have with a couple of small karami? Everything has been resolved, so don't worry." He then turned around and called out, "Don't just stand there. Come in, or the cold wind will keep blowing inside." It was then that Ming Qian and Lin Yilei followed Chun Ken's gaze to see a nervous figure trembling as she entered. "Yingying, what are you doing here?" Ming Qian exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Sister-in-law." Ming Qian looked at Chun Ken with disbelief. Chun Ken waved his hand, saying, "You take Yingying to wash up and change into some clean clothes first. I'll explain everything to you later." Chapter 83. "Master, you are truly amazing." Ming Qian led Xia Yingying to the bathroom while Chun Ken took Lin Yilei to the sofa, letting her sit on his lap. Chun Ken wrapped his arms around Lin Yilei's slender waist and, looking at her, smiled and asked, "Aren't you curious about why I brought someone home? Or do you feel any discomfort about it?" Lin Yilei, wrapping her arms around Chun Ken's neck, shook her head with pursed lips. "With more people around, your attention and care will surely be divided. If you say I have no feelings about it at all, that would be untrue, but I will manage it well. Besides, you brought her home for a reason. From the day you brought me back, I prepared myself for the fact that I could not have you all to myself." Chun Ken gently touched his forehead to Lin Yilei's, his expression filled with affection. "I'm truly happy to hear you think that way. Xia Yingying is a medical genius, which will be crucial for our future. And I assure you, my care and concern for you and Ming Qian will not diminish with new arrivals. This I can guarantee." Hearing Chun Ken's words, Lin Yilei finally displayed a knowing smile, gently leaning in to kiss him. About half an hour later, Ming Qian returned to the living room with Xia Yingying. Chun Ken looked at Ming Qian and asked, "I believe you've already heard the details from Yingying?" Ming Qian nodded, her hands on her hips in anger. "Xie Xiaojun is truly despicable. If he couldn't take advantage of me, he set his sights on Ying instead. How cold-hearted can one be towards their own sister? He deserves every bit of misfortune. After a refreshing wash, Chunkin finally saw Xie Ying's true appearance. Despite the toll of the past few days, her originally delicate and fair oval face still bore traces of weariness and weight loss. However, the unique vibrancy and purity of youth could not be concealed. Standing tall at around 168 cm, she possessed a commendable hourglass figure, though her bust may not rival that of Meng Qian and Lin Yilei. Her well-defined hips certainly did not pale in comparison. She embodied the classic figure often remarked upon by the older generation, one that could surely bear children. Chunkin smiled and beckoned Meng Qian to bring Xie Ying forward. Looking at the three women before him, Chunkin stated, "Now that everything has been laid bare, I hope you can all get along well in the future. I will not show favoritism towards any of you. So do not worry about me preferring one over another. While I cannot guarantee that there won't be new arrivals in the future, I can promise that as long as I live, I will ensure that you all survive through the apocalypse." He then turned to Xie Ying and continued, "From now on, you will not refer to her as sister-in-law. You are the youngest, so you should call them elder sisters. As our resident doctor, you will have significant responsibilities. In 2 months, we will face the harshest reality of the zombie apocalypse, and that will be your moment to shine with your pharmacological talents. Do you understand? I have collected books on various subjects. You must not cease your studies. If you need anything in the future, just come to me." Chunkin, while stockpiling supplies, did not only gather food and necessities. Books and various tools serve as both witnesses and carriers of human history, continuing the flame of civilization. Should there come a day when the apocalypse truly ends, the significance of books will be immeasurable. Thus, when Chunkin raided the supermarket, he also cleared out the library. Xie Ying nodded. Then Chunkin clapped his hands and cheerfully announced, "To celebrate Ying's joining us, how about we have barbecue for our late-night snack?" At the mention of grilled meat, the eyes of the three girls sparkled with excitement. Especially Xie Ying, who had previously envied Meng Qian and the others for their life with Chunkin through her phone, could now truly experience the bliss of post-apocalyptic life. Her eyes crinkled into crescents. With a wave of his hand, all other items on the coffee table vanished, and with another flourish, an array of skewers, grilled meat, and seafood appeared in abundance. Xie Ying covered her mouth in shock, stuttering as she pointed at the barbecue on the table. Chunkin chuckled as he looked at Meng Qian. "Did you not tell her?" Meng Qian smacked her forehead, suddenly remembering something. She had been so focused on asking about the situation that she forgot to mention everything else. With a proud smile, she took Xie Ying's hand and explained, "Chunkin has special abilities. He possesses a vast storage space, which is fundamental for our happiness in this apocalypse. Otherwise, do you think we could have all these fresh supplies after so long?" Suddenly recalling something, Xie Ying looked at Chunkin. "So, the numerous takeouts you ordered before, and even the news about the mysterious disappearance of supplies from the Carrefour warehouse, were all because of this special ability?" It must be said that Xie Ying was quite intelligent, as she quickly connected the dots. Chunkin raised an eyebrow and casually picked up a skewer of meat, saying, "Not only Carrefour, but also the Star City Tobacco Bureau, along with many supermarkets and libraries of various sizes, including CU warehouses in Sakura Country and the freshwater of the Great Lakes in the Beautiful Country. They were all my doing." These revelations required no concealment. Being open was a form of precaution. After all, the stronger the ties of interest among them, the more they would believe that following him was the best way to survive, enhancing his own security. Upon hearing Chunkin's words, the three women were left in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. After all, the news had been overwhelming. Not to mention the stock levels at CU warehouses, even Carrefour supplies could sustain the entire population of Star City for several years. Thus, the resources Chunkin possessed were more than enough for them. They could last multiple lifetimes without running out. Meng Qian, with a playful pout, exclaimed, "Master, you are truly amazing." Lin Yilei and Xie Ying also clasped their hands to their chests, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they nodded in agreement. After thoroughly enjoying the barbecue feast, the three returned to their rooms to rest. In the middle of the night, Chunkin quietly entered Xie Ying's room. The next morning, Meng Qian and Lin Yilei began preparing breakfast. As Chunkin stepped out of his room, he coincidentally encountered Xie Ying exiting hers. The moment Xie Ying saw him, her cheeks flushed crimson. Noticing her leaning against the wall and her somewhat awkward gait, Chunkin shyly rubbed his nose. realizing that he had perhaps forgotten to be gentle with her the previous night. Several individuals had finished their breakfast when Cheon donned his gear and addressed the three women. The major hazards in the community have been eliminated. I now need to venture out to gather supplies, as well as additional weapons and tools. You should remain safe at home until I return. Chapter 84. The cafeteria conflict. Chun descended to the ground floor and retrieved a snowmobile from the alternate dimension. The roar of the engine immediately drew the attention of many residents, who leaned out of their windows to catch a glimpse of the figure riding the snowmobile as it sped away from Building 9. The hushed community erupted into excitement. What did I just see? A snowmobile? Who could that possibly belong to? With such a marvel, can we not venture outside to scavenge for supplies? Initially, I thought the engine sound heralded an official rescue, but alas, it was not. Does no one know who the owner of this snowmobile is? Could we perhaps borrow it to seek food? Such a miraculous device. Who would lend it to us? You must be dreaming. Everyone is struggling to survive. Surely a brief loan could aid our self-sufficiency? Indeed, at this moment, Cheon was oblivious to the fervent discussions ignited by his snowmobile. As he navigated the long-forgotten streets, a sense of disorientation washed over him. Snow had blanketed the city, with even the lower shopfronts submerged beneath its weight. After a prolonged search, he managed to orient himself by identifying prominent nearby skyscrapers. His primary destination was, of course, the police station and the large equipment depot. Although he possessed arms, one can never have too many weapons. The sooner he could procure more advantageous supplies, the better his chances of survival in this apocalyptic landscape. The Star City Police Station lay a little over 2 kilometers from the Happiness Community, conveniently located near the broadcasting building, making it relatively easy to find. After about 10 minutes of travel, Chinken arrived at what appeared to be the police station. He scrutinized the surroundings for some time before spotting a partially snow-covered sign, serving the people. The tallest building of the police station was a mere 5 stories high, yet the first and second floors had already succumbed to the encroaching snow. Chunkin located a window on what he presumed to be the 3rd floor and carefully broke it to gain entry. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Muffled by the snow, he began to search room by room, finding only various offices on his floor. Among them, he stumbled upon several frozen corpses of officers, but failed to locate the armory. The deeper he ventured, the darker it became. He seemed to have reached the original 1st floor, where a sunshade and extended layers had inadvertently created a hollow space in the midst of the snowfall. Moreover, Chunkin noticed signs that the snow at the entrance had been previously cleared. Surprisingly, the 1st floor was brighter than the 2nd. Surely, with nearly 20 days into the apocalypse, there can be no survivors left? Chunkin mused to himself. With that thought, he swiftly produced a large Damascus knife for self-defense. Safety was paramount. He seemed to have arrived at the cafeteria, as he discerned a sign hanging by the entrance. Just as he approached the door, he heard the unmistakable sounds of a scuffle from within. Due to the disaster, many individuals who had taken refuge at the Star City Police Station had moved into the cafeteria for temporary shelter. Roughly 30 people remained, a mix of officers and some suspects who had been temporarily detained. Adhering to humanitarian principles, they could not simply allow these suspects to starve or freeze to death. For a time, the cafeteria's supplies were sufficient to sustain them. However, as power and water were cut off, life became increasingly difficult. Fortunately, the police station had ample warmth supplies, and given that the disaster coincided with winter, the occupants were somewhat insulated from the cold. As food supplies dwindled, several officers ventured out to seek provisions, but none returned. Thus, a day prior, only 7 or 8 individuals remained in the cafeteria, 2 officers, and the rest suspects. As the number of police dwindled, the suspects grew restless. They realized that the prolonged snowstorm showed no signs of abating, and with no rescue personnel from the municipal police station in sight, they began to suspect that the situation was more dire than they had imagined. Consequently, they started to create friction with the officers, attempting to wear down their stamina and patience. Returning to 20 minutes ago, a male and female officer were conversing in hushed tones, clearly worried about their colleagues who had gone out to seek supplies. Although the 6 or 7 suspects were handcuffed, one burly man had discreetly removed a small wire from the window mesh while in the restroom. Previously hesitant to act due to the presence of armed officers, the remaining 2 officers had left the suspects feeling somewhat apprehensive. However, with only 2 officers now present, their courage began to swell. Among them was a seasoned thief, adept at picking locks with a wire. Upon the burly man's return, He quietly handed the wire to the thief, who swiftly unlocked his handcuffs. One by one, the other suspects followed suit. Freeing themselves, feeling a surge of newfound freedom, the burly man shouted towards the two officers, "Officer Yu, Officer Mo, I'm hungry. Why hasn't food been distributed this morning?" Hearing the man's exclamation, Mo Qingqiu, already anxious about her colleague's safety, replied with irritation, "What are you shouting about? There's nothing to eat in the cafeteria. If our colleagues who went out yesterday don't return with supplies, we might as well all starve together." Yu Feng, standing beside Mo Qingqiu, chimed in, "You're hungry? So are we. Just behave yourselves." The suspects exchanged glances, and the thief called out again, "Officer Yu, I need to use the restroom. Could you escort me?" Annoyed, Yu Feng shot the thief a glare but still approached them. Grumbling as he fished for his keys, "Lazy people always have to relieve themselves. Can't anyone go together? I don't want to make multiple trips." As Yu Feng neared, the expressions of the burly man and his companion shifted from appeasement to aggression. In a sudden attack, the burly man struck Yu Feng squarely in the face, sending him tumbling to the ground and shocked. As he hit the floor, Yu Feng, stunned, pointed at the group and shouted, "How did you get those handcuffs off? What do you intend to do? Are you attempting to assault an officer?" Upon hearing the commotion, Mo Qingqiu immediately sprang into action, rushing towards the group. Chapter 85. Mo Qingqiu in peril. The burly man and his accomplices showed no intention of granting the officers any time to react. 3 or 4 of them lunged at Yu Feng, raining down punches and kicks aimed at his vital points. Within moments, Yu Feng was left bloodied and motionless from the brutal assault. Seeing the situation escalate, Mo Qingqiu drew her firearm, shouting, "What are you doing? Stop immediately. Do you realize the severity of your actions?" Upon witnessing Yu Feng lying still, Mo Qingqiu's anger surged. She aimed her gun at the assailants, declaring, "You dare to assault a police officer? All of you, get on the ground with your hands on your heads. If you move again, I will shoot." The burly man displayed a lack of fear, smirking at Mo Qingqiu as he retorted, "Officer Mo, don't intimidate us. We know your sidearms are loaded with rubber bullets, and your standard-issue pistol holds only 8 rounds. There are 7 of us. If we scatter, we can exhaust your ammunition. What do you think will happen then?" Mo Qingqiu's expression faltered as she realized the gravity of the situation. "I warn you, your actions are a serious violation of the law. I advise you not to further incriminate yourselves. Do you wish to add more crimes to your record after the snowstorm, perhaps leading to a death sentence?" The burly man laughed derisively. "The snowstorm has persisted for nearly 20 days. If there were any rescuers, they would have arrived by now. There wouldn't be only 2 of you left from over 20 officers. If I'm not mistaken, those who went out for supplies are likely dead. A death sentence? You think we're afraid?" With a shift in his demeanor, the burly man continued with a sinister grin, "Brothers, let us subdue this little officer. I bet none of you have ever tasted the flavor of a police flower, especially one as beautiful as her." The others eagerly chimed in, "Indeed. I've been longing for the chance. Such a lovely officer. She must taste divine. Ha ha ha." Overwhelmed by their lewd remarks, Mo Qingqiu trembled with anger and immediately fired her weapon. The burly man anticipated her move and dodged to the side. The 2 behind him, however, were caught off guard and fell unconscious from the impact of 2 bullets. The remaining assailants scattered in various directions to evade the gunfire. In a matter of moments, all 8 rounds in the magazine had been expended. Among the 7 assailants, 3 lay incapacitated on the ground while 4 remained unscathed. The burly man counted the gunshots. Realizing the ammunition was spent, with a beaming smile, he stood up from behind the cupboard, casually seizing a kitchen knife. The other 3 individuals also gathered around, each finding a kitchen utensil from the stove to wield as a weapon. "Officer Mo, your bullets have all been spent. You might as well surrender," he chuckled, slowly advancing towards Mo Qingqiu. Enraged, Mo Qingqiu flung her handgun aside and swiftly adopted a left fighting stance, preparing to engage. With piercing eyes fixed upon the burly man and his companions, she coldly declared, "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." The burly man, seemingly unimpressed by the delicate police flower, rallied his brothers, saying, "Let us all charge together and let our esteemed officer Mo experience our might." With that, the 4 of them raised their weapons and lunged towards Mo Qingqiu. She quickly executed several side kicks, incapacitating the foremost thief. Seizing the iron rod from his hands, she struck it down, rendering him unconscious. However, The others were swift. As one swung a knife, Imo Qingqiu could only roll aside to evade. The three men surrounded her like wolves, each eyeing her with predatory intent. Adhering to the principle of striking first, Imo Qingqiu swung the iron rod at the weakest among them. The frail one raised his hand to block, absorbing her blow. Seeing an opening, the burly man swiftly swept his knife across, leaving a gash on Imo Qingqiu's arm. Seizing the advantage, he kicked her to the ground as she fell. Imo Qingqiu forcefully swung the iron rod, striking one of her assailants. The blow caused him to cry out in pain, blood streaming from a gash on his forehead. At that moment, Chunkin appeared at the kitchen door. Hearing the commotion, he stealthily approached the window to survey the scene within. He saw several individuals sprawled on the floor and a police officer seated, while two others advanced towards her with weapons in hand. As their figures shifted, Chunkin finally discerned the identity of the surrounded officer. Ah, so it's the fiery officer Imo, he mused to himself. Chunkin recalled that in his previous life, approximately 20 days after the apocalypse had begun, he had also seen Imo Qingqiu alongside another police officer who had succumbed to the cold in the police station kitchen. Yet, there had been no sign of these men. He speculated that a similar incident had transpired in his past life. Ultimately, Imo Qingqiu was overpowered and killed by this group, her body discarded in the kitchen as they fled, which was why he had not encountered her then. Back in the kitchen, the burly man gazed at Imo Qingqiu with a smirk, saying, "Officer Imo, there's no need to struggle. You might as well submit to us." Imo Qingqiu spat in defiance, retorting, "If you have the guts, kill me. Dream on if you think I'll give in." The burly man nodded to his companions, instructing, "Since Officer Imo seems a tad shy, let us take the initiative. Two of you restrain her limbs while we take turns." With a sinister cackle, the three of them lunged at Imo Qingqiu like famished wolves. Weakened from exertion and hindered by her injury, Imo Qingqiu found herself overpowered, unable to resist as two of them firmly held her down. The burly man, licking his lips and rubbing his hands together, began to tear at her clothing. "Officer Imo, relax. I will take good care of you," he laughed. Outside, Chunkin observed the scene and realized that it was time to intervene. He vowed that a woman who had captured his attention would not be subjected to the whims of these lecherous men. Just as Imo Qingqiu's eyes brimmed with tears, and she prepared to close them in despair, the cafeteria door was kicked open with a resounding bang. The commotion drew the attention of the assailants, who turned to see a man in a black down jacket, hands in his pockets. Wearing a smile at a few big men bullying a single woman? That hardly seems manly, Chunkin teased, prompting Imo Qingqiu to recognize the familiar voice. As she squinted, incredulity mingled with a flicker of hope in her eyes. "How could it be him?" she murmured. Chapter 86. Rescuing Imo Qingqiu. Imo Qingqiu had believed she was destined for doom that day, never imagining that an unexpected savior would appear. The burly man, infuriated by this interruption, cursed and brandished his knife at Chun. "Who the hell is this little punk messing with my business? You're asking for death." Chunkin scrutinized the burly man, a sense of familiarity washing over him. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled, "Isn't this Yuan Hu?" Chunkin mused internally, remembering how Yuan Hu had led an invasion of the Happy community during the early days of the apocalypse. The security team, led by Xie Tianhao, had been decimated at his hands. Chunkin had once wondered how Yuan Hu's group had acquired firearms, now realizing they must have looted the police station's armory before fleeing. A smirk crept across Chunkin's face as he declared, "I simply cannot stand by and watch a girl being bullied. Thus, I present you with two choices. Either take your weapons and end your own lives, or I will deal with you myself. Choose wisely." Yuan Hu laughed heartily, as if hearing the most absurd joke. This kid is confused. Does he think heroics play out like the movies? His laughter was cut short as he barked at his companions. "Take care of this brat, and then we can thoroughly enjoy our esteemed Officer Imo." Imo Qingqiu, alarmed, urged Chunkin to flee. "You must go. You're no match for them." Yuan Hu scoffed, "Late for that. Brothers, let us go." As he watched the three figures charge towards him, Chunkin merely stood there, smiling serenely, making no attempt to move. Yuan Hu and his companions, believing they had intimidated him, wore cruel grins. However, Chunkin had already retrieved a desert eagle from his spatial pocket, which accounted for his calm demeanor. As the three men approached, Chunkin nonchalantly drew his weapon and disengaged the safety. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out, and Yuan Hu and his companions collapsed to the ground. Clutching his chest, Yuan Hu coughed up blood, staring in disbelief at the young man wielding the Desert Eagle. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly harmless youth possessed a real firearm, and without any warning, had shot him. You are not adhering to the before he could finish. Yuan Hu's eyes widened as he perished. Mo Qingqiu was equally stunned upon hearing the gunfire. In a nation where firearms were tightly regulated, how could he possess a real gun? Yet, as she witnessed the demise of Yuan Hu and his companions, the tension within her began to ease. However, as Chen Kan approached her with the gun and a smile, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, questioning, "I knew something was off about you. You're illegally possessing firearms." Chen Kan, hands in pockets, regarded her with a bemused expression, raising an eyebrow as he replied, "Sister, you might not grasp the current situation outside. It's an apocalypse, yet you are still talking about legality? Do you have any idea how many people have perished out there? Apocalypse? Isn't it just a snow disaster? What nonsense are you spouting?" Mo Qingqiu retorted, skepticism etched on her face. Chen Kan crouched before her, continuing with a playful expression, "The government has collapsed. Otherwise, do you think there would be no rescue teams after all this time? The streets are littered with the frozen dead, and every community is rife with murder and looting. After more than 20 days of this snow disaster, society has lost all semblance of morality. With the law of the jungle prevailing, survival of the fittest, kindness and compassion have become fatal liabilities. Officer Mo, it seems you've been sheltered in the kitchen for too long, still believing in fairy tales." Each word from Chen Kan struck Mo Qingqiu like a bullet, shattering her perceptions. She could hardly believe that a mere snowstorm could lead to such devastation. As she continued to look at him in disbelief, Chen Kan produced his phone and played videos of recent conflicts in the community, including footage of Xie Tianhao's murderous rampages. The screen displayed the current desolation and the prevalence of death. As she witnessed the gruesome scenes, limbs and corpses littering the hallways, the rampant violence, Mo Qingqiu's expression shifted from shock to despair. She couldn't comprehend how a stable society could devolve into chaos so abruptly. "Officer Mo, do you believe me now?" Mo Qingqiu sat there, dazed, staring blankly at the ground, unable to articulate a single word. After a long pause, she lifted her pale face and inquired, "Is it true that the government has collapsed? Are we truly beyond salvation?" Chen Kan, his playful demeanor fading, sighed deeply and replied, "In this apocalypse, everyone is looking out for themselves. Surviving is difficult enough. Who has the capacity to care for others? The current society is no different from a savage one. It's a brutal struggle for survival, where compassion is a death sentence." Chen Kan shook his head. It was only natural for this girl to be unable to accept the brutal and ravaging reality of the apocalypse, having never experienced it herself. He was too weary to engage in further pointless banter and stood up, declaring, "Take me to the armory. That is the very purpose of my visit to the police station." Upon hearing Chen Kan's words, Mo Qingqiu abruptly raised her head, a guarded expression etched on her face as she demanded, "What do you intend to do, dear sister? It's already the end of the world, and if I seek weapons, what else could it be for but self-preservation?" Chen Kan retorted, exasperation evident in his demeanor. "Moreover, had I not saved you, you would have already fallen victim to those 3 lecherous men, having been assaulted and subsequently killed. Shouldn't you, at the very least, fulfill my request in gratitude?" Mo Qingqiu turned her face away, stubbornly declaring, "Even though you saved me, I cannot acquiesce to your request. As a police officer, I cannot allow these weapons to fall into the wrong hands, for they pose a tremendous danger to ordinary citizens." Chen Kan gazed at this naive police flower, seemingly having exhausted his last shred of patience. "Fool," he scoffed, "as if I wouldn't find the armory without your help." He turned and strode towards the cafeteria, continuing, "When those so-called ordinary citizens, in their desperation for food, turn against you with knives, you will come to realize the extent of your navet." Chapter 87. The raid on the police armory. Chen Kan's parting words struck Mo Qingqiu like a heavy hammer on her heart. She stood in a daze for a while before mustering the strength to rise from the ground. She hurried over to Yufeng to assess the situation. Upon confirming that Yufeng had succumbed to his injuries, a surge of despondency and confusion washed over her. With only herself remaining from a group of over 20 colleagues, where was she to go from here? After a moment's contemplation, she staggered towards the armory. After some effort, Chen Kan finally arrived at the armory's entrance. Observing the security door resembling that of a bank vault, a wry smile crept upon his face. Fortunately, I possess the ability to teleport. A mere door cannot hinder me. Just as he was about to place his hand on the armory's door, Imo Chinchio's voice halted him. Wait. Upon hearing Imo Chinchio, Chunkin frowned and turned around irritably. What now? Do you intend to stop me? Imo Chinchio approached Chun Kan and hesitated for a moment before speaking. I can allow you to take the weapons, but you must take me with you. Upon hearing this, Chun Kan couldn't help but chuckle, raising an eyebrow in jest. Oh, has the great police flower taken a liking to me? Planning to repay your life by offering yourself? Imo Chinchio rolled her eyes at this remark and shot him a fierce glare. Don't get ahead of yourself. I must supervise your use of these weapons. You absolutely cannot misuse them to endanger the lives of the innocent. Chun Kan, envisioning the absurdity of having Imo Chinchio kneel before him to sing odes of submission, rolled his eyes and waved his hand dismissively, a nonchalant smile on his face. Fine, I agree. With that, Imo Chinchio retrieved the key to the armory from her person, entered the password, and the armory door slowly swung open. Upon entering, Chun Kan found himself enveloped in darkness, unable to see anything. He quickly produced a flashlight and illuminated the interior, revealing rows upon rows of weapons stacked on tables. His eyes sparkled with delight at the sight. Not only did he spot various handguns, but also lines of submachine guns, light machine guns, and shotguns. To his astonishment, there were grenade launchers and rocket launchers, along with 2 police sniper rifles. The grenades, including armor-piercing and high-explosive varieties, were piled high, not to mention an assortment of riot gear, police communication devices, night vision goggles, and ballistic shields. Seeing all this weaponry, Chun Kan struggled to contain his excitement and turned to Imo Chinchio, inquiring, shouldn't the police station only have handguns? How come there are so many submachine guns, shotguns, and grenade launchers? Imo Chinchio pouted, offering a defiant explanation. I don't know if it's just luck, but recently, the SWAT armory underwent renovations and expansions. The SWAT unit is not far from us, so they temporarily stored their equipment here. They haven't collected it yet, and then disaster struck. Upon hearing this, Chun Kan could no longer contain his exhilaration and began to celebrate exuberantly within the armory. Yahoo! I've struck gold, struck gold. Ha ha ha, Imo Chinchio, witnessing Chun Kan's avaricious demeanor, felt her cheeks puff up with indignation. The audacity of raiding police weapons right in front of a police officer was infuriating. Yet, the scene that unfolded next shattered the moral compass she had cultivated over 24 years. With a wave of his hands, all the weapons in the armory mysteriously vanished. Imo Chinchio stammered, pointing at Chun Kan, unable to complete her sentence. Seeing that he had succeeded, Chun Kan turned, patted Imo Chinchio on the shoulder, and boasted, basic skills, nothing to it. He then exited the armory, heading outdoors. As Imo Chinchio collected herself, it seemed she had made a realization and immediately chased after him. Wait for me, I have questions. Hey, slow down. By the time Chun Kan stepped outside, he felt invigorated. Not only did he possess a vast array of American weaponry, but he had also acquired a plethora of SWAT equipment. With such an arsenal, he could easily assemble a heavily armed squad. Imo Chinchio caught up to him, scrutinizing him with a fierce expression. Was it you? What do you mean? Don't play dumb. The Carrefour, the Tobacco Bureau, and all those supermarkets, were they your doing? Chun Kan shot her a playful glance and then playfully smacked her rear. I won't tell you. Guess. Imo Chinchio was taken aback by Chun Kan's unexpected action, her face turning a shade of red with a mix of embarrassment and anger. You impudent fool! How dare you slap my backside? You are behaving like a rogue. Don't think I won't teach you a lesson just because my arm is injured. Chun Kan, entirely unfazed by Imo Chinchio's outraged demeanor, casually tossed a set of winter gear at her face. Put this on. If you freeze later, don't blame me. Imo Chinchio's face flushed with anger at Chun Kan's nonchalant attitude. With an exasperated huff, she retreated into an office to change. A few minutes later, she emerged with a glum expression, casting a silent glare at Chun Kan. However, a series of inappropriate gurgling sounds soon broke the tension, causing Imo Chinchio to feel utterly embarrassed. At that moment, she wished she could dig a hole and disappear. Chun Kan couldn't hold back his laughter, bursting into a fit of giggles. Ha ha ha. Are you really angry while being hungry? You are truly something, Chun Kan. I swear I will kill you. Imo Chinchio clenched her fists, her teeth gritted tightly as she roared at Chun Kan. The two soon boarded a snowmobile and departed from the police station. As lunchtime approached, Chun Kan, disinterested in stopping elsewhere, pressed the accelerator and returned to the happy community. The roaring engine echoed through the community once more, drawing the attention of residents peeking through windows, eager to discover who owned such a magnificent machine. However, as the snowmobile came to a halt beneath Building 9, it suddenly vanished from sight. Instantly, everyone seemed to think of one name: Chun Kan. Chun Kan intentionally parked the snowmobile around the corner of the building, a spot that provided a visual blind spot, ensuring his abilities remained concealed. As Imo Qingqiu beheld this astonishing scene, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Had the world transformed into something so unrecognizable during her mere 10-day confinement in the police cafeteria? The two climbed through the window of a room on the 3rd floor and ascended to the 24th floor. As Chun Kan climbed, he inwardly cursed. Had he not wished to reveal too much, he would have teleported home long ago, comfortably lounging around. Chapter 88. The breaking point of Imo Qingqiu. Upon returning to room 2404, the door swung open, and upon hearing the sound, the three women welcomed him simultaneously. Yet this time, they immediately noticed the person following Chun Kan. It seemed that just days later, another had arrived. Imo Qingqiu, visiting Chun Kan's residence for the second time, felt a stark contrast to her previous experience, especially when the door opened and the warm air enveloped her. At that moment, Imo Qingqiu truly felt bewildered. Outside, the cold was unbearable, yet this man's home was so warm. While the entire nation faced power outages and water shortages, his abode remained illuminated, seemingly untouched by the snowstorm. The usually composed and decisive police flower found herself feeling somewhat hesitant and anxious. Meng Qian glanced at Chun Kan and was the first to speak. "Who is this young lady?" As Chun Kan began to remove his gear, he casually replied, "Imo Qingqiu." Officer Imo. Meng Qian looked at Imo Qingqiu and then leaned closer to Chun Kan, whispering, "There are no empty rooms in the house. Where will Miss Imo stay?" Chun Kan waved his hand dismissively, deliberately raising his voice in a mock-serious tone. "Her? She won't be staying here." Upon hearing this, Imo Qingqiu's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "What? Where will I stay then? There are 3 empty apartments on this floor. You may choose one." The 3 women immediately found amusement in Chun Kan's words, but for Imo Qingqiu, a wave of disappointment washed over her. Had Chun Kan suggested that she select a residence from other houses before entering this one, Imo Qingqiu would have undoubtedly accepted with composure. However, having now experienced the warmth and comfort of this abode, the prospect of returning to hardships was unbearable. Who could endure such a fate? At this moment, Imo Qingqiu merely bowed her head, pursing her lips, and hesitated to respond to Chun Kan's proposal. Chun Kan, suppressing a chuckle, turned to Meng Qian and said, "Please entertain Officer Imo. Let her join us for lunch. I shall take a quick shower first." Meng Qian promptly nodded, beaming as she ushered Imo Qingqiu into the living room. Linalei and Xie Yingying quickly joined them. "Is there a place to bathe here?" Imo Qingqiu inquired, her astonishment evident as she settled onto the sofa. Meng Qian smiled and explained, "Of course. Not only can you bathe, but life here is no different from before the apocalypse." Upon hearing this, Imo Qingqiu felt an even greater sense of melancholy. After more than 10 days without a shower, her greatest dream now was to indulge in a comfortable bath. Yet, as a guest, how could she dare to voice such a request? Meng Qian glanced at Linalei and Xie Yingying, continuing, "Sisters, please engage Officer Imo in conversation while I prepare lunch." When Imo Qingqiu heard that lunch was being prepared, she could not help but exclaim, "It's been nearly 20 days since the apocalypse began, and you still have ingredients to cook? Are we not left with only instant food and snacks to eat?" "We do not consume such junk food," Meng Qian replied as she made her way to the kitchen. It seemed that Meng Qian's words had yet to register with Imo Qingqiu, each syllable echoing in her mind. Was this not a surreal experience? After being trapped in the cafeteria for over 10 days, Imo Qingqiu had felt immense happiness simply being able to eat instant food. Yet, this family was now being selective? Observing Imo Qingqiu's bewilderment, Lin Ilei kindly offered her an apple. "Officer Imo, please do not be shy. Lunch will take some time to prepare. Have some fruit to tide you over." Yingying, pour Officer Imo a drink. "We must not neglect our guest," Xie Yingying said cheerfully as she stood up to fetch a beverage. "Officer Imo, we have sparkling water, juice, milk, coffee, soda, and tea. What would you like to drink?" Upon hearing this, Imo Qingqiu, who had been forced to drink melted snow for over 10 days, felt her composure shatter once more. Not only were there fresh fruits, but an abundance of drink options as well. What kind of celestial life was this family leading? Was this truly the apocalypse? Hastily, Imo Qingqiu waved her hand, saying, No need to trouble yourselves. Just water will suffice. Approximately half an hour later, Chunkin emerged from her room dressed in a t-shirt and shorts. Towel drying her hair. She noticed Lin Ilei and Xie Yingying conversing with Imo Qingqiu while Ming Qian was busy in the kitchen. As she walked toward the kitchen, she inquired, Qian, what delicious dish are you preparing for lunch? Since we have a guest, I decided to prepare more. Did you not mention wanting seafood yesterday? We shall have a seafood feast for lunch, Ming Qian's voice carried from the kitchen. This statement left Imo Qingqiu momentarily stunned. Even in the apocalypse, they still had seafood. Finally, she understood why this family refused to eat junk food. Chunkin approached the living room with a smile and asked, Officer Imo, feel free to eat whatever you like for lunch. We have seafood available, right? You have no dietary restrictions? Imo Qingqiu, struggling to contain her emotions, quickly replied, I am fine with anything. Shortly after, as Ming Qian called everyone to the table, they gathered for the meal. Upon seeing the lavish seafood spread laid before her, Imo Qingqiu's eyes widened in disbelief. She had anticipated a seafood feast of packaged dried goods, considering how much Chunkin had scavenged from various supermarkets. To her astonishment, the table was filled entirely with fresh seafood. Not a hint of kelp or imitation seafood in sight. Everything was genuine meat. Braised abalone, scallion sea cucumber, 3 preparations of king crab, salmon sashimi, pepper-salted shrimp, spicy crab, blanched choy sum, and a whole steamed grouper. From the moment she stepped into Chunkin's home, each sight and sound struck her like a thunderclap. The stark contrast in living standards left Imo Qingqiu feeling as if she were dreaming. Without comparison, one cannot perceive the disparity. Now, with it, the pain in her heart felt sharper than a knife. Especially when she observed the 3 women in Chunkin's family, each fair and rosy-cheeked. The thought of her own disheveled appearance, reeking of sweat, utterly broke her. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. Tears welled up in her eyes, and droplets cascaded down her cheeks. Ming Qian, seated across from Imo Qingqiu, caught sight of her distressed expression and, unsure of the cause, quickly rose to offer her a couple of tissues. Officer Imo, what is the matter? Is the seafood not to your taste? If you have a preference, do let me know, and I will prepare something else. Imo Qingqiu, realizing her lapse in composure, hurriedly waved her hand, accepting the tissues to wipe her tears. She could only force a smile, saying, No, it is just overwhelming. Your cooking is simply delightful. Chunkin observed Imo Qingqiu's demeanor and chuckled. Shaking her head, it was evident that she had been emotionally compromised. When dealing with a woman as proud and self-important as Imo Qingqiu, neither gentle nor harsh approaches would suffice. Only by shattering her previous pride and arrogance within the context of her current reality could they truly bring her under their influence. After all, the conquest had yet to begin. How could Chunkin easily let this young lady go? Chapter 89. The alliance of Qin and Imo Chunkin promptly placed an abalone in Imo Qingqiu's bowl, courteously stating, just a simple home-cooked dish. Please enjoy, not fault us for our hospitality. Gazing at the abalone in her bowl, Imo Qingqiu felt a tumult of emotions. In this day and age, to once again savor warm, fresh food was surreal. Coupled with her genuine hunger, she could not help but indulge heartily. Despite her initial embarrassment, Imo Qingqiu was unaware of the complex emotions with which she consumed this meal. Knowing that once she finished, she would have to depart from this warm and comfortable environment filled her with a profound sense of melancholy. Her former pride forbade her from softening her stance or begging for anything. After a moment of inner turmoil, she rose and addressed Chunkin and the others. I am grateful for your generous hospitality today, but I see that the time is getting late, so I must take my leave. Chunkin did not attempt to keep her from leaving, merely nodding in understanding. Very well, please ensure you rest well upon your return. If you wish, you may stay in the house across from us. Although they have dismantled the bed, I have a mattress and brand new bedding that I can offer you. Imo Qingqiu nodded, pursing her lips. Chunkin, suppressing her amusement, watched as Imo Qingqiu turned to leave. Then suddenly called out, Why not take a shower before you go? After being trapped in the cafeteria for so many days, it would be nice to change into clean clothes. The mention of a shower. Imo Qingqiu's entire being trembled. She swiftly turned around, slightly embarrassed, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Is that permissible? Ming Qian glanced at Chen Can, then stood up, taking Imo Qingqiu's hand and leading her to the bathroom. Meanwhile, the community group chat was abuzz with discussions regarding the snowmobile incident. Eventually, someone could not contain themselves and tagged Chen Can. "Dio, I have the pleasure of addressing you. Brother Can? May I inquire if the snowmobile that was taken out today belongs to you?" The individual had sent this message some time ago, yet Chen Can had not responded. Soon, more people began to tag Brother Can, pleading for his attention. "Please show us some mercy. We have not eaten in days. If the snowmobile is indeed yours, could you lend it to us so we can go find food?" "Yes, little Can. You cannot be so selfish. We have been neighbors for years. Can you truly bear to watch us starve? As you are not suffering for food or clothing and have a fireplace to keep warm, have you considered the lives we are leading? We merely wish to borrow it. We will return it. Is it truly necessary to be so stingy? We have stated that we will go find food ourselves. If you have the means to assist us, what is the harm? Life is hard for everyone. Do you truly not care about our survival?" As Chen Can read through the barrage of messages, the chill in her gaze intensified. It appeared that this group had forgotten how fervently they had condemned her just days prior. Their determination to see her fail. Only a few days had passed, and they now viewed her as an easy target. Ming Qian and the others observed the unfolding conversation on their phones. Furrowed brows and faces marred by indignation, one after another began to voice their grievances. These individuals have truly gone too far. Our willingness to lend is a matter of goodwill, not an obligation. So on what grounds do they dare speak so? Indeed, just recently they conspired against our household, and now they are here feigning victimhood. Each one of them is utterly hypocritical. They ought to be left to fend for themselves. Chen Can will not indulge these ingrates. The self-proclaimed king of the canyon instantly assumed his role. "Ha! What is this? After failing to vanquish me, are you resorting to moral coercion? When I have no morals. None of you can bind me with them. Who are you to me? Have I ever eaten a grain of your rice or drunk a drop of your water? Why should I concern myself with your plight? Ultimately, whether you live or die is of no consequence to me. Countless perish every day. Why shouldn't it be you? No matter how you plead, I will not lend. If you're dissatisfied, come seek me out. I, Chen Yi, will be waiting." As Chen Can's tirade echoed through the group chat, the voices of others gradually faded away. No one anticipated that Chen Can would prove so impervious and utterly shameless. Each person stared at their phone screens, cursing and grinding their teeth in frustration. But did they truly dare confront Chen Can head-on? The gruesome fates of those dozens still haunt many, leaving them in nightmares. Unable to fight back or elicit sympathy, was there only the path of waiting for death left? Just as they simmered in indignation, several members of the group suddenly received an invitation to a new chat. Driven by curiosity, many accepted the invitation. Upon entering, they were greeted by a group name consisting of 4 bold characters: Alliance Against Qin. Fresh from her shower, Imo Qingqiu donned a newly changed outfit and stepped into the living room. Seeing the 4 individuals closely gathered together, she felt a pang of envy. Though she was happy after her shower, the impending departure brought forth a wave of melancholy. Taking a moment to compose herself, she addressed the 4 in the living room. "Now that I've finished my bath, I shall take my leave. Thank you for today." Upon hearing Imo Qingqiu's words, the others began to rise as well. Chen Can approached her and said, "Allow me to escort you. I'll also provide you with some supplies." Imo Qingqiu nodded and followed Chen Can out the door. Once again experiencing the biting cold outside, she felt as though she had awakened from a beautiful dream. The dream was over, and she must once again confront reality. They arrived at 2303, the apartment directly across from Chen Can's. The remnants of the previous skirmish were still evident. The corridor was charred, and the interior remained in disarray. "Why is this place so chaotic?" Imo Qingqiu blurted out. Chen Can, while retrieving supplies, responded, "A few days ago, many in the community banded together to seize my home and resources. Dozens of them were here, smashing walls and prying doors. Some even climbed onto my balcony to break the glass." Chapter 90. An uninvited guest's night attack. Chen Can spoke of these events with a casualness that belied their danger. Yet Imo Qingqiu found the situation alarmingly perilous. She had never anticipated that society had devolved to such a state. And then, what became of them? Just then, Chen Can extracted a mattress from an alternate space and gestured towards the corridor. "Right here in this corridor, I set them all ablaze." Even Imo Qingqiu, A police officer accustomed to dealing with crime and violence felt her heart tremble at his words, nearly staggering back a few steps. Dozens. All dead? Chunkin nodded indifferently. Observing Imo Qingqiu's complex expression, he asked with a smile. What? Do you think I am cruel and devoid of humanity? Imo Qingqiu remained silent, her hands gripping the edges of her clothing. Betraying her shock and turmoil, as a police officer, she understood that such actions were wrong. Violence begetting violence is never justifiable. Yet, upon reflection, Chunkin was merely protecting himself and those around him from harm. Should one simply submit and await execution? Leisurely, Chunkin sat upon the mattress, lit a cigarette, and inquired, If you were in my position, what would you do? Chunkin chuckled lightly, continuing, We are living in the apocalypse now. Cast aside your pre-apocalyptic notions of right and wrong to assess the world as it is. A person may abandon all boundaries, morality, principles, even humanity itself, in their quest for survival. That is the reality. Xie Yingying is the younger sister of Meng Qian, and their so-called husbands and brothers perished in the recent inferno. Oh, you know why Meng Qian and Xie Yingying are so utterly devoted to following me? Seemingly overwhelmed by the weight of his words, Imo Qingqiu shook her head in confusion. It is because Meng Qian's husband intended to barter his wife's body for supplies, offering merely a couple of packages of instant noodles in return. After Meng Qian lost faith in him, she resolutely chose to follow me. After her departure, he then set his sights on his own sister, but the plan was temporarily shelved due to the united effort against me. When I encountered Xie Yingying, she was on the brink of starvation. Imo Qingqiu's face reflected utter shock, struggling to comprehend how a person could be so shameless. This revelation profoundly shook her already fragile worldview. Do you know why Linile, the star of the moment, is also willing to be one of my women? After a moment's hesitation, Imo Qingqiu softly replied, Because you have ample food and water, and your home can provide warmth. Chunkin shook his head with a bitter smile. Her family lacks for neither food nor water. Even without my supplies, she would not resort to selling herself as many neighbors have. After the snow disaster broke out, the security personnel of the property ran rampant, committing murder and pillage. Recently, one of the guards stumbled upon Lin Ilay living here. Driven by lust, he forcibly entered her home, killed her father, and nearly assaulted her. It was I who saved her. Seeing the light in Imo Qingqiu's eyes dimming, Chunkin rose, patting his leg before stepping beside her. Aren't you curious why? Despite dozens dying in this corridor, not a single body can be found? He then patted her shoulder and returned to his apartment, 2404. Imo Qingqiu, initially able to maintain her composure, felt as though the air had been knocked from her lungs after Chunkin's final remark. She slumped to the ground as though deflated. She could hardly believe the outcome Chunkin had described. Yet, there was no denying that this was the only plausible explanation. For the first time, she felt an overwhelming sense of fear regarding her world, a sensation she had never before encountered. Despite being a police officer who confronted criminals and evil without flinching, in the face of such brutal reality, she was merely an ordinary woman struggling to survive in a disaster. Trembling and clutching her legs while seated on the ground, tears streamed down her face. After a considerable time, Imo Qingqiu slowly rose, glanced at the supplies beside her, and then at Chunkin's door. She gently closed her own door and lay down on the mattress, wrapping herself tightly in the blanket. It seemed that only in this way could her heart find a moment of peace. Around 2 a.m., while Qincan and the others had long fallen asleep, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the corridor, waking them instantly. They rushed out of their rooms to investigate. What happened? Was there an explosion? That noise just about scared me out of bed. Me too. Chunkin reassured the three frightened women and began reviewing the floor's surveillance footage. 10 minutes prior, 3 suspicious individuals had entered the 24th floor corridor. In front of Chunkin's door, they fiddled for a while before placing a brown package down. Moments later, the deafening bang occurred. Chunkin's eyes glinted with coldness as he murmured an explanation. Someone just placed a homemade explosive at our doorstep, intending to forcibly break in and seize the house. Fortunately, our door and walls are sturdy. Otherwise, they might have succeeded. The 3 women, filled with trepidation, patted their chests, now devoid of any sleepiness. Observing the 3 individuals leaving on the surveillance footage, Chunkin stepped out to check on Imo Qingqiu. He found the door of 2403 slightly warped from the blast's aftermath. Upon opening the door, he saw Mo Qingqiu curled up in a corner, wrapped in her blanket. Chun Kan hurried over and asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" Mo Qingqiu slowly lifted her head, and upon realizing it was Chen Kan, she unexpectedly dashed into his embrace, clinging to him tightly. Taken aback by the suddenness of her actions, Chun Kan was momentarily stunned. Was this the same fearless and headstrong police flower he knew? Regaining his composure, he gently patted her back, reassuring her, "It's all right now. I am here." After a considerable time of comforting her, Mo Qingqiu's anxiety began to subside. She seemed to realize her earlier reaction had been a bit excessive, hastily withdrawing from his embrace. Her face flushed as she wiped her tears and softly said, I'm sorry. I was just a little scared. What just happened?" Mo Qingqiu then inquired. "A few uninvited guests just placed a bomb at our door, likely intending to forcibly break in and seize the house." Chun Kan explained with an expression of calmness. "Is everything all right?" Chun Kan smiled faintly, casting a meaningful glance at Mo Qingqiu. "Now you understand why I insisted on installing a bank vault-level security door, don't you?" Chapter 91. Despairing news. Upon hearing this question, Mo Qingqiu seemed to grasp something significant. Staring blankly at Chun Kan, she quietly asked, "So you knew from the very beginning that this apocalypse would arrive? Which is why you prepared various supplies and defenses in advance? And the fireplace as well?" Chun Kan nodded nonchalantly and proceeded to briefly recount to Mo Qingqiu the circumstances of his rebirth and the events of his previous life. "In my last life, I also visited the police station and encountered you, but what I saw was your lifeless body, alongside a male officer. This was also the reason why I was entranced by your appearance when we first met in this life." Mo Qingqiu, a staunch logical thinker and scientific rationalist, was somewhat taken aback by the overwhelming information. However, having witnessed Chen Kan's enigmatic supernatural abilities, she could not help but accept the reality of his words. The thought that she might have experienced the tragic fate of being killed after a prisoner riot yesterday made her clutch her chest, her delicate brows furrowing tightly. Chun Kan gently patted Mo Qingqiu's shoulder, offering comfort. In this life, my visit to the police station was serendipitously advanced by a few days. Although I was primarily seeking weapons, I also saved you in the process, so you will not face the same fate as in your previous life. Rest assured. With a sigh, Chun Kan stood up and turned to head home. At that moment, Mo Qingqiu, driven by an inexplicable impulse, grasped Chun Kan's right hand tightly. Meeting her gaze, which held an indescribable depth, Chun Kan noticed the glimmer in her eyes reflecting the moonlight, sparkling like stars. After a brief pause, Mo Qingqiu spoke, her tone laced with a hint of softness and vulnerability. "Can I join you from now on?" Chun Kan regarded Mo Qingqiu for a long moment before slowly responding. "Are you certain you've thought this through? You truly won't mind?" Mo Qingqiu nodded affirmatively. Chun Kan knelt down again, earnestly gazing into her eyes as he added, "If I discover in the future that your heart is not aligned with mine, or if any deceit or betrayal occurs, I will not be swayed by past affections. You understand? So you must be absolutely certain." This time, Mo Qingqiu nodded earnestly. Upon returning to 2404, the three women on the couch noticed Mo Qingqiu following behind Chun Kan. They exchanged glances and could not help but smile knowingly at the pair. Chun Kan also smiled at the three women and said, "Officer Mo will be moving in soon. We may need to squeeze a bit for the next few days, but do not worry. Once I deal with those ingrates, I will take you to a new place." Upon hearing about a new location, the curiosity of the women was piqued, their expressions filled with surprise. "So we will be leaving here soon?" Meng Qian glanced around the room, her voice tinged with reluctance. "This place is safe and warm. Are we really going to leave?" Lin Ilay appeared equally bewildered. Chun Kan thought to himself, "Once you see my secret base, you will understand what paradise truly is. Compared to here, this place is merely a dilapidated shack. Stop guessing. I will keep it a secret for now. I can only promise you that you won't be disappointed." Chun Kan waved his hand to end the topic. Xie Ying looked at Ming Qian and Lin Ilay, then said, "In that case, I'll sleep with Qianjie during this time, and let Officer Mo have my room." Chun Kan glanced at Ming Qian, who nodded with a smile. "My bed is quite spacious. It would be suitable for Ying to move in." Mo Qingqiu approached the three women, initially apprehensive about their acceptance of her. However, seeing their attitudes now, she expressed heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you all. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Lin Ilay, the eldest among them, stood up with a warm smile and walked over to Mo Qingqiu. Gently patting her hand, she said softly, "We are family. no need for thanks. From now on, we are sisters. There's no need to be so formal. All right. Imo Qingqiu smiled and nodded. Chunkin breathed a sigh of relief and then said with a grin, "It seems everyone here has lost their sleepiness. How about we celebrate Officer Mo's joining tonight with some late-night snacks and beer?" This suggestion was met with enthusiastic agreement from the others. With a wave of his hand, the entire coffee table vanished, replaced by a mat on the living room floor, along with a roasted pig and a variety of side dishes and beer. How does the roasted pig suit everyone's taste? Soon, they were eating roasted meat, drinking beer, and enjoying each other's company in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Amidst the clinking of glasses, Lin Ilay inquired, "Those people won't be at ease after failing tonight, will they?" The others turned their attention to Chunkin upon hearing this. Chunkin took a large gulp of beer and replied thoughtfully, "Last time, I thought they had learned their lesson and wouldn't dare provoke me again. It seems they truly have a short memory." At that moment, Ming Qian suddenly slapped her forehead as if recalling something important. "Darling, I think I just remembered something. There's a housewife from Building 6 who used to practice yoga with me at the gym. Yesterday, she asked if she could borrow some supplies and casually mentioned that Huang Tianyao seems to have formed a group in the community. However, she didn't know what the group was about, and when she probed further, she refused to divulge. Could tonight's attack be related to this group?" Chunkin nodded, his expression remaining calm. What kind of trouble could a group of nearly starving weaklings possibly stir up? Nevertheless, we must remain vigilant these days. Now that Qingqiu is here, she is the police force's free-fighting champion. While I go out to search for supplies, I will feel much more at ease knowing she is here to protect you all. As long as you don't go outside, nothing will happen. After a moment's thought, Chunkin added, "Also, to know ourselves and our enemies, you can find some trustworthy contacts in the group to gather information. Offering a few supplies as rewards is acceptable. After all, we won't be consuming those junk foods." The women nodded in agreement. The next morning, on the 20th day after the disaster, everyone received a despairing news alert via broadcast or mobile phone. To all citizens of Long Country, the consequences of this natural disaster have far exceeded anyone's imagination. Many countries are on the brink of extinction due to the snow disaster, and the government is now powerless to provide any aid. We sincerely apologize for this. This calamity now threatens the very survival of humanity. Please, everyone, take utmost care of yourselves and strive to survive amidst the disaster. Trust that light and hope will surely return. The government is now doing everything possible to establish emergency shelters post-disaster. We will make our final efforts to preserve and continue the flame of human civilization. Chapter 92. Huang Tianyao's small gang with the government's seemingly final official notice issued. Those who had previously harbored a glimmer of hope for rescue and support were now engulfed in despair. They instantly lost their will to live on this day in the happiness community. Many stood hopelessly on their balconies, leaping from heights. Their last cries for this world echoed faintly, "To hell with this world. I'm done. I can't take it anymore. I truly can't. Honey, baby, I'm coming to join you. Goodbye. We shall not meet again in the next life." Having ended the ceaseless torment and suffering within, perhaps for them, it was also a form of liberation. Meanwhile, at home, as Chen Kan and the others were having breakfast, they were struck with emotion upon seeing the government's announcement. In the face of natural disasters, human beings are as insignificant as dust. Even those colossal nations internationally seem utterly incapable of resisting. With the release of this news, the days ahead would see society devoid of any legal or moral constraints. Previously, such matters were kept discreet, but now they would be unrestrained. It is the ordinary citizens at the bottom who will suffer the most. Qingqiu shook her head, sighing. Observing the somber expressions of her companions, Chunkin gently reassured them. "Come now, Haven Tea, we already made ample preparations for the apocalypse. This is all fate's design. I will ensure we survive well amidst this calamity." After finishing breakfast, Chunkin donned his gear in preparation to head out. As the roar of the snowmobile engine echoed throughout the community once more, the neighbors, having suppressed their emotions all morning and feeling discontent with Chunkin's previous indifference, shifted their feelings from envy to intense jealousy and resentment. In an office within the now empty property building, a dozen individuals gathered, seemingly discussing something. Did everyone see today's news? The government has given up. What lies ahead is a world without any constraints or doctrines. This presents us with both an opportunity and a chance. Anything we previously dared not contemplate or attempt can now be pursued without hesitation. As the words of the middle-aged man seated at the center of the table fell silent, the others nodded in enthusiastic agreement, each face radiating an indescribable excitement. "Boss Huang, please speak. What shall we do next?" One of the men with prominent teeth exclaimed, shaking his fist. Huang Tianyao tapped the table thoughtfully before responding slowly. "Each of you represents the various buildings in our community, and together we will govern our entire neighborhood in the future. Our greatest threat at present is that rascal Chunkin, however. I believe you have all experienced the formidable strength of his defenses. The key to dealing with him lies in how we can pry open that shell." He then turned to a man wearing a construction helmet. "Old Xia, last time you led a team to blow up the door. How potent was the explosive?" Xia Donghai sighed, striking his hands together. "The explosives and detonators I procured were salvaged from the construction site before the disaster. Logically, even an alloy iron door should not withstand such explosive force. Yet I never anticipated that this kid's door and wall would be so incredibly tough. As an experienced demolition expert, how much explosive would you estimate is needed to breach such a door and wall?" Xia Donghai pondered for a moment. "Approximately 3 to 5 times the amount we used last time." Huang Tianyao nodded in acknowledgement and continued, "We shall wait for 2 days. I will contact an old friend who can provide us with explosives and weapons. Guns will not be an issue either." Upon hearing Huang Tianyao's words, everyone's eyes lit up. They all gave him a thumbs up, showering him with flattery. "Indeed, it is Boss Huang who leads us. The connections of our wealthiest man in Xingqing are truly formidable. Ha ha ha! Choosing Boss Huang as our leader was undoubtedly our wisest decision. Boss Huang, can we trust this friend of yours? The gun laws in Longhua are exceedingly strict. Where does he acquire such weaponry?" Huang Tianyao, with a smug expression, replied leisurely, "Others may struggle, but he can manage with ease. My friend is none other than Gong Jian, the former deputy director of the Xingqing Public Security Bureau. I just got in touch with him a couple of days ago. He is eager to make a significant impact amidst this chaotic world, so we quickly confirmed our cooperation. He has been assembling his own team these days, and will soon lead them to the police station to retrieve firearms and other weaponry. He also shared some good news with me. The special police unit is renovating the armory, and a vast quantity of weapons is currently stored at the Xingqing Public Security Bureau. With that arsenal at our disposal, unless we encounter a regular army, we shall reign supreme in this chaotic era. As for that little Chun Can, he will be reduced to ashes with just a flick of our fingers." As soon as these words were uttered, the office erupted with thunderous cheers and applause. Meanwhile, Chen Can, who had been searching the streets, arrived at the Gaoqiao Materials Market, a comprehensive wholesale market where one could find various tools and raw materials available in the market. Many storefronts had already been buried under the heavy snow. Were it not for the tall sign still standing, one would find it quite difficult to locate this place. Chun Can, unwilling to slowly excavate with an excavator, directly utilized his spatial abilities. He swiftly absorbed the accumulated snow from an entire street, revealing the storefronts beneath. Without regard for the specific tools or materials, he absorbed everything from the shops into his spatial realm. He even discovered a steel material warehouse and a cement supply warehouse in the Gaoqiao market, both of which he claimed for himself. Seeing that time was still on his side, Chonkin made another trip to the centralized meat processing plant and the government grain storage warehouse. These locations held emergency supplies for the city. In times of disaster, they were a life-saving resource. According to storage practices, each meat and grain storage facility would ensure a supply sufficient for 5 years of consumption. Given the sudden snow disaster that had paralyzed the city streets in just a day, the supplies could not be relocated swiftly, as Chunkin had anticipated. Raiding the meat processing plant and grain warehouse turned out to be immensely profitable. Although the frozen meat storage had been without power for several days, the current low temperatures ensured that even without electricity, the quality remained superior to that of standard refrigeration. Even if left exposed, it would not spoil over time. While the quality of this batch of meat was inferior to the one he previously procured, it would undoubtedly prove valuable in the future. Chapter 93. The plans of Gong Jian's gang. After absorbing this substantial wave of resources, Chonkin hurriedly checked the progress of his ability upgrades. Following the raids on the police armory and today's material and supply warehouses, his ability level had now reached LV.4 with 32 progress. He had also unlocked a new skill, Living Insight. As the name suggests, this skill is utilized for exploration and self-defense. The user can concentrate their consciousness to automatically identify and track all living entities within a 1 kilometer radius for a duration of 10 minutes. With no limit on daily usage, although there is a 5-minute cooldown after each USE.AS long, as the object possesses life functions and falls within the scope of the user's exploration. Even those concealed in darkness or within structures will be laid bare to the user. Upon reviewing the description of his new skill, Chen Kan was overwhelmed with excitement. This would undoubtedly facilitate intelligence gathering and target acquisition during conflicts. Was it not akin to wielding a cheat? Filled with exhilaration, Chen Kan mounted his snowmobile to return home. Upon his arrival, he found that dinner was perfectly timed, the dining table. Imo Qingqiu looked at Chen Kan and said, "Darling, today I received news from the leaders at the bureau, stating they intend to gather the surviving officers to undertake a significant endeavor in this apocalyptic era." Chen Kan took a bite of his meal and inquired, "Leaders? A significant endeavor? In these times?" If it can be termed significant, it likely pertains to consolidating power and claiming territory. Which leader is it? What are they like? Imo Qingqiu shook her head and continued, "It's the former deputy director of political ideology and administrative logistics. Gong Jian. I do not have a favorable impression of him. He is skilled in rhetoric and sycophancy, lacking any real capability. I've heard he only rose to this position by marrying the daughter of the former mayor." Chen Kan smiled, raising an eyebrow at Imo Qingqiu. "Do you wish to attend?" Upon hearing this, Imo Qingqiu immediately shook her head, responding earnestly, "Of course not. I told you, I will follow you wherever you go. I believe you might consider inquiring for some intelligence from him. For the past few days, I've had a nagging feeling that a conspiracy is brewing. Though I am uncertain whether this Gong Jian's group may pose a threat to us in the future, it is always wise to prepare for the worst." Imo Qingqiu understood Chen Kan's intentions and promptly relayed a message back to Gong Jian. Meanwhile, at a villa in the Tianluo Houding community, less than 2 kilometers from Xingfu community, a gathering of over a dozen individuals took place. Leading them was a middle-aged man wearing glasses, exuding a somewhat refined demeanor. After surveying the room, he crossed his legs and spoke in a commanding tone. "Comrades, I trust you are all well aware of the current societal conditions. The government has effectively come to a standstill, and each individual must rely solely on their own abilities to survive in this apocalyptic world. All regulations, social norms, and even moral boundaries have completely collapsed. Even though we are police officers, in this environment, we are no different from ordinary citizens. Do you understand?" As Gong Jian's words resonated, the assembled individuals instinctively lowered their heads, offering no response. Observing this, Gong Jian simply smiled and continued, "I recognize that many of you are still clinging to your past identities and sense of social responsibility. I would like to pose a very practical question to you all. Do you wish to survive? Do you wish to ensure the well-being of your families in this apocalyptic world?" Upon hearing this question, everyone involuntarily raised their heads, their expressions becoming notably focused. "Then let me ask you another question. If one day, the ordinary citizens you are sworn to protect, driven by hunger and desperation, turn their weapons against you and your families, what will you do?" At this, many clenched their fists tightly, their gazes reflecting a glimmer of murderous intent. Thus, as I previously stated, there are now no legal or moral constraints. These circumstances are entirely normal, for who does not wish to survive? Before the disaster, we were police officers, tasked with safeguarding the lives and properties of citizens. Maintaining social order, this was our duty. But now, in this apocalyptic reality, we are no different from the populace. What are we holding on to? One middle-aged man hesitated before speaking. "Director Gong, we understand the implications of your words. But what exactly do you wish us to do?" "Old Zhang, you were once a key member of the Bureau, a veteran officer. If I were to ask you to forget your identity as a police officer and instead embrace your role as a family pillar, a father and a husband, could you do that?" Gong Jian enticed. "The same goes for everyone. I urge you all to forget that you are police officers from this moment forward. We are now merely ordinary people striving to ensure our families can survive in this apocalyptic world. Those who stand in our way must not be allowed to live if they threaten our families. This is indeed the most fundamental survival principle in the apocalypse. Can you all manage it?" I must admit, Gong Jian's words have had a significant impact. The expressions and gazes of many have lost their previous sense of righteousness and compassion, replaced instead with a hint of resolve and determination. The recently named Lao Zhang continued, "Director Gong, just tell us what we need to do." Gong Jian waved his hand and replied with a smile, "There will be no more Director Gong from now on. You are all my brothers now, united together to survive in this apocalypse. I propose we return to the Bureau and retrieve all the weapons from the armory. After all, leaving them there is just a waste. If these weapons are in our hands, they will be our assurance of survival in this world of chaos, as well as our means of protecting ourselves and our loved ones. We will not provoke anyone lightly, nor will we bully any innocent individuals. We shall only protect those we ought to guard. Are we all in? With his final words, Gong Jian could not help but raise his voice, exuding an air of authority. Seemingly inspired by his words, the crowd of over a dozen began to cheer enthusiastically, raising their fists in response to Gong Jian's plan and decision. Let's do it. For our families, we must do it. Gong Jian nodded with a smile, satisfied as he observed the fervor of the crowd. These individuals were his foundation for realizing his ambitions in the post-apocalyptic world. He raised his hands slightly, then instructed his wife briefly before continuing, since it is thus, we are all brothers who would risk our lives for one another. After we have a hearty meal, we shall set off immediately. At that moment, Gong Jian's phone chimed with a notification. The arrival of a message caused a sly smile to creep across his lips. The message was from none other than Imo Qingqiu. Gong Jian had been particularly attentive to her since she joined the Bureau 2 years ago as an outstanding policewoman. Not only was she beautiful and well-proportioned, but her skills and professionalism were also remarkable. Had it not been for her background and connections, he would have long since taken advantage of his position to reach out to her. Now that societal order had collapsed, past social ties seemed utterly irrelevant. The desire to possess this stunning policewoman began to flourish in his mind once more. Initially uncertain whether she was still alive, he had tentatively sent her a message. To his surprise, she was indeed alive, which filled him with delight. He was utterly confident that if he could entice Imo Qingqiu to join him, he would be able to manipulate this proud policewoman. As he pondered, he could almost envision the scene of this beautiful policewoman submitting to him. Gong Jian glanced at his phone screen and quickly replied, Comrade Qingqiu, I am very pleased to receive news of your safety. We currently have gathered over a dozen colleagues from the Bureau. When do you plan to join us so that we can survive together in this apocalypse? He then engaged in conversation with Imo Qingqiu, pausing only when the group was about to set off. In apartment 2404 of the Xingfu community, Imo Qingqiu suppressed her disdain and revulsion as she conversed with the older man, managing to extract quite a bit of information. She hurried over to Chun Kan and said, Dear, I've discovered that they plan to head to the Xingqing Police Bureau's armory soon to retrieve the remaining weapons. It seems they are preparing to establish their dominance, just as you suspected. Upon hearing this, Chun Kan could not help but burst into laughter. He pulled Imo Qingqiu into his embrace and teased, Well, they are going to be disappointed. Fortunately, we cleared out the armory beforehand, or they would have posed a significant threat. I am quite looking forward to seeing the expressions on their faces when they find it completely empty. Ha 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 ha. Did you gather any more intel? Imo Qingqiu nodded with a smile and continued. I asked him what their next step would be after acquiring the weapons, and he mentioned collaborating with an old friend. Although he did not reveal the specifics, I did catch him mentioning the word Xingfu community. Upon hearing this, Chun Kan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. After pondering for a moment, he looked at the four women and said, If I am not mistaken, combining the information Qian gathered earlier with Qingqiu's intel, I suspect Gong Jian's collaboration target is likely Huang Tunao. It is entirely normal for the two to be acquainted, given their history of collusion between officials and businessmen. Their objective appears to be to dominate this community as their stronghold. However, to achieve that, they must first eliminate me. The four women were immediately alarmed by this revelation, their expressions turning anxious. Dear, last time they used explosives, which indicates their equipment has undoubtedly improved significantly. With a group of police assisting them, we can no longer underestimate them as a disorganized mob, Lin Ilay quickly warned. Indeed, my dear, and if they do not find firearms in the armory, there may be other means at their disposal. Especially considering some of the criminal investigators who carry weapons for assignments are potential threats, Imo Qingqiu added, gripping Chun Kan's arm in concern. Meng Qian and Xia Yingying also approached, nodding anxiously. Seeing the worried expressions of the four, Chun Kan smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. I will not act impulsively, nor will I allow you to fall into danger. What you need to focus on now is to gather as much intelligence as possible so that we do not fight without certainty. Understood? The four women bit their lips and nodded earnestly. Utilizing sleds made of wooden boards and snowboards, Gong Jian and his group arrived at the entrance of the Xingqing Police Bureau after half an hour. Observing the transformation of their former workplace, they were filled with a sense of nostalgia. Gong Jian understood that the current weather was perilous. Lingering outside for even a moment increased their risk. He promptly organized, "Brothers, let us not dwell on the past. We must head to the armory quickly. Retrieving the weapons is our top priority." A few minutes later, Gong Jian's group entered through a broken window on the third floor of the former building and swiftly arrived at the armory's location. As the deputy director in charge of logistics, Gong Jian knew how to unlock the armory door. He immediately entered the registration room and found the spare key in the key cabinet. With excitement coursing through him, he quickly entered the password flawlessly. When the armory door swung open once more, the few of them shone their flashlights inside, only to be met with utter disbelief. What the hell? The room is filled with weapons and equipment. Overcome with emotion, Gong Jian's eyes turned bloodshot as he shouted in a frenzied tone, "Who the hell else knows how to open the armory door besides us? Did some colleagues relocate this batch of weapons beforehand? Have we come here for nothing?" After managing to calm himself slightly, Gong Jian said sternly, "Let's go. Check the office. Perhaps we can still find some service weapons that have not been returned." My office and Director Ren's office safes also contain firearms. 2 hours later, after scouring the entire police bureau, the group finally located 5 handguns, though the ammunition was scarce, only about 40 rounds, with most being rubber bullets. Accepting reality with grim expressions, the group began their journey back home. Although the outcome was far from what they had anticipated, at least they were not returning entirely empty-handed. A day later, a group of about a dozen individuals arrived at the Xingfu community. Gathering once more in the property management office, Huang Tianyao warmly embraced the leader of the group, saying, "Old Xiao, I am truly glad to see you alive. If it weren't for the unexpected turn of events with Director Gong's plan, I wouldn't have troubled you this time." Xiao Yishan waved his hand and replied with a smile, "We are old friends. There is no need for such formality." Xiao Yishan was none other than the renowned general manager of the Xingqing branch of the 5-star security group, who had maintained a strong business connection with Huang Tianyao even before the apocalypse. Since Gong Jian had reported back to Huang Tianyao about the mysterious disappearance of the firearms they intended to retrieve, they had to adjust their plans and reconnect with their previous partner, Xiao Yishan. Coincidentally, Xiao's team comprised mostly employees and security personnel from the 5-star security group, who were also seeking a suitable stronghold. Thus, the two groups found themselves aligned in purpose. Among Xiao Yishan's entourage was also a familiar face to Chen Kan, the business manager who had crafted Chen Kan's safe house during the apocalypse. Lu Tianhe. Approximately half a month after the apocalypse, Lu Tianhe and his family fell victim to a violent raid by their neighbors, resulting in the tragic deaths of his wife and children. Their home was stripped bare of supplies, and just as he faced imminent peril, Xiao Yishan, a resident from a nearby community, arrived with reinforcements, saving Lu Tianhe's life. Subsequently, Xiao Yishan, leveraging the strength of his followers, consolidated the power within the entire community over the span of 5 days. However, the high-end nature of the neighborhood meant that affluent residents were unlikely to hoard supplies at home. Thus, despite having unified the community, the available resources were insufficient to sustain such a large number of people, prompting them to consider other neighborhoods in search of a new stronghold. Lu Tianhe, feeling utterly helpless, stepped forward, his mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Though Chen Kan had been his savior, circumstances now forced him into an adversarial position, creating an internal struggle for Lu Tianhe. Nevertheless, had it not been for Xiao Yishan's timely intervention, he might have perished. Therefore, he felt compelled to heed Xiao Yishan's orders. After a moment of emotional respite, he addressed the group, saying, "Everyone, I oversaw the construction of Chen Kan's safe house in its entirety, and I am fully aware of its functionalities and capabilities." Upon hearing this, Huang Tianyao's excitement was palpable as he slapped his thigh. "Manager Lu, your timing is impeccable. Our success hinges entirely upon you." Lu Tianhe managed a bitter smile and nodded, proceeding to elaborate on every detail and function of Chen Kan's safe house. Huang Tianyao frowned upon learning this. "Is it truly impossible to open that door?" Lu Tianhe shook his head. "If the entire city were not experiencing a power outage, we could manipulate the central control system to override the AI security system and unlock the door by altering permissions. However, given the time that has passed, Chen Kan has undoubtedly modified the locking mechanism and encrypted the access codes and programs. In principle, we are indeed unable to gain entry. Furthermore, the walls are reinforced with 20 centimeters thick titanium alloy, and the entire house is constructed with the latest high-density ballistic and shatter-resistant glass. Unless we possess a large-caliber artillery piece or an equivalent amount of TNT, breaching the premises would be impossible. Unless, Huang Tianyao, who had been on the verge of despair, perked up immediately at the mention of unless. Manager Liu, do not leave us hanging. Unless what? He eagerly inquired. Lu Tianhe hesitated for a moment, sighed, and replied, unless we cut off the power supply to his entire residence. At that point, the entire defense and ventilation systems would fail, allowing us to smoke out the interior through the gaps in the door, forcing him to open it voluntarily. Otherwise, we have no means of entry. Upon hearing Lu Tianhe's plan, Huang Tianyao's eyes lit up. What a brilliant idea! Without power, that iron fortress of his would be akin to a coffin. Once the smoke infiltrates, they will surely be overwhelmed. Ha ha ha, Manager Liu, you are truly a gem. Could I trouble you to lead the brothers in sabotaging their power supply? Lu Tianhe, overwhelmed by the flattery, felt as though a sharp dagger was piercing his heart and conscience. He awkwardly smiled and nodded, retreating once more behind Xiao Yishan. Huang Tianyao, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, Old Xiao, to avoid prolonged uncertainties, let us launch a full-scale assault as soon as Director Gong arrives tomorrow. The vast stores of supplies in Chen Can's residence will surely allow our three factions to profit immensely. Although Xiao Yishan wore a smile, he raised his hand to signal for calm, then spoke, I agree with the plan, but we must clarify how the territory and spoils will be divided post-battle. Huang Tianyao, maintaining a facade of nonchalance, replied, let us wait until Director Gong arrives tomorrow to discuss the matters of division in detail. Xiao Yishan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Subsequently, the group, under Huang Tianyao's guidance, settled into a temporary arrangement within a nearby apartment. As the clock approached 10 at night, Lu Tianhe lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find solace. Every time he closed his eyes, he envisioned Chen Can's bloodied visage questioning him, demanding to know why he had repaid kindness with betrayal, forcing him into a corner. These haunting memories plunged Lu Tianhe into a state of torment. Unable to bear it any longer, he sent a message to Chen Can. Meanwhile, in room 2404, four girls were joyfully playing mahjong, while Chen Can lounged on the carpet, engrossed in his PS50. When he noticed a message on his phone, he opened it, and a cold glint flickered in his eyes. He swiftly donned his clothing and equipment, addressing the four girls, stay put and wait here. I have to step out for a while. 10 minutes later, in a room on the 4th floor of Building 9, Chen Can arrived to find Lu Tianhe already waiting inside. It had taken Chen Can less than 10 minutes to arrive. As he had utilized his invisibility skill to survey the surrounding rooms and corridors, ensuring no one else was present before revealing himself to Lu Tianhe. Manager Liu, it has been a while. I trust you are well. Chen Can broke the silence with a casual tone. Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize. I am helpless in this situation. Lu Tianhe lowered his gaze, unable to meet Chen Can's eyes, his voice laden with bitterness. Chen Can merely smiled, strolling toward Lu Tianhe, and remarked, I can understand, after all, our positions differ. However, I wonder, Manager Liu, have you ever pondered why a person as astute as myself, aware that you may pose a hidden threat, did not take action against you prior to the apocalypse? Lu Tianhe's heart raced at these words, and he abruptly lifted his head, staring blankly at Chen Can. Chen Can turned to meet Lu Tianhe's gaze directly. Because you are Su Zhiyu's dearest uncle, and I do not wish for her to harbor hatred towards me. Moreover, even now, I have no intention of harming you, as you remain one of the few remaining family members she has in this world. Correct? Chapter 96, Lu Tianhe's Betrayal. Chen Can's confrontation. As Lu Tianhe absorbed Chen Can's words, his mind reeled as if struck by lightning. He had never anticipated this to be the reason. Reflecting on the messages exchanged with his niece during this time, he recalled how his typically aloof niece often mentioned Chen Can's name. He should have seen it coming. Suddenly, an unbidden question erupted in Lu Tianhe's mind. If Chen Can were to be killed because of him, would his niece resent him? A deep frown creased Lu Tianhe's face, and with faltering resolve, he asked, do you and Zhiyu still keep in touch? Chen Can shrugged nonchalantly. Of course. Otherwise, how would I know that her parents perished during this catastrophe? Though she is currently with her friends, I believe they are also in a modified villa with sufficient food and water supply. However, it seems they have encountered some trouble recently. Initially, I planned to retrieve her and take her to a bomb shelter once the situation in the neighborhood was resolved. But now, it seems I may not be able to do that. Though Chen Can's tone remained calm and composed, Each word struck Lu Tianhe like thunderclaps, reverberating in his heart. Lu Tianhe pondered, what have I done? Not only did I harm the heart of my precious niece's beloved, but I also inadvertently endangered her. After all, with my wife and children gone, Su Jiyu was my only remaining kin in this world. At that moment, Chen Ken continued, in truth, I am not afraid of your attempts to confront me, as the outcome is predetermined. You will undoubtedly lose, for I possess more trump cards than you can fathom. My reluctance to retrieve her does not stem from fear for my life, but rather, if her uncle has begun to conspire against me, would I be so magnanimous as to risk my life to save her? Even if I harbor feelings for her. What do you think, Manager Lu? Or should I say it, Uncle? Chen Can's words sent a wave of weakness through Lu Tianhe, causing him to collapse onto the floor. As Chen Can approached the door, he paused, glancing back at Lu Tianhe to deliver his final words. I have said all I need to say. If you persist in your previous choices, do not blame me for being merciless when we next meet. With that, Chen Can vanished from Lu Tianhe's sight. Upon returning home, Chen Can summoned Mo Qingqiu and the others to prepare for the impending confrontation. Meanwhile, Lu Tianhe staggered back to his residence, spending the night in restless turmoil. The following day, at 9 in the morning, the three factions officially convened to discuss the specifics of the planned assault on Chen Can's safe house. Chen Can and Mo Qingqiu had only returned to their residence at 6 in the morning, and they were still engaged in preparations for the battle. Suddenly, Chen Can's green notification bubble lit up with a message from Lu Tianhe, detailing the entire operations plans and deployments. Chen Can smiled knowingly and promptly replied, Understood that I suggest you vacate the area within a 2-kilometer radius of the happy community by noon, or you will bear the consequences. Then, Chen Can gathered Mo Qingqiu and the 4 others, instructing, Today, I intend to capture this group in one fell swoop to avoid dealing with them one by one in the future. After today, we will move to a new home, and this residence will become their grave. I have already informed Qingqiu of the location of our new home. She will ensure your safe passage there. Their forces will launch an attack on this house at noon, so you must leave immediately. Mo Qingqiu and the others, having prepared all night, nodded in agreement. However, upon hearing that Chen Can would not be accompanying them, Meng Qian and the others immediately voiced their discontent. Please do not leave alone. If you do, they will undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to deal with you. What if something were to happen to you? Indeed, if you were to encounter misfortune, we would also be unable to survive. It is far better to resist them together, as having an additional person adds strength to our cause. Brother Can, ever since you saved my life, Yingying's existence has been yours. If it comes to it, we'll perish together. The 3 of them wore expressions of stubbornness, unwilling to escape alone. Chen Can, witnessing this situation, felt a sense of helplessness. Qianqian, Lei, and Yingying. Trust me, I will be fine. Everything is proceeding according to plan. I have made all the necessary preparations, so you need only wait for me at our new home, understood? You are not in a position to fight. Staying here would only provide them an opportunity. Surely you do not wish to become a leverage against me? Mo Qingqiu also sought to enlighten them. Sisters, believe in Chen Can. Do you think such a life-preserving individual would make such a decision without utmost confidence? Your safety in leaving is imperative for the advancement of our plans. Upon hearing Chen Can and Mo Qingqiu, the 3 finally agreed to depart early. After donning their protective gear, they bid farewell to Chen Can in succession. Meng Qian couldn't contain herself, rushing into Chen Can's embrace, her eyes misty as she implored, You promised me you would return safely. If you dare deceive me, I will pursue you for an explanation. Following her, Linlei and Xie Yingying also stepped forward to give Chen Can a hug and a farewell kiss. We will wait for your safe return. No matter what happens, Brother Can, you must come back. Chen Can gently wiped away their tears, assuring each one of them. Finally, Mo Qingqiu approached and directly bestowed a kiss upon Chen Can, her eyes reddening as she declared, I have given you my first kiss. If anything happens to you, I will haunt you as a ghost. Chen Can securely held Mo Qingqiu in his arms, raising an eyebrow as he retorted, A mere first kiss? I have yet to claim your first night. How could I possibly allow anything to happen to me? Right? Mo Qingqiu's cheeks flushed crimson at Chen Can's words, and she playfully glared at him before softly saying, As long as you return safely, I shall grant you. After their embrace ended, Chen Can produced a large Damascus knife, an M4, 2 magazines, a Desert Eagle, several grenades, and a walkie-talkie, handing them to Mo Qingqiu. Once you arrive, find a place for them to hide. The activation of the new house must be conducted by me personally. I will inform you via radio once I arrive. Their lives are now entrusted to you. When I return and see you, each of you must be safe and sound, including yourself. Do you understand? Mo Qingqiu nodded earnestly. The group took 3 steps, turning back reluctantly as they left Chun Kan's sight. After bidding farewell to them, Chun Kan returned to the living room by the floor-to-ceiling window, beginning to survey the entire neighborhood. With his rear guard now secured, all preparations were complete. Chun Kan leisurely lit a cigarette, murmuring, having spent so long with this pack of ingrates. It is time to settle the score. I initially intended to send you all to hell, but I never anticipated receiving so many additional gifts. Since that is the case, I shall generously escort you on your journey. Chapter 97. Huang Tianyao and the others successfully enter the safe house. At this moment, in the property management building of the Happy Community, Huang Tianyao, Xiao Yishan, and Gong Jin awaited updates on the preparations from each team. Time had quietly slipped to 11:30. Old Xiao, Old Gong, why do I feel a sense of unease about this operation? Huang Tianyao furrowed his brow as he looked at his 2 old friends. Xiao Yishan chuckled lightly. I suppose you've been psychologically scarred by that kid after being taught a lesson a few times? The explosives I brought this time are sufficient to demolish an entire building. I refuse to believe that this kid can withstand it. Moreover, once he emerges with so many of us, how can he possibly escape? Gong Jin, equally relaxed, chimed in, exactly, Old Huang. You are overthinking it. Do you believe the people we brought are like that ragtag bunch from your community? Not to mention that my team consists of seasoned detectives, and even old Xiao has years of security training. What are you afraid of? Huang Tianyao nodded. True, this time the key lies in Manager Liu cutting the power. That would account for half our victory. Manager Liu, where are you? Huang Tianyao glanced around, noticing Liu Tianhe was nowhere to be found. Old Xiao, where is Liu Tianhe? At this moment, Xiao Yishan also realized, turning to look around, and found that Liu Tianhe had vanished. He immediately took out his phone to call Liu Tianhe. After a moment, the mechanical voice of a powered-off phone echoed back. Xiao Yishan's brows knitted tightly. The call cannot be connected. Huang Tianyao and Gong Jin exchanged glances. Suddenly, a voice crackled over the walkie-talkie from Huang Tianyao's subordinate. Boss, I just checked the rooftop. The power to the solar panels and wind turbine has been cut. Upon hearing this, the 3 men relaxed their brows. It seemed everything was proceeding smoothly, and they no longer worried about Liu Tianhe's disappearance. As the clock struck 12, 3 teams of people marched toward the base of Building 9. Most of the residents of the community, along with the dozens brought by Xiao Yishan and Gong Jin, amounted to several hundred individuals. Huang Tianyao confirmed over the radio, is the smoke team ready? Ready. Is the unlocking team prepared? Ready. Is the ambush team prepared? After reconfirming that all prearranged tasks were in order, Huang Tianyao and the others felt immeasurably relieved. Huang Tianyao, brimming with confidence, dialed Chun Kan's number. The call connected swiftly, and Huang Tianyao immediately began to taunt. Chun Kan, how does it feel to be in a steel coffin now that the power to your safe house is cut off? He, not bad. Actually, that it's a bit hot at home lately. I've been feeling a bit under the weather, and now it's just the right time to cool down. Chun Kan's nonchalant voice reached everyone's ears, leaving them speechless. Did he not see the current situation? Why was he so calm? Was he not afraid? Chun Kan, if you agree to surrender now, open the door to your safe house and hand over all your supplies. Perhaps we will show you mercy and let you live. Otherwise, when we break in, you will die a most miserable death. Huang Tianyao bellowed menacingly. Chun Kan chuckled, feigning innocence. With such a commotion, I didn't realize you were after my safe house. If you had mentioned it earlier, I would have gladly given it to you. Humph. You dare to talk tough? Resistance will lead to. What? What did you say? You actually agree? Huang Tianyao, who had been speaking to himself, suddenly froze. That's right. We are all neighbors. If you wanted the safe house, you could have just asked. Chun Kan's words left everyone baffled. After all the earlier bluster, this was the outcome. Are you serious? You're not joking? Huang Tianyao felt a twinge of anxiety, quickly seeking confirmation. Of course. Huang boss, if you don't believe me, have your lackeys upstairs push the door and see for themselves. You're all decked out with bombs and guns. How could I possibly resist alone? Naturally, I know when to be prudent. Don't forget what you just said about letting me go. Chun Kan suppressed his amusement and continued. Huang Tianyao glanced at Xiao Yishan and Gong Jian, who both nodded before responding. If we had known today would come to this, why bother with all the trouble? If you had been so obedient earlier, we wouldn't have had to go through all this hassle. You little brat are simply insufferable. He then used the walkie-talkie to instruct the smoke team to try pushing the door in no time. The team reported back excitedly, "Boss, the door really opened, and the supplies in Chun Kan's house are piled high. So many instant noodles and bread. We struck it rich. We struck it rich. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this over the walkie-talkie, Huang Tianyao and the others finally believed Chun Kan's words. "You've shown good sense." After hanging up the phone, without a second thought, they charged straight to the 24th floor. Just as Chun Kan's words echoed through the walkie-talkie, everyone below heard that the supplies were indeed plentiful and rushed toward the 24th floor en masse. The entire stairwell of Building 9 was filled with people, as hundreds surged upward. Minutes later, Huang Tianyao, Xiao Yishan, and Gong Jian arrived at 2404, breathless. Upon entering, they found Chun Kan restrained on the sofa, surrounded by mountains of various instant foods and packaged snacks. All lingering doubts vanished. The three, seeing the vast quantity of supplies, were ecstatic, waving their arms in joy. "Huang boss, according to our agreement, shouldn't you let me go now?" Chun Kan's calm voice interrupted Huang Tianyao and the others' excitement. Realizing this, Huang Tianyao slowly approached Chun Kan, a sinister smile on his face. "Chun Kan, did you foresee your current predicament? Do you regret your previous arrogance?" "Ha ha ha." Chun Kan shrugged, smiling. "I never regret. Do you think you've won?" Huang Tianyao, at this moment, appeared as though he were listening to a jest, glancing at Chun Kan and then at the increasing throng gathering behind him. "Are you utterly dumbfounded? In such a scenario, you can still muster the audacity to remain defiant. I must admit, I admire your courage. You are now under our control, and your resources lie in our possession. How can this not be deemed a victory? Pray tell, what constitutes a victory in your eyes?" Chun Kan, with a smile, nodded and then surveyed the entirety of the living room's supplies. In that fleeting instant, all the resources within the room vanished without a trace, disappearing as if by magic before the eyes of many. This spectacle left everyone in the room utterly stupefied. Chaos erupted immediately. Where are the supplies? My instant noodles, my bread? How could everything just disappear? What the hell is going on? Chapter 98. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Realizing that all the supplies had inexplicably vanished, it dawned on Huang Tianyao and his companions to locate Chun Kan. However, much like the supplies, Chun Kan had also vanished from sight. What the hell? Where is Chun Kan? Huang Tianyao yelled at the two individuals who had been restraining him. "Boss, I have no idea why entire focus was on the supplies. I couldn't care less about Chun Kan. Indeed, that rascal has likely seized the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos." At this moment, Chun Kan had taken advantage of the earlier disorder to teleport to the rooftop of the adjacent building. He then picked up a controller, gazing at the home he had inhabited for so long and murmuring with indifference, "Let everything turn to ashes." At this moment, the house, along with the hallway, had now amassed hundreds of people. Meanwhile, Huang Tianyao and his companions remained inside, roaring in frustration, their minds racing to comprehend the unfolding events. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed through the room, announcing, "The safe house will initiate self-destruction in 30 seconds. The mechanical announcement rendered everyone speechless, and within a heartbeat, panic ensued among the hundreds present. Xiao Yishan's legs buckled, and he lamented, "Damn it. How could I have forgotten this? The safe house has a self-destruction protocol." Huang Tianyao and Gong Jian's eyes widened in horror as they clutched Xiao Yishan's shirt, screaming, "What did you just say? Wasn't the power cut? How could the self-destruction protocol still be activated? You've doomed us all." Xiao Yishan, with vacant eyes, murmured, "The self-destruction protocol is solely controlled by the uniquely bound radio controller. As long as the protocol is activated before the power is cut, even if the entire house loses power midway, it remains irreversible, a mere press of the controller, and it can be initiated instantly, done for. The safe house will initiate self-destruction in 10 seconds. The mechanical warning sounded like the scythe of death, mercilessly sweeping towards all present. The entire 9th building erupted into a cacophony of wails and cries. With a thunderous explosion, the 24th floor detonated. The glass of surrounding buildings shattered, the force of the explosion sending shockwaves and heat that nearly toppled Chen Kan. He then picked up another controller, smiling as he pressed the red button. Dear neighbors of Building 9, farewell. Moments later, a series of successive explosions ensued as Chen Kan and Mo Qingqiu's TNT, painstakingly installed over the course of the night, unleashed their devastating power. Building 9 crumbled as a result. Whether those in the hallway attempting to escape or those hiding within their homes, none were spared. All were reduced to ashes. Chen Kan silently observed as Building 9 transformed into a heap of ruins. In that moment, a certain obsession within him was irrevocably released as the structure collapsed. From that point on, ashes returned to ashes, dust returned to dust. Everything of the past reconciled with his present self. Chen Kan then teleported to a nearby street, retrieving a snowmobile from another dimension, and drove resolutely towards the air raid shelter point. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the foot of Tianlu Mountain. Immediately, he activated his radio to call out, Qingqiu, are you there? Having left the happy community some time ago, Mo Qingqiu and the others had taken refuge in a deserted farmhouse at the foot of Tianlu Mountain. During their journey, they were all worried about Chen Kan's safety. Fearing he might encounter misfortune, hours passed without a word from him, and anxiety mounted. Just then, Chen Kan's voice crackled through Mo Qingqiu's radio. The four women joyfully embraced one another. Mo Qingqiu hurriedly responded, her tone brimming with excitement and joy. Chen Kan, we're here. We're at a farmhouse called Tianlu Mountain Villa, the first room on the left as you enter. All right, I know where that is. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. With a specific location in mind, Chen Kan hastened towards his destination. Within minutes, he arrived at the farmhouse adorned with the Tianlu Mountain Villa sign. Bang, bang. Qingqiu, open the door, it's me. Upon hearing Chen Kan's voice once more, the four women were overwhelmed with joy and rushed to open the door, each attempting to burrow into his embrace. Darling, you've finally returned. I was so worried. I was truly afraid something had happened to you. Surrounded by the four women, Chen Kan found himself tightly encircled, his hands having nowhere to go. Observing their tear-streaked faces, he chuckled as he patted their backs. It's all right. I'm here, completely unharmed. Everything has been resolved, so no more tears. I bet you haven't eaten yet. You must be starving. Let us head home right away. At last, the four women released Chen Kan. They exchanged glances, their expressions comically disheveled, and burst into laughter. All right, let us go home. Chen Kan then summoned a snow off-road vehicle from his space, perfectly accommodating 5 passengers. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of the air raid shelter. He vaguely noticed that the first large door had been covered in snow, prompting him to activate the alternate dimension to clear the snow. Within seconds, the entrance to the shelter reappeared before them. As Chen Kan opened door after door, the entire interior of the secret base revealed itself. Welcome home, Master. All systems have been activated for your convenience. As the lights illuminated the room and the intelligent AI butler's voice filled their ears, Meng Qian and the other women's eyes sparkled with delight, their exclamations of surprise echoing throughout. Initially, they had thought the smooth, bare entrance led to a mere cave. Little did they anticipate that behind those 3 doors lay a veritable paradise. Previously, they had regarded their former residence as a haven. Now they truly realized what a true paradise should resemble. The 4 women immediately scattered, exploring every nook and cranny with unrestrained excitement. Observing their enthusiasm, Chen Kan chose not to interrupt their joyous exploration. Instead, he made his way to the open kitchen, busily retrieving ingredients and various household items from the storage. Before long, a small mountain of supplies had accumulated. He then laid out a dozen steaming dishes on the dining table, all previously acquired from the grand banquet. Clapping his hands to gather their attention, he warmly invited them. From now on, this will be our home. There are plenty of fun places to explore here, and we'll savor them slowly in time. After a busy morning, they sat down to enjoy a rich and delicious meal to celebrate their new home. Following the meal, they began organizing the various supplies Chen Kan had brought out, sharing laughter and chatter as they envisioned the beauty of their future life together. Chapter 99. Yi Qingyin, Dr. Yi. 3 days later, Chen Kan continued his preparations to venture out in search of supplies, as per usual. This time, his destination was the major hospitals in Xingqing. Acquiring various large medical equipment and pharmaceuticals was imperative. With the frozen apocalypse nearing its end in about a week, he needed to gather all nearby supplies before the impending heat wave struck. Otherwise, outdoor temperatures could soar to 60 degrees Celsius, with surface temperatures reaching at least 100 degrees. As the temperature rose, many refrigerated medications would inevitably spoil. It was crucial to act swiftly. Otherwise, such resources would be wasted. Moreover, even Chun Kan was hesitant to venture outdoors in such extreme heat. Driving the snow vehicle through the streets, he noted that the heavy snowfall had persisted for over 20 days, with snow levels nearly reaching 40 meters. Buildings below the fourth floor had been entirely submerged in snow. The First People's Hospital of Xingqing stood tall, making it relatively easy for Chun Kan to search. He entered the hospital from a fourth-floor patient room window. Upon stepping into the hospital, the desolation and silence of the corridors starkly contrasted with the usual bustle. Yet, the scent of disinfectant lingered, faintly perceptible even after over 20 days of the apocalypse. To seek advanced medical equipment, one must head to the ICU, operating rooms, or medical engineering department, as those areas were more likely to contain valuable resources. Otherwise, there were medical supply warehouses. However, the sheer size of the First People's Hospital made the search somewhat arduous. Chun Kan first made his way to the pharmacy on the ground floor, only to find the door ajar. Upon entering, he discovered numerous medications scattered across the floor, their quantities disappointingly low. Lying on the ground was the frozen corpse of a figure in a white coat, a knife protruding from its chest. Chun Kan surmised that the pharmacy had likely been looted previously. After collecting the remaining medications and some medical supplies, he readied himself to continue his search. When Chun Kan discovered the logistics warehouse, he was unexpectedly greeted by sounds emanating from within, accompanied by faint glimmers of light. It had been over 20 days. Was there still someone alive? Chun Kan murmured quietly to himself as he stealthily advanced inside. At that moment, within the warehouse office, the occupants relied on a backup generator, allowing them to use a heater. With the warmth from burning firewood, the entire interior remained relatively cozy. Four young women dressed as nurses huddled in a corner, their faces etched with terror and fear. At a desk, 3 men were engaged in a card game to pass the time. Damn it, who knows how long this snow will last? The food we've scavenged is nearly gone. Hey Gu, what should we do next? One frail man in a hospital gown topped with a military coat spoke up. A bearded man in a furry hat, preparing to play a card, replied languidly. 3QS with a 4, do you want it? What is there to fear? We've only scavenged this building in a couple of days. We can search other buildings and surely find more supplies. Right now, we have warmth, food, and 4 girls to entertain us. There shouldn't be any issues in the short term. Once the snow lightens up, we can venture out again. Another man, clad in a white coat with a down jacket, chimed in flatteringly. Hey Gu is right. Hey Gu glanced around. Dali and Amao haven't returned yet. The man in the military coat responded, yeah, that bitch Yiqingyin managed to sneak away this morning. With this heavy snow, she can't have gotten far. They should be back soon. Upon hearing that Yiqingyin had escaped, He Ji's expression darkened. He looked down at his injured leg and growled, damn it. If it weren't for this leg needing her treatment, I would have dealt with her on the first day. The man in the white coat continued with a lewd grin. Hey Gu, don't be anxious. Your leg is healing well. Just apply the medicine gradually, and you'll be fine. When Dali and the others return, we'll take care of that bitch first. I've been craving her body for a long time. He Gu regarded the man in the white coat with a knowing smirk, raising an eyebrow in jest. Wang Xiao, you seem so refined, yet you are truly a beast in disguise. In the end, it's not my fault for being useless. I can't even treat a wounded leg. Otherwise, would I have let her have the upper hand? Wang Chen adjusted his glasses, awkwardly smiling. Hey Gu, you're jesting. I'm merely frustrated. After all, I am the son of the director. I've pursued that bitch for 3 years, yet she offers not a single opportunity. She's so high and mighty. I'll make her pride shatter completely. He Gu smiled at Wang Chen. All right, when that bitch returns, I'll fulfill your wish and let you go first. Meanwhile, in another section of the warehouse, a disheveled woman in a down jacket brandished a stick, trembling as she faced 2 men. Did I warn you? Don't come any closer. Otherwise, I'll fight you to the death. One of the young men with bleached hair shook his head and chuckled. Dr. Yi, stop struggling. Do you really think you can escape from us? If it weren't for your ability to heal, do you think He Gu would be so polite to you? If you resist any further, don't blame us for being rough. The woman glared at them warily, her teeth clenched tightly. You can dream. I'd rather die than go with you. If you have the guts, kill me. The young man looked at his muscular companion. Dali, take it easy, don't hurt this bitch. She is still useful, Dali nodded, grinning as he approached the woman with the stick. Dr. Yi, be obedient. If you resist again, I can't promise to hold back. As the muscular man drew nearer, the woman wildly swung the stick, desperately trying to keep him at bay. Get away from me. Do you hear me? Back off. Just as Dali was about to seize her, a sudden voice interrupted, capturing the attention of all three in the room. Oh, this is quite lively. The sound of the unexpected voice. All three turned towards the entrance, where a young man in a long down coat, wearing sunglasses and wielding a long knife, leaned casually against the doorframe. Who are you? Where did you come from? The bleached-haired man shouted, alarmed. Chun-Kan ignored the question and smiled at the woman inside. Miss, do you need assistance? Seeing Chun-Kan's appearance, Yi Qingyin felt as if a ray of hope had descended upon her. She hurriedly exclaimed, Sir, please save me. They are a bunch of villains. Chun-Kan replied nonchalantly. What do I gain from saving you? Yi Qingyin hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth. As long as you can save me, I will do whatever you say. The bleached-haired man, witnessing the exchange, grew increasingly agitated. Damn it, do you two really think we're invisible? Do you know how to write the word death? Dali, go. Teach this little brat a lesson. Chapter 100. I'm here to kill him and silence him. Chun-Kan slowly straightened his posture, shrugging his shoulders with a playful smile directed at the bleached-haired man and I may not know how to write the word death, but I do know that you both are about to meet your end. Damn, Dali, let us go together. With that, the bleached-haired man charged at Chun-Kan, brandishing the wooden stick, with Dali flanking him from the right. They lunged forward, clearly intent on overpowering Chun-Kan. However, Chun-Kan merely shook his head lightly. A hint of mockery on his face, he swiftly drew a repeating crossbow from his waist, not allowing the two any opportunity to react. The sharp twang of two arrows sliced through the air, shooting directly towards them. In less than a second, one arrow struck the center of the bleached-haired man's forehead, while the other embedded itself deeply between Dali's brows. The events unfolded so rapidly that by the time the bleached-haired man collapsed, he barely comprehended what had just transpired. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing to the ground without even a hint of pain. Dali's fate was similarly grim. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief, his expression frozen in a manner that suggested he could not accept his demise. Both bodies lay sprawled on the ground, their earlier shouts still lingering in the air, as if they had yet to dissipate. Chun-Kan looked down at the lifeless figures before him and couldn't help but spit in contempt. Was it not preferable to live? Why must you put on a show in front of me? Yi Qingyin, now petrified, stared blankly at the scene that had just unfolded. Her mind blanked. It took her a moment to regain her senses and glance down, realizing that the two men had already met their end. Startled, she dropped the stick she had been gripping tightly, the sound echoing in the silence. In that instant, Yi Qingyin questioned whether the person she had just called for help might be the next source of danger. Chun-Kan observed her anxious demeanor, holstering the repeating crossbow with a calm voice. Miss, I've fulfilled my promise. Now it's your turn. Yi Qingyin scrutinized Chun-Kan, tightening her clothing as she stammered. What do you want me to do? I need you to take me to find as many large medical devices, tools, or more medicines and supplies as possible. Yi Qingyin, taken aback, asked in confusion, just that? Chun-Kan shrugged with a smile. What else would it be? He then followed Yi Qingyin as she led him to the medical equipment warehouse and the pharmacy. Various large and medium-sized medical instruments, along with numerous devices and even repair parts, were swiftly gathered by Chun-Kan, leaving no trace behind. Yi Qingyin watched in shock as the once full warehouse was stripped bare in an instant. Collapsing to the ground as if she had seen a ghost, speechless as she pointed at Chun-Kan. All right, now take me to the next warehouse. With that, Chun-Kan turned and exited without looking back. Upon finishing his sweep of the last warehouse, he stepped outside to find a frail man in a military coat staring blankly at him. Yi Qingyin cowered in fear nearby. Who are you? How did you get in here? The man in the military coat stammered. Chun-Kan glanced at Yi Qingyin beside him, tilting his head. Who is this creepy guy? Are you all part of the same crew? Yi Qingyin hastily waved her hands. No. Yes, with those two men from earlier. Aside from him, there are two others in the office. Sensing danger, the man in the military coat bolted towards the office. Black, hey Gu, this is bad. Something has happened. The man rushed into the warehouse office, gasping for breath. At that moment, Hey who was preparing to take advantage of a nurse, glared at the newcomer, growling, "Do you not see that I'm busy? Why are you in such a hurry?" The military coat man quickly explained, "Hey Gu, I just went out to look for Mao and Dali, but I found them both dead on my way back. I encountered a man, and Yi Qingyin was right next to him. He is likely her accomplice, and they're probably heading this way." Hey who immediately dropped the nurse, frowning. "What did you say? Does Yi Qingyin have accomplices?" Subsequently, he fiercely grasped Wang Qin's collar and shouted, "Damn it, did you not say that Yi Qingyin was the only one left? Where did these accomplices come from? Are you deliberately leading us to ruin?" Wang Qin was on the verge of wetting himself, hurriedly kneeling on the ground. "Black brother, you are truly wronging me. I genuinely do not know. In that department, Yi Qingyin is indeed the only one left." Black Tiger delivered 2 resounding slaps to Wang Qin. "You don't know? My 2 brothers are dead, and you tell me you don't know? Damn you." At that moment, Chen Kan was also making his way to the office under Yi Qingyin's guidance. Initially, Chen Kan intended to grab the supplies and leave swiftly, but unexpectedly, he was spotted. After all, no one could ascertain whether these individuals posed a hidden danger. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Kan decided to take them all down to prevent any future troubles. As he approached the office door, he heard a cacophony of curses coming from inside. "Oh, it's even livelier here." Chen Kan strolled into the office with his hands in his pockets, just in time to witness Black Tiger slapping Wang Qin. Upon hearing the noise, Black Tiger abruptly turned his head, casting a menacing gaze at the suddenly appearing man. "Who exactly are you? Did you kill my 2 brothers?" Chen Kan maintained a cheerful demeanor and nodded. "If your brothers refer to a yellow-haired man and a muscular fellow, then yes, that was indeed my doing. They just asked me how to write the word death, and I simply taught them. Is there a problem with that?" Black Tiger was unaware of Chen Kan's background, yet the realization that this man had single-handedly taken down his 2 brothers rendered him hesitant to act recklessly. He could only grind his teeth in fury, the veins on his neck bulging with rage. Suddenly noticing Yi Qingyin beside him, he growled, "Yi Qingyin, what exactly do you intend to do?" Perhaps Chen Kan's presence bolstered Yi Qingyin's confidence. She retorted without hesitation, "What do you think? You and your ilk have been wreaking havoc in the hospital since the disaster, committing all sorts of vile acts. When you ask what I want, can I not wish for your demise?" Black Tiger fixed his gaze on Chen Kan, hesitating before asking, "Little brother, we are strangers who could have kept to ourselves. Are you determined to help Yi Qingyin seek vengeance?" Chen Kan waved his hand, pointing to Yi Qingyin and then to the man in the military coat, responding with an air of indifference, "I do not know this female doctor. Our previous interactions were merely mutually beneficial."